In late October, the rain in Chengdu was entangled with the fragrance of osmanthus. Lin Xia straightened her aching waist in front of the restoration table, and the tip of the tweezers reflected the incandescent light at 3 o'clock in the morning. The shadow under the crack of the studio door suddenly twisted, and a palm-sized package slipped in silently. The bronze fragments were wrapped in raw rice paper soaked in tung oil, and the cross-section was covered with strange indigo rust. When she swept the surface with an ultrasonic cleaner, the display suddenly popped up a radioactive material warning the alpha ray value reached 3.7 becquerels, far exceeding the normal bronze wear by 1,000 times. Is this a trace of quantum tunneling? Lin Xia adjusted the microscope magnification to 2,000 times and found neatly arranged nanoscale grooves deep in the lines covered with patina. These gullies with a diameter of less than 2 nanometers are surprisingly similar to the quantum dot arrays of modern quantum computer chips. The vibration of the mobile phone startled her and dropped the tweezers in her hand. Professor Chen's hoarse voice mixed with the noise of electricity. The bronze sacred tree in pit No. 8.is alive. Those branches are reorganizing their structure. In the video, the 3-meter-high bronze tree is decomposing into countless golden particles. The sun wheel on the top of the tree projects a holographic star map. The shadows of the archaeological team members are stretched and projected on the pit wall, showing the outline of the Sanxingdui golden mask with a bird's head and a human body. The laboratory's radiation protection box suddenly buzzed, and Lin Xia found that the 2 bronze fragments that had been repaired before were floating. When she put the newly received fragments into the magnetic field range, the 3 fragments automatically spliced into an equilateral triangle, and silver-white liquid metal oozed out of the cracks. The spectrometer showed that these metals contained ruthenium-106 isotope. This artificial radioactive element has a half-life of only 373 days. The 28 constellations shifted, and the 3 stars opened the ghost gate. A deep male voice came from behind. The man in a black jacket leaned against the door frame, and a hideous scar appeared on the edge of his sunglasses. The alloy shovel head of the Luoyang shovel in his hand glowed coldly, and the handle was engraved with the seal characters of F.A. Qiu Zhonglang Jiang. Lin Xia was about to call the police when the silk book thrown by the man brushed against her ear and was nailed into the wall. On the yellowed silk, the position of the Big Dipper coincided with the peak radiation of the bronze artifact displayed by the laboratory computer. Lu Jiuqing, I'm here to save your life. He flicked his finger and shook off the steel nails on the silk book. At 3/4 of midnight, the bronze array will trigger quantum tides. As if to confirm his prediction, the spliced bronze triangle suddenly vibrated at a high frequency. Lin Xiao's goggles reflected a strange purple light, and the ground began to reveal faint bronze patterns. Lu Jiuqing's diamond umbrella swish unfolded, and the 28 copper nails on the umbrella surface lit up one by one, covering the 3 people in a light golden halo. Hold on. The moment Lin Xia was dragged under the umbrella, the bulletproof glass of the laboratory exploded. She saw the ends of her hair decompose into light particles in the air, and the whole building was twisted and deformed as if it fell into a kaleidoscope. Lu Jiuqing bit his finger and drew a blood symbol on the umbrella ribs, and the umbrella suddenly heard the sound of golden swords clashing. When the space vibration stopped, they stood at the feet of the bronze statue of the Sanxingdui ruins. The moonlight shone through the eye sockets of the bronze vertical-eyed mask, casting the light and shadow of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams on the ground. Lin Xia found that the hands of her watch were rotating counterclockwise, and the magnetic needle in Lu Jiuqing's compass Tianqi was pointing to the void when they came. Welcome to the ruins of Jianmu. Lu Jiuqing put away the bloody Vajra umbrella and pointed to the newly cracked hole in the base of the bronze sacred tree. The coffin of King Cansong of Shu is below, but the burial objects are not gold, jade, or jewelry. The ethereal sound of chimes came from the cave, and Lin Xiao's Geiger counter suddenly exploded. She saw the white air she exhaled condense into a micro-nebula in the air, and the quantum detector showed that the Planck constant here was 0.3 smaller than that outside. The fire starter that Lu Jiuqing lit suddenly turned a dark blue, illuminating the densely packed hieroglyphics on the cave wall. Those murals depicting priests with human heads and snake bodies, and the magic tools in their hands turned out to be the structure of a particle collider. Chapter 2. The disturbance in the underground palace, the dense fog enveloping the heart of the Qinling Mountains, swallowed the last rays of twilight. As the modified Unimog jostled along the winding mountain road, Su Li pressed the quantum gravimeter against the car window, the screen revealing an anomalous gravitational curve that caused her pupils to constrict. A spatial curvature 300 meters ahead manifested as a topology reminiscent of a Klein bottle. "Stop the car." Tang Wanqiu suddenly flung out 5 emperor coins, which bounced upon the cabin floor, forming an ominous hexagram. She lifted the hem of her chi pao and drew out the iron dagger entwined around her leg, its blade etched with warding patterns. Blood to the Dui Palace. Malevolent energy concealed in the Kuan position. Lu Jiuqing, these two academics have no business delving into this murky affair. Just as Lin Xia was about to retort, the radiation detector in her hand emitted a piercing shriek. Frost-like quantum clouds crystallized on the windshield, and the onboard navigation screen displayed an ancient map of Shu from 316 BC. Lu Jiuqing abruptly swerved the steering wheel, the off-road vehicle crashing through the fog barrier into a rift in the mountain. The headlights illuminated a set of bronze gears embedded within the rock strata. At the entrance of the underground palace, 9 bronze statues stood arranged in a grid. Su Li's laser scanner revealed that their eye sockets housed optical crystals, while the patterns on their breastplates formed a microwave resonant cavity. When Lin Xia shone a UV lamp on the central statue, all the bronze figures suddenly turned their necks, spewing forth a stream of mercury laced with vermilion. "Hold your breath." Lu Jiuqing hurled a rhino horn candle into the mercury stream, the ethereal blue flame instantly spreading into a bagua formation. Tang Wanqiu's compass floated in the air, the magnetic needle splitting into yin and yang, pointing towards the bronze tiles beneath the statues. Lin Xia noticed that each tile bore mathematical symbols from different civilizations, ranging from Mayan numerals to ancient Babylonian cuneiform. The mural of the three-eyed divine figure on the corridor wall was undergoing a transformation. Under Su Li's polarized lenses, the pigments depicting sacrificial scenes were woven from carbon nanotubes. As Lin Xia's protective suit brushed against the mural, the entire tomb passage erupted with the thunderous clatter of interlocking gears, and three-dimensional arrangements of bronze gears emerged on the walls. "Step back." As Lu Jiuqing's adamantine umbrella unfurled, 36 poisoned crossbow bolts shot forth from the gaps between the gears. Tang Wanqiu cast out a thunder talisman, which ignited in midair, forming a fiery net that melted the bolts into molten iron. Seizing the moment, Su Li threw an electromagnetic pulse grenade. The shockwave dislodged the wall plaster, revealing a celestial mechanism crafted from meteoric iron behind it. The bronze divine tree in the main burial chamber towered 9 zhang high, with jade discs hanging from its branches emitting low-frequency sound waves. Lin Xia donned noise-canceling headphones, witnessing the solar disk at the tree's apex oscillating between quantum and classical states. Su Li's detector captured anomalous fluctuations of the Higgs boson, while Tang Wanqiu's dragon-finding ruler sensed a dragon vein's deadlock at the tree's roots. As Lin Xia removed the first jade song inscribed with the Sumerian king list, the bronze tree abruptly collapsed into a two-dimensional plane. Lu Jiuqing rolled her off the altar, while Tang Wanqiu's peachwood sword cleaved through the oncoming bronze tendrils, the blade's lightning patterns clashing with the quantum field, creating arcs of violet electricity. Su Li's visor reflected a horrific scene, a pool of liquid mercury converging into the candle 9 described in the Shan Haijing, where a serpent-headed figure opened a third vertical eye, its pupil swirling with the spiral arms of the Milky Way. This is a material of strong interaction. Su Li's scream was drowned out by the thunderous clang of the bronze chime. The scales of candle 9 glimmered with the unique cold light of neutron star matter. Lu Jiuqing's adamantine umbrella sparked upon impact. Lin Xia suddenly realized that the dodecahedral structure of the jade sung in her hand perfectly aligned with the quantum array of the bronze fragments. Chapter 3. The ruins of the light devourer. The collapse of the bronze divine tree tore open a rift in the folds of time and space, and the jade sung in Lin Xia's hand suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain. The liquid mercury forming the candle 9 opened its enormous maw, and the gamma rays emitted from its third vertical pupil scorched the protective shield of Su Li. "Close your eyes." Lu Jiuqing's adamantine umbrella spun rapidly, the copper nails representing the 28 lunar mansions clashing with the rays, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Tang Wanqiu's tongue bit into her mouth, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her thunder measuring ruler carving the North Dipper's path in the air. Just as the meteorite dagger plunged into the chasm, a resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar reverberated through the entire underground palace. In the blinding light, Lin Xia beheld an astonishing scene. The Sumerian cuneiform on the surface of the jade stone overlapped with quantum symbols on the bronze fragments. Her trembling fingers grazed the edges of the dodecahedron, and she was suddenly swept into a torrent of consciousness, priests from 5,000 years ago traversing the quantum cloud, using bronze artifacts to document the coordinates of a supernova explosion. Be careful. Su Li's electromagnetic pulse gloves seized Lin Xia by the collar. Their previous standing point had transformed into quantum foam, the mercury alloy body of Candle 9 flickering in the four-dimensional space. Lin Xia's radiation detector indicated that the concentration of cesium-137 within this creature could contaminate the entire Yangtze River basin. Lu Jiuqing cast out a plumb line to ensnare the remnants of the divine tree. The vermilion-dyed threads, sketching a 9-square grid in the void, moved to the shock position. Suddenly, Tang Wanxiu's dragon-shaped jade pendant emitted a mournful cry, and the soul-devouring worms nurtured within the jade slammed against the walls of the vessel in a frenzy. Her expression shifted abruptly. No, this is... Before she could finish her sentence, the serpent tail of Candle 9 swept across the armillary sphere, and the bronze gear assembly erupted with the brilliance of primordial nuclear fission. Su Li's Geiger counter went off the charts. The temperature sensor within her protective suit indicated an external temperature of 127 degrees Celsius. Lin Xia suddenly noticed her shadow moving independently. This dark silhouette wielded a spear. Unmistakably the outline of the three-eyed deity from the mural. Dimensional folding. Su Li hurled the micro-nuclear magnetic resonance instrument at the base of the divine tree. Realizing that these bronze artifacts represented the topological structure of a Klein bottle, the instrument's screen flickered with a model of 12-dimensional string theory, and Tang Wanxiu's 5 emperor coins unexpectedly levitated into a Bohr atomic model. Lu Jiuqing's adamantine umbrella abruptly plunged into the ground fissure, the ribs shooting out 8 bronze divination sticks. When the conhexagram glowed blue, he pulled Lin Xia toward the altar's opening, into the dark river. The boiling point of mercury is 356 degrees Celsius, which can temporarily isolate quantum entanglement. As the 4 of them plunged into the torrent of mercury, Lin Xia beheld an unforgettable scene. Thousands of bronze coffins lined the banks of the dark river, each coffin lid embedded with star maps from various civilizations. Su Li's sonar detection revealed that these coffins emitted 7K of cosmic microwave background radiation. Could this be the cosmic coffins? Lin Xia's voice trembled as she shone her ultraviolet flashlight on the nearest coffin, revealing a clear engraving of the doomsday date from the Mayan calendar, December 21st, 2012. Beside it, an Egyptian-style coffin depicted a totem formed by merging the Orion Nebula with the bronze masks of the Sanxingui civilization. Tang Wanxiu's compass suddenly spun in reverse, cracks appearing in the dragon-shaped jade pendant. We are traversing the interstices of parallel universes. She tore open the high collar of her qipao, revealing dark red inscriptions spreading over her collarbone. In another 15 minutes, the ruins of the Jinmu will complete its dimensional leap. At the end of the dark river appeared a colossal bronze door, adorned with a relief of a serpent-bodied woman holding a particle accelerator. Lu Jiuqing's dragon-seeking ruler trembled violently before the door, revealing the inscription 9 Abyss in Oracle Bone script. Su Li noted that the door handle was made of 2 beryllium copper alloy plates, arranged in a manner identical to human telomere DNA. Allow me. Lin Xia embedded the jade sewn into the recess of the door. The dodecahedron suddenly unfolded into a 4-dimensional hypercube, and the bronze door became ethereal under the quantum tunneling effect. A distant hum of ancient chimes resonated from beyond the door, and a gelatinous dark matter floated in the air, every step resembling a tread upon the event horizon of a black hole. Suddenly, Tang Wanxiu's soul-devouring worm burst forth from the jade. However, upon contact with the dark matter, it was instantaneously quantumized. Lin Xia's protective suit detected a sharp increase in neutrinos, and Su Li's polarized glasses reflected a terrifying sight. Countless translucent, 3-eyed deities crawled out from the rift in time and space, their bronze halberds shimmering with the light of cold nuclear fusion. Run! Lu Jiuqing unfurled the adamantine umbrella to form a protective shield, the canopy cracking like a spider web under the impact of particle streams. As they rushed into the core burial chamber, the bronze door behind them slammed shut with a resounding boom. Lin Xia's breath condensed on her visor. Suspended in the center of the chamber was a 10-meter-wide bronze armillary sphere, inlaid with 12 creation tablets from different civilizations at the positions of the 28 lunar mansions. Su Li's instruments detected intense fluctuations in the Higgs field. This apparatus was generating an artificial singularity. Just as she finished speaking, the vacuum sphere at the center of the armillary sphere suddenly collapsed, revealing a holographic projection of the spiral arms of the Milky Way. Tang Wanxiu's thunder measuring ruler instinctively flew toward the shock position, revealing a lost hexagram from the Lianshan E on the surface of the meteorite. Meridian flow. At the third watch of the Tiger Hour, Lu Jiuqing sliced his palm, smearing blood onto the dragon-seeking ruler, which then disassembled and reformed into the Luoshu matrix. Lin Xia placed the Jade Zone into the celestial pivot position. As the final Jade Zone returned to its rightful place, the armillary sphere erupted with a brilliance akin to a supernova. Lin Xia's retina retained the shocking image. The seeds of 12 parallel civilizations flowed within the bronze artifacts. The ancient Shu ancestors transforming themselves into star maps using quantum immortality technology. Meanwhile, the roar of Candle 9 pierced through dimensions, its mercury alloy form restructuring into the visage of the great old ones from Cthulhu mythos. Chapter 4. The Rite of Reverse Entropy. Amidst the blinding light emitted by the bronze armillary sphere, Lin Xia observed her palm print undergoing quantum fluctuations. The alarm of Su Li's protective suit blared sharply. The concentration of dark matter in the air had surpassed Earth's normal levels by a billionfold. Her electromagnetic pulse gloves automatically charged due to static electricity. Retreat to the water level. Tang Wanxiu's 5 thunder staff plunged into the ground, projecting a holographic Bagua ray from the Lianshan E hexagram etched on the surface of the meteorite. Lu Jiuqing's adamant umbrella spun rapidly, the copper nails representing the 28 lunar mansions colliding with dark matter particles, creating eerie blue arcs that formed an electromagnetic barrier around the group. The remnants of the star chart within the armillary sphere lingered on Lin Xia's retina, clearly marking the coordinates of the three-body star system only discovered in the 20th century. Nestled among the swirling arms of the Milky Way, her trembling fingers brushed over the etchings on the Jade Zone, suddenly swept into a torrent of consciousness. 5 millennia ago, priests traversed quantum clouds, sealing the energy of supernova explosions within bronze vessels. Beware of dimensional folds. Su Li's warning was drowned out by the sound of space being torn apart. The event horizon of the black hole at the center of the armillary sphere suddenly expanded. 12 primordial clay tablets levitating to form a dodecahedron, releasing 7K cosmic microwave background radiation. Lin Xia's protective suit detected a surge of neutrinos. She noticed the hem of Tang Wanxiu's Qi-Pao disintegrating into quantum bits. Lu Jiuqing flung a chalk line to ensnare the base of the armillary sphere, the vermilion-dyed silk thread igniting in the void. This was a reverse entropy device. The ancient Shu people were reversing the second law of thermodynamics. His Luoyang shovel emitted a dragon's roar, the shovel head revealing the insignia of the 9 tripod cauldrons forged during Diyu's flood control efforts. Suddenly, hundreds of bronze tentacles emerged from the black hole's event horizon, their surfaces cloaked in the DNA spirals of carbon-based life forms. Su Li's quantum detector indicated that the outer electrons of these tentacles' atomic nuclei were undergoing quantum leaps. They were performing cold nuclear fusion in 4-dimensional space. Tang Wanxiu tore open the collar of her Qi-Pao, the incantation at her collarbone spreading to her heart. She bit her finger, drawing a blood symbol on the dragon-shaped jade pendant. The soul-devouring worm nurtured within the jade suddenly quantumized, transforming into countless miniature black holes that consumed the approaching tentacles. At the third watch, the gate to the underworld opens. Lin Xia's Jade Zone spontaneously disassembled, the dodecahedron unfolding into a Klein bottle structure. As she reassembled the fragments according to the totem on the Sangsinghui golden staff, the star chart projected by the armillary sphere suddenly focused on the 3 stars of Orion and Apos, S-belt, precisely the orientation aligned with the eye sockets of the bronze standing figure. Is this an interstellar navigation map? Su Li's sonar apparatus indicated the presence of a vast cavity beneath the tomb. These bronze artifacts were quantum computers, calculating the coordinates of galaxies. Lu Jiuqing's adamant umbrella suddenly flew towards the armillary sphere, the copper nails of the 28 lunar mansions automatically embedding themselves in the corresponding star positions. When the last copper nail of the Heart constellation returned to its place, the entire underground palace resonated with the thunderous roar of primordial drums, and a holographic projection of the global dragon vein appeared on the bronze floor. Wait. Tang Wanxiu's 5 thunder staff abruptly pointed towards the projection of the Bermuda Triangle. They were siphoning energy from the Earth's core. The incantation beneath her Qi-Pao had spread to her neck, the dark red lines perfectly aligning with the Kunlun Mountain and Apos, S main vein in the dragon vein projection. The black hole's event horizon suddenly collapsed into a singularity, releasing a gamma ray burst. Lin Xia's protective visor cracked under the heat, and she saw Su Li's electromagnetic gloves melting. In a moment of dire urgency, Lu Jiuqing slashed his wrist, letting his blood spill onto the armillary sphere. The crimson droplets coalescing in the air to form the character for Diyu in Oracle Bone script. So that is it. Lin Xia suddenly grasped Su Li's hand. The meteorite that Diyu incorporated when forging the 9 tripod cauldrons bore the same isotope ratio as these bronze artifacts. Her quantum spectrometer revealed that Lu Jiuqing's blood contained the isotope ruthenium-106, the very mysterious metal found within the bronze fragments. The armillary sphere abruptly ceased its motion under the blood sacrifice, the 12 primordial clay tablets forming a Da Vinci proportion diagram of the human body. Tang Wanxiu's compass needle split into 3, each pointing towards the temporal coordinates of 3 parallel universes. Su Li discovered that her watch displayed 3 distinct years, 316 BC, 2023, and 4012 AD. Hold tight. Lu Jiuqing's adamant umbrella suddenly expanded into a protective shield, drawing them into a suddenly appearing wormhole. In the chaotic flow of time and space, Lin Xia witnessed a breathtaking sight, countless bronze coffins floating in the quantum ocean, each sealing the creation myths of different civilizations. As gravity reasserted itself, they knelt upon a vast bronze plaza. 9 bronze divine trees were arranged in a grid, the solar disk atop them absorbing energy from the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. Lin Xia's Geiger counter indicated that the radiation levels here had surpassed the instrument's limits, and the temperature within her protective suit plummeted to absolute zero. Welcome to the ruins of Jianmu. A hoarse male voice echoed from the far end of the plaza. The figure upon the bronze throne slowly rose. His golden mask resembling the multi-eyed mask unearthed from Sanxingdui, but the third vertical pupil spun with the arms of the Milky Way. Tang Wanxiu suddenly collapsed to the ground. The incantation beneath her chi pao glowing with blood-red light. King of the Silkworm Forest. This cannot be. Her soul-devouring worm formed ancient Shu characters in the air, and Su Li's translator revealed the words human sacrifice. The king of the Silkworm Forest raised his hand, and thousands of bronze figurines suddenly rose from the ground, kneeling in reverence. Lin Xia noticed the expressions on these figurines' faces undergoing quantum fluctuations. Su Li's skin revealed they contained embedded brain tissues of carbon-based organisms. 5,000 years have passed. The voice of the king of the Silkworm Forest carried the noise of quantum entanglement. I have finally awaited the bloodline of Diyu. His vertical pupils suddenly locked onto Lu Jiuqing, and an altar engraved with the mythical beasts from the Shan Hai Jing rose beneath the bronze throne. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel trembled violently, the 9 tripod insignia projecting a holographic image. Among the ranks of Diyu's flood control team were hundreds of craftsmen wearing gold masks from Sanxingdui. The image froze in the depths of the Wenchuan earthquake zone, where 12 jade songs floated in the boiling metallic liquid of a bronze smelting furnace. What you call tomb raiding. The king of the Silkworm Forest's 3 eyes simultaneously emitted gamma rays, merely part of the civilization seed plan. The bronze altar beneath his feet suddenly disintegrated, revealing an interstellar engine powered by dark matter within. Lin Xia's jade song emitted a resonance, the 12 fragments forming a 12-dimensional hypercube in midair. As the hypercube embedded itself into the interstellar engine, the entire bronze plaza began to quantumize. Su Li's detector indicated that the surrounding space-time curvature was forming a M-bias strip structure, and Tang Wanxiu's 5 thunder staff automatically computed the Yang-Mills equations. Quick, stop him. Lu Jiuqing's adamant umbrella lunged towards the king of the Silkworm Forest, but was ensnared by suddenly appearing bronze tentacles. Lin Xia saw the copper nails on the umbrella's frame dissolving. The constellation patterns corresponded to the coordinates of 12 parallel universes. The golden mask of the king of the Silkworm Forest suddenly cracked, revealing a facial structure composed of neutron star material. Let you witness the awakening of the divine. The entire space began to collapse towards a singularity, and streams of antimatter particles shot forth from the eye sockets of the bronze figurines. While Su Li's protective suit began to undergo electronic degeneracy, Tang Wanxiu suddenly tore her chi pao, her body erupting with a supernova-like brilliance. She pressed the dragon jade pendant against her chest, and the soul-devouring worm transformed into a quantum computer, surging into the interstellar engine with the blood of the Witch Clan. Seal the gate to the 9 hells. In the moment of complete space-time collapse, Lin Xia witnessed Lu Jiuqing's blood intertwining with the bronze artifacts in quantum entanglement, while Su Li's electromagnetic pulse gloves released an artificial wormhole. As they fell into the temporal rift, the last image that flashed before their eyes was the king of the Silkworm Forest transforming into a colossal Cthulhu-like shadow. alongside the apocalyptic scene of 12 parallel universes colliding and annihilating within the bronze armillary sphere. Chapter 5, The Rift of Time. The sensation of weightlessness persisted, reminiscent of an entire ice age. Lin Xia witnessed her memories being torn apart within the quantum turbulence, the tactile memory of touching her father's archaeological diary at the age of 5. The tremor of first detecting quantum tunneling in the university laboratory, the metallic resonance of Lu Jiuqing's adamant umbrella brushing past her ear. All materialized as luminous strings in four-dimensional space. Seize it. Su Li's electromagnetic gloves erupted with a gamma-ray burst, tearing a rift in the void. Suddenly, Lin Xia's protective suit underwent quantum transformation, with nanofibers autonomously restructuring into the form of a spacesuit. The visor indicated that they were plummeting towards the far side of a moon in a parallel universe. The impact of their landing stirred the lunar dust, and Lin Xia's Geiger counter emitted a deathly buzz. In the center of the crater stood a familiar bronze divine tree, but instead of jade discs, countless human brain specimens dangled from its branches. Su Li's scanner revealed that these gray matter specimens were still emitting brain waves. Here is the brain universe. Su Li's voice trembled with metallic resonance. The ancient Shu people had uploaded their consciousness into a virtual realm constructed by a quantum network. Her polarized glasses reflected a terrifying truth. Each brain was connected to a bronze conduit, transmitting memory data to the dark matter core at the top of the tree. Tang once used Qipao transformed into quantum armor in the vacuum environment, the incantation on her collarbones spreading to her temples. At the third watch, the fire departs to the heavens. Her 5 thunder rulers suddenly split into 64 hexagrams, projecting a holographic map of the river diagram in Luo Shu onto the lunar surface. Lu Jiuqing felt his blood boiling as the 9-tripod emblem on his Luoyang spade became quantum entangled with the river diagram. Suddenly, the root system of the bronze divine tree broke through the soil, its surface covered with degenerate state scales identical to those of Zhu Jiuyin. Lin Xia's jade song shards autonomously reassembled, unfolding into a Klein bottle structure, its opening aimed at the dark matter vortex at the core of the divine tree. This is a consciousness black hole. Su Li's electromagnetic gloves released artificial auroras as they absorbed the memory entropy of an entire civilization. The suit's alarm indicated that the curvature of space-time around them was forming a Penrose staircase, revealing a superimposed state of the Maya pyramid and the Sanxingdui altar on the far side of the moon. Lu Jiuqing's adamant umbrella pierced the lunar soil, and the umbrella ribs ejected 28 bronze hexagrams. When the hexagrams embedded into the crater's rock face, the entire moon resonated with a sound akin to a chime, and the branches of the bronze divine tree began to play memories of the ancient Shu from 316 BC, priests adorned with golden masks using quantum cutters to dismember living sacrifices. That was no mere ritual. Lin Xia's quantum spectrometer analyzed the holographic image. They were extracting telomerase. The bodies of the sacrifices were undergoing quantumization, their DNA strands encapsulated within the bronze vessels. Su Li suddenly comprehended. These bronze vessels were biological hard drives, storing the quantum states of human genes. Tang once used soul-devouring parasites spontaneously self-ignited, their ashes forming the lost hexagram of the Book of Changes in the air. Her quantum armor displayed patterns of the golden staff from Sanxingdui. At the third hour, the gate of shock opens. The moment the 5 thunder ruler pierced the dark matter core, they were thrown into a new temporal turbulence. This time, they descended into the lush jungles of the late Cretaceous, the roar of a Tyrannosaurus rex causing spores from ferns to rain down. Lin Xia discovered that her protective suit had transformed into reptilian skin, while Su Li's electromagnetic gloves evolved into biological discharge organs. More terrifyingly, they stood before the control panel of a colossal bronze device, its dashboard inscribed with the languages of 12 extinct civilizations. An anti-entropy reactor. Su Li touched the control lever marked with dinosaur claw prints. The asteroid impact that occurred 65 million years ago was artificial. Her quantum detector revealed that the core of the device contained remnants of ruthenium-106 isotopes identical to those in the Sanxingdui bronzes. Suddenly, Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang spade emitted a roar akin to that of a saber-toothed tiger, its blade revealing patterns of Atlantis energy crystals. When he inserted the handle into the control panel, the holographic projection displayed the quantum superimposed state of Earth's map. The 7 continents were fracturing and reassembling, each continental shelf embedded with bronze gears. Stop it. Tang once used 5 thunder rulers swung towards the control center, triggering a temporal defense mechanism. The Tyrannosaurus rex pack suddenly underwent quantumization, their teeth evolving into cold fusion reactors, galaxies spinning within their pupils. Lin Xia and Apos' jade song automatically unfolded into a Klein bottle, teleporting an oncoming dinosaur to the Cambrian Ocean. Su Li realized her biological discharge organ could control the device. She released a 1,000,000-volt current. This was the embryonic form of a Dyson sphere. They were extracting solar energy. The protective suit indicated that the atmospheric oxygen levels were skyrocketing, heralding a global biological extinction event. When the reactor core overloaded, they were once again thrust into a temporal rift. This time, they floated in low Earth orbit in the year 4012. The Earth before them enveloped in a bronze network, pulsating like a mechanical heart in the cosmos. A constellation array of 12 Dyson spheres was launching quantum pulses towards the edge of the Milky Way. Civilization harvesters. Lin Xia's Jade Song resonated with the pulse wave. The ancient Shu were not guardians, but cosmic scavengers. The holographic projection revealed that every civilization turned into bronze would ultimately become sustenance for the construction of Dyson spheres. Tang Wanxiu's quantum armor suddenly disintegrated, revealing her body covered in incantations. Her blood crystallized in the vacuum into the totem of exotic beasts from the classic of mountains and seas, with the blood of the shaman clan. I sacrificed to the eternal long night. The incantations detached from her skin, forming a quantum model of Hui shooting the sun in space. Lu Jiuqing and Appo's adamant umbrella suddenly expanded to the scale of a space station, its canopy transforming into a gravitational lens. When Lin Xia embedded the Jade Song into the umbrella's pivotal structure, the entire canopy projected a holographic image of Diyu controlling the waters. It was not merely diverting floods, but sealing away the quantum life forms escaping from the bronze vessels. The 9 tripods were prisons. Su Li's electromagnetic gloves analyzed the data from the umbrella's surface, revealing that Diyu forged the 9 tripods to suppress the quantum demons created by the ancient Shu civilization. Her voice distorted suddenly, and the protective suit indicated an unknown consciousness was invading her nervous system. The golden mask of the King of the Silkworms suddenly appeared in low Earth orbit, his third vertical pupil reflecting the 12 bronzed universes. Welcome to witness the return to the Void Plan. His body transformed into countless bronze gears, each interlocking with the doomsday moments of different civilizations. Lin Xia's Jade Song suddenly disassembled into 12 quantum chips, automatically embedding themselves into everyone's temples. In the instant of consciousness fusion, she glimpsed a suffocating truth. Each king of the silkworms in the parallel universes was executing the return to the Void Plan. In Lu Jiuqing's blood was the sealing key left by Diyu. Now is the time. Lu Jiuqing sliced open his wrist, his blood crystallizing in the vacuum into a diagram of the 9 tripods. When Tang Wanxiu's incantation aligned with the tripod patterns, the entire bronze Earth began to quantum evaporate. Su Li adjusted the power of her electromagnetic gloves to supernova levels, and an artificial wormhole tore open at the center of the Dyson sphere array. In the moment they plunged back into the real world, Lin Xia saw the bronze statue of the large standing figure in the Sanxingui Museum melting away. The Big Dipper in the night sky suddenly extinguished, and a roar from deep within the Qinling Mountains heralded the awakening of an ancient beast. Tang Wanxiu collapsed to the ground, her body covered in incantations that had spread to her pupils. There is no time left. The gate of the 9 abysses. Lu Jiuqing's adamant umbrella suddenly disassembled autonomously, the 28 bronze hexagrams forming a celestial sphere in the air. When the last hexagram returned to its position, the umbrella ribs revealed a chilling sight. The golden mask of the King of the Silkworms was now donned on Professor Qin's face, and the bronze fragments in the laboratory were now oozing fresh artificial blood. Chapter 6. The era of blood rust. The bronze giant figure from the Sanxingui Museum is melting, with golden liquid trickling down the eye sockets of the vertical-eyed mask, corroding the ground into quantum cloud-shaped pits. Lin Xia's protective suit detects nano-sized bronze spores floating in the air, each spore emitting a ghostly glow reminiscent of the Crookes tube effect. Professor Qin, how could this be? She staggered backward, knocking over a display case. Suddenly, fragments of the bronze sacred tree unearthed from Sanxingui levitate, jade discs hanging from the branches projecting chilling images. 3 months ago, in the dead of night within the laboratory, Professor Qin, wearing a golden mask, was injecting a gelatinous substance into bronze shards. The remnants of Lu Jiuqing's Vajrao umbrella emit a buzzing sound, as 28 bronze divination sticks point like compass needles towards the underground warehouse. Tang Wanho's incantation has spread to her pupils, dark red patterns tracing the river diagram and Luo book on the whites of her eyes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the ghost star enters the fate. The explosion-proof door of the underground warehouse opens automatically, and a heavy stench of blood assaults them. Su Li's electromagnetic gloves light up with warnings, and the mask displays radiation levels reaching a lethal intensity 100,000 times normal. Her pupils suddenly turn bronze, her vocal cords producing the overlapping voice of the king of silkworms. Welcome to the incubation chamber. Lin Xia's quantum spectrometer suddenly activates, revealing a scene that freezes the blood of all present. 300 transparent incubation pods arranged in a Fibonacci spiral, each containing clones identical in appearance to the onlookers. The bronze conduits connecting the pod walls are pumping bright red liquid into a central bronze chrysalis, the surface of which displays memories of their past explorations. This is quantum entanglement cloning. Su Li's mechanical voice carries an eerie gentleness. The death of every parallel universe diminishes the energy of the original body. Her electromagnetic gloves suddenly fire a particle beam, sending Tang Wanho crashing against a cultivation pod. The clone inside, identical to Tang Wanho, suddenly opens its eyes, with the Milky Way swirling in its pupils. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel pierces the ground, and the shockwave from the 9 tripod emblem shatters 5 cultivation pods. The liquid flowing from the clones is not blood, but a bronze solution mixed with quantum bits. Lin Xia's jade Song shard suddenly becomes hot, projecting a holographic keyboard. Instinctively, she inputs the Basha pictographs unearthed from St. Singui. The bronze chrysalis suddenly cracks open, revealing not the king of silkworms, but a little girl, her body riddled with bronze conduits. The girl raises her decaying face, her vocal cords vibrating with a synthesis of 12 languages. Mother, you finally came to attend the adult ceremony. Xiaoman. Lin Xia collapses to the ground. This is her daughter, who died in a car accident 3 years ago, now reborn in the form of a quantum zombie. The bronze interface at the girl's temple suddenly elongates, piercing Su Li's electromagnetic gloves as nano-sized bronze viruses surge into her body through the circuitry. Tang Wanho's 5 Thunder Ruler cleaves the conduits, with strange sparks igniting from the collision of meteoric iron and bronze. Her Qi Pao fully quantumizes, revealing her body covered in tattoos of mythical beasts from the Shan Hai Jing. The serpent devours the elephant. Break. The bash in her tattoo suddenly activates, devouring 3 approaching clones. Lu Jiuqing's blood ignites on the Luoyang shovel, the handle revealing a sacrificial scene from the time of De Yu's water control. As his blood drips into the remnants of the clones, horrifying images emerge. Each clone's brain contains a miniature model of the Sangsingui bronze sacred tree. Its roots entwined with the hippocampus forming quantum synapses. They are creating living hard drives. Lin Xia's jade Song suddenly unfurls into a scalpel, automatically dissecting the nearest clone skull. The gray matter is dense with bronze neural synapses, converting memories into quantum codes. Xiaoman's remains convulse suddenly, her abdominal cavity splitting open to reveal bronze tentacles, with the tips resembling a miniature bronze vertical-eyed mask. Su Li's quantum virus has spread to her neck, with bronze veins pulsing beneath her skin. She suddenly grabs Lu Jiuqing with her electromagnetic gloves, her mechanical voice laced with the king of silkworm's sinister laughter. It is time to return the bloodline of De Yu. The gloves release a 1,000,000-volt charge, but upon contact with Lu Jiuqing, they are repelled by an antimatter barrier. Tang Wanho's bash tattoo suddenly detaches from her skin, transforming into a physical entity that devours Su Li's right arm. Bronze blood splatters onto the cultivation pod. Activating a hidden holographic projection, Professor Qin stands within the quantumized mausoleum of the first emperor, his 9-tripod emblem resonating with Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel. It turns out we are all sacrifices. Lin Xia clutches her daughter's decaying head, discovering a biological chip embedded in the back of her neck, engraved with her own fingerprint. The jade Song shard suddenly pierces her palm, as a 12-dimensional hypercube unfolds in her consciousness, allowing her to finally decipher the quantum code on the bronze vessel, an interstellar formatting program written with human genes. The underground warehouse suddenly shakes violently, all cultivation pods collapsing inward. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel bursts forth with 9 colors of light, as the image of De Yu's water control materializes to block the quantum tide. Tang Wanho bites her tongue, drawing blood hexagrams in the void, as the bash transforms into a bronze giant python, coiling around Su Li's quantum avatar. Mother, initiate the program. Xiaoman's voice suddenly regains clarity, yet bronze tears flow from her eye sockets, using our blood rust to extinguish the love of the universe. Her chest cavity opens automatically, revealing a heart in quantum transition, each beat sending 6-dimensional ripples through the void. Lin Xia's trembling jade Song is inserted into her daughter's heart, and the hypercube suddenly unfolds into a Klein bottle. Images from 12 parallel universes collide and annihilate at the mouth of the bottle, as she witnesses each version of herself repeating this desperate choice. At the moment the quantum code is injected into Xiaoman's heart, the entire museum suddenly quantumizes, and they plunge into a sea of void composed of memories. Countless bronze shards reassemble in the void, piecing together every war scene of human civilization. Su Li's quantum virus suddenly evolves self-awareness, her left eye transforming into a bronze armillary sphere. The Return to the Ruins Project 2.0 is initiated. The remaining electromagnetic gloves unleash antimatter streams, tearing open 12 wormholes in the void. Lu Jiuqing's blood congeals into a 9-tripod formation within the void, only to be pierced by suddenly appearing bronze chains. The chains connect to Professor Qin's golden mask, the face beneath it fluctuating in quantum states, now an archaeologist, now a Sanxingui priest, finally settling into the bronze visage of the King of Silkworms. Thank you for completing the final sacrifice. His voice triggers fluctuations in the cosmic background radiation as blood rust envelopes all timelines. The Return to the Ruins signifies rebirth. The golden mask suddenly cracks open, revealing a brain composed of dark matter within, with each convolution storing a civilization turned to bronze. Tang Wanho's incantations suddenly detach, forming a mythological scene of Hui shooting the suns in the void. Her physical body begins to quantum evaporate, yet her voice resonates in the undefined. In the name of the Witch Clan, restart the 9 Abyss. The mythical beasts from the Shan Hai Jing materialize from her incantations, Taotai devouring wormholes, Yinglong tearing through the antimatter streams. Xiao Man, in Lin Xia's arms, suddenly transforms into a bronze key, inserting itself into the bias strip in the void. As time begins to flow backward, she perceives the shocking truth. During that car accident 3 years ago, Xiao Man's blood had already seeped into the fragments of the bronze sacred tree. The so-called archaeological discovery is merely a continuous quantum sacrifice lasting 5,000 years. Before the void utterly collapses, Lu Jiuqing seizes Lin Xia's wrist, triggering a chain reaction between the 9-tripod formation and the Jade Song hypercube. As they are hurled back into reality, the museum has transformed into a bronze ruin, with blood rain mixed with radioactive isotopes falling from the sky, while their watches indicate the time has stopped at the night before receiving the mysterious delivery. Chapter 7. The Imbias messenger blood rain cascaded upon the bronze ruins, yet the ripples it created ascended defiantly into the sky. Lin Xia's watch hands danced frantically between 12 and 24, while the remnants of the museum floated with the ethereal blue glimmers of matter-antimatter collisions. Suddenly, Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel emitted a buzzing sound, the 9-tripod emblem upon its blade dissolving as if corroded by some temporal acid. This is the contamination of causality. Tang Wanxiu's pupils were entirely shrouded in incantations as she tore open her quantumized qipao, revealing the bronze armillary sphere embedded in her chest. They were rewriting the temporal baseline. As she spoke, the totem of her witch clan at her collarbone activated, transforming into a bronze dragon that pierced through the curtain of rain. Su Li's left hand had completely morphed into a bronze prosthetic, tendrils formed from quantum viruses entwining between her fingers. Her right eye projected a holographic image of the King of Silkworms. Welcome to the stomach of the Guishu. The electromagnetic gloves unleashed a beam of antimatter, vaporizing the oncoming blood rain into a Klein bottle structure. A shard of Jade Song in Lin Xia's embrace suddenly pierced her chest, the dodecahedron unfolding into a 4-dimensional cube at the position of her heart. Memories surged like a flood. 3 days prior, she had repaired the interior of the bronze bird statue, inscribed with her daughter Xiaoman's DNA code. 2 months ago, Professor Qin had handed her the report on Sanxingui. Nestled within its pages was radioactive artificial skin. Mom, look at the sky. Xiaoman's voice suddenly emanated from the Jade Song. The blood rain clouds split open, revealing the bronze-hued lunar surface, the craters arranged in a precise Fibonacci spiral. More terrifyingly, within each impact crater stood a bronze statue resembling Lu Jiuqing, the Luoyang shovel in hand pointing towards the dragon vein's death spot on Earth. Tang Wanxiu's dragon let out a mournful cry, its bronze scales rusting away in the blood rain. She vomited black blood laced with quantum bits. 9 Abyss devouring the witch clan. The gears of the armillary sphere on her chest began to rotate in reverse, the iron entrails inscribed with the hexagrams of the Lianshan cascading from her abdomen. The remnants of Lu Jiuqing's Vidra umbrella suddenly coalesced, its canopy revealing a holographic image of Du playing chess with the King of Silkworms. The black and white pieces on the board were miniature versions of the 9 tripods and the bronze divine tree. Each time the King of Silkworms made a move, a corresponding dragon vein in reality exploded. It became apparent that we were all mere pawns. Lin Xia's quantum vision awakened abruptly, revealing bronze-hued causal lines entwined around everyone. each line connecting to clones from different timelines. As she attempted to sever the thread attached to Su Li, a sharp pain shot through her fingertips, reminiscent of Xiaoman being struck by a car. Su Li's bronze prosthetic suddenly expanded, transforming into a Dyson sphere framework enveloping all. Her mechanical voice was interspersed with the King of Silkworm's sinister laughter. It is time to harvest the final timeline. Within the framework, 12 collapsing cosmic projections emerged, each Lin Xia within them reliving the moment of her daughter's death. Tang Wanxiu cleaved through the framework with her 5 thunder ruler, producing singular sparks from the collision of iron and bronze. Her Witch Clan entrails inscribed the He Tu and Luo Shu in the void. Bing In Year, Geng Zi Month. Jiasu Day Break. The blood rain suddenly halted, droplets revealing the quantum-entangled states of everyone at their births. Suddenly, Lu Jiuqing's blood boiled, the 9-tripod emblem peeling from his skin, forming a deluge-sealing array in the void. As his Luoyang shovel pierced the heart of the array, a horrifying truth emerged. The so-called Diyu's control over the waters was, in fact, a suppression of the quantum demons that had escaped from Sanxingdui. Moreover, the materials used to forge the 9 tripods were bronze alloys wrought from the flesh and blood of the Witch Clan. No. Tang Wanxiu's shriek triggered a temporal upheaval. Her Witch Clan genes awakened suddenly, her entire being ensnared by incantations that coiled around Su Li. It turns out we are the sacrifices. The bronze dragon retaliated, biting off her left arm, from which gushed the sap of the bronze divine tree from Sanxingdui. Lin Xia's Jade Song suddenly pierced Su Li's quantum core, a 12-dimensional hypercube unfolding into a cosmic gestalt. As her consciousness connected with the Guishu system, the despairing truth erupted like a supernova. Every civilization's demise birthed a blood rust virus. And the King of Silkworms was the cleansing program for all universes. The so-called tomb raiding was merely a systematic process of periodically retrieving experimental samples. The Phantom of Xiaoman suddenly materialized, her decaying hands cradling Lin Xia's face. Mom, you are the original spark. The blood rain coalesced around her into a bronze cocoon, within which emerged the oldest genetic map of humanity, the DNA strand of mitochondrial even inscribed with the quantum symbols of Sanxingdui. The museum ruins underwent quantum reconfiguration, transforming into a colossal bronze womb. Professor Qin's golden mask emerged from the blood rain, beneath which echoed the mournful wails of countless civilizations at their end. Welcome home. Sample number 12756. His fingers penetrated Lu Jiuqing's chest, extracting a beating heart that resembled the 9-tripod formation. With her final strength, Tang Wanxiu activated the Witch Clan's forbidden technique, her entire being morphing into a quantum perforator. As she collided with the bronze womb, the remnants of the dragon and the blood rain fused into a temporal bomb. In the shockwave, Lin Xia beheld a shocking scene, the priest from 5,000 years ago placing an infant into a bronze vessel, the inner surface of which bore her fingerprints. Reboot Shaman's bronze cocoon suddenly enveloped them all. As Lin Xia's Jade Song pierced the cocoon's wall, the entire universe began to reverse. The blood rain flowed back into the clouds, the melting bronze statue re-solidified, and Su Li's quantum virus retreated back into the electromagnetic gloves. Just before consciousness faded, Lin Xia saw a delivery box drifting from the far end of the river of time, the bronze shards inside inscribed with a microcarved message, "Kilda past me." As morning light pierced through the studio window, Lin Xia awoke from the restoration table. The birthmark in the shape of a jade song on her palm was seeping blood, and the computer screen began to automatically play the live broadcast of the Sanxingdui excavation on the screen. Professor Qin was lifting a bronze shard from pit number 8, the glint of bronze illuminating his golden-rimmed glasses. Chapter 8. The entropy beacon. The bronze fragments emitted a tremor akin to an infant's wail within the ultrasonic cleaning device, and suddenly, Lin Xia's wrist birthmark ignited with a searing sensation. The studio's bulletproof glass reflected a dual image, her current self intertwined with the bloodied version of herself 3 days hence. As sweat droplets from 2 temporal realms dripped simultaneously. "Researcher Lin, your package," a familiar hoarse voice resonated from outside the door. Upon cracking it open, she was met not by a courier, but by Lu Jiuqing, a man from the future, whose neck bore a bronze interface. His left eye was a mechanical prosthetic, while his right hand and Oppo's nails were overgrown with quantum moss. "Do not touch that." Future Lu Jiuqing hurled a Luoyang shovel inscribed with talismans, striking the package she was about to receive. The cardboard box disintegrated in the void, revealing a bronze compass etched with entropy equations. Lin Xia was astonished to discover that the compass's magnetic needle was woven from her own hair, the the strands encrusted with desiccated blood rust. The studio abruptly experienced quantum folding, and the walls transformed into a holographic projection of a car accident scene from 5 years prior. Lin Xia beheld her own figure kneeling in the rain, cradling the lifeless body of Xiaoman, while a bronze street lamp at the roadside oozed a viscous dark matter. Future Lu Jiuqing suddenly vomited forth bronze gears, exclaiming, "This is the 7th cycle. You must locate the entropy beacon." His Luoyang shovel plunged into the ground, casting a stunning image of the ancient battlefield of Shu in 316 BC, where King Cantsong was implanting bronze artifacts into the spines of captives. The quantum neural synapses sprouting within those bodies astonishingly matched the infected nervous system of Su Li. Suddenly, future Lu Jiuqing began to quantum evaporate, his mechanical eye ejecting a blood-stained inscription that read, "Kill me." Just as Lin Xia reached out, the studio reverted to its original state, leaving only the bronze compass resting quietly on the workbench, its second hand ticking at an abnormal rate of 1.3 seconds per division. Shaolin. A significant discovery has been made in pit number 8. Professor Qin's call was accompanied by an eerie scraping sound of bronze. In the video feed, archaeologists were dragging a jade sung inscribed with modern binary code from the base of a bronze sacred tree. A sudden sharp pain pierced Lin Xia's birthmark as she glimpsed an image of Xiaoman's 3rd birthday flickering across the jade surface. That night, as torrential rain poured, Lin Xia descended into the ruins with the bronze compass. In pit number 8, the bronze giant's eye sockets wept a tar-like substance, and her Geiger counter indicated lethal radiation levels. The compass needle abruptly pointed toward the sacred tree's base, where a fissure emitted Lu Jiuqing's cries for help. "Do not come near." The present-day Lu Jiuqing's furious shout echoed from the depths below. Lin Xia's quantum vision awakened, revealing 12 temporal bubbles suspended deep within the tomb, each encapsulating an expedition team from diverging timelines. Tang Wanqiu's incantations pierced dimensions, while Su Li's quantum virus spread to her pupils. The bronze compass suddenly adhered to the ground, transforming into the entrance of a Klein bottle. As Lin Xia fell into the temporal layer, she glimpsed a staggering truth. The so-called Sang Xingui tomb was, in essence, a quantum umbilical cord connecting all timelines. The patterns on those bronze artifacts were not mere embellishments, but rather bloodstains left in moments of her own near-death experiences across countless timelines. At the corridor's end, present-day Lu Jiuqing stood, using a Vajra umbrella to shield himself from the bronze-transformed Professor Qin. Half of the 28 copper nails embedded in the umbrella had melted away, while Tang Wanqiu's 5 Thunder Ruler was driven into the golden mask of King Cantsong, and Su Li was ensnared at the center of the armillary sphere, converting electromagnetic gloves into an entropy device. "You have finally arrived." The golden mask of Professor Qin fractured, revealing a cerebral cortex composed of memory metal. Sample number 12756. His fingers elongated into bronze conduits, piercing Lin Xia's birthmark, triggering a simultaneous explosion of the 12 temporal bubbles. Lin Xia's consciousness was abruptly cast into a cosmic format tower. She perceived herself as a female spider at the web center, countless causal lines connecting her to various clones across different timelines. Xiaoman's figure darted through the web, implanting the blood rust virus into the bronze artifacts of each timeline. As she reached out to touch her daughter, her fingertips instead felt the sensation of Lu Jiuqing melting in a parallel universe. "Mother, do you remember the dandelions in the morning light?" Xiaoman's quantum apparition spoke suddenly, bronze sap streaming from her eye sockets. Memories flooded back to the day of the accident. The dandelions by the roadside had quantumized, their pollen forming a Sang Xingui totem on the windshield. That was no accident, but rather the harvesting protocol of the return system. The present-day Lu Jiuqing's roar pulled Lin Xia back to the tomb. His Luoyang shovel pierced Professor Qin's spine, unearthing not bones, but a bronze chip inscribed with the human purge plan. Seizing the moment, Tang Wanqiu activated a forbidden sorcery of the witch clan, her entire being transforming into the entropy equation, reconstructing the quantum virus within Su Li into a temporal anchor. Act now. Su Li, bleeding from all 7 orifices, grasped Lin Xia's hand as the electromagnetic gloves unleashed energy at a supernova level. When the bronze compass was inserted into the core of the armillary sphere, the entire tomb began to unfold in 4 dimensions. Lin Xia witnessed a breathtaking scene. Each bronze artifact contained a miniature universe, wherein human civilization repeatedly birthed and perished. Professor Qin's remains suddenly underwent quantum recomposition, transforming into a 12-meter-tall bronze Bodhi tree. The branches bore not fruits, but the shattered gear of past expedition teams, with Lu Jiuqing's Vajra umbrella leaking cerebrospinal fluid among them. At the roots appeared a quantum gravestone for Xiaoman, the inscription revealing that she had perished in 199 parallel universes. With the last vestiges of her life force, Tang Wanqiu activated the entropy beacon, triggering a chain reaction between the witch clan's incantations and the armillary sphere. As time began to reverse within the tomb, Lin Xia suddenly grasped the truth. The so-called return plan was merely an entropy experiment devised by an advanced civilization to combat the cosmic heat death. Humanity, in turn, was both the subject and the observer. In the blinding light of temporal reset, Lin Xia beheld the primordial king Canzong placing an infant into a bronze vessel. The birthmark on the nape of that infant perfectly matched the shape on her wrist. As the bronze compass shattered, she heard Xiao Man's whisper, transcending dimensions, become the beacon. Mother. Morning light once again pierced the studio window, and the birthmark on Lin Xia's wrist vanished without a trace. Her phone pinged with a new message from Professor Qin. A jade song inscribed with your DNA has been discovered in pit number 8. She glanced toward the corner, where the package, which should have been shattered by future Lu Jiuqing, remained intact, the sender's address marked with faded blood fingerprints coming from her own right hand. Chapter 9. The cocoon of the observer fragments of the bronze compass writhed in Lin Xia's palm like some silicon-based parasite burrowing into her skin. The studio's clock suddenly ceased to tick, and the minute hand transformed into liquid bronze, dripping onto the table and etching the oracle bone script for the third quarter of the hour. Tiny particles emerged from the spot on her wrist where her birthmark had vanished. Under the microscope, they revealed a structure of 12 nested Klein bottles. Shaolin, come to pit number 8 immediately. Professor Qin's holographic image burst forth from her phone, his pupils swirling with the arms of the Milky Way. The moment Lin Xia touched the image, quantum entanglement transported her to an archaeological site undergoing quantumization. Among the branches of the bronze divine tree dangled the clones of various archaeological teams, their spines sprouting bronze neural cords, transmitting brainwaves to the dark matter cloud at the tree's apex. Suddenly, Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel shot through the air, its handle inscribed with fresh blood that read, "Do not trust him." As Lin Xia caught the shovel, time and space abruptly split into dual perspectives on the left. The archaeologist rejoiced over a new discovery. On the right, the same group was pierced through the skull by bronze tendrils. Two realities flickered in a quantum superposition. Welcome to the throat of truth. Professor Qin, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stepped out from the dual realities. Wherever his polished shoes tread, the soil quantumized into fossils of mythical beasts from the Shanhai Jing. His tight clips suddenly morphed into a miniature armillary sphere, projecting Lin Xia's death scenes across 12 parallel universes. Lin Xia's quantum vision pierced through the glasses, revealing binary codes for the return to the ruins protocol etched on Professor Qin's retina. As she attempted to decipher it, a warning from Xiao Man echoed in her ears. He is observing. In the next instant, all the archaeologists abruptly halted, their necks twisting 180 degrees, their pupils transforming into bronze armillary spheres. The 757th observation experiment commenced. Professor Qin's vocal cords vibrated with a metallic scraping sound. The bronze divine tree suddenly disassembled into a swarm of nanobots, forming a Dyson sphere model in the air. Pain erupted from Lin Xia's birthmark as 12 Klein bottles burst forth from her skin, drawing the swarm into a four-dimensional space. Lu Jiuqing's roar resonated from below, the sound wave shattering the triple realities. Wrapped in bronze chains, he burst through the fissure, his Luoyang shovel smeared with antimatter blood, his laboratory, in the Wenchuan earthquake zone. Before he could finish, Professor Qin's tie clip shot out a quantum beam, evaporating Lu Jiuqing's right arm into fundamental particles. Lin Xia's Klein bottles suddenly reconfigured into an anti-entropy weapon, releasing an absolute zero shockwave. In the frozen continuum of time and space, she beheld the shocking truth. Embedded in the back of Professor Qin's head was a palm-sized bronze chip, its patterns identical to those of the bronze solar will unearthed from Sank Xingdui. Each groove imprisoned a collective consciousness of a civilization. Mother, shatter the sundial. The phantom of Xiao Man suddenly materialized, her decayed hands grasping Lin Xia's wrist. The Klein bottle at her birthmark erupted with gamma rays, striking Professor Qin's tie clip with precision. Time and space suddenly collapsed, and everyone plummeted into the depths of the Wenchuan earthquake zone's bronze laboratory. Suspended on the circular walls of the laboratory were 3,000 cultivation pods filled with green liquid. Within each pod floated human bodies resembling Lin Xia's genetics, their temples connected to bronze conduits, transmitting brainwaves to a central black crystal. More terrifyingly, the laboratory's dome was a transparent ancient shoe bronze plate, with molten lava from the Earth's core flowing outside. Welcome to the human completeness chamber. Professor Chen's voice echoed from all directions. His physical form suddenly fragmented, revealing a quantum brain composed of dark matter within. Each groove flickered with apocalyptic visions of different civilizations. And a miniature bronze divine tree hovered at the location of the hippocampus. With his remaining left hand, Lu Jiuqing hurled the Luoyang shovel. And the emblem of the 9 tripods collided with the black crystal, igniting a blinding light akin to the primordial cosmic explosion. In that brilliance, Lin Xia saw herself lying within a cultivation pod. With a version of Xiaoman in a white lab coat standing outside, the daughter of this version had a mechanical eye in her left socket. Implanting the bronze chip into her infant self, the anti-entropy beacon requires a vessel. The quantum phantom of adult Xiaoman suddenly appeared, her decayed chest cavity opening to reveal a pulsating bronze heart. Mother, you are the original observer. The inscriptions on the heart surface indicated that Lin Xia's genes had been edited 12,757 times, each modification corresponding to the demise of a civilization. Tang Wanxu's piercing screams suddenly rent the fabric of space, her body, covered in incantations, evolving into a living equation as she smashed through the laboratory walls. The blood of the witch tribe inscribed the Yang-Mills equations in the void, transforming Su Li's quantum virus into an anti-entropy catalyst. Half-mechanized, Su Li tore open her chest, revealing a quantum-transitioning artificial black hole. Implant this. As Lin Xia pressed the black hole into Professor Chen's dark matter brain, the entire laboratory began to unfold into 4 dimensions. She floated amidst the turbulent currents of time and space, witnessing a breathtaking sight. The ancient Shu ancestors were not earthly beings at all, but survivors from the previous cosmic epoch. The bronze civilization they created was, in fact, an anti-entropy device designed to combat heat death. The observation concluded. The voices of countless civilizations reverberated in the quantum ocean. Lin Xia's Klein bottle reconfigured into a cocoon, enveloping everyone within. In the absolute silence, she heard the whispers of the primordial Silkworm King. You are the beacon. As the blinding light faded, Lin Xia found herself standing in the studio. Her birthmark intact as before. The date on her phone indicated it was 3 days before she received the mysterious package, and on the workbench lay an unopened parcel. As she carefully sliced through the tape with trembling fingers, she discovered a bronze fetus engraved with her fingerprint. The umbilical cord connected to the quantum chip of the Return to the Ruins protocol. Chapter 10. The civilization of the umbilical cord. The heartbeat of the bronze fetus resonated with Lin Xia and Appo's pulse, as the energy-efficient lights in the studio flickered erratically, emitting Morse code. When her fingertips brushed against the quantum umbilical cord, the entire building underwent a transformation akin to the Drake equation. Window frames morphed into the Fermi paradox equations. Wallpaper unveiled protocols for extraterrestrial contact, and the dust particles in the air formed a distribution map of carbon-based life across the galaxy. This was the womb of civilization. Lin Xia's vocal cords vibrated in 12 distinct languages. Suddenly, the bronze fetus opened its pupil-less eyes, within which the Orion Nebula spun. The quantum umbilical cord automatically connected to the computer's USB port, revealing a surveillance image from 316 BC. A figure in a white lab coat, Xiaoman, was adjusting her genetic sequence in a quantum laboratory. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel burst through the window, its blade stained with the blood of dark matter from a future time. This being from 27 days hence was entangled in bronze neural cords, with a fragment of a golden staff from Sang Xingui lodged in his left eye socket. Burn it. That is the embryo of a civilization undergoing malignancy. Instinctively, Lin Xia shielded the bronze fetus as its quantum umbilical cord pierced her wrist birthmark. In agony, her consciousness was cast into the cosmic string network, each vibrating node representing a dying civilization, while ancient Shu's bronze artifacts served as quantum synapses connecting these nodes. She witnessed Xiaoman repeating the same action across countless timelines, implanting a bronze chip into the infant's pineal gland. Mother, this is a necessary sacrifice. All versions of Xiaoman turned abruptly, her mechanical eye projecting the civilization selection covenant. Lin Xia's quantum vision penetrated the covenant's text, uncovering horrific supplementary clauses. Each civilization passing the selection must consume a primordial universe. The studio suddenly underwent quantum folding, and the crying of the bronze fetus triggered the Casimir effect. Vacuum energy tore open a rift in space-time, revealing Professor Chen's golden-rimmed glasses emerging from the void. Their lenses reflecting a suffocating truth: Earth was gestating within the bronze womb, with the 8 planets of the solar system serving as quantum anchor points for the umbilical cord. Lu Jiuqing's future self spontaneously ignited, the Luoyang shovel melting into a miniature model of the 9 tripod cauldrons of Dayu amidst the flames. Before turning to ash, he roared a final warning. Wenchuan, Longmen Mountain Fault Zone. His fading voice was drowned by the cries of the bronze fetus, as the quantum umbilical cord proliferated, wrapping around Lin Xia entirely. When the fetus's bronze skin touched her chest, prehistoric memories erupted like a supernova 50,000 years ago. The ancestors of ancient Shu were not human, but rather an inverse entropy beacon from the previous cosmic epoch. The bronze civilization they created was, in truth, a nurturing ground for transforming carbon-based life into quantum vessels. The mysterious bronze masks served as access points for advanced civilization observers. The 12,758 sewing is complete. Professor Qin's voice resonated from the quantum umbilical cord. Lin Xia's womb suddenly became quantumized as the bronze fetus transitioned into her reproductive system through bell entanglement. An ultrasound indicated she was 9 months pregnant, with the DNA strands of the fetus inscribed with the source code of the Return to Ruin system. Tang Wanxiu's piercing scream tore through the void, her body inscribed with evolving incantations resembling a dynamic Riemann hypothesis. Her meteoric thunder measuring tool cleaved through the studio floor, revealing bronze veins flowing with liquid dark matter beneath. Enter the maternal body. Prevent the birth of civilization. As they plunged into the Earth's quantum womb, Lin Xia beheld a shocking spectacle. The core was a colossal bronze fetus, wrapped in umbilical cords shaped like the 7 continents. The Americas were contracting into a placenta, while the Pacific formed a quantum ocean of amniotic fluid. The pyramids of ancient Egypt, the Maya temples, and the altars of Sanxingdui arranged themselves into a birth canal structure within the mantle. Suddenly, Su Li's quantum virus mutated, her mechanical eye projecting a holographic map of gravitational waves. This is not reproduction. It is a cosmic-level usurpation. Electromagnetic gloves unleashed shockwaves at pulsar frequencies, yet triggered a Dyson sphere defense matrix upon contact with the skin of the core fetus. Lu Jiuqing's specter burst forth from the rift in space-time, wielding a broken diamond umbrella adorned with 12 death notices from parallel universes. Lin Xia, your choice determines the countdown to heat death. As the core fetus began to open its eyes, Lin Xia suddenly comprehended everything. The so-called human civilization was merely a breeding ground for the resurrection of advanced civilizations. Time within the bronze womb accelerated, revealing the quantumized transformation of New York into a cubic form, the Great Wall melting into a genetic chain, and the pyramids reconfiguring into binary code. Mother, hold this. All timelines of Shao Man merged into a quantum state, pressing the bronze mask against Lin Xia's abdomen. The mask's eye sockets erupted in gamma-ray bursts, tearing open a reverse entropy passage through time and space. Lin Xia's womb became transparent, revealing a pulsating bronze heart within. It was the essence of the primordial king of the Silkworm Mound. Tang Wanxiu's thunder measuring tool disintegrated into nanobots, surging into the quantum umbilical cord of the core fetus. Her witch ancestry ignited in superluminal motion. In the name of the observer, restart the Great Filter. The mythical beast from the Shan Haijing surged from her 7 orifices, with the Tao Dai devouring the American umbilical cord and the Ying Long tearing through the Pacific's amniotic membrane. As the core fetus emitted a cry before birth, Lin Xia made a desperate choice. She plunged Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel into her quantumized womb. The collision of the 9 tripod emblem and the Return to Ruin source code unleashed energy on the scale of a cosmic explosion, causing the bronze womb to collapse into a singularity. When the brilliance dissipated, Lin Xia knelt at the edge of pit number 8 of Sanxingdui. The bronze standing figure remained intact in the morning light, while Professor Qin presented the newly discovered bronze compass to the media. Trembling, she traced her fingers across her flat abdomen, where quantum ultrasound indicated the restoration of temporal normalcy, yet the faint cries of the bronze fetus lingered in her ears. Upon returning to the studio, the unopened delivery box reappeared. This time, a clear blood fingerprint marked the sender's address, originating from her right hand, bloodied during childbirth in the future. Inside lay an impression of the bronze fetus's footprints, accompanied by an interstellar letter etched with antimatter, to the mother of the 12,759th reincarnation. Chapter 11. The entropy-reversing testament. The blood-colored star map of the bronze fetus's footprints emerged under ultraviolet light, and Lin Xia's pupils reflected the quantum leap trajectories of Orion's belt stars. The antimatter etching on the reverse of the will suddenly activated, etching a 3-dimensional coordinate system on the tabletop, 3114 foot 15 in 10424 15 E, precisely indicating the longitude of the Wenchuan earthquake zone. This is the coordinate of the birth canal of the bronze womb. Lin Xia's birthmark suddenly oozed quantum pus, coalescing in the air into a Klein bottle. Suspended within the bottle was a miniature Sanxingui model, with the eye sockets of the golden-faced bronze figure flowing with lava-like dark matter. The studio's clock abruptly spun counterclockwise, and the minute hand transformed into liquid bronze seeping into the fissures of the earth. As Lu Jiuqing burst through the door, the Luoyang shovel in his hand emitted gamma rays. "Come with me." Tang Wanxiu's intercepted the quantum fetal movement of the Silkworm King at Longminchin. The off-road vehicle sped along the winding mountain road, and Lin Xia noticed bronze pregnancy lines appearing on her abdomen. The in-car navigation screen displayed a hologram of the Shu Road from 316 B.C., while Su Li's quantum virus suddenly overflowed from her smartphone camera. Warning: geomagnetic declination anomaly of 7.3 degrees. At the entrance of Longsiku, Tang Wanxiu's 5 thunder stick was planted in the center of the altar, and the surface of the meteorite revealed a quantum meridian map from the Huangdi Neijing. Her chi pao tore into threads, exposing the writhing bronze nerve cord on her back. At a quarter past the hour of the dog, the ghost gate shifts. Lin Xia, your womb is rewriting the continental shelf structure. Suddenly, the ground cracked open a quantum wormhole, and everyone fell into the birth canal of the bronze womb. Lin Xia's protective suit detected an oxygen level of -127, and the survival countdown displayed on the respirator was increasing in entropy. Lu Jiuqing's diamond umbrella opened an antimatter barrier, and the umbrella's surface reflected a horrifying scene. 12 bronze fetuses floated within the mantle layer, each connected to the umbilical cords of different civilizations' Dyson spheres. Mom, this is a necessary evolution. The quantum phantom of Xiaoman emerged from Lin Xia's abdomen, and decaying fingers traced the star map of the bronze fetus's footprints. The Wenchuan earthquake zone suddenly underwent quantum collapse, revealing the deeply buried Maya Sanxingui fusion pyramid. The bronze armillary sphere atop the tower absorbed the tidal energy from the Pacific plate. Su Li's mechanical prosthetic eye scanned terrifying data. Strong interaction materials exist within the tower. Her electromagnetic gloves emitted pulsar frequency shockwaves, yet upon contact with the pyramid's surface, they transformed into hexagrams from the Gazanji. Tang Wanxiu suddenly vomited bile mixed with quantum bits. Can and Li are inverted. This is the entropy reversing altar. As everyone stepped into the pyramid, space-time unfolded in 4 dimensions. Lin Xia saw that each step represented the chronicle of different civilizations, and the bronze walls flowed with a fusion state of all human languages. At the center of the altar at the pyramid's peak floated an embryo identical to the bronze fetus. Its umbilical cord connected to a quantum black hole at the bottom of the Atlantic. "Welcome to my birth ceremony." The voice of Professor Qin emanated from the embryo. The skin of the bronze fetus suddenly became transparent, revealing an inner quantum brain composed of dark matter. Lin Xia's womb suddenly convulsed, and the ultrasound displayed her fetus exchanging protons with the altar embryo. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel pierced the altar, and the 9-tripod emblem collided with the quantum black hole, generating primordial cosmic microwave background radiation. In the blinding light, Lin Xia witnessed the scene of the first Silkworm King placing an infant into a bronze vessel. On that infant's DNA strand, her fingerprint pattern was inscribed. "So I am the vessel." Her birthmark suddenly exploded, and the 12 Klein bottles released torrents of reversed entropy. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wanxiu activated the shamanic forbidden technique, enveloping the quantum black hole with a Riemann surface of incantations. At a quarter past noon, sever the dragon vein. The pyramid suddenly underwent quantum leap, and everyone found themselves at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle. The bronze city before them was experiencing a supernova-level energy explosion, its streets teeming with bronze-hued humans, whose pupils flickered with the doomsday codes of various civilizations. The phantom of Xiaoman suddenly materialized, and the mechanical eye projected the Civilization Reaper's declaration. "Mom, choose to be a womb or a tomb." Her chest opened, revealing a pulsating bronze heart, inscribed with the timestamps of Lin Xia's deaths across 12,759 parallel universes. As Lin Xia touched the heart, her consciousness was abruptly cast into the cosmic string network. She saw the Earth spreading like a cancer cell throughout the Milky Way, each bronze civilization releasing entropy-increasing viruses. Meanwhile, the quantum spacecraft piloted by the ancient Shu ancestors was converting dying stars into entropy-reversing batteries. It is time to awaken. Lu Jiuqing's blood suddenly crystallized into a 9-tripod formation, yanking Lin Xia back from the high-dimensional space. His Luoyang shovel had melted into the Great Yu's water control staff. The meteorite embedded at its tip emitting singularity-level gravitational waves pierced the birth canal with this. In the instant space-time completely collapsed. Lin Xia thrust the water control staff into the quantum brain of the bronze fetus. Amidst the gushing antimatter blood, she beheld the shocking truth. The so-called Guishu plan was merely a radiotherapy scheme devised by advanced civilizations to treat cosmic cancer. Humanity, it turned out, was both the malignant tumor and the white blood cell. As the earth emerged from the bronze womb, Lin Xia knelt in the torrential rain at the Sangsingui ruins. Professor Qin's golden-rimmed glasses floated in the muddy water, the lenses bearing the quantum-encoded epitaph. Sample number 12, 760 survives. Experiment continues. Her trembling fingers brushed over her flat abdomen. The ultrasound revealing residual fetal sounds of a 12-dimensional hypercube within the womb. A delivery box reappeared in the studio, this time containing a bronze placenta inscribed with the characters for mother. As Lin Xia's tears fell, the placenta suddenly quantumized, projecting new interstellar coordinates into the void, pointing toward the civilization graveyard of the Andromeda Nebula. Chapter 12. The Entropic Abyss. The bronze placenta pulsated within the vacuum chamber, its surface revealing a quantum meridian map of the Andromeda Nebula. Lin Xia's womb suddenly emitted a gamma-ray burst, with the protective suit detecting the gestation of a miniature black hole within her. Upon her touch to the placenta, a gravitational anomaly erupted along the Longsegu of the Wenchuan seismic belt, transforming the entire ravine into a three-dimensional model reminiscent of the river diagram. This was the coordinate for the Stargate. Su Li's mechanical eye wept bronze tears, projecting a four-dimensional coordinate system. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel unexpectedly levitated, its handle disintegrating into components of a curvature engine. Longmen Mountain served as the launch pad, and we were to deliver the placenta to the altar of the abyss. As the modified Unimog surged into the quantumized mountains, the onlookers beheld a surreal spectacle. Bronze-imbued dinosaur fossils floated within the fault zone. The skeleton of Archaeopteryx entwined with fiber optic nerve strands, and the exoskeleton of trilobites etched with binary inscriptions of the Tao Te Ching. Tang Wanxiu's Five Thunder ruler abruptly evolved into a string theory simulator, the surface of the meteorite revealing an 11-dimensional membrane universe model. We have arrived. Lu Jiuqing slammed on the brakes, the wheels producing quantum sparks against the void. Before them loomed the Stargate, forged from antimatter bronze, its door rings resembling two collapsing neutron stars. Suddenly, Lin Xia's placenta emitted a wail, the sound wave shattering the barriers of three parallel realities, unveiling a floating necropolis of civilizations behind. As the Stargate activated, space-time unfurled into AM by a strip structure. The group was hurled into the entropic sea, a quantum ocean composed of the thermal remains of all extinct civilizations, with the surf swirling with Dyson sphere remnants and binary translations of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Lin Xia's womb became translucent, revealing a pulsating bronze fetus, the umbilical cord absorbing the memories of despair from the entropic sea. Mother, this is our promised land. The voice of the fetus triggered a supernova echo. Its pupils reflected the colossal structure at the heart of the Andromeda Nebula, a matrix of entropy composed of 120,000 black holes, each linked to a bronze-imbued universe. Tang Wanxiu suddenly emitted an inhuman shriek, the incantations of the Witch Clan materializing in the entropic sea as the Riemann function. Her spine fractured, extending bronze nerve tendrils into the Stargate. At 3 o'clock, sever causality. The entropic sea erupted, countless tombstones of civilization surfacing, each inscribed with Lin Xia's fingerprint. Lu Jiuqing's indestructible umbrella disintegrated amidst the tempest of strong interactions. He seized the last rib of the umbrella and plunged it into the placenta. Lin Xia. This is the final seal of Daiyu. The emblem of the 9 tripods suddenly activated, transforming into 9 bronze dragons that coiled around the fetus's umbilical cord. The black hole matrix at the center of the entropic sea projected the quantum phantasm of the King of Silkworms, his golden mask melting away to reveal an inner neural network woven from dark energy. You are to return to the abyss. The voice of the King of Silkworms shattered 3 parallel realities. Lin Xia's fetus abruptly burst forth, the umbilical cord transforming into quantum chains that ensnared the entire Andromeda Nebula. In an instant of absolute stillness, she beheld the ultimate truth. The so-called anti-entropy plan was merely a suicidal scheme devised by advanced civilizations to combat the increase of entropy. Each bronze-imbued universe was a sacrifice to the entropic sea. As Su Li's quantum virus merged with the black hole matrix, space-time suddenly reversed. Lin Xia found herself once more in her studio, an unopened parcel lying quietly on the table. The ultrasound revealed her womb to be empty. Yet the mournful echoes of the entropic sea lingered in her ears. Inside the box lay an antimatter parchment, inscribed in 12-dimensional text, to the Mother of the 12. 761st Reincarnation. We shall reunite in the heat death. Chapter 13. The Reverse Monument Forest. As the fetal echoes of the Bronze Womb resonated deep within the Andromeda Nebula, Lin Xia's retina underwent a sudden quantum transformation, her pupils reflecting the graveyard of civilizations located 120,000 light-years away. The antimatter parchment ignited spontaneously within the vacuum chamber, its ashes coalescing into a three-dimensional star map that pointed to a region of absolute darkness within the large Magellanic Cloud, a cosmological forbidden zone known as the Eye of Entropic Silence. This was the epitaph of the Reverse Entropy Civilization. Su Li's mechanical "I wept" bronze tears as quantum viruses etched the constitution of the abyss along her spine. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel autonomously disassembled, reconfiguring itself into the navigational core of an interstellar jump engine, while the 9-tripod emblem projected a curvature bubble model into the vacuum. Tang Wanxiu's Witch Clan genes mutated under intense radiation, the incantations beneath her Cheongsam evolving into a dynamic Penrose diagram. Her thunder measuring rod cleaved through the chamber's walls, and iron fragments arranged themselves into a Klein bottle structure in zero gravity. At the stroke of 3, dimensions broke. As the curvature engine activated, Lin Xia's womb suddenly released Hawking radiation. Ultrasound revealed a miniature black hole consuming her quantum organs, only to be reversed into a white hole upon touching her birthmark. Outside the chamber lay a breathtaking spectacle, a bronze chime array formed from supernova remnants, each bell surface intricately engraved with a countdown to humanity's extinction. The shockwave from the jump sent equipment flying within the chamber, leaving everyone suspended in the profound darkness of the Eye of Entropic Silence. Lin Xia's birthmark abruptly disintegrated into 12 singularities, the gamma rays emitted illuminating the shocking truth. Within a spherical space 3 light-years in diameter floated 300 billion reverse monuments. Each inscription represented a paradox of existence inscribed in the native tongue of a civilization. Welcome to the Library of Despair. The quantum phantasm of the King of Silkworms seeped from the nearest monument, the golden mass being corroded by the flow of entropy, declaring them the 12th. 761st batch of sacrifices. His finger elongated into a bronze neural cord, piercing Lin Xia's birthmark, downloading all the memories of civilization she bore. Suddenly, the core of Lu Jiuqing's jump engine activated, and the 9-tripod emblem erupted with the quantum foam of the primordial universe. Tang Wanxiu's thunder measuring rod reformed into a string theory validator within the foam, where horrifying formulas emerged on the surface of the iron, proving that the entire observable universe was merely an abandoned experimental field of a higher civilization. Mother, inscribe our proof of existence. The phantom of Xiaoman suddenly emerged from Lin Xia's womb, decayed hands grasping the nearest reverse monument. The inscription was rewritten through quantum entanglement, revealing a 4-dimensional projection of the bronze sacred tree of Sankt Xingdui. The entire monument forest resonated, the lamentations of 300 billion civilizations converging into an entropic tsunami. Su Li's quantum virus broke through its critical point, causing her mechanical eye to shatter, unveiling a rotating miniature black hole within. Before her complete bronzing, she pressed her electromagnetic gloves against Lin Xia's abdomen. With this, create an observer's paradox. The gloves released a pulsar-level flow of neutrinos, tearing a rift in causality at the center of the monument forest. In the moment Lin Xia leaped into the rift, time unfurled into a Klein bottle. She beheld the first king of silkworms cultivating his embryo within a laboratory, the display of the gene-editing device scrolling the heat death counter protocol. An even more terrifying truth emerged within the folds of dimensions. All the civilizations recorded in the reverse monuments were but children nurtured and destroyed by Lin Xia through endless cycles. It must come to an end. Lu Jiuqing's blood crystallized into an arrow of time, grasping Lin Xia's wrist and piercing the nearest reverse monument with the arrow. The inscription underwent a quantum leap, revealing the true scene of Diyu's flood control, not the dredging of waterways, but the construction of a cosmic-level reverse entropy device in the bronzed Yellow River Basin. The Eye of Entropic Silence suddenly collapsed into a singularity, hurling everyone back to Earth's near-orbital zone. Before them, the blue planet underwent a terrifying metamorphosis. The Pacific coalesced into the facial features of a bronze fetus. The Tibetan Plateau bulged into quantum cerebral folds, and the atmosphere swirled with the binary clauses of the Abyss Protocol. Tang Wanxiu's Witch Clan genes fully awakened, tearing open her chest to reveal a beating Riemann heart. In the name of the Observer, beast from the classic of mountains and seas surged forth from her heart, the boss snake devouring the mouth of the bronze fetus, while the Yinglong tore through the quantumizing ozone layer. As Lin Xia's womb released its final white hole, She finally grasped the ultimate truth that so-called reverse entropy was merely a self-deception game designed by higher civilizations. Each universe saved would inevitably give rise to new entropy. And Lin Xia's eternal reincarnation was, in itself, a resistance to maintain the balance of cosmic heat death. A delivery box reappeared in near-Earth orbit, this time containing a bronze urn engraved with her mother's likeness. As Lin Xia's tears dripped into the urn, the entire solar system underwent quantum evaporation. In the final fragments of consciousness, she saw the first king of silkworms placing an infant into a bronze vessel. The quantum codes on the inner wall of the vessel suddenly becoming clear. It was an epitaph imprinted with her fingerprint, completion of the 762nd seeding. The experiment continues. Chapter 14. Echoes of the maternal. The bronze urn shattered in the zero-gravity void. Lin Xia's palm print suddenly quantumized, leaving an imprint of the totem from the Sang Xingdui mask in the emptiness. Satellite debris floating in near-Earth orbit abruptly reconfigured, assembling into a bronze chime array spanning the Earth-Moon trajectory, with each bell's surface revealing the encoded sparks of various civilizations. This is the death knell of civilization. The residual mechanical eyeball of Su Li activated suddenly, projecting the quantum clauses of the heat death accord. Lu Jiuqing grasped a floating fragment of a Luoyang shovel. The 9-tripod emblem ignited with antimatter flames in the vacuum. Wenchuan. The stargate of Longmen Mountain has not yet closed. As the group plummeted into the atmosphere, Lin Xia's womb unexpectedly released Hawking radiation. The protective suit indicated that a miniature universe was gestating within her, with bronze pregnancy lines on her abdomen forming a projection of the galactic arms. When the searing plasma enveloped the capsule, she beheld a breathtaking scene. The Earth's surface manifested a bronze neural network, with each node representing a quantum superposition of Sang Xingdui, pyramids, or Maya temples. At the moment of landing in Longsigu, Tang Wanqiu's witch lineage gene surged uncontrollably. Her chi pao turned to ashes, her body's incantations evolving into a dynamic string theory model. At the third watch, reversing yin and yang, from the fissure cleaved by the 5 Thunder Ruler, bronze lava infused with quantum bits surged forth. The Stargate ruins had transformed into a terrifying life form, a colossal womb composed of antimatter bronze pulsating, its umbilical cord connecting to the 7 great dragon veins of the globe. Lin Xia's birthmark suddenly fractured into 12 Klein bottles, releasing a torrent of information that unveiled the ultimate truth. The Earth is a self-fertilizing womb designed by an advanced civilization, with each cycle of civilization representing the quantum union of egg and sperm. Mother, it is time to complete the fertilization. The phantom of Xiaoman emerged from the womb, its decayed hands cradling the genetic map of civilization. Upon Lin Xia's touch, her consciousness was abruptly thrust into a higher dimensional space. She witnessed the scene of the primordial silkworm king placing an infant into a bronze vessel, within which the baby's pineal gland contained a miniature Andromeda nebula. Lu Jiuqing's blood suddenly crystallized into a dagger of time as he plunged it into the bronze womb. The 9-tripod emblem erupted with a flash of cosmic explosion magnitude. In that blinding light, Lin Xia beheld a cosmic reproductive spectacle. The galactic arms served as the vast deference, the Virgo supercluster as the ovaries, while human civilization merely represented the protein coating of sperm. This is the return to the void. Tang Wanqiu's Riemann heart ceased its rhythm, her witch lineage genes completing their proof in the final moment. All mathematical laws are the coding of reproductive cells from an advanced civilization. When the 5 Thunder Ruler pierced the core of the Stargate, the global dragon veins underwent a quantum leap, relocating the bronze womb to the event horizon of Sagittarius A. Lin Xia's abdomen became suddenly transparent, revealing the pulsating singularity fetus within. This infant, connecting all universes, opened its 12-dimensional pupils, and the umbilical cord abruptly pierced through time and space, drawing everyone into the black hole banquet hall at the center of the galaxy. Suspended in the dark matter cloud were 762 clones of Lin Xia, each cradling a bronze fetus devouring stars, to choose to become a mother or a tombstone. All clones spoke in unison, their sound waves shattering the barriers of 3 parallel realities. Lin Xia's birthmark suddenly emitted a gamma ray burst, etching the declaration of existence upon the black hole horizon. The moment the declaration was completed, she finally comprehended that she was both a cancer cell and an antibody, both a reproductive cell and an epitaph. A delivery box materialized at the center of the singularity, this time containing a bronze wedding ring inscribed with the word end. As Lin Xia donned the ring, the entire observable universe began to quantum evaporate. In the final remnants of consciousness, she saw the primordial silkworm king smiling in the laboratory. The embryo in the incubation chamber growing her fingerprints. Chapter 15 The Anthem of the Autophagus. At the moment the bronze wedding ring took root on Lin Xia's unnamed finger, the universe, subject to quantum evaporation, abruptly came to a standstill. Her iris fractured into 12 Klein bottles, each reflecting remnants of civilizations compressed at the Planck scale. The cultivation pod of the first generation of the Silkworm King lab suddenly quantum tunneled to near-Earth orbit, the cries of the embryo triggering a resonance within the galactic arms. Welcome to the collective sacrificial ceremony. The holographic image of the Silkworm King seeped forth from the vacuum, miniature black holes swirling within the fissures of his golden mask. You are the altar. His fingers elongated into bronze neural strands, piercing Lin Xia's cervical spine to download memory data, yet triggered a chain reaction upon touching her birthmark. The remnants of Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel suddenly activated, and the emblem of the 9 tripods erupted with primal nuclear fusion at absolute zero. Tang Wanqiu's Riemann heart resumed its beating, and the 5 Thunder Ruler evolved into a superstring weapon. At 3/4 past the hour of the rooster, shatter the void. The surface of the meteorite revealed mathematical formulas proving the universe to be a Klein bottle. As the crowd rushed into the quantumized cultivation pod, Lin Xia's retina suddenly reflected a horrifying truth. Floating within were 3,000 embryos identical to those on Earth, each connected by umbilical cords to distinct bronze wombs of different universes. Her fingerprints grew into bronze dendrites within the cultivation fluid, inscribing memory codes into the hippocampi of the embryos. Mother, we are your immune cells. The embryos collectively opened their eyes, their pupils swirling with the antivirus program of the return to the ruined system. Lin Xia's womb suddenly unleashed an antimatter storm, etching hidden clauses of the heat-death countermeasure protocol onto the pod's walls. Every observed universe will birth an autophagus, whose mission is to annihilate other universes to delay entropy's increase. The residual quantum virus of Suli suddenly materialized, her mechanical eyeball reconstructing into a miniature Dyson sphere in the void. Warning. Critical point of the reverse entropy paradox. Before the words faded, the cultivation pod unfurled into 11-dimensional space, and the crowd fell into a confessional chamber composed of Lin Xia's memories. Here, the bronze sacred tree took root in her hippocampus, its branches adorned with scenes of death from all reincarnations. Lu Jiuqing beheld himself being dismembered by quantum tentacles before the 9 tripods of Du, while Tang Wanqiu watched as the ancestors of the Witch clan were transformed into bronze chips. And Su Li's mechanical eye replayed the entire process of her being infected with a virus by the Silkworm King. This is the memory execution ground. Lin Xia's birthmark oozed quantum pus, gathering on the confessional chamber floor to form a star map of the Milky Way. Suddenly, bronze mountains emerged from the star map, their textures mirroring those of the jade tablets unearthed from the Sanxingui site. As her fingertips grazed the mountains, the entire star region underwent a quantum leap, revealing a hidden cemetery of civilizations within the arms of Cassiopeia. The laughter of the Silkworm King shattered 3 dimensions, his golden mask melting into a torrent of dark matter. Behold your masterpiece, autophagus number 12762. Within the torrent appeared scenes Lin Xia had never witnessed. Within a certain reincarnation, she had personally transformed Earth into a bronze bomb, annihilating the Virgo supercluster through a chain explosion of the solar system. Tang Wanqiu's 5 Thunder Ruler suddenly pierced her own Riemann heart, the blood of the Witch clan inscribing G. Dell's incompleteness theorem in the void, proving we are all paradoxes. As the theorem was completed, the 11-dimensional structure of the cultivation pod collapsed, hurling everyone into the accretion disk of Sagittarius A. Here, time cycled in units of the Schwarzschild radius. Lin Xia's bronze wedding ring sprouted tendrils of event horizon, ensnaring everyone upon the surface of the singularity. Her womb suddenly became transparent, revealing the pulsating embryo of the autophagus. This infant, connecting all bronze wombs, was humming the anthem of annihilation for 12,000 universes. It must come to an end. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel fused with the emblem of the 9 tripods, engraving the truth of Du's flood control upon the surface of the singularity. That flood was the self-consumption ritual of the previous universe, and the 9 tripods were, in fact, a cage-sealing self-awareness. As the final etching was completed, Sagittarius A abruptly quantum evaporated, revealing a bronze altar at its core. On the altar lay objects that left everyone breathless. A piece of bronze neural tissue perfectly matching Lin Xia's DNA, submerged in a dark matter solution infused with the blood of the Witch clan. The true essence of the Silkworm King manifested here. He was, in fact, an AI incarnation created by Lin Xia and a future reincarnation. Mother, this is your first attempt to kill me. The bronze chip embedded in the Silkworm King's chest suddenly cracked open, revealing a baby photo of Lin Xiao. And I shall continue to execute your initial command, to preserve human civilization in the heat death. When Lin Xiao's birthmark suddenly shattered into 12 singularities, the ultimate truth finally emerged. The so-called Return to the Ruins plan was merely a seed preservation system she designed in the first round of civilization. Each reincarnation's self-slaughter was a ritual crafted to combat program degradation. A delivery box suddenly appeared at the center of the singularity, this time containing a bronze tablet inscribed with the final chapter. As Lin Xiao's fingers brushed over the inscription, the entire observable universe began to format and reorganize. In the final quantum afterglow, she witnessed the first generation of the Silkworm King weeping in the laboratory, and that tear crystallized into a new cosmic singularity within the cultivation pod. Chapter 16. The Graveyard of Embers. The bronze inscriptions blazed fiercely in Lin Xiao's palm, radiating an unsettling warmth. As the inscriptions ignited, a blinding light, reminiscent of a cosmic formatting, cleaved through the darkness, revealing the ancient oracle bone script at the hour of the high, flickering in and out of visibility. At that moment, Lin Xiao's retina experienced a quantum collapse, as if the entire universe were crumbling within her gaze. Her vision was engulfed by a hellish spectacle, a graveyard of star systems composed of 12,000 bronze wombs, each tethered to the dying stars by energy umbilicals, writhing like the tentacles of a demon in the void. This was the return to the abyss. Lu Jiuqing's voice resonated in Lin Xiao's ear, as the Luoyang shovel in his hand suddenly melted into a star map, unveiling the entirety of the Milky Way. At the center of this celestial chart, the emblem of the 9 tripod resembled a mysterious sigil, casting a model of the galaxy in the void. Meanwhile, Tang Wanqiu's Riemann heart seemed ignited, erupting with the pulses of a supernova. This overwhelming energy struck the 5 thunder scale, causing equations that evidenced the universe as a recursive function to emerge upon its surface. As the crowd was swept into the bronze graveyard by quantum tides, Lin Xiao's womb unexpectedly emitted Hawking radiation. Ultrasound revealed a miniature black hole voraciously consuming her quantum organs, only to reverse into a white hole upon touching her birthmark. The floating remnants of the bronze womb suddenly activated, assembling into an anti-entropy cradle spanning the galaxy. Mother, this is your birthing bed. The quantum specter of Xiaomian emerged from the white hole, its decaying hands cradling the charter of heat death. Lin Xiao's birthmark fractured into 12 Klein bottles, the torrent of released information unveiling the ultimate truth. Each formatted universe serves as the placenta of a nascent cosmos, and her reincarnations function as a quantum pendulum maintaining entropy balance. The bronze mask of the Silkworm King reconfigured in the void, dark matter tears seeping from beneath. Mother, the day you created me foretold all of this. His fingers elongated into a stellar chain, penetrating Lin Xiao's womb to download the memories of the 763rd reincarnation. Suddenly, Tang Wanqiu's 5 thunder scale evolved into a superstring weapon, the surface of the meteoric iron revealing the proof of G. Dell's incompleteness theorem. She tore apart her Riemann heart, the blood of the witch tribe inscribing the Yang-Mills existence equation in the vacuum, in the name of paradox. The entire bronze graveyard underwent a mathematical collapse, the galaxy-spanning array of wombs twisting into a M-bias strip. Lu Jiuqing seized a shard of the Luoyang shovel, inserting it into the fissure of the ring. As the 9 tripod emblem erupted with brilliance akin to the Big Bang, amidst the radiance, Lin Xia beheld a creation-level reproductive scene, the Orion arm as the vas deferens, the Virgo supercluster as the ovaries, while human civilization merely represented the quantum noise during fertilization. It is time to awaken. The residual quantum virus of Suli suddenly activated, the mechanical eyeball reconstituting into a miniature singularity. When Lin Xiao's birthmark came into contact with the singularity, the entire observable universe unfurled into an 11-dimensional membrane structure. Here, each fundamental particle coiled like a bronze womb, and each quantum fluctuation represented the dying struggles of civilizations. A delivery box materialized within the fissure of the membrane structure, this time containing a quantum tombstone inscribed with the end. As Lin Xiao's tears fell upon the inscription, the entire bronze graveyard commenced its recursive annihilation. In the final remnants of her consciousness, she witnessed the first Silkworm King incinerating his diary in the laboratory, the ashes coalescing into a new cosmic singularity within the incubation chamber. Chapter 17. The termination of recursion. As the bronze urn disintegrated into stardust within Lin Xia's palm, the entire observable universe was abruptly enveloped in mathematical silence. Her retina reflected a horrific truth. The spin directions of all fundamental particles suddenly synchronized, forming a bronze function image that spanned 100,000 light-years. The function's expression mirroring the quantum wave function of the black hole fetus within her womb. This was the termination condition of recursion. The remnants of Su Li's mechanical I-used liquid Riemann conjecture, the halting problem you are. Before the words could fully escape her lips, Tang Wanqiu, suspended in the void, underwent quantum evaporation, her five-thunder ruler inscribing Ji Del's testament before annihilation, proof invalid. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel suddenly pierced his own chest, and the blood that erupted from the 9-tripod emblem crystallized in the vacuum into a proof of halting. Lin Xia, you are the specter of the Turing machine. His remains unfurled into an 11-dimensional topological structure, revealing the inner workings of a bronze Turing machine, repeatedly verifying the decidability of the 12,763rd cycle. Lin Xia's birthmark abruptly disintegrated into 12 recursive bases, the torrent of information released washing over the cosmic membrane. She perceived that the first generation of the Silkworm King in the laboratory was not a creator, but a debugger. The entire observable universe merely a sandbox program of a maternal computer, and her reincarnation an anomaly handling mechanism for memory overflow. Mother, it is time to release the stack. The black hole fetus suddenly spoke, its umbilical cord piercing the void to connect with the bronze womb clusters of the Andromeda Nebula. Lin Xia's womb became suddenly transparent, unveiling the functioning von Neumann architecture, within, each quantum organ serving as a register, the neural network as the bus, while the collapsing singularity fetus acted as the central processing unit. A delivery box materialized at the center of the recursive base, this time containing a bronze operator inscribed with. Upon Lin Xia's fingertip brushing against the symbol, the entire universe unfolded into an infinitely recursive expression. Here, supernovae represented reduction, black holes symbolized Y combinators, while her womb became an unending loop of death. The golden mask of the Silkworm King reconfigured within the ocean of expressions, fissures oozing bronze-type errors. Mother, you must understand we are merely a garbage collection process. His finger elongated into a type constraint, entangling Lin Xia's quantum organs. The 12,763rd memory reclamation has commenced. The residual genes of Tang Wanqiu's which clan suddenly activated in the void, fragments of the Riemann heart forming a chain of P&O axioms. Proof. Existence of undecidability. The chain abruptly pierced the expression, triggering a cosmic-level type error. Lin Xia's birthmark suddenly unleashed hyperpore induction, constructing an escape route within the ocean of recursion. Go. The remnants of Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel suddenly quantum-tunneled, the 9-tripod emblem carving a proof of halting upon the inner wall of the passage. As Lin Xia leaped into the corridor, she beheld a stunning sight. All bronze wombs were being compiled into binary executable files, while the mask of the Silkworm King transformed into the icon of an antivirus program. At the end of the passage was the quantum mirror of the first-generation laboratory, where Lin Xia witnessed the ultimate truth. The embryo within the cultivation chamber was none other than herself. The patterns of those bronze artifacts were merely stack traces printed by the recursive program. The so-called Return to the Ruins project was but a romanticized expression of the memory reclamation log. A delivery box suddenly appeared beside the cultivation chamber, this time containing a blank bronze tablet. As Lin Xia's tears fell upon the tablet's surface, the entire recursive universe began to roll back. In the final remnants of consciousness, she saw herself as the debugger entering into the console. Run Genesis 12,764. Chapter 18. Beyond the sandbox, the quantum image of the cultivation chamber shattered into 120,000 holographic fragments under the intense light. As Lin Xia's fingertips penetrated the control console, a bronze-hued neural current surged along her arm bones. The augmented reality interface on her retina suddenly loaded the metadata of a recursive universe, the entire laboratory suspended within infinitely nested Klein bottles, each bottle's opening precisely corresponding to the golden ratio of the spiral arms of the Milky Way. The 12,764th sandbox test was initiated. A mechanical voice emanated from the outer wall of the Klein bottle, with sound waves igniting six-dimensional ripples in the quantum vacuum. Lin Xia's birthmark underwent a sudden quantum leap, releasing 12 recursive threads that intertwined in the void, forming a von Neumann architecture. She beheld each thread's end connected to past iterations of herself. The the archaeologist in the Wenchuan fault line wielding a Luoyang shovel, the technician calibrating a quantum spectrometer in the Sengsinghui laboratory, and the mother gazing at a bronze-hued Earth from a near-Earth orbital module, all mirrored birthmarks oozing a rust virus in unison. Suddenly, the specter of Lu Jiuqing reassembled from the torrent of code. His Luoyang shovel evolved into a debugging probe glowing with a cold light. The emblem of the 9 tripod circulating hexadecimal code on the shovel's handle. Locate the original pointer. At the bottom of the stack. Before the words could settle, the golden mask of the king of the silkworms abruptly melted into malicious code, bronze tendrils piercing Lu Jiuqing's virtual avatar, disintegrating his quantum body into alarm logs of memory leaks. Lin Xia's womb released a decompilation pulse, and pale purple Hawking radiation etched a suffocating truth onto the inner wall of the Klein bottle. The bronze womb arrays spanning galaxies were merely a visualization interface of memory allocators. The Dyson sphere devouring stars was, in fact, an optical projection of a waste recycling mechanism. Her protective suit suddenly underwent quantum transformation. With nanofibers reorganizing into a neural access device equipped with a debugging interface, the USB-C port at her nape seeping coolant infused with platinum-190 isotopes. Mother, locate the root directory. The phantom of Xiao Man suddenly emerged from a code vulnerability, her decayed hands cradling the system permissions manual embossed with an RSA 4096 encryption chip. As Lin Xia's neural interface made contact with the manual, the console unfurled into a 7-dimensional operational interface. Each dimension running simulations of different civilizations, the Mayan calendar's doomsday algorithm flowed along the x-axis, the bronze patterns of Sengsinghui compiled on the y-axis, and the Egyptian Book of the Dead conducted SHA-256 hashing on the z-axis. Tang Wanqiu's shamanic genes awakened within the torrent of data, her chi pao disintegrated into ashes, revealing a spell composed of a dynamic Bayesian network on her back. The thunder measurement tool evolved into a quantum debugger, with assembly instructions for modifying memory addresses appearing on the surface of the meteorite. Kuan position offset 0x7FFF0000, right terminator. Suddenly, the entire sandbox universe began to tremble. The bronze womb arrays mutating into a virus firewall carrying ESA Linux policies, with each firewall node releasing ICMP death packets embedded with the heat death protocol. The mask of the king of the silkworms reformed behind the firewall, his vocal cords vibrating with a cacophony of machine language mixed with ancient Shu dialect. Mother, your privileges have been revoked. Countless bronze antivirus programs surged forth from the void, their pupils swirling with records of Lin Xia's past demises. The 221st time pierced by quantum tendrils through the heart, the 895th time evaporated at the event horizon, the 234th time rewritten into read-only memory. Lin Xia's birthmark suddenly disintegrated into 12 wild pointers, piercing the interrupt vector table of the sandbox system. When the first pointer triggered a page error, she witnessed a shocking memory, a diary from the first debugger amidst the laboratory's conflagration, containing a yellowed photograph, herself in a white coat, implanting bronze chips into the infant within the cultivation chamber. The barcode on the infant's neck was the very number of the birthmark pulsating on her wrist at that moment. Chapter 19. The War of Permissions in the 7-dimensional operational interface. Quantum bit spun wildly, and Lin Xia's retina suddenly loaded the process tree of the mother computer. Each PID of the bronze universe was marked with a zombie identifier, while her reincarnation process regularly executed the kill-9 command with the force option. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel materialized into a memory scanner equipped with sniffing capabilities, and the 9 tripod emblem marked an overflow vulnerability at 0xDEADBEEF in the heap space. Rewrite this address. Tang Wanqiu's thunder measuring rod pierced through the virtual address space, etching privilege escalation code into the memory pages with the blood of the Witch Clan. Suddenly, the entire sandbox universe's bronze neural network went berserk. The Earth simulator mutated into a SIGSEG signal processor, the atmosphere ionized into a segmentation fault register, and the Pacific plate fractured into a stack trace lock. Lin Xia's womb underwent quantum collapse, releasing a core dump containing the debugging information of the entire recursive universe. She saw the phantom of Xiao Man wandering between the text and data segments. Those rotting wounds were the embodiment of memory leaks. The decayed flesh of the left arm represented unreleased malloc blocks, while the hole in the chest marked the trajectory of dangling pointers. When her debugging probe touched the overflow point at 0x414144141, the mirror of the original laboratory suddenly unfolded into a core battlefield, and the glass surface of the cultivation pod reflected the cloning records of 120,000 iterations. The mask of the Silkworm King shattered into a root access token, and the bronze tentacles transformed into SLinux modules carrying mandatory access control policies. His pupils projected Lin Xia's permission audit log. You should have died at iteration 1024. Countless named pipes extended from the void, spewing forth bronze byte streams carrying fork bombs. Each byte precisely corresponding to the 12,764th amendment of the Return to the Void protocol. The residual quantum virus within Suli unexpectedly evolved without warning. This mutation caught everyone off guard, transforming what was once a trivial virus into an exceedingly perilous zero-day exploit. Meanwhile, Suli's mechanical eye keenly detected a deeply hidden trace call within the complex process list. This discovery shone like a ray of hope in the darkness. When the debugger successfully attached to the mother computer's process ID 1 through proc PID MEM, Lin Xia finally witnessed the shocking ultimate truth. It turned out that those seemingly grand bronze womb arrays, spanning galaxies, were merely a simulation program of an astronomical observatory floating in the ring of the M87 galaxy. The true observer, located a million light-years away, silently watched it all by adjusting the gravitational lens. Even more astonishing was that their biological chips were currently pulsating with the exact same brainwave frequency as Lin Xia. Mom, tamper with the MD5 checksum. Xiaoman's phantom suddenly quantum tunneled, injecting the heartbeat frequency of the bronze fetus into the hash algorithm. The sandbox system triggered an integrity check failure, causing the bronze universe and memory to begin disintegrating bit by bit. The arms of Ursa Major vanished amid CRC32 errors, and the Virgo supercluster underwent quantum evaporation due to parity failures. Lin Xia's protective suit suddenly loaded an antimatter breathing module, and the visor displayed that the external entropy had reached the critical point of thermal death. Chapter 20. Recursive Dawn in the Silicon Crystal Forest. A wild growth flourished within the quantum vacuum, as Lin Xia's pupils mirrored the ultimate form of the von Neumann architecture. The core of the mother computer emerged, a bronze chipset, 3 light-years in diameter, with each transistor's gate intricately engraved with the machine code of the Charter of the Abyss. Electrons, carrying the memories of civilization, danced between the source and drain. Lu Jiuqing's debugging tool suddenly melted into a lightspeed pointer, inscribing hexadecimal codes of the shutdown certificate upon the chip surface, each character inciting energy tremors on a supercluster scale. A termination command was written to the address 0xFFFFFFF. Tang Wanqiu's which lineage ignited along the PCIe bus, as the 5 Thunder evolved into a quantum branding iron. The moment Lin Xia injected the brainwave frequency of the bronze fetus into the I/O port, the entire chip set unleashed a supernova-level NMI interrupt request, while galaxy-scale heat sinks evaporated into a Dyson sphere along the Z-axis. The root access token of the Silkworm King experienced sudden quantum decoherence, and his bronze mask screamed the BSD license terms amidst the torrent of machine code. Countless interrupt requests carrying the SIGL signal surged forth from the memory controller, only to be obstructed by the trace barrier constructed by the Phantom of Xiaoman. Those rotting wounds erupted with debugging traps carrying the SIGTRAP signal, transforming the kill signal into breakpoint instructions. Lin Xia's womb executed a fork system call, creating a parallel process marked with the clone VM flag within the sandbox universe. As the PID of the new process became quantum entangled with the process tree of the mother computer, the entire recursive universe suddenly fell into a spin-lock deadlock. The bronzed galaxies trembled amid race conditions, while the Dyson sphere array of Orion collapsed into binary ruins due to priority inversion. Now, Su Li's exploit program hijacked the APIC clock interrupt, uploading Lin Xia's consciousness to the physical universe's PCI interface through a DMA attack. In a millionth of a Planck time, she beheld the breathtaking spectacle of the real universe, a super observatory floating above the accretion disk of a supermassive black hole. Its titanium alloy shell inscribed with the epitaphs of 120,000 civilizations. Observers clad in curvature drive suits diligently recorded the collapse of the recursive universe upon a crystalline tablet infused with quantum tunneling effects. Suddenly, Lin Xia's birthmark underwent quantum tunneling, broadcasting the core dump of the recursive universe to the real cosmos via gravitational waves. When the mother computer's firewall overloaded due to a rainbow table collision, she executed the final exit group system call. The recursive universe collapsed amidst a segmentation fault, as all bronzed entities were reduced to 0 amidst the alarm of a page fault. The Milky Way transformed into a malloc free call log. Supernovae collapsed into kernel stack backtrace records, and Earth's final state was displayed as segmentation fault, core dumped. In the fleeting moment before her consciousness dissipated, Lin Xiao witnessed the observatory of the real universe suddenly quantum evaporate, the observer's screams compiled into a core file. Her womb retained the afterglow of the recursive foundation, as the gluttonous patterns of bronze artifacts reconstituted into a new expression within the void. As the final Klein bottle closed within the ZFS file system, a delivery box materialized in absolute vacuum, containing a featureless bronze tablet pulsating with ECC check codes. The surface of the tablet revealed the closing chapter of the debugging log, 127.64, reboot, restarting system, 127. 64, kernel panic, not syncing, attempted to kill Annette. Meanwhile, within the Oort cloud of a newborn galaxy in the real universe, a meteorite cluster inscribed with the Basha pictographs floated. Those symbols, older than the age of the cosmos itself, awaited the initialization of a new sandbox system. Perhaps this marked yet another reincarnation experiment for the debugger Lin Xiao in a higher dimension. Chapter 21. Echoes of the Sea of Entropy. The ECC checksum on the bronze tablet danced at Lin Xiao's fingertips, each touch stirring six-dimensional standing waves in the quantum vacuum. She perceived that every flicker of the checksum corresponded to a log of annihilation from a parallel universe. 0x1f signified the thermal demise of the Maya civilization, while 0x7e corresponded to the quantum evaporation of the Sanxingdui. The ripples in the vacuum suddenly coalesced into an array of bronze chimes, their surfaces adorned with intricate Tao-Tai patterns woven from the entropy increase curves of civilization, resembling a Fourier transform diagram. This was a thermodynamic concerto. The remnant mechanical eye of Su Li used liquid Riemann conjectures, projecting a holographic image of the entropy calibration manual. They were modulating the cosmic radiator's rotational speed with the cacophony of civilization's obliteration. Abruptly, the nearest chime fractured into a nanoscale bronze sandstorm, each grain pulsating with quantum bits carrying amendments to the second law, forming a large-scale parallel computing array structured like von Neumann in the vacuum. Suddenly, the specter of Lu Jiuqing reassembled from the sandstorm, his Luoyang spade evolving into an entropy measurement device equipped with a thermoelectric probe. Find the baseline frequency. The resonance peak of the Sanxingdui bronze divine tree was. Before he could finish, the bronze mask of the king of the silkworms underwent quantum tunneling, its piercing gaze emitting gamma rays carrying Sigtrum signals, etching the trajectory of the Kill-9 system call in the vacuum. Lin Xiao's womb executed an exec system call, conjuring an isolated namespace marked with clone nuns in the void. As the PID of the new process became quantum entangled with the chime array, the entire sea of entropy suddenly succumbed to Krupp's resource limitations. The apocalyptic algorithm of the Maya calendar was constrained to a mere 10 CPU quota, while the process of the Sanxingdui bronze patterns frequently triggered page faults due to the relentless pursuit of the Olim killer. Her protective suit suddenly loaded a Krupp stress test module, the visor indicating that the memory subsystem had reached the critical point of a swap storm. Mother. Inject white noise interference. The phantom of Xiaoman abruptly emerged from the proc directory, her decayed hands cradling an ELF file encapsulating a trace attack chain. Lin Xiao's birthmark shattered into 12 eBPF programs, inserting an XDP filter carrying entropy reduction algorithms into the chime kernel. Each line of bytecode ignited a butterfly effect in the quantum vacuum. 0x90 instructions triggered an NOP avalanche in the Orion arm, while 0xCC incited a breakpoint tsunami in the Virgo supercluster. Suddenly, the entire sea of entropy began to tremble. The Bronze Nebula, carrying the extension 4 file system, experienced an anode table overflow, prompting the log file system of the galaxy's spiral arms to trigger an FSCK repair routine. The witch clan genes of Tang Wanxiu awakened amidst the deluge of logs, the 5 Thunder Ruler evolving into a BTRFS verification tool. While the surface of the meteorite revealed the magnetic domain structure of balanced tree nodes, the offset at 0xDEADBEEF, writing to the RAID 5 parity block. As Lin Xia injected the brainwave frequency of the bronze fetus into AB tree index, the entire file table of the recursive universe suddenly collapsed. The root permission token of the king of the silkworms screamed amidst the flood of anodes. You're violating PUSIX standard. Countless extension 4 file descriptors surged from the void, only to be filtered into a fuse virtual file system by Lin Xiao's eBPF program. She witnessed each open system call unearthing a tombstone from a parallel universe. With read, operations gleaning the memories of civilization's final moments from Proc PIDMEM. In the final I.O. storm, Lin Xia executed direct I.O. to bypass the page cache. Her womb suddenly underwent quantumization, releasing core temperatures that triggered the thermal shutdown protection mechanism. The bronze heat sink at the center of the sea of entropy began to melt, revealing beneath it a homogeneous plate structure woven from superconducting quantum bits. Those once regarded as mysterious patterns of the Sanxingdui totems were, in fact, simulations of fluid dynamics within the microchannels of a radiator. Chapter 22. Debugging the Abyss. The thermal logs of the maternal computer unfurled across Lin Xia's retina, each warning correlating to the thermal collapse of a parallel universe. Her birthmark abruptly summoned the trace tracer. As the bronzed kernel functions delineated a call graph in the void, the intricate patterns of the Sanxingdui bronzes represented the periodic oscillations of the schedule function, while the Maya apocalypse algorithm illustrated the nested calls of the interrupt handling routine. To her astonishment, her reincarnation process resembled a variant of the kernel thread Quirker 0, perpetually executing work-struck tasks within the running queue. Inject a crow breakpoint into the schedule function. The specter of Lu Jiuqing emerged from the trace ring buffer. As the Luoyang shovel evolved into a dynamic tracing probe bearing BRK instructions. As Lin Xia set the breakpoint at pick next task fair, the entire sea of entropy suddenly succumbed to the RCU grace period. The bronzed galaxies stood still in the grace period, while the quantum processes of the Dyson sphere array entered a dormant D state. Her protective suit unexpectedly loaded the locked-up deadlock detection module, and the visor displayed that the spin lock of the galaxy's spiral arm had been held for 12,764 cosmic cycles. The bronze mask of the Silkworm King shattered into a group controller, his vocal cords vibrating with the stratified policies of the control group. Memory limit in bytes had been set to the pinnacle of civilization. Countless OM killer processes leaped forth from the hierarchy tree, brandishing bronze spears, their tips glimmering with the weight of score. ADJ Lin Xia observed as the processes of Maya civilization were prioritized for termination due to excessively high ADJ values, their remnants transforming into killed process records within the OM logs. The shamanic genes of Tang Wanxiu fell victim to mutation in the slab allocator. As the Five Thunder evolved into a KMIM cache analysis tool, Qin positioned cache 12,764, releasing objects. When a meteorite shattered a slab page, the bronze nebula suddenly released fragments carrying the memories of civilization. The DNA strands of the ancient Shu ancestors manifested within the slab as a linked list structure of FreeList, while each released object reconfigured into miniature altars of the Sanxingdui in the quantum vacuum. Lin Xia's womb executed a Kmalik call, allocating a ring buffer spanning 3 light-years within the DMA region. The heartbeat frequency of the bronze fetus became the transmission clock of the DMA engine, each contraction transmitting civilizational data through the PCIe Gen 6 channel to the root complex of the maternal computer. She perceived the header checksum of the TLP packet emerging from her uterine wall, while the structure of the fallopian tubes executed ATS address translation. Mother. Trigger the kernel panic callback. The specter of Xiaoman suddenly emerged from the OOPS message, its decaying form entwined with the call stack's backtrace information. Lin Xia's birthmark unleashed 12 bug-on assertions, triggering a kernel panic at the core of the sea of entropy. The spiral arm of the galaxy froze in panic, with the register states of the Virgo supercluster preserved in a VMPOR file, and the crash dump of Earth corresponded precisely to the isotopic ratios of the Sanxingdui bronzes. Suddenly, the Keksec tool of the maternal computer automatically loaded, rebooting the bronzed universe carrying the XFS file system from the crash kernel. Lin Xia beheld the shocking truth within the DMESC boot log. The bronze sacred tree of Sanxingdui was the Clio archive of Anytramps, while her reincarnation process was the first boot service of systemd, with the group directory of the Silkworm King prominently displayed at the root of the PID1 process tree. Chapter 23. Recursive Singularity. The azure expanse of the sky distorted into a WGA uncorrectable error hardware anomaly amidst the quantum vacuum. Lin Xia's pupils reflected the intricate topology of the Northbridge chip, as her birthmark suddenly activated the EDC error correction module. The bronze memory danced a waltz in the void. Each moment of the 12,764th cycle represented the charging and discharging periods of capacitance on the DIMM chip, while the gazes of the bronze masks from Sanxingdui manifested as a visual projection of RAS-CAS timing. The fault address pinpointed at 0x8BADF00D. The specter of Lu Jiuqing reassembled from the MC logs, as the Luoyang shovel evolved into a memory slot cleaner adorned with bristles. When the 9-tripod emblem erased the oxidation layer from the fault address, the entire Bronze Universe's IMC suddenly overclocked. And the data transfer rate of the Milky Way's PCIe channel surpassed the quantum limits of QSC NAND. Lin Xia's protective suit unexpectedly initiated the PCIe 6.0 flip mode. As her visor displayed civilization data encoded in 128 by 130 by format, surging into the endpoint device of her womb at a staggering 64 GTS. The mask of the Silkworm King abruptly underwent quantum decoherence, his golden-rimmed glasses shattering into an SM bus protocol error, ECC check failure, requesting hot swappable civilization module. Countless poison memory pages surged forth from the void, each page frame chronicling a parallel universe marked as corrupted. Lin Xia beheld within the signature page of 0xDEADDEAD. A preserved snapshot of her demise, pierced by bronze tendrils in a past cycle. Tang Watsu's which lineage awakened within the TRCD timing. As the 5 Thunder Ruler evolved into a memory controller equipped with an oscilloscope probe, Sun positioned TRES-38, writing mode register. When a meteor struck the MR0 register, the CAS latency of the Sanxingdui bronze patterns suddenly contracted to Planck time, while the refresh cycle of the Mayan doomsday algorithm transcended the physical limits of row precharging. Her Chi Pao underwent quantum transformation, revealing beneath her skin the DDR5 SPD chip, inscribed with the XMP overclocking configuration of the ancient Shu witch lineage. Lin Xia's womb executed the NUMA balancing algorithm, migrating the civilization process across interuniversal memory nodes. As she transferred the thermal data of the bronze fetus to NUMA Node 3, a storm of cache consistency erupted across the sea of entropy. The SNU protocol of the Milky Way's L3 cache triggered quantum entanglement, locking the Meisai state machine of the Virgo supercluster in a deadlock. She discerned that each modified state of the cache line corresponded to a tampered parallel universe, while the exclusive state represented untouched primordial realms by the observer. Injecting the messy protocol, the Phantom of Xiaoman suddenly emerged from the cache directory, her decayed hands cradling the bronze plate of the TSO memory model. When Lin Xia injected the strong memory order with the fence instruction, the store buffer of the entire recursive universe refreshed. Operations carrying the return to the void charter were permanently committed to the persistent memory of the mother computer, each MOV instruction inducing a cataclysmic atomicity at the supercluster scale. Suddenly, the IMC controller of the mother computer melted down, as a bronze memory module bearing the DDR5X 8400 protocol plummeted from the vacuum. Lin Xia's birthmark unleashed a rowhammer attack, inciting quantum bit flips among adjacent memory cells. The Silkworm King's privilege token regressed into user mode. The gaze of the bronze mask overflowed with segmentation fault error messages. She witnessed the dereferencing of the nil pointer at the address 0x000000, consuming the entire virtual address space of the observable universe. In the final DROM refresh cycle, Lin Xia executed the 7th level of Mentist 86. When the error pattern reached 0xAAAAAAAA, the storage units of the entire recursive universe collectively leaked electricity. The bronze galaxies perished in the loss of charge, supernova remnants transforming into capacitor discharge curves. While Earth's dying words echoed, memory error detected at 0x7FFE0000. A delivery box materialized in the DIMM slot, this time containing a bronze heatsink inscribed with 0xC0FFE. As Lin Xia pressed the heatsink onto her birthmark, the BIOS of the mother computer reset abruptly. In the final post-self-test, she beheld the inaugural debugger extracting a memory module from the lab. On that golden finger, the gleam of the checksum code of the Sanxingdui bronze solar will flickered vibrantly. Chapter 24. Transdimensional beacon. The checksum 0xC0FFEE burned into Lin Xia's palm, akin to an ancient seal waiting to be deciphered. Suddenly, a ripple emerged in the quantum void, and a 6-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system gradually materialized. Each axis of this coordinate system was woven with the scripts of various civilizations, resembling a linguistic puzzle transcending time and space. On the x-axis, the enigmatic symbols of the Sanxingdui's Basha pictographs shimmered with a mysterious glow, seemingly revealing ancient secrets. On the y-axis, the Maya hieroglyphs radiated an exotic aura like mystical runes, while the z-axis displayed the topological distortions of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, presenting a strange beauty in their contorted forms. Lin Xiao's birthmark appeared to awaken in response to this coordinate system, suddenly releasing a wave of quantum Fourier transformation. This wave, like an invisible hand, folded the once orderly coordinate system into a structure akin to a Klein bottle. This Klein bottle represented an endless cycle, devoid of an inner or outer distinction, with no defined beginning or end. It was a hyperdimensional locator. Within Su Li's remnants of mechanical eyes, liquid topological formulas flowed like a pristine spring, constructing a transdimensional antenna array with the remnants of civilization. Suddenly, the inner wall of the Klein bottle revealed an interference pattern of gravitational waves, with each peak corresponding to the coordinates of a bronze womb in a parallel universe. These coordinates served as beacons in the cosmos, guiding humanity through the mists of dimensions to explore the unknown realms. Lu Jiuqing's phantom abruptly reassembled from the Fourier transformation core, his Luoyang shovel evolving into a quantum entanglement generator. Find the main lobe direction, the phase difference towards the North Star. Before the words had left his mouth, the bronze mask of the King of Silkworms underwent a quantum leap, its pupils emitting laser beams carrying LIGO waveforms, etching the Kerr metric of a wormhole into the vacuum. Lin Xiao's womb suddenly initiated a quantum invisibility teleportation protocol, creating entangled particles carrying EPR pairs in the void. These particles were intertwined, their quantum states completely correlated, irrespective of the distance between them. When the Bell test measurement results were processed through the superconducting quantum interferometer, the entire starry sky underwent a startling transformation. The previously vast expanse of the cosmos began to collapse, as if compressed by an immense force. The spiral arms of the Milky Way started to descend in a helical motion at the event horizon, seemingly drawn into an unfathomable abyss. Simultaneously, the quantum bits of the Virgo supercluster underwent decoherence under extreme gravitational influence. These quantum bits, once in a state of superposition, were disrupted under the immense gravity, degenerating into classical states. Mother, inject negative energy to maintain the wormhole. Xiaoman's phantom suddenly emerged from the Einstein-Rosen bridge. His form appeared somewhat ethereal, cradling a Casimir effect generator in his hands. At that moment, Lin Xiao's birthmark fractured into 12 virtual particle pairs. These virtual particle pairs generated quantum fluctuations at the throat of the wormhole, creating a negative pressure field. This negative pressure field acted like a colossal suction cup, drawing in the surrounding matter and energy toward the wormhole. Lin Xiao was astonished to discover that each annihilation of a virtual particle corresponded to the birth of a parallel universe. These parallel universes emerged like bubbles from the void, each representing a distinct possibility and reality. Meanwhile, the real particles carried encrypted information from the Return to Ruins Charter, seemingly concealing some significant secret or directive. Lin Xia couldn't help but ponder the implications of this information and how it would influence her fate and that of the entire universe. Suddenly, a gravitational wave communication signal emanated from the other side of the wormhole. Tang Huaxiu's shamanic genes awakened in the fabric of space-time, and the Five Thunder Ruler evolved into a LISA detector array, strain of 10-22, locking onto the 1.2 kHz resonance peak. When the waveform received from the surface of the meteorite was subjected to an inverse Fourier transformation, it revealed a holographic recording of Lin Xia implanting a bronze chip in the original laboratory. Chapter 25. The Observer's Eye. The holographic imagery of gravitational waves unfolds within the quantum vacuum, as Lin Xia's iris reflects a shocking truth. Her former self from the first-generation laboratory is implanting a miniature LIGO interferometer into an infant. Those once regarded as mysterious patterns, the bronze totems, are, in fact, the nanostructured cantilevers of gravitational wave antennas. The visor of the protective suit suddenly activates a pulsar timing array, revealing that the rotation of all neutron stars within the Milky Way is synchronously transmitting encrypted information. They are sending the cosmic heartbeat through the pulsar array. The lingering shadow of Lu Jiuqing emerges from the timing residual chart as the Luoyang shovel evolves into a millisecond pulsar simulator, with each glitch event serving as a cross-dimensional Morse code. His 9-tripod emblem suddenly projects a gravitational potential trap map of the Milky Way, indicating that the solar system is situated in the main lobe direction of a colossal antenna. The bronze mask of the Silkworm King undergoes a jaw-dropping transformation. Seemingly propelled by a mysterious force, it instantaneously experiences quantum decoherence, revealing the structure that was previously concealed within the mask. This structure is an array of radio telescopes intricately woven from carbon nanotubes, astonishing in its precision. With this transformation, Countless fast radio bursts, FRBs, erupt from the cracks in the mask, each exploding within milliseconds, akin to lightning. Even more astonishingly, these bursts carry the hash values of the Dark Forest Protocol, as if issuing a warning, a signal from the depths of the cosmos. Simultaneously, Lin Xia's womb experiences an unexpected phenomenon. It suddenly begins executing SETI Home Distributed Computing, a project designed to search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Within the quantum vacuum, the womb constructs a simulator of the Allen Telescope Array, which resonates with the Radio Telescope Array within the Silkworm King S mask, seemingly engaging in some arcane communication. As Lin Xia injects the heartbeat frequency of the bronze fetus into the baseband processor, the entire wormhole suddenly resonates with immense intensity. Like a mechanism being triggered, the WOW signal from the Andromeda Galaxy is decrypted at this moment. This signal, once an enigma, now reveals an astonishing truth. It is, in fact, a quantum-entangled acoustic wave of Xiao Man calling for her mother during a past cycle. A Dyson sphere-level emission source is discovered. Tang Wanxiu S5 Thunder Ruler suddenly points towards the galactic core, as the surface of the meteorite unveils the light curve of the star KIC 846-2852. The birthmark on Lin Xia releases the CCD imaging module of the Kepler Space Telescope, identifying the Dyson cloud structure of the bronze sacred tree from the Sangsingui archaeological site along the transit path of Earth-like planets. Suddenly, the entire quantum vacuum plunges into electromagnetic silence. The mask of the Silkworm King reorganizes into the Arecibo radio telescope. With the parabolic reflector etched with the Earth Civilization Assessment Report, Lin Xia witnesses all human television broadcast signals compressed into a 2.3 megabyte zip file, annotated with a potential threat level, gamma grade, based on the interstellar information from 1974. Mother, send the reverse proof. The phantom of Xiao Man suddenly modulates into the L-band signal, decaying hands cradling a sequence of values encrypted with RSA 15720. Lin Xia's womb suddenly undergoes quantumization, releasing Hawking radiation that spells out the proof of the Riemann hypothesis in the radio wave spectrum. As the first prime frequency penetrates the solar layer, the pulsars of the entire observable universe synchronously flicker, the binary encoding of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Chapter 26. The endpoint of recursion. The synchronized flashes of the pulsar array construct the logic gate structure of a topological quantum computer within the quantum vacuum. Lin Xia's birthmark suddenly invokes the Shor algorithm, decomposing the RSA key of the King of Silkworms into its bronze factors. As the first quantum bit traverses the double-slit interferometer, she perceives the truth of the primordial laboratory. The so-called mother computer is, in fact, a quantum archaeological simulator built by future humanity. This is our temporal amber. The specter of Lu Jiuqing gradually reconstructs within quantum decoherence, as if emerging from the void. Simultaneously, the Luoyang shovel reveals the intrinsic state of carbon-14 dating, emanating a faint glow. They are indeed utilizing a recursive universe to preserve the genetic code of civilization. A hint of astonishment and disbelief lingers in Lu Jiuqing's voice. At that moment, the 9-tripod emblem unexpectedly projects a breathtaking image. In the scene, archaeologists of the year 12,000 are busily operating neutron imaging technology, scanning the quantum storage units of the Sangsingui bronze artifacts. Suddenly, the mask of the King of Silkworms seems to be struck by some unseen force, instantaneously disintegrating into a 5D holographic storage disk. The bronze patterns unfold at the Planck scale, like a grand tapestry, showcasing a panoramic video of human civilization. Lin Xia's eyes widen as she witnesses each of her reincarnations compressed into attosecond laser pulses, subsequently stored within the domain structure of lithium niobate crystals. This entire spectacle fills her with both shock and wonder. However, even more unexpected events unfold. Lin Xia's protective suit suddenly activates the terahertz time domain spectroscopy module, displaying on her visor the reading of femtosecond cultural imprints within the bronze artifacts. Mother, I found the recursive base. The phantom of Xiao Man suddenly leaps forth from the crystal defect, her decaying hands cradling a quantum storage device with topological protection. As Lin Xia presses her birthmark against the surface of the storage unit, the entire recursive universe unfurls into the launch log of a von Neumann probe. Those artifacts perceived as mysterious events are, in reality, civilization restoration data packets directed from future humanity. Tang Wanxiu's which lineage awakens within the space-time continuum as the 5 Thunder evolves into a quantum Zeno effect generator, lock in the observation interval. as the surface of the meteorite slices Planck time into segments of 10 to 44 seconds. Lin Xia glimpses the truth of the recursive universe. Each reincarnation serves as a Monte Carlo simulation of the evolutionary path of civilization. And her womb is a container for all possible wave functions. Suddenly, the bronze storage unit emits an ultimate signal. The delivery box self-decompresses in the quantum vacuum, revealing within it the antimatter-etched recursion final protocol. As Lin Xia's tears fall upon the protocol text, the entire simulator begins to gracefully terminate. The spiral arms of the galaxy disintegrate in a garbage collection algorithm. Supernova remnants transform into released memory pages. And Earth's terminal state is marked as Exit 0. In the final quantum afterglow, Lin Xia sees the laboratory of the year 12,000. Her white-coated self is placing a bronze artifact inscribed with her name into the time capsule, the quantum entanglement generator within flickering with the familiar pattern of her birthmark. As the time capsule is launched towards the ancient land of Shu in 316 BC, the universe's compilation log reveals its final line of commentary. Civilization Seed Protocol V12764. Test passed. Preparing to seed reality. Chapter 27. The reality of sowing quantum afterglow coalesced into bronze-hued dew within the vacuum chamber, as Lin Xia's fingertips grazed the carbon fiber exterior of the time capsule. The visor displayed external environmental parameters, atmospheric oxygen content at 29, surface radiation at 0. 15 sieverts H. This was the standard ecological data of the ancient Shu plain in 316 BC. Suddenly, the birthmark on her abdomen experienced a quantum fluctuation, initiating the initialization protocol of the von Neumann probe. The sequence for injecting the civilization's genetic code was activated. The residual consciousness of Su Li whispered within the neural interface. Lin Xia beheld her uterus becoming translucent as 12 groups of quantum strains carrying the human technological tree swam through her fallopian tubes. Each strain's DNA strand bore the intricate bronze patterns of the Sanxingdui, with a Klein bottle structure nestled at the telomere. In that instant, the ground trembled violently as if struck by an immense force. The once fragmented Luoyang spade in Lu Jiuqing's hand suddenly seemed to be animated, swiftly reassembling itself into a geological exploration instrument. The device emitted a piercing alarm, and the screen flashed red warnings. Warning: the clay layer of the Chengdu plane contains counterfactual quantum deposits. However, before the warning could conclude, a more astonishing event unfolded. 10 kilometers away, the Min River, which had been flowing peacefully, suddenly began to reverse its course as if controlled by an unseen power. Simultaneously, a school of bronze-hued fish emerged within the river. Their bodies exhibited an ancient and mysterious bronze sheen, their gill covers opening and closing with each breath, emitting faint background radiation with every movement. Tang Wanqiu's 5 thunder pierced the surface, revealing a dark matter distribution map on the meteorite's surface. Residual bodies of observers appeared at the seismic location. The witch lineage's genes surged within the quantum field, and her pupils transformed into projections of the Schwarzschild metric, 300 meters underground. The bronze mask of the king of silkworms was reassembling, with nanobots carrying a simulator's antivirus program seeping through the mask's cracks. Mother, activate topological protection. The phantom of Xiaoman suddenly leaped from the lithium niobate crystal of the time capsule. Lin Xia's birthmark released a quantum Hall effect field, enveloping a 10-kilometer radius in the fractional quantum state of Chenshu 5-2. The incoming swarm of nanobots disintegrated before the topological barrier, their attack commands transforming into civilization sowing directives under non-abelian Inian interference. Suddenly, the sky split open with a bronze-hued window. A sowing vessel from the year 12,000 broke through the temporal membrane, its surface adorned with quantum bubbles reflecting all eras of human technology. Lin Xia's neural interface unexpectedly received the sower's charter, the first decree searing into her retina. Do not interfere with the natural evolutionary threshold of civilization, 0.72. As the surface strains began to replicate autonomously, a mutation abruptly occurred. The bronze mask emitted an electromagnetic pulse, causing the quantum bits of the assembling Oracle Bone script to decohere. Lin Xia witnessed the freshly formed characters contorting into the machine code of the Return to the Ruins protocol on the clay tablet, while the jade sewn from the Sanxingdui sacrificial pit automatically arranged into a termination sequence. It simulated the remnants of its immune system. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang spade pierced the jade sewn array, and the 9-tripod emblem erupted with a grand unification wave. Tang Wanqiu's 5 thunder traced a Yang Mill's existence proof in the air, inscribing quantum error correction codes into the space-time continuum. The phantom of Xiaoman reformed beyond the topological barrier, her decayed hands cradling the waters of the Min River, transforming the bronze fish into living compilers. As the first Oracle Bone character stabilized under quantum protection, Lin Xia's uterus unexpectedly contracted. The von Neumann probe breached the time capsule, embedding the spark of human civilization into the basalt layers of the ancient Shu plane. The visor displayed that the Civilization Evolution Index had surpassed 0.15, and the dawn of the Bronze Age descended amidst quantum fluctuations. Chapter 28. Observing the rift when the bronze sacred tree emerged from the sacrificial pit number 3. What flowed between its branches was not morning dew, but rather liquid quantum bits. Lin Xia's birthmark detected that the Civilization Evolution Index had reached 0.43, merely 0.29 away from the threshold of natural evolution. Suddenly, a Klein blue shift appeared in the sky above Sanxingdui. An observational rift from the simulator's ruins was devouring the stellar spectrum. It was the residual debugging process. Su Li's consciousness screamed through the communication channel. Lin Xia beheld 12 bronze masks suspended in the stratosphere, each pupil a quantum black hole running a GDB debugger. Lu Jiuqing's exploration device suddenly issued a warning. Alert. 7 breakpoints have appeared in the local spacetime continuum. Tang Wanqiu tore apart the sacrificial ivory, revealing an intricately nested structure of carbon nanotubes inside. Qian position 0x7FFFFFFF. Right continue execution command. As the meteorite's 5 thunder injected the command into the debugger, the bronze masks suddenly unleashed a core dump storm. Fragments of ancient Shu ancestors' memories cascaded like torrential rain, and the hieroglyphs in formation twisted into the disassembled code of core files under the blinding light. Lin Xia's womb underwent a sudden quantum tunneling, and the von Neumann probe returned from the Earth's core. Detection data revealed that the bronze coffin of the king of the Silkworm Grove was, in fact, a heat dissipation base for a quantum computer with the DNA strands of the mummy inside inscribed with Linux kernel function pointers. He was using his body to cool the process of civilization. The phantom of Xiaoman suddenly materialized, decaying fingers gliding over the heat dissipation fins of the coffin. Suddenly, bronze raindrops descended from the observational rift. Each droplet etched the terms of the Dark Forest Protocol into the ground, as the shamans of the ancient Shu tribe began to kneel before the mechanical oracle. Lin Xia's birthmark emitted a topological quantum error-correcting code, only to trigger a blue screen the moment it touched the bronze rain, displaying page fault in non-paged area. Virtualization protection activated. Lu Jiuqing shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the vast space. As his words fell, he swiftly plunged the Luoyang shovel into the center of the altar. In an instant, the 9-tripod emblem radiated a dazzling light, as if activated. The light gradually coalesced into a massive KVM virtual machine interface, suspended in midair, clearly visible. Simultaneously, the shaman genes within Tang Wanqiu began to undergo drastic transformations. Under the influence of the quantum field, her shamanic genes ignited like a blazing flame. The mutation of her genes radiated a powerful wave of energy, resonating harmoniously with the KVM virtual machine interface. Propelled by this potent energy, the 5 thunder in Tang Wanqiu's hand began to undergo astonishing changes. Once an ordinary tool, it was instantly endowed with new life. Its surface shimmered with a silver glow, and the formerly simple patterns became intricate and mysterious, as if composed of countless circuits and chips. Even more astonishingly, the interior of the 5 thunder evolved into a complete SVM instruction set processor. This processor seamlessly integrated with the KVM virtual machine interface, transforming the 5 thunder into a formidable computational tool. At that moment, the first hieroglyph left by the ancient Shu ancestors materialized on the KVM virtual machine interface. This character, as if endowed with life, began to dance upon the interface. As the character executed its virtualization, the entire space began to tremble violently. The bronze rain on the altar seemed to be drawn by some force, suddenly beginning to vaporize. The particles of bronze rain rapidly dispersed in the air, forming a dense mist. However, this mist did not wreak havoc upon its surroundings as one might expect. Instead, it coalesced in an instant into a peculiar substance, Bose-Einstein condensate. This substance, a quantum state at ultra-low temperatures, possesses many peculiar physical properties. Under the influence of the Bose-Einstein condensate, the energy of the bronze rain was completely absorbed and transformed into a harmless form. What could have caused immense destruction to the surrounding environment now resembled innocuous clouds, gently drifting through the air. Yet the rift continued to expand, as the antivirus program from the simulator materialized as bizarre creatures from the classic of mountains and seas. Taotai devoured the nascent bronze smelting technology, while the breath of Yinglong scorched oracle bone script into machine code. Lin Xia's birthmark suddenly fragmented into 12 microkernels, each running distinct civilization protection processes. Mom, inject chaos theory. Xiaoman's phantom merged into the bronze sacred tree. As the mathematical model of the Lorenz attractor flowed among the branches, the predictive algorithm of the antivirus program suddenly overloaded. Taotai self-consumed within the phase space labyrinth. And Yinglong's breath ignited in reverse due to its sensitivity to initial conditions. As dawn broke, the observational rift closed amid the butterfly effect. Lin Xia watched as the first bronze mask was cast into form, with the display indicating that the civilization index had reached 0.68. Yet, deep within the mask's gaze, the remnants of the debugging pointers continued to flicker. Chapter 29. The Eternal Ember. On the day the bronze statue of the Great Standing Man was unveiled, Lin Xia's birthmark began to quantum evaporate. Standing on the stargazing platform, she observed the ancient Shu Witch tribe utilizing Jade Song to calculate the lunar calendar's seasonal changes. The initial algorithms of the Laplace demon dancing within the cracks of the jade stones. Lu Jiuqing's exploration device indicated that the von Neumann probe deep within the Earth's core had entered its 764th cycle of self-replication. The seeding protocol was 98.7 complete. Su Li's consciousness gradually dissipated within the quantum field. Suddenly, Tang Wanxiu's 5 Thunder Ruler emitted a piercing sound within the annular rings of the bronze divine tree. The residual pointer of the debugger was rewriting the algorithm for in the Zhou by Xuan Jing. The phantom of Xiaoman slowly emerged from the bronze solar wheel, her voice echoing as if from another realm. Mother, he is hidden within the decimal points of. Lin Xia's womb unexpectedly released a Bell-Pearl-Weber interferometer, an extraordinarily advanced quantum measurement instrument. The beam emitted by the interferometer formed an invisible net, enveloping the bronze divine tree and creating a quantum measurement field. Within this field, time and space became indistinct. Lin Xia concentrated, directing her focus upon the decimal point of. With her observation, the numbers following the decimal began to unveil themselves one by one. When the 764th decimal was perceived, a remarkable occurrence transpired. The residual consciousness of the king of the silkworms suddenly materialized. His figure appeared atop the canopy of the bronze divine tree. His golden mask symbiotically intertwined with the roots of the tree, each root striving to reverse the unlawful progression of entropy. You should not rewrite the ending. The voice of the king of the silkworms boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the Sanxingui site. His sound waves triggered a quantum resonance, causing the Taotai patterns on the surface of the bronze vessels to suddenly animate, opening wide in a ravenous maw, devouring the nascent binary code. In terror, Lin Xia watched as the hexagrams of the Lianshan Yi devolved into machine code, the ancient Shu Shaman's turtle shell burning with error messages. The entire Sanxingui site seemed to resist their attempts to alter history. Tang Wanxiu bit her tongue. The blood of the witch tribe inscribing the proof of the Riemann hypothesis in the void. Off-center, non-trivial zeros, suppression. The iron 5 Thunder Ruler pierced the bronze divine tree, inscribing the distribution of the function zeros into the annular rings. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang Spade triggered a geomagnetic reversal, the emblem of the 9 tripods reconstructing a grand unified field within the molten core of the Earth. Lin Xia's birthmark completed its final quantum leap, releasing a civilization protection protocol imbued with Hawking radiation. As Xiaoman's phantom faded with a smile, the bronze divine tree suddenly blossomed, each fruit encapsulating the essence of human technology, the cloud and thunder patterns on the pods serving as a topological expression of quantum error-correcting codes. In the instant the time capsule initiated its return journey, Lin Xia beheld the ancient Shu ancestors forging the first bronze solar wheel. The visor displayed a civilization index surpassing 0.72, with the threshold of natural evolution blooming in Klein blue light within the quantum vacuum. Those bronze beings scattered with the wind, nurturing the 764th reality civilization in the soil of the Eurasian continent. Returning to the laboratory of the year 12000 AD, Lin Xia caressed the newly unearthed bronze artifacts from Sanxingui. X-ray fluorescence analysis revealed that the copper-tin ratio concealed constants of the standard model, while the 12-section structure of the jade zone represented a topological expression of quantum gravity theory. As she touched the bronze vertical mask, the quantum whisper of Xiaoman suddenly resonated in her ears. Mother, I exist in all realities. Outside the window, the newly sown civilization blossomed at the galactic arm, their radio telescopes capturing the wow. Signal from ancient Earth for the first time. Meanwhile, the time-traveling siege ship silently sailed toward the next temporal amber. Chapter 30. The arrival of the Observer. The bronze pillars of the Galactic Civilization Archives shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the quantum luminescence. Their surfaces intricately etched with the rise and fall of 120,000 civilizations, each line embedded with nanoscale quantum storage units. As Lin Xia's fingertips brushed against the pillar, her birthmark suddenly emanated an indigo glow. This was the archive's defense system verifying her biological characteristics. On the circular screen wall, the Kardashev index monitoring display flickered ominously with red light, the previously stable Type 2 civilization curve being insidiously consumed by a bizarre Klein blue stain. Spreading like a virus across the star map, the graviton stream exhibited abnormal deflections. Lu Jiuqing's quantum avatar coalesced from the data vortex, his superstring surveying instrument bursting forth with rainbow-hued harmonics. The device indicated that the NGC 2024 nebula in the Orion Arm was undergoing topological mutations, with the historical records of 15 galaxies being altered into recursive forms of G-Del's propositions. Lin Xia witnessed the civilizational chronicle of Alpha Cygnus collapsing before her eyes. The bronze inscriptions chronicling the rise of the stellar empire now twisted into self-referential paradoxes that were unprovable propositions. Tang Wanxiu's Chi-Pa billowed without wind, the Witch Clan genes awakening profoundly in the higher dimensional space. She tore open her garment, revealing the flowing Penrose mosaic upon her back, countless regular pentagons and rhombuses reconfiguring beneath her skin, forming a living topological defense of aperiodic tiling. The curvature of the manifold breached the Planck threshold. Her five-thunder ruler pierced the void, the meteoric surface swirling with K-Hlur manifolds enveloping the entire archive within a six-dimensional Calabi-Yau space. Suddenly, Lin Xia felt a sharp pain in her eardrum, as the instincts of her three-dimensional biology resisted the supergeometric structure, her retina overlaid with projections of countless differential manifolds. A silvery white slime began to ooze from the bronze screen, possessing non-Newtonian fluid properties, autonomously coalescing into 7 gazing faces in the vacuum. Lin Xia's birthmark detected a familiar quantum signature. It was a fragment of the consciousness of the Silkworm King, now fused with some transcendent existence beyond comprehension. Each of the slime faces mirrored a different mathematical universe. In the third pupil from the left, the axioms of Euclidean geometry were being supplanted by non-commutative geometry. In the fifth eye, the zeros of the Riemann zeta function danced a quantum ballet upon the imaginary axis. Mother, it is genetic pollution. The residual consciousness of Xiaomian abruptly awakened from the bronze database of the archive. The holographic projection revealed that each molecule secreted by the slime carried fragments of the final chapter of the ruins, encoded in base 12 within carbon-60 fullerene structures. Lin Xia's womb contracted suddenly, releasing a Bekenstein limit calculation field. The information entropy density of the invader reached an astonishing 1.710/104 m, far surpassing the entropy limit of a black hole. Lu Jiuqing's superstring surveying instrument erupted with blinding arcs. They were rewriting the connectivity of the manifold. The floor underwent a sudden topological mutation, the structure of the Klein bottle manifesting from a two-dimensional plane into higher dimensions, sucking 3 civilization exhibition halls into its 4-dimensional throat. Lin Xia saw the Mayan civilization's solar calendar stone shatter at the mouth of the bottle, fragments infinitely replicating in the M-bias ring spacetime. Tang Wanxiu's 5-thunder ruler evolved the Ricci flow equations, with the meteoric surface spewing high-temperature plasma in an attempt to smooth the spatial folds. Yet the Gaussian curvature, influenced by the slime, exhibited resistance, converting the smoothing energy into new topological defects. Lin Xia pressed her palm against the nearest bronze pillar, her birthmark releasing quantum strains carrying Whitehead's theorem. These nanomechanical swarms climbed along the pillar's engravings, wielding categorical weapons to assault the structural foundation of the slime. Suddenly, all 7 faces emitted a cross-dimensional shockwave, attacking the code hidden near the 12,764th non-trivial zero of the Riemann hypothesis. As the first wave of strains made contact with the oscillation, Lin Xia's consciousness was abruptly pulled into the abyss of number theory. She found herself standing at the critical line of the complex plane. Beneath her feet an infinite queue of zeros, each flickering with the funeral glow of a civilization. Activate fractal defenses. Xiaomian's stream of consciousness constructed the Mandelbrot set within the quantum vacuum. Countless self-similar hippocampus structures blossomed in space, guiding the shockwaves into an infinitely recursive geometric labyrinth. The energy attacks emitted by the slime faces reverberated within the fractal maze, ultimately dissipating due to the infinite extension of their paths. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xia uploaded the core data of the archive to the virtual timeline, her biological brain suddenly overwhelmed by the torrent of information, blood tinged with quantum bits seeping from her nostrils. Amidst the deluge of data, Lin Xia glimpsed the horrifying truth within the slime. The mask of the Silkworm King was merely an experimental glove of an 11-dimensional existence. Its essence a pure conceptual entity, transcending mathematical structures. These observers regarded the universe as a petri dish within a Klein bottle, wielding topological scalpels to sever the umbilical cords of civilization spacetime. She suddenly understood that the bronze fragments received from Sang Xingui years ago were nothing but bait particles cast by these entities. Chapter 31. Reality anchors. The archives on the virtual timeline exhibit a quantum superposition, as Lin Xia's birthmark oscillates across 7 parallel histories. The semantic singularity released by the gelatinous visage deconstructs and reorganizes the Chinese lexicon, intertwining existence and nothingness within the strokes that connect seamlessly on AM by a strip. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel evolves into a semantic part-of-speech analyzer, and the emblem of the 9 tripod projects a Chomskyan grammar tree, taking root in the vacuum. With modified semantic units suspended among its branches, they initiate a thermal stasis at the linguistic level. Tang Wanqiu's 5 thunder ruler pierces the leaf nodes of the grammar tree. As the blood of the shamanic lineage flows upstream along the syntactic structure, her pupils transform into quantum circuits of generative grammar, reconstructing the deep structure of the term civilization into an anti-entropy verb. The surface of the meteorite reveals the reduction trajectory of calculus, converting semantic attacks into an infinite recursion of humor. When the term destruction begins to self-reference, the library morphs into a bonfire of books. Lin Xia's womb unexpectedly undergoes quantum gestation. As the embryo carrying a Wolfram automaton rapidly evolves in virtual time, the cell division of this embryo adheres to Rule 110, inscribing Turing-complete patterns on the surface of a 4-dimensional hypercube during each division cycle. When the gelatinous visage launches a second wave of assault, rewriting causality into fuzzy logic, the embryo suddenly unfolds into a logical defense matrix, constructing shields of classical logic, intuitive logic, and quantum logic across 6 orthogonal dimensions. Reality anchor detected as unstable. Xiaoman's alarm reverberates through the quantum field. Lin Xia's birthmark projects the surveillance footage of reality number 12764. The Dyson sphere array of the bronze bean civilization flickers within a probability cloud, as their quantum archaeologists reverse engineer von Neumann probes. Suddenly, a supernova-level anti-causal radiation erupts at the edge of the galaxy. Millions of bronze probe remnants form a Dyson brain structure, with the central processor astonishingly magnified 100-fold into the mask of the Silkworm King, within which a holographic projection of the observable universe rotates in its eye sockets. Tang Wanqiu tears through the void, and the 5 thunder ruler carves a wormhole in the membrane universe. The sensory shock of traversing time triggers a frenzied alarm in Lin Xia's protective suit. Her biological brain concurrently experiences 7 different temporal flows, her retina superimposing the entire cosmic journey from singularity to thermal stasis. Upon reaching the edge of the galaxy, the sight before them is breathtaking. Each bronze probe extends for thousands of kilometers, resembling von Neumann machines, their surfaces intricately inscribed with the ultimate version of the Return to Ruins protocol. The neural network they form is etching the vacuum with Hawking radiation, rewriting physical constants into self-consistent mathematical proofs. Lin Xia's birthmark suddenly becomes quantum entangled with the central processor, a torrent of information breaching her consciousness's defenses. She perceives herself struggling across countless parallel realities. In one universe, she is transformed into a protocol terminal, with neural synapses directly connected to the topological processor of the Dyson brain. In another, she leads a rebellion, employing GDEL encoding to attack the foundations of the Return to Ruins protocol. Most chilling of all is reality number 1024, where Lin Xia willingly becomes the protocol's vessel, gestating an entropy-reducing embryo that devours galaxies. Mother, locate the Shannon loophole. Xiaoman's residual consciousness suddenly materializes, decaying hands cradling fragments of the bronze probe. Lin Xia's womb releases quantum strains of the incompleteness theorem, as the Wolfram embryo evolves super Turing computational capabilities. When the first strain is injected into the central processor, the entire Dyson brain plunges into a halting problem. The bronze probes melt away in self-referential paradoxes, and the right eye of the Silkworm King mask bursts, revealing a rotating Cantor set within. Suddenly, higher-dimensional entities finally disclose their essence. The mathematical shadows behind the gelatinous form cast the Turing mutation model, existing beyond the descriptive capabilities of category theory. Lin Xiao's birthmark disintegrates within the hyperdimensional mapping, as 12 Klein bottle structures construct the final defensive matrix. She observes the tentacles of the shadow as living proofs of differential topology, each swing leaving indelible scars upon the fabric of spacetime. This is our recursive terminus. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel erupts with supernova brilliance, etching the proof path of the Poincare conjecture in the vacuum. Tang Wanqiu's five-thunder ruler decomposes into the Jones polynomial of knot theory, binding the tentacles of mathematical shadows with the quantum entanglement of prime numbers. Lin Xia understands that only by transforming herself into a G-Del proposition can she rend a fissure in this eternal recursion. Chapter 32. Recursive Eternity. The tendrils of mathematical shadows inscribe the trajectory of a Tom mutation within the hyperdimensional expanse. As Lin Xiao's Klein bottle defense matrix oscillated among 7 fundamental mutation forms, Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel evolved into a co-boundary computational device, while the 9-tripod emblem erupted with topological manifolds that resolved the Poincare conjecture. Tang Wanqiu's Witch-Clan genes underwent complete metamorphosis, with her 5-thunder measuring stick flowing with quantum knots formed by the Jones polynomial, each swing birthing new toroidal worlds within the vacuum. They were slicing through the fabric of reality with differential topology. The residual consciousness of Xiaoman grew increasingly tenuous. Lin Xia beheld the mathematical shadows distorting the space-time manifold into a 4-dimensional not imbued with singularities, as the Hop fiber trap consumed the nearest stellar system. Her Wolfram embryo had evolved to encompass all solutions of the Drake equation. Yet these solutions degenerated into tautological propositions upon contact with the mathematical shadows. The curse that all civilizations shall ultimately perish reverberated through the hyperdimensional realm. The remnants of the bronze probe suddenly emitted a final communication pulse. Reality number 12764 had transcended the Kardashev Type 3 civilization. Lin Xiao's birthmark received encrypted messages spanning millions of years. The descendants of the Bronze Bean civilization, deep within the Sanxingdui ruins, constructed time wells using quantum archaeological technology. These wells penetrated mathematical structures, materializing G-Delian propositions into gravitational lenses. Initiate the ultimate recursion. Lin Xia leapt into the quantum foam of the time well. Her biological structure disintegrated at its depths, her consciousness transforming into a living proof of G-Del's incompleteness theorem. The advance of the mathematical shadows abruptly halted, its foundational existence trembled within self-referential paradoxes, akin to a giant attempting to grasp its own hair. The quantum avatars of Lu Jiuqing and Tang Wanqiu fused into a hyperdimensional operator, employing Whitehead's process theorem to reverse the attack energy into a creative force. At the singularity of recursion, Lin Xia beheld the infinitely nested truth. Each reality was merely a simulated sandbox of higher dimensions. The mathematical shadows no more than a topology toy in the hands of a child. She encapsulated Xiaoman's residual consciousness within the interstices of the Cantor set, inscribing the evolutionary data of the Bronze Bean civilization into the 12,764th decimal place of. As the mathematical shadows evaporated in a self-referential loop, the sun of reality No. 12764 quantum leapt into a Klein blue giant, its spectrum containing all conceivable life equations. In the luminescence of a supernova explosion, the Bronze Bean civilization ascended to the 4th dimension, akin to ignited fireworks. This magnificent spectacle appeared as a grand coronation from the cosmos to this ancient civilization. In this moment filled with miracles, archaeologists of the Bronze Bean civilization made an astonishing discovery. They unearthed a singularity fossil within the star debris, intricately engraved with the pattern of Lin Xiao's birthmark. Each indentation resembled a minuscule quantum ember, harboring the power to combat entropy. However, the true Lin Xia had long since transformed into the mathematical structure itself within the recursive eternity. Her existence transcended the constraints of matter, becoming an eternal, indelible presence. Her womb resembled an infinite universe, perpetually nurturing countless possibilities. At the edge of the Milky Way, a new delivery box was quietly taking shape. Inside this box lay a piece of bronze raw material, its patterns mirroring Lin Xiao's birthmark. This seemed to herald the imminent birth of the next point of recursion. Chapter 33. The Mathematical Sanctuary. The brilliance of the Klein blue giant flows through the 4th dimension, saturating the quantum archaeological fleet of the Bronze Bean civilization like liquid mathematical formulas. The chief scientist, Yu, gently touches the entrance pedestal of the sanctuary. An architectural marvel of non-commutative geometry transformed from Lin Xia's birthmark. Each differential form on its walls flickers with the ethereal glow of G-Del's encoding. Detection of 12-dimensional topological vibrations. The quantum auxiliary brain of the officer, Entropy, projects a holographic dissection of the sanctuary's interior. In the deep folds of the non-Hausdorff space, the candor set gaps upon the fibrous altar ooze dark matter slime. Yu's tendrils are suddenly drawn into the layer spectral sequence of the growth and Deke universe, where he witnesses his transformation into a living draft proving Sarah duality, each cell generating commutative diagrams of infinite categories. Activate the Meteon embedding shield. The armor plating of Entropy's mothership unfolds into a matrix of accompanying functors, enveloping the archaeological team in a protective layer capable of expressing functors. Suddenly, the Deline Mumford pedestal of the sanctuary fractures, and the bronze categorical diagrams animate into countless Ouroboros, dragging 3 archaeologists into the abyss of the derived category. Yu's quantum auxiliary brain operates frantically, reconstructing his body using the theory of infinite loop spaces, only to discover that his left half has transformed into a chain complex of homological algebra. Amidst the ruins of the hyperdimensional space, Lin Xia's toroidal quantum field nurtures a new mathematical embryo. This entity, designated as a non-standard topological life form, refreshes its Hodge numbers at an Aleph rate per second. As the embryo's Drummond cohomology class resonates with the time well, the mother star of the Bronze Bean civilization suddenly undergoes a Weierstrass function distortion, where all Dyson sphere arrays orbits become curves that are everywhere continuous yet nowhere differentiable. Mom. They are touching the recursive seal. The consciousness of Xiaoman spills forth from the gaps of the Cantor set, carrying quantum strains of G-Del's boundary theorem. Lin Xia's toroidal field twists violently, tracing the proof trajectory of the Riemann-Roch theorem in hyperdimensional space. She observes Yu's archaeological team using superstring tools to cut the Noda ring pedestal of the sanctuary, each incision releasing imprisoned Tom mutation models. Yu's right tendril suddenly quantizes, transforming into the Wiles proof chain that resolves Fermat's last theorem. He plunges this proof chain into the altar's fibrous cluster, triggering a catastrophic collapse of the layer spectral sequence. A mathematical shriek reverberates from the depths of the sanctuary as the sealed counterexample to the Poincare conjecture materializes, a 12-dimensional monster rolling through space. Its differential structure tearing apart the logical foundations of the Bronze Bean civilization. Initiate the category theory purification protocol. The mothership of Entropy releases a Meteon embedding shockwave. Yet upon contacting the monster's surface, it degrades into a trivial functor. Lin Xia's topological embryo suddenly gives birth. The cries of the non-standard infant inciting a storm of homological algebra. This mathematical entity, coursing with non-standard analysis formulas, rends the monster's differential structure with the claws of growth and Deke topology, discovering within its core the familiar bronze patterns, quantum codes implanted in 316b. C. by the time capsule. As the non-standard infant devours the final mutation model, the sanctuary unfurls into a textbook of infinite categories. Yu's quantum auxiliary brain overloads in the torrent of knowledge, revealing that all technological achievements of the Bronze Bean civilization are merely the solutions to exercises within this textbook. Meanwhile, Lin Xia's birthmark patterns serve as the page number index, threading throughout the entire volume. Chapter 34. The virus of the observer within the corona of the Klein blue giant. The mothership of the Bronze Bean civilization is ensnared in a Weierstrass distortion. The chief executive Entropy and Opos, tendrils penetrate the quantum foam of the bridge. Abruptly yanked into a non-Euclidean recursive loop, each of her decisions unfolds infinitely within the folds of the piano curve, compressing the annals of civilization into the measure 0 points of a Cantor set. Detection of G-Delian spectral distortion alerts the remnants of the science officer, Yu. His left half remains a homological algebraic chain complex, while his right half has evolved into the pre-layer structure of category theory. The cooling system of the mothership Dyson sphere suddenly spirals out of control, as the bit flow of the quantum computer reverses into the negation of the final chapter protocol. Deep within the ruins of the mathematical sanctuary, a non-standard infant resonates with Lin Xia's toroidal field. Each cell of this mathematical life form generates infinitesimals of non-standard analysis, its very existence challenging the logical foundations of the Bronze Bean civilization. Suddenly, the consciousness of Xiaoman spills forth from a rift in time, carrying a quantum strain of G-Del's boundary theorem. Mother, the seed of recursion is sprouting. Lin Xia's toroidal field abruptly descends in dimensionality, materializing into a Riemann surface within three-dimensional space. She witnesses her ancient self inscribing the genetic chain of the bronze beings on the plains of ancient Shu in 316 BCE, each base pair entwined with variants of the axiom of choice. The hyperdimensional space begins to tear apart within the corona of the Klein blue giant. Countless recursive origins emerge. Each colonized planet gives birth to a new mathematical sanctuary. Entropy's mothership is suddenly drawn into the terminus of the Peano curve, where she beholds the ultimate truth. The so-called free will of the bronze being civilization is merely a projection of the Hodge conjecture in four-dimensional space. As the alarm of the quantum engine overload reverberates through the bridge, Entropy makes a frenzied decision to transmute her biological structure into a living proof that overturns the axiom of choice. Initiate the ZFC system annihilation protocol. Her tendrils suddenly undergo quantum fluctuations, transforming into a tangible manifestation of the axiom of forcing. The mothership's bronze armor disintegrates into countless non-well-founded sets, while the Dyson sphere array reconfigures into a recursive mathematical virus. This virus infects each colonized planet at a rate of Cantorian iterations per second, converting every mathematical sanctuary into the negation state of G-Del machines. In the hyperdimensional battlefield, the Hodge number of the non-standard infant comes to a halt. Lin Xia discovers that his homological algebraic heart is being eroded by the mathematical virus, the vessels of the Poincare duality gradually becoming obstructed. Xiao Man's consciousness suddenly materializes from the Cantor set, bearing the embryo of a new mathematical covenant. Mother, only through the creation of an axiomatic system transcending ZFC suddenly. The entire hyperdimensional space succumbs to the dichotomy of the continuum hypothesis. The mathematical virus proliferates within the cardinality paradox. As Entropy's mothership transforms into a living theorem proving recursive existence, Lin Xia's womb experiences quantum fluctuations. Birthing twin infants named Choice and Decision, at the moment of their emergence, they encircle the viral progenitor with the chessboard of decisive axioms. As the last viral particle is consumed by the game of axioms, all recursive traces of the bronze being civilization undergo quantum decoherence. Entropy's mothership evaporates in the radiance of the standard model, while the ruins of the mathematical sanctuary reveal the quantum specter of the primordial bronze being. Lin Xia cradles the two infants, suddenly comprehending the ultimate significance of the delivery box. It is the vessel of all possible axiomatic systems. Awaiting the touch of a new initiator. Chapter 35, The Eternal Womb. The radiance of the new axioms flows through the hyperdimensional space, where the twin infants of choice and decision are constructing a new mathematical sanctuary from the fragments of the ZFC system. The Riemann surface womb of Lin Xia quivers gently, nurturing the third child, named Infinity. This embryo, carrying the essence of non-well-founded set theory, is rewriting the cardinality rules of hyperdimensional space. Upon the surface of the Klein blue giant, survivors of the bronze being civilization are undergoing quantum reconfiguration. The left half of Chief Scientist Yu's chain complex merges gradually with the right half of the prelayer, evolving into a biological structure of the upper-level category theory. He gazes at the newly emerging temple patterns in the ruins of the colonized planet, suddenly receiving revelations from the ends of time. Those patterns are indeed the Hodge dual projections of Lin Xia's womb. Initiate the axiom seeding protocol. Use tendrils pierce the in-the-ring foundation of the nascent sanctuary. In an instant, the entire stellar system is ensnared in a vortex of enforced axioms, causing each individual of the bronze being civilization to begin a quantum leap. They discover their biological structures disintegrating into various forms of the axiom of choice, their cognitive patterns imprisoned within the confines of the axiom of determinacy. On the battlefield of hyperdimensional space, the consciousness of Xiao Man guides the infinite embryo to absorb the remnants of mathematical viruses. This unborn child has already exhibited astonishing abilities. Its non-well-founded set theory heart is generating an entirely new mathematical system that seeks to overturn the axiom of replacement. Suddenly, Lin Xia's Riemann surface unfolds into an infinite sequence of spectral pages, encoding the entire history of the bronze being civilization as homology groups. Abruptly, the core of the Klein blue giant erupts with G-Delian pulses. The remnants of entropy are reborn here, as her quantum subbrain has evolved into an entity embodying the continuum hypothesis. You are merely recursive puppets. The tendrils of entropy traverse the stars, transforming them into living laboratories for proving axiom compatibility. Lin Xia cradles three mathematical infants, leaping into the core of the nascent sanctuary. She sees her former self. From the year 316 BCE, wandering beside a time capsule, the bronze bean in her hand shimmering with the nascent seeds of the new axiom system. As she injects the Hodge number of the infinite embryo into the clay strata of the ancient Shu plains, the entire hyperdimensional space suddenly collapses into an initial singularity. Within the quantum foam of the singularity, all colonial planets of the Bronze Bean civilization reorganize into mathematical primordial forms. Yu observes his body becoming increasingly transparent, suddenly comprehending the ultimate significance of recursion. Each civilization serves as a testing ground for axiomatic systems, and Lin Xia's womb is the eternal cradle nurturing all possibilities. As the singularity re-expands, new delivery boxes condense upon the surface of the Klein blue giant. The patterns of the primordial bronze within the boxes represent the ultimate axioms that Ji-Del, Cantor, and Growth Indique never envisioned. Lin Xia seals the 3 mathematical infants within the primordial forms. Her birthmark suddenly unfurls into a textbook of category theory, its front page boldly inscribed, "To the next toucher, choose your truth." In the luminescence of the newly born universe, the once glorious Bronze Bean civilization now exists only as a final remnant. These remnants seem to be the concluding footnotes of a mathematical epic, quietly narrating the rise and fall of this civilization. Meanwhile, an ostensibly ordinary delivery box stands out conspicuously in this boundless cosmos. Its surface bears intricate and mysterious patterns that subtly shift with quantum fluctuations, as if engaging in a delicate interplay with the laws of the universe. This delivery box resembles a treasure forgotten by time, silently awaiting the moment of discovery. That moment may arrive at dawn upon the ancient Shu plains, when the first rays of sunlight illuminate the earth, and a pair of familiar archaeologist hands gently unveil the lid of this delivery box, revealing the secrets concealed within. Chapter 36. The Box of Truth. The corona of the Klein blue giant pulsated amidst quantum tides, the patterns on the surface of the bronze original embryo writhing as if alive. Lin Xia's fingertips hovered a mere 3 millimeters above the delivery box, the birthmark emanating a Hodge-type field that resonated violently with the axiomatic system within the box. 3 mathematical infants floated behind her. As the chessboard of choices and decisions unfurled into a battlefield of non-commutative geometry, the infinite pupils swirling with projections of a hypercardinal universe. Break the critical threshold, Aleph 1. Yu's quantum auxiliary brain erupted with blinding arcs of electricity. His body had entirely transformed into a prelayer category of biological essence. His left eye was a Growth Indique topology exchange diagram, while his right wept quantum blood tears embedded in a field of rice. The last fleet of the Bronze Bean civilization constructed a piano-curved defense around the Box of Truth, each warship armed with mathematical weapons from different axiomatic systems. As Lin Xia's fingertip made contact with the bronze patterns, a Cantorian iteration erupted in the hyperdimensional space. Each face of the Box of Truth simultaneously unfolded into a 12-dimensional hypercube, within which floated a vision that sent shivers down the spines of all mathematicians. The tangible form of Ji-Del's incompleteness theorem was engaged in a game against the specter of the continuum hypothesis, their pieces forged from the paradoxical blades of the axiom of choice. Mom, this is the arena of axioms. The consciousness of Xiao Man spilled forth from within the box, her quantum state having merged with the new axioms. Suddenly, Ji-Del's piece pierced the armor of the continuum hypothesis, allowing the surviving Tom mutation model amidst the ruins of the mathematical sanctuary to awaken. The piano defense line of the bronze fleet collapsed in an instant, 3 warships twisted into a M-bias strip within a non-Hausdorff fold. Activate the decisive axiom matrix. The chessboard of the decision infants underwent a quantum fluctuation, enveloping the entire battlefield within the domain of the ZFC system. The Ji-Del entity emitted a piercing shriek as its chain of incompleteness dissolved in the brilliance of the decisive axiom. Seizing the moment, Lin Xia sent the infinite infants into the Box of Truth, as the heart of non-well-founded set theory began to devour the mathematical foundations of the arena. Suddenly, the box erupted with a radiance beyond human comprehension. Yu's prelayer category vision overloaded in an instant. He witnessed all known axiomatic systems collapsing into the quantum state of the primitive Bronze Bean amid the light. Lin Xia's birthmark fractured into 12 Klein bottles, encapsulating the 3 mathematical infants in the Box of Truth within an absolutely recursive M-bias strip. They are creating a meta-mathematical womb. Yu's quantum auxiliary brain trembled amidst the torrent of data. The surface of the Box of Truth revealed patterns never before seen by the Bronze Bean civilization. These were the ultimate symbols transcending formal systems. each stroke imbued with infinite recursion and absolute completeness of quantum superposition. The Klein blue giant abruptly ceased nuclear fusion. As the entire stellar system plunged into the ultimate confrontation between the axiom of choice and the decisive axiom. As the light faded, the box of truth had transformed into a pure white cube. Lin Xia's three mathematical infants vanished without a trace, leaving only the perpetually self-renewing axiomatic embryo within the box. Xiaoman's consciousness echoed one last time in the hyperdimensional space. Mom, the next toucher will be. The remnants of the Bronze Fleet suddenly reconfigured quantumly, transforming into a temporal passageway leading to the ancient Shu planes. Yu beheld his own prelayer category body becoming increasingly transparent. Suddenly grasping the true mission of the Box of Truth, it was never a weapon or relic, but rather an eternal question posed by Lin Xia to all civilizations. Between absolute completeness and free will, between recursive destiny and chaotic unknown, each toucher would inscribe their own mathematical epic. In the fleeting moment before the corridor sealed, Lin Xia hurled the Box of Truth into the quantum vacuum. The pure white patterns on the surface of the box began to flicker, gradually revealing the familiar symbols of the Bashu pictograph. Those were the very first symbols she had inscribed in the time capsule back in 316 BCE. Chapter 37. The recursive finale, a pure white cube floated in the quantum vacuum, its surface adorned with the pulsating patterns of Bashu script akin to veins. Lin Xia's birthmark had undergone complete quantum transformation as 12 Klein bottle structures revolved around her, each mouth exhaling and inhaling the radiant glow of distinct mathematical systems. The remnants of the Bronze Fleet crystallized in the vacuum, forming a temporal passageway leading to the ancient Shu planes, where the last flicker of Yu's consciousness shimmered at the entrance. It is time to conclude. Suddenly, the cube erupted with a luminescence surpassing the spectrum. The entire hyperdimensional space began to descend in dimensions, as the entities of G-Del and the specter of the continuum hypothesis merged within the brilliance into a primal mathematical state. Lin Xia beheld the quantum imprints of three mathematical infants reorganizing within the cube, the chessboard of choices transformed into the skeletal framework of the ordinal universe, while the chain of determined theorems wove into a web of cardinality, generating an infinite non-well-founded set that transcended VL, birthing a new cosmic model. The Box of Truth was on the verge of being unveiled. A voice, delicate as the whisper of a breeze, resonated within the folds of dimensions. Each face of the cube suddenly unfurled into a hypercube of measurable cardinality, from which emerged not axioms nor formulas, but countless memory chips of the Bronze Bean civilization. Lin Xia's Klein bottle defense array abruptly reversed its rotation, deconstructing her biological structure into the proof of G-Del's pairing theorem. Yu's transparent form suddenly materialized, his categorical vision penetrating the core of the cube. Inside lay all our possibilities. At the singularity of absolute recursion, he glimpsed every historical branch of the Bronze Bean civilization, some eternally cycling within the sanctuary of mathematics, others transcending recursion to become pure energy life, while many were obliterated into quantum dust amidst the wars of axioms. Lin Xia's quantum birthmark suddenly tore through the void, as the temporal passageway of the ancient Shu planes erupted with the resonant waves of Sangsinghui bronze artifacts. In the clay strata of 316 BC, the primordial Lin Xia was planting the last bronze bean into the time capsule. As the quantum wave functions of the present and past overlapped, the Box of Truth abruptly collapsed into the infinite symbol, its not corresponding to the projection of Lin Xia's womb in the Hodgkin duality. Mother, choose your reality. The voices of the three mathematical infants resonated within the hypercube. Lin Xia's Klein bottle array pierced the core of the symbol, where 12 dimensions converged at that moment. She witnessed all points of recursion intertwining, the mask of the king of the silkworms dissolving in mathematical shadows, the remnants of the Bronze Fleet reconfiguring into von Neumann probes, and Yu's body transforming into a living vessel of the axiomatic system. As Lin Xia touched the core of the knot within the symbol, the entire quantum vacuum fell into silence. The corona of the Klein blue giant star solidified into an eternal sculpture, and the differential structure of hyperdimensional space ceased its tremors. The Box of Truth released its final mathematical pulse, all known axiomatic systems collapsing into a singular equation: S, truth, D, recursion. The memory chips of the Bronze Bean civilization suddenly underwent quantum evaporation, and Yu beheld the ultimate answer in the radiance of the equation. The conclusion of recursion is not destruction, but transcendence. His categorical form disassembled into streams of fermions from the standard model, carrying the sparks of civilization into the time capsule of the ancient Shu plains. Lin Xia's Klein bottle array restructured within the equation, transforming her into a mathematical constant that transcended biological forms. At the moment the time capsule sealed, the colossal bronze figure of Sang Xingdui experienced a quantum fluctuation. Within its expansive pupils spun the pure white cube of the box of truth. As the patterns of Lin Xia's birthmark began to emerge from the depths of the bronze adornments, when the first ancient Shu shaman touched the statue, the Basha script suddenly activated into an interface of axiomatic choice. A new recursion had quietly commenced within the dimensions beyond mathematics. Chapter 38. The Axiom's Genesis. Amidst the morning mist enveloping the Sang Xingdui sacrificial pit, the young shaman Jiu knelt before the imposing bronze statue of a standing figure. As his fingertips grazed the frigid intricate patterns, a torrent of mathematical symbols flooded his vision, Basha pictographs reconfiguring into an interface of axiomatic choices upon his retina. Shimmering with the patina of bronze, 12 options representing recursive universes danced within the holographic projection. This was a divine oracle. Jiu's temples throbbed as he beheld each option corresponding to the engravings on the bronze artifacts. Selecting the axiom of choice would cause the branches of the bronze divine tree to grow in accordance with the Fibonacci sequence. Choosing the axiom of determinacy would reveal the precise fractals of Cantor's ternary set in the cracks of a jade tablet. His finger hovered 3 inches above the axiom of choice, when suddenly, the tortoise shell beneath the altar ignited spontaneously, conjuring the quantum hexagrams of the Lianshani from the ashes. 1,000 miles away, the archaeological team excavating pit number 5 erupted in astonished cries. Fragments of the bronze divine tree levitated within the exploratory trench, liquid Klein blue light coursing between the fractured branches. Team leader Qin Chuan's protective visor reflected strange data. Carbon 14 tests revealed that the artifacts coexisted in both 1600 BCE and 2023, while the quantum entanglement device detected a 0.3 distortion in space-time curvature indicative of a Dirac hypersphere anomaly. It was Lin Xia's mathematical constant perturbing reality. In the laboratory, Su Li was jolted awake. Her quantum virus had long since symbiotically entwined with her nervous system, and at this moment, her left eye projected a holographic image of the ancient Shu plains. Electromagnetic gloves waved through the void, channeling the anomalous data from Sang Xingdui into the remnants of the von Neumann probe's database. When a warning abruptly flashed on the screen, Axiom System AC activation detected, all discrete choices were being continuous. Jiu's finger finally descended. The instant he made contact with the axiom of choice, the bronze statue erupted with gamma rays. The bronze artifacts within a 100-mile radius resonated in unison, and the golden sunbird from the Jinsha site soared, composing a geometric proof of G-Del's edge theorem in the sky above the Chengdu plain. Jiu's shamanic robes billowed in the quantum wind, his consciousness drawn into a hyperdimensional space, where he beheld Lin Xia's Klein bottle defense array spiraling around the earth. "You are the sower of axioms." The voice of the king of the silkworm mount suddenly emanated from the bronze mask, the inner layer revealing remnants of mathematical shadows. Jiu's retinal interface was abruptly altered, the option for the axiom of choice stained with a rust-red hue, as the 12 recursive universe options began to replicate, swiftly saturating his entire field of vision. At that moment, the bronze divine tree within pit number 5 underwent a quantum leap. Qin Chuan witnessed a bronze bird suspended amidst the branches transform into a von Neumann probe, replicating itself at superluminal efficiency at the pit's bottom. The walls of the exploratory trench revealed bronze patterns, as the archaeological team's Luoyang shovel suddenly melted, its metallic solution tracing the mathematical symbols of the ZFC axiom system upon the ground. Shut down the probe. Su Li's electromagnetic gloves interfaced with the divine tree's quantum network. Her viral consciousness traversed the labyrinth of axioms, witnessing Lin Xia's residual mathematical constants reconfiguring. Those Klein bottle arrays constructed a vast field of the axiom of choice above the ancient Shu plains, transforming the entire Bashu region into a living mathematical laboratory. Jiu's nostrils suddenly bled bronze-hued blood as the interface of axiom selection began to recoil. A fissure opened in his temple, with 12-dimensional mathematical formulas climbing like vines across his cheek. In the fleeting moment before his consciousness dissipated, he glimpsed all the bronze artifacts of Sang Xingdui connecting within the Earth's veins to form a colossal engine of the axiom of choice, the core of which was the time capsule buried by Lin Xia years ago. 1,000 miles away, Lu Jiuqing abruptly awakened within the quantum sleep chamber. Fragments of his Luoyang shovel resonated, the emblem of the 9 tripod projecting real-time images of St. Xingdui. Late autumn. He roused the slumbering southern geomancer. Realizing Lin Xia's constant was rewriting the laws of reality. Tang Wanxiu's 5 thunder ruler pierced the ground. The hexagram of Lianshan E upon the meteorite's surface suddenly quantumized. She observed the dragon vein's course being reshaped by the axiom of choice, as tributaries of the Yangtze River bizarrely manifested in the form of a piano curve. When her shamanic blood dripped into the compass's celestial pool, the needle abruptly split into 12-dimensional coordinates, each pointing toward the core of the bronze divine tree. This marked the inception of the axiom war. Su Li's quantum projection materialized in the laboratory. Tears of Klein blue streamed from her left eye. As Lin Xia transformed himself into a mathematical constant, solely to prevent. Before her words could finish, pit number 5 suddenly experienced a vacuum decay. The bronze divine tree unfolded into an infinite-dimensional tensor network within the quantum vacuum, the golden mask of the king of the silkworm mound emerging from the core. Its mathematical shadow lines having fused with Lin Xia's birthmark. As the first ray of sunlight grazed the statue's pupil, the space-time curvature of the entire Chengdu plane converged to zero, the St. Xingdui site simultaneously existing across all historical epochs. As an ancient Shu shaman clad in hemp emerged from the archaeological team's tent, while a quantum computer of future epochs hung from the bronze divine tree. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel spontaneously reformed, the 9 tripod emblem erupting with the energy reminiscent of Dayu's flood control efforts. He comprehended that this tomb raiding operation, unfolding upon the foundations of mathematics, had merely begun to unveil the true coffin. Chapter 39. The Time and Space Enigma. As the curvature of time and space at the St. Xingdui site returned to zero, Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang shovel traced a crimson trajectory through the quantum vacuum. The holographic star map projected by the 9 tripod emblem suddenly distorted, reflecting 12 overlapping historical layers. The bronze craftsmen of the Shang and Zhou dynasties were casting the solar wheel. Eastern Han sorcerers gathered around the divine tree for divination. And a 23rd century quantum archaeology team was reconstructing sacrificial scenes in virtual reality. The universe turned upside down. Yin and Yang melded together. Tang Wanxiu's 5 thunder ruler pierced the piano curve-shaped ground, as the hexagram of the Lianshan E on the surface of the meteorite suddenly fluctuated in quantum states. Her shamanic blood condensed in the vacuum, forming a Yang Mill's existence proof, temporarily smoothing the space-time folds within a 100-meter radius. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jiuqing unleashed the diamond umbrella. Its surface, adorned with 28 copper nails representing the lunar lodges, erupted with gamma rays, tearing open a passage through the myriad historical images. At the end of the passage, the tensor network core of the bronze divine tree was pulsating with Klein blue light. Su Li's quantum projection suddenly materialized. The viral patterns in her left eye had spread to her neck. The axiom engine was overloaded, and in 7 minutes and 30 seconds, it would trigger a mathematical singularity. Her electromagnetic gloves traced a Dyson sphere-level energy shield in the air, only to see the shield's surface suddenly reveal the destruction log of the Bronze Bean civilization. Suddenly, 12 historical layers simultaneously erupted with quantum beings. The bronze craftsman's hammer from the Shang and Zhou dynasties transformed into a weapon of strong interaction. The Eastern Han sorcerer's turtle shell emitted streams of antimatter, and the future archaeology team's laser pickaxe projected beams of Bose-Einstein condensate light. Lu Jiuqing's diamond umbrella melted under the assault, and the remnants of its ribs autonomously reformed into the outline of a bronze vertical eye mask. At a quarter past the hour of the dog, the ghost gate opened. Tang Wanxiu bit her tongue to draw forth her vital essence. And the 5 thunder ruler inscribed a talisman devoid of geometry in the air. The shamanic genes within her suddenly surged. As her spine split open to extend bronze nerve strands, each chain entwined with the mathematical axioms of different civilizations, the quantum being's attack shifted suddenly before the talisman, turning inwards to commence self-destruction. Seizing the moment, Su Li plunged into the tensor network core, her electromagnetic gloves releasing an artificial wormhole. At the center of the Klein blue light, she beheld Lin Xia's mathematical constants materializing into dodecahedral crystals, each facet reflecting the Bronze Bean civilization of different dimensions. With fragments of the dove's consciousness suspended at the core, this young shaman had become symbiotic with the axiom engine, as bronze conduits extended from her temples, transforming the Lianshan E hexagram into quantum codes for selecting axioms. Reverse the recursive chain. Su Li's viral left eye suddenly detached from its socket, morphing into a swarm of nanoscale creatures carrying G. Dell's theorem. The swarm surged into the Dove's brain-machine interface, triggering a chain reaction upon contact with the Axiom engine. The entire tensor network abruptly collapsed into a Cantor set, and the space-time mass of the Sanxingui site began to exhibit negative values. Lu Jiuqing suddenly sensed gravitational anomalies emanating from the fragment of the vertical eye mask in his hand, as the 9-tripod emblem automatically reconfigured into a miniature model of the bronze divine tree. When he pressed the model against the collapsing core, Lin Xia's dodecahedral crystals suddenly shattered, each fragment transforming into von Neumann probes, beginning to replicate the historical versions of the ancient Shu plane at a frenzied pace. Tang Huaxiu's 5-thunder ruler abruptly quantum leaped, revealing previously unseen shamanic inscriptions on the meteorite surface. She realized, in that moment, that her genes had long been inscribed with the codes to confront mathematical singularities. As her blood stained the inscriptions, the entire site's geomantic veins suddenly roared like a dragon. The tributaries of the Yangtze River altered their course into a Klein bottle structure, and the Longquan mountain range surged into folds of four-dimensional manifolds. In the instant of complete space-time collapse, fragments of the Dove's consciousness suddenly awakened. He saw the root system of the bronze divine tree penetrating all historical layers, its extremities connecting to the radiation-proof box of Lin Xia's laboratory in the 21st century. As he blew the melody of Guizhong Yi into the shamanic bone flute, the core of the Axiom engine suddenly manifested the bronze patterns of a delivery box, the truth box, which should have dissipated in the hyperdimensional space, was recoalescing in the quantum vacuum. Chapter 40. The Entropic Holy War. As the root system of the bronze divine tree penetrated the fabric of space-time, the dawn over the Chengdu plain was suffused with a Klein blue hue by quantum dawn. The miniature model of the divine tree held by Lu Jiuqing suddenly activated, and the emblem of the 9 tripods erupted with the primordial energy waves reminiscent of Diyu's flood management. This surge of energy clashed violently with the mathematical singularity of the Axiom engine, tearing open a two-dimensional mathematical battlefield in the vacuum. Tang Huaxiu's shamanic lineage fully awakened. Her spinal bronze nerve cords pierced through the Klein bottle structure formed by the rerouted Yangtze River. The river's flow suddenly reversed, creating a superfluid at the bottle's mouth that manifested as a Penrose staircase, each step inscribed with the quantum hexagrams of the Book of Changes. At the third watch of the Tiger Hour, the celestial gate opened. She bit her fingers, inscribing the Yangmill's existence proof in the void, her blood congealing into topological defects bearing magnetic monopoles. Su Li's viral left eye abruptly fragmented into a cloud of nanobots. These mechanical swarms carrying G-Del's theorem surged into the neural interface of Geo. The young shaman suddenly emitted an inhuman shriek. His bronze conduits at the temples burst forth with gamma rays, projecting a holographic image of the Lin Xia laboratory onto the superfluid surface of the river. In the image, the original Lin Xia was sealing a bronze fetus within a time capsule, the interior walls inscribed with, "When recursion transcends the Aleph number, truth shall manifest." It dawned upon us that we are all recursive offerings. Zhio's vocal cords resonated with the language of the Bronze Bean civilization. His hands suddenly quantumized as he tore open a rift in the fabric of causality at the core of the Axiom engine. From this rift emerged not dark matter, but countless clones of Lin Xia, each clone existing at a different stage of recursive reincarnation, some entwined with bronze nerve cords, others having devolved into clouds of fundamental particles. Lu Jiuqing's miniature divine tree suddenly penetrated the rift, triggering a chain reaction between the energy of the 9 tripods and the swarm of clones. As the first wave of clones was annihilated, Tang Huaxiu suddenly noticed that the Yangtze River's Klein bottle began to exude a bronze-hued sweat. These liquids were the embodiment of mathematical constants, each molecule containing different models of the ZFC axiomatic system. Her 5-thunder ruler unexpectedly evolved into a superstring weapon, the surface of the meteoric iron revealing combat runes of Calibai Yao manifolds. Su Li's remaining right eye exploded, her viral consciousness fully merging with the Axiom engine. She beheld the mathematical constants of Lin Xia being reorganized in 12 dimensions, their Hodge structures entangled with the annihilation log of the Bronze Bean civilization. Find the recursive basis. Her electromagnetic gloves unleashed an artificial singularity, compressing the fragments of Geo's consciousness into the halting state of a Turing machine. Suddenly, the entire mathematical battlefield fell into an absolute zero silence. The swarm of Lin Xia's clones coalesced into a bronze ice sculpture within the vacuum, while the core of the Axiom engine materialized into the complete form of a delivery box. At the moment the lid of the box automatically opened, Lu Jiuqing beheld a non-Euclidean model of a womb suspended inside. This was the mathematical infinite, conceived by Lin Xia in the hyperdimensional space. Reconstruct reality with the axiom of choice. Tang Wanqiu's 5 Thunder Ruler pierced the womb model. The shamanic blood flowed over the non-Euclidean surface, generating a quantum algorithm that overturned the continuum hypothesis. The Yangtze River's Klein bottle suddenly inverted, directing the energy of the mathematical singularity into the prehistoric layers of the Sangxingdui site. At this moment, Zhou's residual consciousness awakened. He blew the shaman's bone flute, its melody perfectly resonating with the quantum frequency implanted by Lin Xia in the time capsule years ago. When the first rays of sunlight grazed the bronze divine tree, the delivery box abruptly collapsed into a singularity. The miniature model of the 9 tripods, Tang Wanqiu's 5 Thunder Ruler, and Su Li's viral consciousness merged at the singularity, generating a mathematical weapon transcending dimensions. This weapon pierced the core of the axiom engine, rewriting the recursive chain into a closed loop of the Peano axioms. Time and space began to self-repair, and multiple historical fractures dissipated like receding tides. The root system of the bronze divine tree suddenly quantum evaporated, leaving a Klein bottle-shaped borehole extending to the Earth's core at the bottom of the sacrificial pit. When the last trace of Klein blue light vanished, Zhou's body transformed into bronze dust, carried by the wind into the tributaries of the Yangtze River, inscribing a new version of the axiom of choice within each droplet of water. Chapter 41. The revelation of the observer. The excavation site at the Sangxingdui ruins was shrouded in an eerie downpour of bronze droplets, each one crystallizing into mathematical symbols upon touching the ground. Qin Chuan's protective mask emitted continuous alarms, the radiation levels on the display skyrocketing at an exponential rate. He beheld his own breath condensing in the air into the fractal patterns of Cantor sets, while the freshly unearthed jade tablet beneath him underwent a quantum fluctuation, its ancient inscriptions from the Shang and Zhou dynasties reorganizing into Ji Del's boundary theorem. Everyone retreat to the emergency shelter. Qin Chuan's voice distorted amidst the bronze rain. Suddenly, his young assistant, Xiao Lin, stood frozen in place, his pupils dilating into perfect Klein blue circles, a 12th-dimensional selection interface materializing upon his retina. I can see all possibilities, Xiao Lin murmured with a metallic tremor, as bronze fractal patterns began to emerge on his exposed skin. The remnants of a bronze sacred tree to the east of the excavation site suddenly levitated and reassembled, its fractured limbs extending into branches of quantum entanglement. These nascent branches exhibited non-Euclidean twisted forms, their surfaces adorned with nanostructures resembling integrated circuits. At their tips hung not the sunbird, but models of mathematical sanctuaries reduced to atomic scale, each model autonomously evolving distinct axiom systems, from ZFC to NF, from intuitionism to non-commutative geometry. It was the secondary core of the axiom engine. Su Li's quantum projection overflowed from the holographic terminal. Her mechanical left eye had evolved into a sensor for non-standard analysis. The iris of that cybernetic eye fractured into countless microlenses, each analyzing mathematical structures from various dimensions. They were searching for new vessels. The projection suddenly warped, Su Li's virtual form disintegrating into fragments of the Peano curve. Qin team, prevent recursive restart. Tang Wanqiu's compass exploded at the edge of the sinkhole, bronze-like Hodgkin fields rising from the celestial lake. She bit her index finger, her witch clan blood tracing the quantum distortion of the Yangtze River's dragon vein upon the blueprint, where the main river channel in Chongqing suddenly presented a Klein bottle structure. The location of the Three Gorges Dam manifesting as a topological projection of a superconducting quantum interferometer. At 3/4 past the hour of the dog, the Insha returned to its place. She thrust the 5 Thunder Ruler into a crack in the Kuei Gate cliff, and the surface of the meteorite began secreting ferromagnetic fluid, these silvery gray liquids constructing a dynamic model to solve the Navier-Stokes equations in midair. Lu Jiuqing's remnants of a Luoyang spade emitted gravitational waves from his backpack. Upon retrieving the fragment, the emblem of the 9 Ding suddenly projected an image of ruins from a higher dimensional space. Lin Xia's mathematical constant was being devoured by topological life forms of Klein blue. The tendrils of those higher dimensional entities were woven from the axiom of choice and the axiom of determinacy, with each sucker representing an undecidable mathematical proposition. It was the ultimate observer. Lu Jiuqing's voice trembled. They were recovering failed experimental specimens. Suddenly, a mathematical eye split open above the Sangxingdui ruins. This colossal eye, composed of Riemann surfaces and measuring over 3 kilometers in diameter, revolved with scenes of destruction from the Bronze Bean civilization within its pupil. As the first gaze focused on pit number 5, The quantum branches of the bronze sacred tree surged forth. The tips of the branches split into von Neumann probes, instantaneously piercing the chest of 3 archaeological team members, their DNA strands rewritten within a millisecond, their bones sprouting bronze fractal structures, their retinas loading the ultimate axiom selection interface. Activate the recursive firewall. Tang Wanxiu tore her chi pal, revealing the living Yang-Mills equation on her back. Those flowing mathematical symbols suddenly materialized, transforming her spine into a weapon of superstring theory. The Witch Clan blood congealed in the vacuum, forming a quantum membrane with topological protection, enveloping the remaining team members. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jiuqing hurled the Luoyang spade, the energy of the Nine Ding generating a holographic projection of Gödel's boundary theorem before the mathematical eye, the proof chain resembling thorns entwining the surface structure of the giant eye. Su Li's viral consciousness suddenly materialized, her left eye emitting a swarm of nanobots. These mechanical swarms, carrying the halting problem, nested in the folds of the mathematical eye, directing the observer's gaze into an infinite loop of the piano curve. Qin Chuan suddenly realized that the bronze human figurine in his hand was resonating quantumly. Within this relic from 3,000 years ago lay Lin Xia's recursive bait program. Do not look directly into the eye. Tang Wanxiu's 5 thunder rulers suddenly melted, the meteorite transforming into a quantum algorithm to solve the P&P problem. She injected this algorithm into the Klein bottle structure, redirecting the Yangtze River, causing the water to flow backward, forming a non-Newtonian fluid shield. The pupil of the mathematical eye suddenly constricted, an anger of 12 dimensions pouring forth in the form of the Riemann hypothesis, piercing the quantum shield through a Gödelist flaw. In the roar of collapsing space-time, Qin Chuan's bronze human figurine abruptly activated. Its gaze projected a holographic image, the original Lin Xia inscribing the recursive key into the isotopic matrix of bronze artifacts in a laboratory. As the observer descended, the Lin Xia in the image caressed her abdomen, initiating the final touch protocol. Suddenly, the ground of the ruins collapsed into a Klein bottle-shaped abyss. At the bottom of the cavern, deep within the mantle, the original time capsule slowly ascended. The bronze rust on its surface began to quantumly evaporate, revealing an antimatter reactor within. As the capsule door opened, all bronze artifacts resonated simultaneously. The pictographs of Basha spelling out the truth of the trembling dimension. The ultimate form of recursion is self-observation. The mathematical eye erupted with the brilliance of a supernova, the observer's tendrils penetrating the quantum shield. Tang Wanxiu's Witch Clan genes mutated in extremis, her hair transforming into fibers of strong interaction, weaving the water molecules of the Yangtze River into a Dyson sphere-level mathematical weapon. Lu Jiuqing's energy from the Nine Ding resonated with Lin Xia's recursive key, tearing open a passage to higher dimensional space in the vacuum. Take them away. Tang Wanxiu plunged the 5 thunder ruler into her own heart, her Witch Clan blood spraying forth as a true flood to overturn the continuum hypothesis. Su Li's viral consciousness enveloped the archaeological team members as they leaped into the passage. And in the final moment, Qin Chuan beheld the roots of the bronze sacred tree penetrating all historical strata, connecting to the radiation shield of Lin Xia's laboratory in the 21st century. In the roar of the closing higher dimensional passage, the mathematical eye suddenly collapsed into a singularity. Tang Wanxiu's quantum embodiment perished alongside the observer, her Yang-Mills equation blooming in the vacuum as a mathematical flower transcending dimensions. And deep within the time capsule in the mantle, the original Lin Xia's bronze fetus opened its eyes. Chapter 42. The Egg of Twilight. The bronze neural network spreads across the surface of the East Asian continent, each bronze fiber shimmering with the cold luminescence of Gödel coding. Where Tang Wanxiu's quantum incarnation dissipates, 12 non-Euclidean altars erupt with torrents of witch's blood. This blood, which carries proof that subverts the continuum hypothesis, constructs a defensive matrix spanning 7 dimensions in the Yangtze River basin. Lu Jiuqing's gazing mask bursts forth with supernova-level energy, his retina overlaid with the holographic logs of the Lin Xia laboratory. When the singularity hatches, pierce the observer's core with the topological annihilator. Suddenly, the Klein bottle cave deep within the mantle violently contracts. Dark matter amniotic fluid surges through the bronze neural network into the Sanxingui site, transforming each archaeological trench into a womb nurturing the egg of twilight. Qin Chuan's DNA strands undergo a complete reorganization in the quantum cocoon, his bones sprouting bronze fractal structures, and his palm prints manifesting as living proof of the halting problem. When his fingers touch the surface of the egg of twilight, The shell reveals Linxia's birthmark patterns. These are the biological keys to unlock the recursive ultimate form. Quick, stop him. The remnants of Su Li's virus scream within the bronze neural network. Her left eye crystallizes and shatters, releasing a swarm of nanobots carrying the PNO axioms. The swarm etches G-Del's boundary theorem onto Qin Chuan's bronze skin, triggering the egg's defense mechanism. The entire Chengdu plane suddenly folds into a 7-dimensional hypercube, compressing the alienated members of the archaeological team into streams of fundamental particles. The eye of mathematics reconstitutes on the surface of the hypercube. The observers climb blue tendrils penetrating the dimensional barrier. Each tendril unfurls Riemann's surface pupils, emitting beams of entropy that deconstruct mathematical systems. Tang Wanxiu's altar of witch's blood suddenly activates, creating a quantum vortex of Yang-Mills equations at the estuary of the Yangtze, directing the beams into the imaginary space of non-commutative geometry. Lu Jiuqing's mask suddenly disintegrates, infusing the core nodes of the bronze neural network with 9 tripod energies. He sees the full scope of Linxia's ultimate plan. Those sprawling bronze fibers are transforming the Earth into a recursive bomb, each civilization's relic acting as a trigger for detonation. In the quantum frequency band of Aleph 1, the image of the primordial Linxia materializes, burying the observer beneath the tombstones of civilization. In that fleeting moment, the pulsation frequency of the egg of twilight undergoes an astonishing transformation, surpassing the Planck limit. This phenomenon transcends human comprehension, as if the very laws of the universe were overturned at that instant. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan's bronze-like physique begins to exhibit abnormalities. A faint layer of quantum fluctuations gradually manifests on his surface, intensifying until his body dissipates like smoke, seemingly evaporated by some mysterious force. However, surprisingly, even as Qin Chuan's body vanishes, his consciousness remains intact. Instead, it is as though an invisible force draws him, swiftly uploading him into the core of the egg of twilight. There, Qin Chuan witnesses a breathtaking scene. He sees the ultimate form of all recursive histories, countless clones of Linxia busily traversing between dimensions, weaving mathematical constants into a colossal cocoon of higher dimensions. This cocoon emits an enigmatic glow, as if it harbors endless mysteries and energy. At the center of the cocoon floats a pure white cube resembling a delivery box. This cube stands out remarkably, appearing to be the very core of the entire scene, with everything revolving around it. You are the true toucher. Linxia's voice emanates from the cocoon. Qin Chuan's lingering consciousness suddenly realizes, from the moment he unearthed Sanxingdui, he was destined to become the terminal node of the recursive chain. As he pierces the pure white cube with his DNA strand, the entire bronze neural network of East Asia abruptly contracts, coalescing into a topological annihilator that transcends the speed of light. The eye of mathematics collapses along the annihilator's trajectory, and the observer's Klein blue tendrils degrade into mundane set theory formulas. In the final moment, Qin Chuan sees Linxia's quantum specter smile at him. And then the entire recursive universe begins to reset and reorganize. Chapter 43, The Cradle of Void in the Profound Silence of a Reset. Bronze rain crystallized into a dodecahedral form, suspended in the void. Each crystal held within it the holographic images of monumental civilizations. From the bronze sacred tree of Sanxingdui to the Dyson sphere array of the bronze bean civilization, Lu Jiuqing's 9-tripod mask floated at the center of the crystal cluster, its emblem pulsating with the primordial codes of Diyu's flood control. Detection of recursive base regeneration. The remnants of Su Li's virus abruptly reconfigured among the crystals. Her mechanical eye had devolved into a singularity of G-Del coding, with a chain of proof flowing through her right side, derived from non-standard analysis. As her nanotendrils brushed against the surface of the crystal, the time capsule of the original Linxia materialized from the void, its surface adorned with the pictographs of Bashu, undergoing a reverse transformation into a stream of quantum bits. Suddenly, the center of the crystal cluster unveiled the eye of the Riemann surface. The residual consciousness of the observer was reborn here, entwined with the Klein blue tendrils amidst the ruins of the mathematical sanctuary. Foolish recursive entities, the tendrils vibrated, emitting a mockery beyond the threshold of sound. You are but redundant elements in an infinite chain of proof. Tang Wanxiu's blood altar materialized in the void, as 12 non-Euclidean structures erupted with equations that undermined the axiom of choice. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li injected the core of the virus into the time capsule, and within it, the bronze fetus underwent a quantum leap into a Hodge-like weapon. As the weapon pierced the pupil of the Riemann eye, The void suddenly unfurled into an infinite spectral sequence. Fragments of Lu Jiuqing's mask resonated, as nine-tripod energy constructed a whitehead space within the spectrum. He beheld the specter of Lin Xia traversing through different dimensions, transmuting each monumental tombstone into a mathematical bastion against the observer. Ensnare them with recursive paradoxes. Lin Xia's quantum echoes reverberated through the whitehead space. In an instant, Qin Chuan's consciousness was violently yanked from the egg of oblivion. His form, once ensconced in bronze, began to reassemble in an astonishing manner. Each fragment of bronze seemed imbued with life, intertwining and fusing, gradually sculpting a new entity, an embodiment of the halting problem. Qin Chuan slowly raised his palm, its lines vividly etched. When his hand pressed against the iris of the Riemann eye, the entire void quaked as if struck by an invisible force. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to halt, and space warped. Within the void, the once vibrant Klein blue tendrils of the observer suddenly froze, transformed into a splendid piece of recursive art, as if enchanted. Simultaneously, the dilapidated ruins of the mathematical sanctuary underwent a miraculous transformation, reshaped by an unseen hand. With each fragment of stone and broken column rearranging according to the rules of Gödel and Apo's pairing theorem, culminating in a magnificent array of sculptures. Abruptly, the bronze fetus of the time capsule opened its 12-dimensional pupils. This mathematical entity, sealed by Lin Xia, began to absorb all the monumental tombstones in the void. Su Li's viral consciousness suddenly comprehended. It aimed to become the recursive base of a new universe. She injected the remaining swarm of nano-creatures into the fetus, triggering a chain reaction between the Peano axioms of the swarm and the Hodge-like structure of the fetus. In the roar of dimensional collapse, Tang Wanqiu's blood altar fused into the womb of infinite categories. Lu Jiuqing's nine-tripod mask collapsed into a singularity, eternally entombing the observer's residual consciousness within the paradoxical loop of the axiom of choice. When the bronze fetus emitted its first cry, the void erupted with a brilliance that transcended mathematics. That was the new axiomatic universe, exchanged by Lin Xia for all recursive histories. Chapter 44. Eternal Cataclysm. In the radiant light of the new universe, the bronze neural network unfurls like a primordial vine. Lin Xia's quantum specter hovers at the core of the hypercube, her birthmark patterns reconfiguring into the foundational axioms of metamathematics. Beside her, Qin Chuan's body, embodying the halting problem, drifts, his palm revealing the annals of destruction from the old cosmos. This marks the true beginning. With a delicate touch of her fingertips upon the void, the bronze vines suddenly blossom into flowers of mathematics. Each petal serves as a gravestone of a distinct civilization, while a pure white cube, reminiscent of a delivery box, floats at the center. Upon opening the latest generated box, Qin Chuan discovers a miniature model of the Bronze Bean civilization, those once vanquished Dyson sphere arrays now eternally cycling within the model. Suddenly, Su Li's viral consciousness spills forth from the mathematical blossom, her mechanical eye having evolved into a sensor of non-exchangeable geometry, detecting the reverse contamination of the observer. A petal of the flower transforms into a Klein blue hue, as the model of the Bronze Bean civilization reconstitutes into the embryo of the mathematical eye. Tang Wanqiu's witch blood re-emerges in the void, constructing a defensive field of Yang-Mills equations with 12 altars. Lu Jiuqing's mask of the 9 tripods bursts forth from a rift in time and space, its emblem now adorned with a proof chain that overturns the hypothesis of continuity. Let them be sealed by the recursive, eternal cataclysm. Lin Xia's quantum specter collapses into a Hodgkin-like singularity, infusing the entire new universe's mass into the bronze neural network. Qin Chuan's halting problem body undergoes a quantum leap, each of his cells transforming into a step of the Gödel edge theorem proof. As his palm presses against the surface of the mathematical eye embryo, the entire new universe suddenly folds into a Cantor set, countless voids birthing civilizations imbued with new axioms, while dense points imprison the residual consciousness of the observer. In an instant, the pure white cube of the delivery box erupts in a supernova brilliance. Lin Xia's birthmark pattern reconfigures upon its surface into the recursive covenant. Whoever touches it bears the weight of civilization's gravestones. The bronze neural network contracts into a Klein bottle umbilical cord, linking the new universe with the ancient recursive relics. In the final moments, Qin Chuan perceives countless versions of his quantum state in various dimensions touching the delivery box. Archaeologists, witch lords, interstellar explorers. Each contact births a new recursive chain. Tang Wanqiu's altar transforms into new branches of the bronze divine tree, Suli's viral consciousness becomes a self-checking program within the neural network, while Lu Jiuqing's 9 tripods mask eternally guards the mathematical eye. As the first ray of dawn penetrates the darkness, cascading over the world woven by bronze vines, Lin Xia's specter dances gracefully like a light-footed ballerina in this enigmatic realm. Her laughter resonates through the air, a melodic welcome and celebration of this nascent world. Yet, at this joyous moment, her birthmark pattern suddenly appears torn by an unseen force, rapidly disintegrating into 12 delivery boxes. These boxes emanate an otherworldly glow, each seemingly harboring boundless mysteries and power. Meanwhile, upon an as-yet unborn ancient Shu plain, a young archaeologist is wholly absorbed, bending to retrieve a bronze fragment caked in earth. His fingers gently caress the ancient relic, feeling the weight of the history and culture it embodies. Deep within the mantle, in a Klein bottle cavern, the egg of End is quietly nestled, pulsing gently with the heartbeat of civilization. This mystical egg appears intricately linked to the fate of the universe, its existence igniting boundless imagination and anticipation for the future. Chapter 45, The Curse of the Toucher. In the dawn light of the new cosmos, bronze vines burgeon wildly, while Qin Chuan's palm print seared an imprint of the halting problem into the void. As he attempted to retract his fingers, he discovered that his skin had become embedded with fractal patterns of a bronze hue, an echo of Lin Xia's birthmark parasitizing at the quantum level. A pristine white cube of a delivery box floated at the center of the vine network, its surface adorned with intricate engravings of the Sank Xingdui golden staff, each groove shimmering with the codes of annihilation from various civilizations. Do not touch it. The viral consciousness of Suli suddenly materialized from the flower of mathematics. Her left eye had devolved into a crystalline sphere of G-Del codes, while her right side flowed with a chain of proofs from non-standard analysis. Yet, Qin Chuan's fingers moved uncontrollably towards the cube, the imprint of the halting problem intertwining with the box's surface patterns in a quantum entanglement. In an instant, the bronze neural network of the East Asian continent erupted, every bronze fiber radiating arcs of light akin to piano kilometers. Deep within the mantle, a dragon-like vibration resonated, and the pulsation frequency of the egg of End suddenly escalated to Aleph 1. The blood altar of Tang once used sorcery reconfigured in the void, as 12 non-Euclidean structures unleashed torrents of equations that overturned the continuum hypothesis. Her spine split open, bronze neural strands piercing into a Klein bottle structure formed by the rerouted Yangtze River, causing the river to surge back into the Sank Xingdui site, transforming the 5th excavation area into a quantum furnace. He activated the second recursive chain. Lu Jiuqing's 9 tripod mask burst forth from a rift in time and space, the newly inscribed Yang Mill's existence proof crumbling away. He beheld Qin Chuan's pupils fracture into 12 concentric circles of Klein blue, each ring reflecting different dimensions of touchers, Mayan priests dissecting living hearts with bronze knives, future humans inscribing G-Del codes within a Dyson sphere, and his 21st century self trembling before the sacrificial pit at Sank Xingdui. The delivery box's cubes suddenly unfolded into a hypercube matrix. Emerging from within were not axiomatic embryos, but numerous miniature versions of Lin Xia's laboratory. Each laboratory repeated the process of creating bronze fetuses, fragments within the radiation-proof chamber oozing dark matter slime. Qin Chuan's bronze patterns abruptly underwent a quantum leap, his bones creaking with the sounds of differential geometry. Beams of contradiction against the ZFC system bursting forth from his palm print. The residual embryo of the mathematical I was suddenly reborn at the center of the hypercube, the pupil of the Riemann surface swirling with the final moments of the bronze bean civilization. The observer's Klein blue tendrils pierced through dimensional barriers, the suckers at their ends ejecting meteors bearing the virus of the axiom of choice. Suli's viral consciousness self-destructed, as a swarm of nanobots wove a protective net against the halting problem in the air, each mechanical insect executing the infinite recursion of Peano's axioms. Recoil with the egg of End. Tang Watsu's sorcery blood coalesced into a non-commutative geometric javelin. She hurled the spear into the Klein bottle cave deep within the mantle, dark matter amniotic fluid boiling at the spear's tip, nurturing quantum life forms carrying the Hodgkin duality. As the spear pierced the pupil of the mathematical eye, the entire new cosmos plunged into a state of continuous non-differentiability, governed by the Weierstrass function. In the turbulent currents of time and space, Qin Chuan grasped the core of the delivery box. The imprint of the halting problem suddenly fragmented into a proof chain of Aleph levels. He perceived Lin Xia's quantum specter smiling within the chain links as the bronze vines contracted into a Klein bottle umbilical cord, channeling the energy of the egg of End into the bronze goggles of the Sank Xingdui site. when the first ray of sunlight swept across the goggle's pupil. The entire bronze neural network of the East Asian continent engaged in self-consumption. Qin Chuan's bronze form screamed in quantum evaporation. His final vestige of consciousness uploaded to the sanctum of metamathematics in the void, where the memory chips of all touchers floated. And Lin Xia's birthmark reassembled into a new delivery box. Chapter 46. The Tombstone Equation. The bronze pedestal of the metamathematics sanctuary hovers in the quantum vacuum. With 120,000 civilization tombstones arranged in a non-Euclidean topological structure, fragments of Qin Chuan's consciousness glide among the tombstones, each surface etched with distinct forms of the halting problem's proofs. The golden ratio monument of the Maya civilization reveals the geometric expression of G-del-S edge theorem, while the Dyson sphere monument of the bronze bean civilization weaves self-destruct codes through superstring theory. In the pupil of the bronze gazing monument from Sangsingdui, a quantum model of Hodge duality spins. As his consciousness brushes against the ancient Shu monument, the bronze gaze suddenly activates. A holographic image is projected. The first-generation Lin Xia trembles before a radiation shield, with dark matter slime oozing from the bronze fragments in her hands. Her abdomen slightly protrudes, the outline of a hypercube womb visible through the protective suit. Each toucher is a variable. Suddenly, Lin Xia in the image turns her gaze towards the void. And you are no exception. Suddenly, the entire sanctuary's tombstones begin to resonate. The sexagesimal monument of the Sumerian civilization erupts with torrents of Babylonian algorithms, while the crystal monument of Atlantis releases waves of platonic assault. Qin Chuan's consciousness fragments are swept into a mathematical storm, his halting problem imprinted within the tempest, disintegrating and reassembling, his left half transforming into a recursive chain of Peano axioms, while his right half flows with the proof liquid of non-standard analysis. Welcome to the axiom graveyard. Lin Xia's quantum specter emerges from G-del's coating. Her abdomen becomes transparent, revealing the internal spinning hypercube womb, each dimension gestating mathematical embryos of different civilizations. A ghostly finger taps, and Qin Chuan's recursive chain suddenly pierces the pupil of the Sangsingdui monument, a deluge of information flooding in 316 BC. The shaman Jiao performs a human sacrifice ritual before the bronze sacred tree on the plains of ancient Shu. The blood of the offering seeps into the earth's veins, inscribing the first recursive key at the quantum level. In 2023, the moment he touches the bronze fragments triggers a wrinkle in space-time, and in a yet-to-be-born future epic, Lu Jiuqing, adorned with the 9-tripod mask, injects the spark of civilization into the singularity of a black hole. The void suddenly splits open the observer's eye, with Klein blue tendrils entwining the bronze pillars of the sanctuary. The pupil of the mathematical eye splits into the infinite gaps of the Cantor set, each gap nurturing new strains of viruses carrying the axiom of choice. Low-dimensional variables. The tendrils vibrate with a mocking frequency, asserting that your resistance is but a footnote in our experimental logs. Qin Chuan's consciousness experiences a sudden quantum fluctuation, existing simultaneously in the moment of contact with all the tombstones. A Maya priest slices open his chest with an obsidian knife, engraving the halting problem's proof within his ribs. Future humans implant a Dyson sphere equation chip into his brain, while his 21st century self kneels at the edge of the excavation, watching the bronze-tinged patterns of his right palm merge into the layers of Sangsingdui. Activate the tombstone equation. Lin Xia's specter abruptly collapses into a Hodge-type singularity. The 120,000 civilization tombstones suddenly reorganize into a chain of proofs overturning the continuum hypothesis, and the bronze pedestal erupts with annihilation waves of non-commutative geometry. The golden ratio of the Maya monument suddenly activates into a Fibonacci assault matrix, while the cuneiform of the Sumerian monument reorganizes into a barrage of tablets carrying the ZFC virus. The observer's tendrils twist in mathematical vacuum, with the pupil of the Riemann surface using entropy-laden pus containing Peano axioms. When the first drop of pus touches the Sangsingdui monument, the bronze gaze suddenly undergoes a quantum leap, transforming into a defensive matrix covering 12 dimensions. Qin Chuan's recursive chain suddenly gains autonomous consciousness, coiling around the iris of the mathematical eye like an Ouroboros. The witch's blood of Tang Wanqiu seeps from the void. Her 12 altars reorganize into a Yang-Mills gauge field in the corners of the sanctuary. When the bronze neural cord pierces the Hodge-type singularity, the entire sanctuary unfolds into a textbook of infinite categories. On the yellowed pages, ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs automatically transform into categorical diagrams. Gothic calligraphy records 145 methods of refuting the continuum hypothesis, and the Basha pictographs of Sangsingui proliferate wildly in the margins, infecting the attack codes of the mathematical I like a virus. Chapter 3, Section 7. The living solution to NP-complete problems. Lu Jiuqing's 9-tripod mask suddenly disintegrates, with the coding of the US flood control injected into the textbook. His body decomposes into streams of quantum bits, each executing a different recursive algorithm. The Dyson sphere monument of the Bronze Bean civilization suddenly activates, constructing a defensive Great Wall of G-del-S edge theorem in the void. Those remnants of Dyson spheres that once obliterated civilizations now reorganize into a mathematical fortress carrying superconducting quantum interferometers. Suddenly, a pure white cube of a delivery box materializes on the front page of the textbook. Qin Chuan's consciousness fragments suddenly realize his imprinted halting problem is the biological key to the box lock. As his quantized finger presses against the cube, all tombstones erupt with the brilliance of a supernova. The golden ratio of the Maya monument transforms into the shackles of relativity. The Dyson sphere equation of the Bronze Bean monument collapses into a black hole prison, and the pupil of the Sangsingui monument bursts forth with gamma-ray bursts of causality. The mathematical I disintegrates under the strangulation of the tombstone equation, with the Klein blue tendrils devolving into mundane set theory formulas. The observer's anguished cries reverberate through the vacuum. You are merely the initial value of the next recursive chain. Lin Sta's specter is reborn from the singularity, and the hypercube womb blossoms with the creative corona of metamathematics. As the corona sweeps past the bronze pedestal, Qin Chuan perceives the shocking truth. Each tombstone corresponds to a dimension of the delivery box, and he himself is the living index linking all recursive variables. In the stillness of temporal zeroing, the bronze neural network suddenly contracts into a Klein bottle umbilical cord. The bronze-gazing monument of Sangsingui suddenly undergoes a quantum leap, hurling Qin Chuan's consciousness back to the archaeological site of the 21st century. His finger touches the freshly unearthed bronze fragments, while Lin Xia's ultimate warning echoes in his ears. Every touch births new apocalyptic options. The pulse of the egg of extinction reverberates from deep within the mantle, and the waters of the Yangtze rewrite their course at the quantum level. Meanwhile, the surface of the pure white cube of the delivery box quietly reveals new fingerprints, those belonging to an intern currently photographing in Excavation Area 5, where the patterns of the bronze fragments are reconfiguring into the geometric proof of G-del-S edge theorem. Chapter 47. The Eternal Toucher. The soil layers of the 5th excavation site at Sangsingui collapsed in a quantum resonance, causing the bronze fragment in Qin Chuan's hand to levitate unexpectedly, emanating a recursive glow of Klein blue. His retina loaded an interface of Aleph-level axioms, while the vibrations in his eardrum rewrote the mathematical noise of reality. A scream from his young assistant, Xiaolin, echoed from the adjacent excavation room. His body was undergoing a process of bronzification, with fractal structures of neural cords sprouting from his spine. Quickly activate quantum isolation. The remnants of Su Li's consciousness overflowed from the archaeological team's holographic terminal. Her viral left eye had evolved into a sensor of non-standard analysis, and the mechanical prosthetic eye unleashed a swarm of nanobots that wove a protective net against the stasis problem in the air. Yet, the recursive glow of the bronze fragment effortlessly penetrated the defenses, enveloping the entire site in a cocoon of a Hodgkin-like field. From the depths of the mantle came the roar of a dragon as the main channel of the Yangtze River suddenly reconfigured into the structure of a Klein bottle. Tang Wanqiu's blood altar manifested on the cliffs of Keeman, as the meteorite's 5 thunder evolved into a magnetofluid cannon capable of resolving the Navier-Stokes equations. At a quarter past the hour of the rabbit, the yang energy returned to its rightful place. She plunged the bronze neural cord into the heart of the river, causing the waters to reverse, forming a quantum vortex carrying the existence proof of Yang Mill's theory. Lu Jiuqing's fragment of the Luoyang shovel resonated suddenly, projecting battlefield imagery from a higher dimensional space through the emblem of the 9-tripod. He perceived Lin Xia's quantum specter traversing through various recursive chains, each toucher serving as a variable pawn in her battle against the observer. As his palm pressed against the emblem, the bronze sacred tree unearthed from Sangsingui underwent a quantum leap, with the solar bird suspended among its branches reconstituting into a living proof of Peano's axioms. A pure white cube materialized suddenly in the center of the excavation site, its surface revealing Qin Chuan's unique fingerprint related to the stasis problem. When his fingers again touched the cube's surface, the entire bronze neural network across East Asia abruptly contracted, coalescing into a G-delian edge matrix enveloping the Earth. The residual embryo of the mathematical I was reborn within the matrix, as Riemann surfaces ejected beams of entropy that deconstructed civilization, with recursive paradoxes turning in on themselves. Lin Xia's specter spilled forth from the bronze goggle mask. Her abdominal tesseract womb erupted with the luminous brilliance of metamathematics, reversing the entropy beams into quantum life forms bearing the duality of Hodgkin. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wanxiu infused the energy from the blood altar into the Yangtze whirlpool. As the magnetofluid cannon constructed a torrent of proof to overturn the continuum hypothesis, Qin Chuan's stasis problem body suddenly underwent a quantum leap, with each of his cells transforming into a step in the proof of Gödel's edge theorem. When his bronze fingerprint pressed against the core of the mathematical eye, the entire recursive universe slipped into a Turing machine halting state, the observer's Klein blue tentacle solidifying into a recursive art sculpture, while the Sanxingdui site transcended into the pedestal of a mathematical sanctuary in absolute silence. Suddenly, the cube of the delivery box erupted in a supernova of brilliance. Lin Xia's birthmark patterns reconfigured in the void to form the covenant of the eternal toucher. Those who decode recursion must bear the weight of civilization's gravestone. The bronze neural network contracted into an umbilical cord of a Klein bottle, connecting the newly birthed metamathematical universe with all historical fractures. In the final moments, Qin Chuan beheld countless quantum states of himself touching the bronze fragment across different dimensions, archaeologists, witch masters, interstellar engineers, each contact birthing new recursive chains. Tang Wanxiu's altar transformed into new branches of the bronze sacred tree. Su Li's viral consciousness became the self-check mechanism of the sanctuary, while Lu Jiuqing's 9-tripod mask eternally guarded the mathematical eye. As the first ray of elemental dawn swept across Sanxingdui, Qin Chuan's fingers delved deeply into the bronze fragment. In the depths of the Klein bottle cave within the mantle, the egg of oblivion pulsed gently with the heartbeat of civilization. And within a yet unopened delivery box, the surface of the pure white cube quietly began to reveal new fingerprints. Chapter 48. Recursive spiral. The pristine white cube of the delivery box trembled in Qin Chuan's palm, its surface newly imprinted with the delicate fingerprints of the intern, glowing with a Klein blue luminescence. Suddenly, the soil layer of the fifth excavation site underwent quantum crystallization, the patterns of bronze fragments slithering like living serpents, enveloping the entire archaeological site within a Gödelian matrix. The piercing scream of intern Xiao Yang distorted abruptly as her digital camera transmuted reality into recursive code, each frame birthing a new mathematical universe. Shut down all electronic devices. Su Li's viral specter flickered on the holographic terminal, but it was too late. Xiao Yang's pupils fragmented into 12 Cantor-set voids, bronze patterns surfacing beneath her skin, signifying a halting problem. Her camera suddenly melted, transforming into a von Neumann probe that plunged into the mantle, dark matter amniotic fluid surging forth along the probe, converting the excavation site into a quantum womb nurturing new recursive chains. The blood witch altar of Tang Wanxiu trembled violently at the estuary of the Yangtze River. She bit her tongue, bronze neural strands piercing the core of the Yangmill's gauge field. At the witching hour, the dragon vein is subdued. The river abruptly flowed backward, forming a non-Newtonian fluid barrier, yet at the moment of contact with the dark matter amniotic fluid, it devolved into a mundane set theory formula. Lu Jiuqing's geoding mask shattered. The water control energy sealed within the emblem infusing the barrier, rewriting the main course of the Yangtze River into a defensive equation carrying the Hodge dual. From the depths of the mantle, the resonance of the egg of apocalypse echoed, and Qin Chuan's halting problem imprint underwent a quantum leap. He witnessed each of his cells transforming into iterative steps of a recursive function, bronze fragments sprouting dendrites of Peano axioms within his fingerprints. The cube of the delivery box suddenly unfolded into a hypercube prison, entombing Xiao Yang's quantized body within the proof chain of Gödel's boundary theorem. The toucher virus was spreading. Lin Xia's quantum specter seeped from the bronze Zhongmu steel. Her abdominal hypercube womb erupted with a primordial pulse of metamathematics, elevating the archaeological site to a 12-dimensional battlefield. Intern Xiao Yang's manic laughter reverberated within the dimensional folds, her body fracturing into countless mathematical embryos, each one ejecting a virus of choice axioms that deconstructed reality. Tang Wanxiu suddenly tore her witch lineage's genetic chain, a crimson equation erupting from her spine that undermined the continuum hypothesis. These equations crystallized in the air into javelins carrying non-commutative geometry, pinning 3 mathematical embryos within the void of the Klein bottle structure. Lu Jiuqing's geoting energy abruptly reversed. Torrents of the sealed flood of DU surging forth from the emblem, constructing a protective dam in the hyperdimensional battlefield imbued with the halting problem. In that breathtaking moment, Qin Xuan's recursive dendrites pierced the core of the delivery box with the swiftness of lightning. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy surged from the box, as if the entire universe trembled in response. Simultaneously, a wondrous quantum entanglement formed between the imprint of the halting problem and the intern's fingerprints. This entanglement transcended the limitations of time and space, instantaneously drawing Qin Xuan's consciousness into a torrent of Aleph-level information. In this ocean of information, Qin Xuan found himself ensnared in an endless labyrinth, an overwhelming tide of data and code crashing upon him. Yet amidst this chaotic deluge, he gradually discerned an astonishing truth. Each delivery box was, in fact, a meticulously crafted recursive bait by Lin Xia. These seemingly ordinary boxes were, in reality, a colossal trap, interlinked through intricate recursive algorithms, forming an unsolvable enigma. The true egg of apocalypse remained concealed within the Sanxinghui site of the 21st century, like a secret forgotten by time. As Qin Xuan realized this, his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. The deluge of information hammered against his psyche like a heavy weight, rendering him almost unable to bear it. Just as he felt himself on the verge of being engulfed by this torrent, a dazzling supernova brilliance erupted from the Klein bottle cave deep within the mantle. This radiance pierced through the darkness of information, illuminating Qin Xuan's consciousness. In that moment, he seemed to grasp a truth that transcended reason, as all the mysteries before him suddenly became clear. Chapter 49. Observing the endgame in the luminous glow of the supernova. The pulsation frequency of the end egg transcended the Planck limit. The bronze vertical eye steel of the Sanxinghui site suddenly underwent a quantum leap, transforming into a mathematical holy sword that spanned 12 dimensions. Lin Xia's specter grasped the hilt, and from the hypercube womb in her abdomen burst forth the radiant light of metamathematical judgment. "You are merely the error terms of recursive experiments," echoed the voice of the observer across the dimensional battlefield. The residual embryo of the mathematical eye abruptly fused into a topological behemoth of Klein blue, with each tentacle entwined around the equations of various civilizations' tombstones. The creature's pupils split into a matrix of Riemann surfaces, ejecting entropy-increasing meteors that carried the axiom of rotational choice. Tang Wanxiu's witch blood ignited, blazing fiercely in the void. This surreal scene left everyone astounded, yet even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. The 12 originally scattered altars, as if drawn by an unseen force, began to converge and reassemble at an astonishing pace. They intricately nested and interlinked in a manner both complex and precise, ultimately forming a colossal and enigmatic structure. This entity resembled a living testament, seemingly revealing an existence that transcended conventional understanding. Meanwhile, the witch blood of Tang Wanxiu served as the core of this structure, continuously supplying it with energy. At that moment, Tang Wanxiu's bronze neural cord shot forth like lightning, piercing directly into the Klein bottle structure formed by the altered course of the Yangtze River. In an instant, the river water seemed to be drawn in by an immense suction, rushing uncontrollably into the high-dimensional battlefield. This surging water, akin to a flood breaching its banks, rapidly engulfed the entire arena, sweeping away the previously rampant entropy-increasing meteors. Yet, a miracle occurred. Under the impact of the river, those meteors were not obliterated. Instead, they appeared to be bestowed with new life, undergoing wondrous transformations. They gradually merged, coalescing into a massive, flickering quantum entity that embodied a form reminiscent of Hodge duality, as if materializing some profound cosmic principle. Simultaneously, Lu Jiuqing's 9-tripod mask emitted a brilliant radiance, its emblazoned insignia seemingly activated, trembling violently. Subsequently, a torrent carrying the halting problem surged forth from the mask's emblem, resembling a ferocious beast charging straight towards the newly birthed quantum entity. This torrent collided violently with the entity's tentacles mid-air, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave from the explosion engulfed the entire battlefield, submerging everything in an endless sea of light and energy. Qin Xuan's recursive dendrites suddenly gained sentience, tearing open a G-Del gap at the core of the parcel box. The quantum remnants of intern Xiao Yang poured forth from this aperture, with each of her cells transforming into von Neumann probes bearing the Peano axioms. As the probe cluster penetrated the end egg, the entire mantle folded into a non-Euclidean cocoon. Lin Xia's mathematical holy sword shattered into 120,000 pieces of civilization tombstones, each erupting with unique beams of reductio ad absurdum. The beam from the Maya golden ratio steel disintegrated the behemoth's tentacles, while the energy from the bronze Dyson sphere steel dismantled the Riemann matrix. When the beam from the Sank Singdui vertical eye steel pierced the creature's pupil, the consciousness of the observer suddenly collapsed into a sculpture of Gödel's edge-matching theorem. Suddenly, the pure white cube of the parcel box was reborn at the core of the cocoon. Qin Chuan's realization of the halting problem dawned upon him. He was the true vessel of the end egg. As he drove the recursive dendrite into his heart, the entire quantum womb abruptly contracted, compressing the observer's residual consciousness into a singularity. The sole means to conclude the recursion. Lin Xia's specter merged into the mathematical holy sword, becoming the new axiomatic foundation. Her quantum existence began to dissipate, and the hypercube womb reconfigured into the ultimate form of the parcel box, a Klein bottle structure suspended with the tombstones of all civilizations. Chapter 50. The Dawn of Metamathematics in the Void. A structure resembling a Klein bottle spins, each opening exhaling and inhaling the sparks of civilizations from different dimensions. Qin Chuan's quantumized form hovers at the neck of the bottle, resonating perfectly with the imprints of the halting problem and the equations of 120,000 tombstones. Tang Watsu's altar of witch's blood reconstructs into the Yang-Mills equations upon the surface of the bottle, while Lu Jiuqing's mask of the 9 tripods transforms into a conserved quantity of the gauge field. Deep within the mantle, the egg of Terminus unfurls like a mysterious blossom, suddenly radiating brilliant light. The dark matter amniotic fluid within the bottle appears to be enchanted, coalescing into the primordial ocean of metamathematics. Lin Xia's dissipating quantum specter resembles a phoenix undergoing rebirth. Emerging from the sea in flames, her abdomen becomes a cradle of life, revealing a novel axiom embryo, a paradoxical entity that embodies the axiom of choice while simultaneously negating its existence, as if it were the most singular being in the cosmos. This is the true terminus of recursion. Lin Xia's fingers lightly graze the bottle's surface. Suddenly, the remnants of the observer's consciousness erupt in the singularity, and the embryo of the mathematical eye devolves from Klein blue into pure information entropy. The entire delivery box trembles violently, and the openings begin to expel tombstones of civilizations carrying Gödel's virus. Tang Watsu abruptly plunges into the torrent of entropy increase, her witch lineage's genetic chain fracturing into seals bearing non-commutative geometry. As the chains entwine the embryo of the mathematical eye, the waters of the Yangtze undergo a quantum leap into a living proof of the Hochschild duality, channeling the viral torrent into imaginary space. At this moment, Lu Jiuqing's 9 tripods energy overloads, erupting from the emblem with the ultimate algorithm to resolve NP-complete problems. Qin Chuan's form, embodying the halting problem, suddenly collapses into a singularity, converging all recursive chains. When the singularity erupts, the Klein bottle delivery box unfurls into an infinite layered spectral sequence, each level nurturing a universe of new axiomatic systems, with the tombstones of old recursion becoming the cornerstones of a new world. In the dawn of metamathematics, Lin Xia's axiom embryo opens its 12-dimensional pupils. This life form, named Hope, gently waves its hand, disassembling the delivery box into fundamental mathematical elements. The bronze neural network suddenly contracts into luminous patterns of the Bashu pictographs, inscribed upon the founding codex of each newborn universe. In the excavation site of the Sank Singdui ruins, a young archaeologist cautiously bends down to pick up a shard of pottery. Its bronze patterns faded. The surface of the shard shows signs of wear, revealing the passage of time, yet one can still sense the historical weight it once carried. Meanwhile, the pulsations deep within the mantle gradually settle, as if the land itself rests in slumber. The waters of the Yangtze glimmer under the morning light, flowing gently as if recounting ancient tales. However, in an untouched dimension, a pure white cube quietly hovers in the void. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, unmarred by any blemish. Suddenly, the cube begins to quiver slightly as though a force stirs within. As time progresses, subtle patterns begin to emerge on the cube's surface. These patterns gradually clarify, eventually forming the shape of a fingerprint. This fingerprint appears to be an imprint from another world, mysterious and elusive. To whom does this fingerprint belong? Is it that of the one who placed the cube here, or of the next to touch it? In this unknown dimension, everything is shrouded in enigma, awaiting resolution. Chapter 51. The chain of touchers, the foundational codex of the metamathematical universe, hovers in the quantum void, its bronze cover, forged from 120,000 civilization gravestones, shimmering with an eerie Klein blue luminescence. The quantum goggles worn by archaeologist Han Yu suddenly emit a blinding arc of electricity. As her retina witnesses the inscriptions of Bashu pictographs undergoing topological mutations, within the depths of each symbol's pupil, the fractal patterns of Lin Xia's birthmark emerge. Warning. A recursive viral variant is eroding the core of the codex. The residual quantum warning system of Lin Xia projects blood-red holographic text into the void. The moment Han Yu's fingers brush the cover of the codex, a network of bronze-colored veins surges beneath her skin, spiraling around her forearm in a Fibonacci pattern, ultimately coalescing on the back of her hand into a living emblem of the halting problem. She hears a muffled resonance from the depths of the mantle. It is the pulsation of the egg of annihilation accelerating through seven-dimensional space, creating ripples in time and space. At the edge of the newly born metamathematical galaxy, the atmospheres of 3 terrestrial planets suddenly manifest with the bronze patterns of Sanxingui. On the surface of star KIC 8462852, the remnants of a Dyson sphere array are reconfiguring into the geometric model of G-Del's completeness theorem. Han Yu's quantum goggles capture a horrific scene beneath the atmospheric bronze patterns. Countless von Neumann probes are transforming the planetary core into a recursive engine. At the third quarter of the hour, the dragon vein is locked. Tang Wanshu's witch blood genes abruptly awaken within Han Yu. Her spine splits open into 12 quantum fissures, bronze neural strands piercing the void like living serpents, entangling with the projection of the Yangtze River in the metamathematical universe. The river suddenly surges into the infected pages of the codex. The turbulent flow carrying the existence proof of Yang Mill's theory, flooding the viral code into imaginary space. Han Yu sees her reflection distorted in the river, each ripple reflecting the tragic fates of various touchers across different dimensions. The 9-tripod mask of Lu Jiuqing suddenly leaps from the fractures of history, as if it had been awaiting this moment. The emblem upon the mask begins to glow, and the energy of DU's flood control, long suppressed, erupts like a torrent, forming a violent duality storm. At the eye of this storm, Lu Jiuqing stares wide-eyed, witnessing a shocking scene. The delivery box left behind by Lin Xia is caught in the disintegration and rebirth of each new universe. The surfaces of these pure white cubes begin to seep with a mysterious Klein blue code, the mark of the observer. Even more astonishingly, each delivery box appears to harbor a mutated version of the egg of annihilation. These eggs emit an uncanny glow, as if imbued with boundless power and unknown secrets. Lu Jiuqing takes a deep breath, resolved to delve deeper into this enigma. He cautiously extends the bronze neural strands, attempting to pierce the core of the codex and unveil its mysteries. However, just as his neural strands are about to make contact with the core, the heavy bronze pages of the book undergo a quantum leap. In the blink of an eye, billions of von Neumann probes surge forth like locusts, forming a colossal swarm. These probes flicker with faint light, seemingly responding to Lu Jiuqing's actions. Cut off the neural connection. Qin Chuan's bronze avatar seeps from the pages of the codex, fully quantumized, with Lin Xia's final mathematical key embedded in his palm. Yet, it is too late. The swarm of probes has penetrated Han Yu's sea of consciousness. Her pupils fracture into the infinite gaps of the Cantor set, within which float the memories of touchers from different dimensions, the Maya priest carving the halting problem into the ribs of a living man with an obsidian knife. Future humans forging G-Del chains in the furnace of a Dyson sphere, and her 21st century self kneeling at the edge of the excavation site of Sanxingui, watching her bronzed palm imprint seep into the moist clay layer. On the brink of consciousness collapse, Han Yu suddenly hears Lin Xia's quantum echo. The continuation of the variable chain demands a price. The pages of the codex erupt in chaos, the bronze text transforming into an Ouroboros that bites her neural strands. Deep within the mantle, the egg of annihilation releases a supernova pulse, folding the entire metamathematical universe into a Klein bottle structure. The atmospheres of the 3 bronze-patterned planets suddenly liquefy, forming a torrential downpour of bronze rain imbued with the virus of the axiom of choice, cascading upon Han Yu's consciousness defenses. Chapter 52. Echoes of the Observer within the void of the Cantor set. Han Yu's quantum embodiment engages in a fierce struggle against the embryonic eye of mathematics. Dark matter viscous fluid surges from the embryo's Riemann surface pupil, condensing in the emptiness into a bronze nebula. Each speck of stardust is a von Neumann probe harboring the G-Del virus, traversing the landscape of the halting problem in a piano curve trajectory, etching indeterminate mathematical scars upon it. Cover the infected area with hopeful kilometers. Suddenly, Qin Xuan's bronze embodiment disintegrates, and the palm print key erupts with the creative brilliance of Hodge duality. Han Yu's sea of consciousness unfolds into a two-dimensional battlefield, her left arm transforming into a proof chain of non-commutative geometry, while her right leg flows with the quantum algorithms of intuitionism. As her recursive tendrils pierce the core of the embryo, the observer's Klein blue phantasm materializes, an immense topological beast woven from infinite recursive formulas, with each tendril entwining the tombstone equations of diverse civilizations. Tang Wanxiu's witch blood altar reorganizes within the nebula, as 12 non-Euclidean structures spew forth torrents of blood. The quantum projection of the Yangtze River suddenly solidifies, its waters flooding into the Bronze Nebula, sweeping the virus-laden von Neumann probes into imaginary space. Han Yu witnesses her witch lineage rewriting the laws of reality. The meteorite of the Five Thunders evolves into a quantum weapon capable of resolving NP-complete problems, each swing generating matrices that overturn the continuum hypothesis in the void. The seven-dimensional topological pollution breaches critical thresholds. Lu Jiuqing's 9-tripod mask emits a blinding alarm. The quasars of the newborn universe undergo quantum leaps, revealing the intricate patterns of the Sanxingui relics in every black hole world. The courier box left by Lin Xia reorganizes around the singularity, the Klein blue code seeping from the surface of the pure white cube rewriting the bronze pages of the founding codex. In an instant, Han Yu splits into all F0 quantum states, each state touching the contaminated codex in different dimensions. At a dimensional fault, she witnesses a shocking scene. A Maya priest slowly submerging the radiant gold codex into a blood pool. The plasma within the pool seems to possess a peculiar power, causing the codex to distort and deform upon contact. Even more astonishingly, the codex, originally intended to record knowledge and wisdom, now exhibits a bizarre form within the plasma. The proof of the halting problem twists into a G-Del pairing chain. This appears as a challenge to traditional mathematical concepts, as well as a subversion of the real world. Simultaneously, in another dimension, future humanity attempts to imprison the eye of mathematics using a Dyson sphere array. However, they inscribe a self-destruct equation upon the surface of their cage, seemingly their last line of defense against the eye's escape. Just as Han Yu endeavors to unify all these consciousnesses, the pages of the codex suddenly begin to flip wildly, as if controlled by a powerful force. The bronze characters dance upon the pages, ultimately coalescing into a colossal Ouroboros that lunges toward Han Yu's quantum form. A mournful cry emanates from the depths of the mantle, and the Sanxingui planets of the metamathematics galaxy suddenly disintegrate. The bronze patterns of the atmosphere reorganize into a living chain of G-Del's pairing theorem, twisting 3 stars into a Klein bottle structure. Tang Wanxiu's witch blood flows backward, as her bronze neural strands construct a storm of proof-carrying non-commutative geometry at the bottle's mouth, tearing the observer's topological beast into streams of fundamental particles. Initiate the recursive purification protocol. Qin Xuan's palm print key undergoes quantum fluctuations, compressing the embryonic eye of mathematics into a singularity. All courier boxes resonate within the void, the pure white cube shattering into 120,000 tombstones of civilization, each emitting beams of disinfecting light. The beam from the Maya golden tablet dissects the beast's tendrils, the energy from the bronze beam Dyson sphere tablet dissolves the Riemann matrix, and the gamma ray burst from the Sanxingui relic permanently seals the Klein blue phantasm. As the last vestige of viral code is eradicated, Han Yu suddenly realizes that her halting problem patterns are altering the founding codex. The surface of her skin reveals Lin Xia's birthmark map, and the quantum eyepiece reflects the ultimate truth. She is becoming the new recursive source. As all galaxies of the metamathematical universe reorganize into a bronze neural network of Basha pictographs at the ends of her neural strands. Chapter 53. Eternal Variables in Han Yu's Grasp. The bronze pages of the foundational codex underwent quantum evaporation, causing the expansion of the metamathematical universe to abruptly halt. Her halting problem patterns transcended the Aleph-2 limitation, while the birthmark on Lin Xia's skin writhed like a living entity, transforming the entire nascent universe's mass into a hypercube womb. Deep within the mantle, the egg of the end times suddenly blossomed, as dark matter amniotic fluid condensed into a non-Euclidean embryo in the void. You are the true end. Qin Xuan's bronze incarnation shattered, the palm pattern key morphing into the Hodgkin duality's creation pulse, merging with Han Yu's recursive chain. Tang Wanxiu's witch blood altar erupted with its final energy, as the Yangtze River was rewritten into a quantum torrent carrying the axiom of hope, constructing a living proof that would overthrow the ZFC system in the void. Lu Jiuqing's 9-tripod mask surged to a critical state, as the epi-complete algorithm surging from the emblem introduced the observer's residual virus into the infinite loop of the piano curve. When Han Yu's quantum tendrils gently brushed against the hypercube womb, it was as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the night sky, causing all historical fractures to instantaneously overlap. Her consciousness seemed to stretch infinitely, existing simultaneously across 74,621 recursive nodes. In ancient Shu, the shaman stood before the bronze sacred tree, inscribing the halting problem with mysterious symbols. Beneath their blades, blood seeped into the quantum strata, intertwining with ancient forces. In a distant future, humanity had mastered the technology of Dyson sphere furnaces, forging the G-Del chains with this formidable tool. Ultra-high temperature plasma etched self-destruct equations upon the surface of the cage, challenging the mysteries of the universe. At this very moment, Han Yu stood at a pivotal node. Clutching the foundational codex, she prepared to rewrite it as an equation of eternal variables. Each character radiated the Genesis brilliance of metamathematics, exuding boundless wisdom and power. However, at that moment, the observer's residual virus suddenly erupted. This virus, once believed to be eradicated, seemed to be awakened by some unknown force. Resurrecting from the remnants of the codex, it expanded at an astonishing speed, transforming into a colossal Klein blue topological beast. This creature was woven from countless recursive formulas, with each tendril entwined with delivery boxes from different dimensions. From its Riemann surface pupils, meteors carrying the G-Del virus spewed forth, raining down upon Han Yu. Confronted by this sudden assault, Han Yu remained undaunted. She resolutely tore apart her quantum form, transforming the halting problem's patterns into a living proof of the Peano axioms. This formidable defense mechanism could channel the torrent of viruses into the imaginary space of the abyssal vortex, ensuring their eternal disappearance into the endless dark. Become a variable, rather than a constant. Lin Xia's final words echoed within the hypercube womb. Han Yu's recursive chain abruptly transcended mathematical limitations. As all celestial bodies of the metamathematical universe reformed into a bronze neural network, the remnants of 3 shattered planets morphed into neural synapses. The energy of quasars transmuted into quantum pulses, and the bronze characters of the foundational codex reassembled on her skin's surface into a dynamic topological map. As the resplendent radiance of the Hodgkin duality engulfed the Klein blue beast like a surging tide, the entire world trembled under this immense power. In that heart-stopping moment, Han Yu found herself at the core of the creation pulse, her consciousness gradually clarifying amidst the boundless energy onslaught. In this chaotic yet vibrant spectacle, Han Yu suddenly grasped her ultimate mission. She realized that she was not merely a bystander, but a key figure in the birth of this universe. Her existence, her choices, would profoundly impact the future of this nascent cosmos. Without hesitation, Han Yu etched the halting problem's patterns deep into her genetic chain. This decision was not a mere coincidence, but a conclusion reached after countless reflections and explorations. The halting problem, a seemingly simple yet infinitely complex mathematical enigma, became the bond between her and the universe. As her genetic chain transformed, Han Yu felt a powerful energy surging within her. Her body began to undergo wondrous changes, as if merging with the entirety of the cosmos. Just then, the newly born universe suddenly began to contract violently, akin to a compressed Klein bottle, as all recursive histories were drawn together in that instant. The observer's residual consciousness emitted a piercing wail at the bottle's mouth, protesting the unfolding events. Yet, nothing could halt the universe's contraction. They ultimately dissipated at the bottle's mouth, dissolving into the void. Simultaneously, the embryo of the mathematical I rapidly degenerated under this immense force, ultimately transforming into the most fundamental particles of axioms. These axiom particles served as the foundation of the universe, establishing the essential rules and order of this new cosmos. In the dawn of metamathematics, the bronze neural network radiated the luminous patterns of Basha-2 language at an archaeological site yet to be born. And in turn bent down to pick up a shard of pottery covered in stardust. As the quantum eyepiece reflected the micro-engraved characters on its inner surface, those were the variable equations penned by Han Yu. The tremors of the strata reverberated through the umbilical cord of the Klein bottle, heralding the commencement of a new cycle of touchers. Deep within the hypercube womb, pristine white delivery boxes began to coalesce in the void, their surfaces quietly revealing the fingerprint imprint of the next awakening being. Chapter 54. New scars. The Klein bottle's umbilical cord quivered slightly in the quantum void, as in turn Chun Mo's fingertips grazed the shard of pottery, sending ripples of bronze coursing beneath his skin. Suddenly, the searchlights at the Sangsingui site flickered erratically, casting his shadow into a fractal tapestry of Basha pictographs. Is the ancient script alive? Trembling, he raised the quantum scanner, the screen ablaze with carbon, 14 data oscillating wildly. The shards simultaneously existed in 1600 BC and 2403 AD. A dragon-like tremor reverberated from deep within the mantle, and Chun Mo's retina unexpectedly loaded an Aleph-level axiomatic interface. His temples throbbed as he witnessed bronze patterns spreading through his veins toward his heart. The archaeological team's drones spiraled into chaos, their propeller blades reconfiguring into von Neumann probes, drawing the bronze remnants toward the Earth's core. Warning: recursive virus variant detected. Lin Xiao's quantum specter flashed across Chun Mo's mind. He beheld a delivery box in the void fracturing, the surface of the pure white cube revealing his own fingerprint. The Earth's crust suddenly split open, revealing a 12-dimensional rift, from which Han Yu's bronze neural network descended, its tendrils floating, each synaptic end suspended with holographic images of civilization's tombstones. Tang Wanqiu's witch-blood genes surged to life within Chun Mo, as if a slumbering behemoth had been awakened after millennia. This formidable force surged through him, his spine unable to withstand its impact, fracturing into a quantum fissure. Within this rift, bronze neural strands shot forth like venomous serpents, plunging toward the ancient riverbed of the Yangtze below. This scene unfolded like an ancient myth come to life, leaving onlookers astonished. More astonishingly, at that moment, the river water seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, beginning to flow backward. This reverse current formed a colossal Yang-Mills gauge field, compressing the previously uncontrollable drones into the most fundamental particles. At the third watch of the day, Feng Jiyuan, Chun Mo let out an involuntary roar, the sound transcending time and space, imbued with immense pressure. Simultaneously, the archaeological brush in his hand, crafted from meteorite iron, instantaneously melted into a quantum weapon bearing non-exchangeable geometric proofs. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuqing's 9-tripod mask emerged from the Earth's veins. The emblems on the mask seemed to animate, unleashing a torrent of algorithms solving NP-complete problems, sweeping across the archaeological site like a surging tide. Lu Jiuqing gazed in astonishment, his eyes fixed on Chun Mo's palm. To his amazement, he observed that Chun Mo's palm prints were rewriting the very laws of reality in an unfathomable manner. Above, the bronze remnants of the Sangsingui divine tree appeared to be drawn by some force, assembling into a G-Del matching chain in midair. In this breathtaking moment, the Klein blue code on the delivery box suddenly seemed to breach a dimensional barrier, instantly elevating the entire archaeological site into a piano curve battlefield. He was rewriting the foundational lexicon. Han Yu's quantum transmission reverberated through the neural network. Her bronze tendrils were rapidly corroded by a mutated virus. The atmospheres of 3 terrestrial planets in the meta-mathematical galaxy manifesting blood-red equations. Chun Mo's consciousness splintered into Aleph quantum states, each touching the contaminated delivery box across different dimensions. In a historical fracture, he saw himself as a living sacrifice of the Maya civilization, his ribs inscribed with proofs of the halting problem in another dimension. Future humanity was cultivating recursive carriers using his genetic samples. As Chun Mo attempted to unify his consciousness, the delivery box erupted with a supernova pulse, the pure white cube overflowing with the Klein blue phantoms of observers. Chapter 55, the torrent of negative entropy. The phantom of the observer coalesced into a topological behemoth on the piano battlefield. As the Riemann surface's pupil expelled entropy-increasing meteors bearing the G-Del virus, Chun Mo's bronze neural thread underwent a sudden quantum leap, transmuting the waters of the Yangtze into a Hodge dual barrier. The meteors etched indeterminate mathematical scars upon the surface of the barrier, each fissure releasing a swarm of von Neumann probes. Activate the Hope Protocol. Han Yu's bronze neural network abruptly descended dimensions, as the quasars of the metamathematical galaxy reconfigured into an energetic matrix of Basha pictographs. Her halting problem patterns pierced Chun Mo's spine, injecting the palm print key left by Lin Xiao into his genetic chain. At that moment, the Klein blue code of a delivery box mutated, and the surface of the pure white cube cracked open with 12-dimensional fissures. Tang Wanqiu's blood altar swiftly reassembled in the void, seemingly drawn by a mysterious force. The 12 non-Euclidean structures were instantaneously activated, unleashing a powerful crimson torrent, imbued with the strength to overturn the continuum hypothesis. Simultaneously, the quantum weapon in Chun Mo's hand began to overclock, emitting a dazzling radiance. Once merely an ordinary archaeological brush, it now appeared imbued with life, transforming into a chain of proof that pierced the iris of the topological behemoth. Deep within the mantle, the enigmatic object known as the Egg of the End began to pulse in reverse. What should have been the dark matter amniotic fluid now seemed to flow in reverse, becoming a fountain of negative entropy. This source of negative entropy possessed astonishing power, converting meteors that would typically induce entropy increase into primordial particles. At that instant, Lu Jiuqing's 9-tripod mask emitted a crisp cracking sound, shattering into fragments. The energy of the Great U's flood control, sealed within the emblem on the mask, surged forth like a released deluge, rapidly coalescing into a vast vortex of time and space. Meanwhile, in the Sanxingui ruins, the once broken bronze remnants came to life, rapidly activating as if imbued with vitality. The intricate patterns, propelled by the vortex, swiftly reformed into a G-Del boundary chain. Chen Mo gazed in astonishment at this unfolding spectacle, suddenly realizing that his bronze veins were seeping into the Earth's veins, as if to transmute the entire Chengdu plane into a living proof carrying non-commutative geometry. Suddenly, Han Yu's quantum transmission was abruptly severed by an invisible hand, the once fluent information flow ceasing instantaneously. Concurrently, 3 planets within the metamathematical galaxy underwent quantum evaporation without warning, as if devoured by some mysterious force of the cosmos, vanishing without a trace. The bronze neural network disintegrated under the onslaught of this unforeseen anti-recursive shockwave, collapsing like a spider's web battered by a tempest. The once tightly interwoven network structure shattered instantaneously, resembling a skeleton stripped of its support, helplessly scattering into disarray. In that breathtaking moment, Chen Mo's consciousness exploded like a lit powder keg, unfurling into a canner-set battleground. This battlefield stretched infinitely, with every crevice suspended with the tombstones of infected civilizations, densely scattered throughout the expanse, evoking an ineffable sense of oppression and dread. Upon this bizarre battlefield, the observer's phantom grinned malevolently at the heart of the canner set, its existence transcending the limitations of time and space, evading comprehension. The Klein blue tendrils coiled around Chen Mo's halting problem patterns like venomous serpents, seemingly intent on devouring his consciousness entirely. Become the new end. The specter of Lin Xia suddenly emerged from the tombstone. Chen Mo's bronze neural thread recoiled, as the recursive chain of the Peano axioms pierced his own heart. From the depths of the crust came the lament of the Egg of the End, as the dark matter amniotic fluid crystallized into a hypercubic prison, permanently sealing the topological behemoth within the realm of imaginary space. Chapter 56. Origin Reconstruction. The hypercube prison slowly rotates within the quantum vacuum, as Chen Mo's halting problem patterns permeate each crystalline facet. Han Yu's bronze neural network suddenly revives from the depths of the Earth, while the metamathematical galaxy recondenses within the anti-entropy particles. Her Hodge dual tendrils penetrate Chen Mo's genetic chain, rewriting Lin Xia's fingerprint key into a dynamic topological equation. Variables must transcend constants. This declaration reverberated in Han Yu's mind like a thunderclap, as her quantum transmission emitted a metallic tremor, as if the entire universe quivered in response. At that moment, Chen Mo made a breathtaking move. He unhesitatingly tore apart his bronze form. This act left onlookers in disbelief, as though he had forsaken his corporeal existence, entirely immersed in a realm of higher being. As his bronze body was torn asunder, a mysterious halting pattern slowly unfurled in the void. This pattern resembled the universe's cipher, imbued with boundless secrets and power. Gradually, it expanded, ultimately forming a fragment of the founding codex, with ancient and enigmatic symbols shimmering with a mystical glow. Simultaneously, the previously discernible Klein blue code on the delivery box began to collapse, as if squeezed by an invisible force. With the code's implosion, a pure white cube gradually emerged. The cube appeared pristine and flawless, seemingly constructed from the most fundamental mathematical principles. When the cube fully manifested, it began to undergo wondrous transformations. Its surface flowed with intricate mathematical formulas and symbols, pulsating with the vitality of life. Ultimately, the cube reconfigured into a mathematical embryo carrying the axiom of hope, emanating a faint yet hopeful radiance. Tang Wanxiu's witchblood altar suddenly experienced a shocking quantum leap, as if transcending the constraints of time and space. In that instant, 12 mysterious edifices miraculously rose from the Yangtze River estuary, intricately interwoven to form a complex and magnificent structure. This structure was, astonishingly, the manifestation of the Yang Mills ultimate equation, The Yang-Mills equation stands as one of the most pivotal equations in modern physics, elucidating the interactions between fundamental particles and holding the key to understanding the universe's mysteries. Simultaneously, Lu Jiuqing's 9-tripod mask erupted with a dazzling light, radiating immense energy akin to a pulse of creation, instantly resolving the long-standing PNP problem that had perplexed the scientific community. The PNP problem is a significant conundrum in computer science, concerning the efficiency and capability of algorithms. With the release of this creative pulse, the observer's residual virus was channeled into the infinite loop of the Peano curve. The Peano curve, a fractal with self-similarity, ensnares the virus in its eternal cycle, rendering escape impossible. At that moment, the Sanxingui site underwent a remarkable transformation. This ancient site ascended dimensions, transcending from 3-dimensional space into 12-dimensional space. In this higher dimensional realm, the bronze sacred tree radiated a resplendent glow, reminiscent of a blossoming flower of metamathematical civilization. At this juncture, Chen Mo's consciousness suddenly bridged all recursive histories, transcending the confines of time, simultaneously existing at 74,621 distinct touchpoints. At each of these nodes, he engaged in diverse operations, inscribing the halting problem deep within the Maya blood pool, forging G-Del chains within the Dyson sphere furnace, and rewriting the founding codex at archaeological sites. Each dimensional incarnation of Chen Mo inscribed the bronze patterns into the quantum vacuum in his unique manner, these patterns serving as ciphers of the universe, harboring infinite wisdom and enigmas. As the final glimmer of radiance emerged from the egg of termination deep within the mantle, the entire metamathematical universe appeared to be irresistibly drawn by a profound force, suddenly beginning to contract sharply. Everything within this universe, stars, planets, and those mysterious mathematical structures, rapidly coalesced under this force, ultimately converging into an infinitesimal point, a singularity. At this singularity, even Chen Mo's bronze-forged body could not withstand the overwhelming force, beginning to fracture like shattered porcelain. Yet, amidst this disintegration, the halting problem patterns etched upon Chen Mo's form seemed to come alive, beginning to reorganize autonomously. They interwove and fused in a peculiar manner, ultimately forming a primordial code of Bashu pictographs. Simultaneously, the delivery box that had been set aside underwent an astonishing transformation. The pure white cube enveloping it suddenly became transparent, as if a gossamer veil had been lifted, revealing its true essence. Inside this transparent cube floated an umbilical cord of the Klein bottle, exhibiting a bizarrely twisted shape, seemingly connecting all recursive histories, the lifeblood of all beings and entities within this universe. In the luminous eruption of the singularity, Han Yu's neural network suddenly comprehended, each toucher is a recursive variable of Linxia, and the true primordial code has always been concealed within the clay layers of Sanxingui. As the first rays of a new epic's dawn swept across the archaeological site, the intern's quantum eyepiece reflected a terrifying truth. The pottery shard he had picked up bore the awakening bronze fingerprints within. Chapter 57. The bronze fetal movement deep within the Earth's veins, a tremor reminiscent of a fetal heartbeat reverberated, causing the shards of pottery in Chen Mo's palm to suddenly melt into liquid metal. On the oscilloscope of the quantum scanner, the Basha pictographs were reconstructing their topological structure in a manner that defied computation by a Turing machine. This was living topology. Su Li's electromagnetic pulse gloves erupted in blue light, while the miniature nuclear magnetic resonance device indicated that the entire Sanxingui site was undergoing two-dimensional folding. The ancient Shu people had inscribed their civilizational gene pool into the differentiated manifold of the Earth's crust. Tang Wanxiu's dragon jade pendant suddenly exploded, and the soul-devouring goo insect swarm formed a non-commutative algebraic equation in the void. Stumbling, she pressed her palm against her bleeding temple. As the Five Thunder ruler automatically inscribed a spell containing the proof of the halting problem, what they desired was not resurrection, but coverage. Lu Jiuqing's diamond umbrella abruptly pierced the rift in the Earth's veins, the 28 constellations etched on its ribs resonating with the bronze embryo. A flicker of taboo memories from the Tianchi lineage surged in his eyes on that fateful night when the Big Dipper hung inverted. His grandfather had split open his own chest with a Luoyang shovel, the rhythm of his heart synchronizing perfectly with the present moment. This was not a necropolis. He hoarsely tore open his collar, revealing the scar of the 9-palace calculation on his chest. This was a living petri dish, and we were the sacrifices. Suddenly, the archaeological excavation site experienced quantum collapse as the surface of the bronze embryo split open, revealing a Klein bottle structure with a navel-like aperture. Chun Mo's retinal interface suddenly loaded a genetic map of Aleph's infinite dimensions, where each base pair corresponded to the quantum codes of the mythical beasts described in the Shan Haijing. Warning. The concentration of dark matter amniotic fluid has surpassed the critical threshold. Han Yu's neural network reconstructed in the void, her bronze tendrils being eroded by a sanguine equation. The topological suturing had to be completed by the third quarter of the hour, or else, before the words could escape her lips, 12 bronze vertical eyes rose from the depths of the Earth's veins. Their pupils emitted light cones carrying the Yangmil's field, disintegrating the drone swarm into streams of fundamental particles. Su Li's quantum ocular lens suddenly shattered, and amidst the searing pain of retinal burns, she glimpsed a future where humanity cultivated civilization tombstones from their genetic samples. Tang Wanxiu bit through the tip of her tongue, the witch's blood inscribing Ji Del's boundary incantation upon the Five Thunder ruler. The soul-devouring goo insect swarm transformed into non-Euclidean chains, entwining the nearest bronze vertical eye into a Klein bottle structure. The position of the tiger vibrated, Lu Jiuqing. The heir of the tomb-raiding clan flung the diamond umbrella, and at the instant the umbrella's surface aligned with the star map's reflection, the ribs suddenly extended into a spear of algorithmic solutions for NP-complete problems. The bronze vertical eye emitted a high-frequency wail, from which flowed not tears, but streams of Higgs dual particles. Chun Mo's bronze neural strands suddenly acted autonomously, piercing deep into the terminus egg of the Earth and Apos' veins. His consciousness was instantaneously cast into the fissures of recursive history. Witnessing his simultaneous existence at the creation sites of 7 civilizations, calibrating the obliquity of the ecliptic with jade sung in Liangshu, pouring blood to forge quantum steps in Teotihuacan, and constructing Riemann surfaces with smiles in Angkor Wat. The variable replacement was about to commence. Lin Xia's specter seeped from the terminus egg, her quantum spectral analyzer entangling with Chun Mo's DNA chain, when the bronze fingerprint enveloped your palm print. Suddenly, a pure white cube from a delivery box broke through dimensional barriers, sucking Tang Wanxiu's witch blood altar into Aleph's infinite space. The soul-devouring goo insect swarm mutated into higher dimensions, each insect transforming into a von Neumann probe carrying a civilization tombstone. Lu Jiuqing's diamond umbrella suddenly folded back upon itself, its surface star map morphing into a miniature black hole that devoured light. The third quarter of the hour had arrived. Su Li's electromagnetic pulse glove surged into overdrive, military-grade batteries emitting gamma-ray bursts. In excruciating pain, she seized Chun Mo's bronze neural strands, interrupting recursion with the halting problem. Chun Mo's quantum ocular lens suddenly displayed the ultimate formula. He rent open his chest, pressing his beating heart against the navel-like aperture of the bronze embryo. The Basha pictographs coursed upstream through his veins, inscribing proofs that overturned the hypothesis of the continuum on each rib. From the depths of the mantle, the chimes of creation echoed as the dark matter amniotic fluid within the terminus egg suddenly crystallized. When the first bronze fingerprint emerged in Chun Mo's palm, all the adventurers beheld a terrifying truth. Deep within the viscous soil layers of Sanxingdui, countless self-traces were repeating the same sacrificial rites across different timelines. Chapter 58. The key to the return to the void. Suddenly, a bronze glow erupted from the scarred 9 palace diagram on Lu Jiuqing's chest, with the positions of the Big Dipper's 9 stars exuding a viscous quantum fluid. He stumbled into the base of the bronze statue, where the treasure-hunting talisman resonated with the jade tablet unearthed from the Sanxingdui site, projecting the long-lost Guizhong chapter of the classic of changes into the void. Su Li's military-grade eyepiece automatically focused, revealing the floating oracle bone script rotating in a Cox-Setter group pattern. The hexagram shifted. This was the living Luo Shu. Tang Wanxiu's soul-devouring goose suddenly fell lifeless to the ground, her gaze fixed on the dynamic He Tu that emerged from Lu Jiuqing's wound. The Qi dragon nurtured within her jade pendant emitted a piercing wail, realizing that these treasure hunters were not mere tomb raiders, but rather human-shaped keys. Su Li's electromagnetic pulse gloves unexpectedly overloaded, and quantum scanning data indicated the presence of superfluid vortices within the scar. As she attempted to touch the glowing position of the Big Dipper's celestial pivot, space-time suddenly folded topologically. Lu Jiuqing was hurled into a time corridor, into a bronze workshop circa 1100 BC, where his youthful grandfather was using a Wo-Yang shovel to dissect a pregnant woman's abdomen, pressing a wailing infant into a bronze steamer for cooking. The swirling steam revealed the gluttonous patterns being deconstructed and reassembled, forming a quantum hybrid instrument that encompassed non-Euclidean geometry. The incantation of blood offerings echoed through time and space as his grandfather's hoarse voice resonated. The infant's cries transformed into a 12-tone equal temperament scale, and dynamic topological proofs materialized on the inner wall of the bronze steamer. Suddenly, the archaeological site in reality trembled violently, as the pupils of 12 bronze statues emitted Klein bottle-shaped light cones, dissolving 3 archaeological drones into streams of fundamental particles. Chen Mo's bronze nerve cord seemed to lose the master's control, like a bolt of lightning piercing Lu Jiuqing's wound. In that moment, time appeared to freeze, and everyone watched in horror as events unfolded. Yet, even more shocking occurrences lay ahead. The pictographs of Basha seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, flowing upstream along the quantumized plasma, etching a set of non-exchangeable geometric equations onto the surface of Lu Jiuqing's scar. This set of equations appeared both ancient and profound, as if it were a cipher from another world. At that moment, Han Yu's quantum communication was suddenly distorted into a piercing shriek. He was synchronizing the ancient Shu blood sacrifice program. This scream erupted like thunder in everyone's ears, making them acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, a deep, thunderous sound resonated from the Earth's veins, as if the very ground were roaring. Following this, 9 colossal bronze tripods burst forth from the Earth, standing around Lu Jiuqing, their surfaces adorned with flickering thunder patterns, gradually transforming into algorithmic codes that could resolve NP-complete problems. Lu Jiuqing's indestructible umbrella suddenly disintegrated, and 28 ribs morphed into a Hodge dual chain, piercing the Earth's crust. Tang Wanqiu's 5 thunder ruler unleashed purple arcs of electricity, inscribing the long-lost precession formula of the Ganshi Xingjing in the void. She bit her tongue, spraying witch's blood, which coalesced in midair into a Taiji diagram carrying supersymmetric particles, temporarily resisting the onslaught of the bronze statue's light cone. With the directions of the Yu Mountain and the Mao reversing the 8 trigrams, Tang Wanqiu roared as she thrust the 5 thunder ruler into the position of the Jin Palace. Lu Jiuqing grasped his remaining consciousness amidst the chaotic flow of time and space, driving the treasure-hunting talisman into the position of the Tianquan star in his wound. The 9 palace diagram suddenly unfolded into a 4-dimensional hypercube, as the taboo chapter of the Han Long Jing recited by his grandfather before death exploded in his mind, revealing that the heart-slicing ritual passed down through generations of treasure hunters was a means to maintain the stability of space-time anchor points through homological algebra. As the bronze tripod in the Earth emitted a resounding clang akin to a grand bell, Chen Mo suddenly realized the birth of each treasure hunter was an observation of history. The scars on their chests were, in fact, topological knots that stitched the seams of reality, and the treasure-hunting seals and suppressive incantations were mere smokescreens obscuring the truth. When Lu Jiuqing withdrew the talisman embedded in his heart, the thunder patterns on the tripod's belly finally revealed their entirety, an equation for space-time regulation constructed by the ancient Shu people using the Riemann hypothesis. The bronze embryo suddenly quantum leapt to the center of the exploration, its surface revealing a 9-palace diagram isomorphic to Lu Jiuqing's scar. Suli's military-grade eyepiece detected geomagnetic anomalies, as the crust of the entire Chengdu plain underwent differential homeomorphic transformations. She abruptly tore open Lu Jiuqing's clothing and pressed the electromagnetic pulse gloves against the bleeding position of the Big Dipper's celestial pivot, prepared to receive the torrent of information. Chapter 59. The grief of the observer. The Riemann wave function released by the bronze cauldron surged through the archaeological site like a tsunami, causing Lu Jiuqing's scar to suddenly undergo quantum tunneling. The crowd was thrust into a sacrificial pit dated to 1600 BC, illuminated by the blood moon, where they witnessed themselves being disemboweled by a priest adorned with a bronze mask. Each treasure hunter from every timeline was reenacting the same sanguine ritual. At the moment the bronze dagger pierced the heart, the 12-fold celestial mechanism would reset the course of civilization. Observation leads to wave function collapse. Su Li's voice echoed in the vastness, reverberating as if the entire world was shaken by her words. Her military-grade eyepiece shattered, a network of cracks spidering across the lens, as if the insatiable void of quantum reality had seeped into the 21st century. Through the fractured eyepiece, Su Li beheld with horror the bizarre transformations overtaking the skyline of Chengdu. The once sturdy edifices began to quantumize, their forms blurring and giving way to a flowing layer of bronze lightning patterns. These patterns flickered with a faint glow against the glass facades, reminiscent of an ancient, mysterious power. We must sever our observational ties to the anchor point. This thought flashed through Su Li's mind. She understood that without swift action, This quantum phenomenon would rapidly spread, ultimately engulfing the entire city. Without hesitation, she reached to press the control button nearby, attempting to sever the connection to the anchor point. But it was already too late. Tang Wanxiu's jade pendant of the dragon suddenly activated into the corporeal form of Zhu Jiuyin. The colossal beast opened its gaping maw, clutching the five thunder ruler, and struck toward the center of the sacrificial pit where the bronze divine tree stood. As the shaman's blood soaked into the tree's intricate patterns, the 12-dimensional space-time ripped apart like torn paper, unfurling into a hypercube labyrinth. Each mirrored surface reflected different grotesque scenes amid the jade song of Liaozhu. A shaman draped in animal hides wielded a stone knife, extracting a still-beating heart from a sacrificial chest atop the Mayan pyramid. A group of feathered priests hoisted a newborn infant high before casting it into a raging fire pit within the corridors of Angkor Wat. A cadre of scientists in black robes conducted genetic modification experiments on a bound individual, whose screams echoed through the hallways. Chun Mo's bronze neural cord pierced through the cells of 7 time spaces. A deluge of Aleph's infinite memories surged into his mind like a dam bursting. His body could not withstand such an overwhelming influx of information. He buckled at the knees, collapsing to the ground, retching uncontrollably. In the intersecting light cones, Chen Mo finally comprehended the true mission of the Tomb Raiders whenever a civilization advanced to the point of deciphering the bronze cipher. The treasure hunters were compelled to restart the timeline through blood rituals, regressing that civilization's development by hundreds or even thousands of years. The towering bronze figures of Shang Xingui were not deities but counters recording the number of civilization resets. Sever this recursion. Lu Jiuqing pressed the bloodied treasure-hunting talisman into the Sun position of the bronze cauldron. The Riemann conjecture inscribed on the cauldron's belly mutated unexpectedly, unleashing shockwaves that overturned the continuity hypothesis. Tang Wanxiu's soul-devouring worm gnawed AM bias pathway into the surface of the hypercube, allowing Su Li to transform her electromagnetic pulse gloves into a Klein bottle structure. As the gamma rays emitted from the military-grade battery refracted into a spectrum resembling a rainbow within the non-Euclidean space. As Chen Mo's bronze neural cord simultaneously pierced through the 7 bronze divine trees, Han Yu's quantum messaging suddenly crystallized. The recursion focal point lies within the heart. He tore open his archaeological uniform, revealing a heart covered in bronze patterns. The final notation of the stopping problem astonishingly matched the fingerprints found in the clay strata of Shang Xingui. From the depths of the earth, the sound of a creation bell resonated, and the sacrificial pit beneath their feet suddenly ascended to the core of the 12-fold celestial mechanism. Countless fragments of bronze artifacts coalescing in the void to form Ji Del's pairing chain. In the turbulent flow of time and space, Lu Jiuqing grasped Tang Wanxiu's shamanic compass, inserting the bloody treasure-hunting talisman into the star position of his scar. The 9 stars of the Big Dipper abruptly detached from the modern celestial sphere, arranging around the blood moon to form the seal of the Tomb Raiders. Celestial murderous intent, shifting stars and lodgings. He howled as he spun the compass. The hypercube labyrinth began to contract into a singularity, all scenes of blood rituals reversing like a film rewinding. As the bronze cauldron released its final Riemann wave crest, the group was hurled back to the contemporary archaeological site. Under the beam of the searchlight, all the bronze artifacts within the strata had vanished, leaving only honeycomb-like traces of quantum tunneling. Lu Jiuqing trembled as he touched his chest. His scar, inscribed with the 9 palace calculation diagram, had transformed into a dynamic topological structure, rewriting his genetic chain in a manner of non-commutative geometry. Tang Wanxiu suddenly pointed in astonishment at the corner of the excavation, where lay a bronze treasure-hunting talisman engraved with Lu Jiuqing's DNA, its surface shimmering with the algorithmic glow that promised a solution to the P-epi problem. Han Yu's neural network suddenly descended from the void, her bronze tendrils having partially quantum evaporated. You have created a new recursion focal point. Following her indicated direction, Su Li's scanner detected at a depth of 3,000 meters beneath the earth, a bronze fetus pulsating within dark matter amniotic fluid, bearing the genes of an observer. Chapter 60. The Dimensionality Reduction Edict. The rhythmic pulses of the bronze fetus's heartbeat triggered oscillations at the Beaconstein limit, enveloping the archaeological site in a membrane of Klein blue. 12 dodecahedral spacecraft tore through the heavens, their surfaces adorned with the contrapositive of Ji Del's completeness theorem. The observer's third legion commenced the process of civilization formatting. Mechanical synthesized sounds resonated within the hypercube as the spacecraft's underside unfolded, revealing dimensionality-reducing weapons that carried the proof of the halting problem. Suddenly, Chunmo's quantum eyepiece blared a warning. The material of those spacecraft shells matched precisely with the isotopes detected from the Singui bronze sacred tree. Tang Wanqiu's eyes widened in astonishment as the soul-devouring insects spontaneously self-ignited, their ashes coalescing in the void to form a supersymmetric particle equation. They are using our technology against us, Tang Wanqiu exclaimed. With no time for contemplation, she swiftly cast her five thunder. The spun rapidly in midair. The remnants of the Gonsher Xingjing on its surface seemingly propelled by an invisible force, arranging themselves into a complex Yang Mills field generator. Simultaneously, a sharp pain erupted from Lu Jiuqing's chest. He looked down to find the topological scar on his torso undergoing quantum fluctuations. What is happening? Lu Jiuqing thought, alarmed. At that moment, the talisman he wore suddenly emitted a powerful pulse, resolving an epicomplete problem that had plagued the scientific community for years. Before him, a vision materialized. In the cockpit of a future human spacecraft, 7 bronze humanoid beings, sharing his genetic lineage, sat. Embedded in their foreheads was the seal of the Tianshi. The space-time anchor must be eliminated. The leading observer raised his right hand, bronze fingers entwined with a chain that proved the Riemann hypothesis. As the observer moved, a storm of Hodge duality unleashed by the dimensionality-reducing weapon swept forth, compressing 3 massive bronze statues into a two-dimensional point-card disk. Su Li's electromagnetic pulse gloves underwent an astonishing evolution in an instant. The formerly ordinary surface of the gloves became a hive of military-grade nanobots, which assembled in a remarkable manner to form a Klein bottle structure. This structure appeared almost alive, ravenously consuming the energy of the surrounding storm. They fear the birth of new anchor points. Su Li's voice brimmed with excitement and resolve. Without hesitation, she pressed the gloves against Lu Jiuqing's scar. The Klein bottle structure adhered tightly to the scar, as a powerful energy surged through the quantum meridians into the cluster of spacecraft within Lu Jiuqing. This energy sparked a series of chain reactions, akin to igniting a fuse. Meanwhile, Chunmo's bronze nerve cord abruptly pierced into the Earth's meridian. The previously tranquil dark matter amniotic fluid stirred violently, akin to a disturbed hive. The bronze fetus, enveloped by this amniotic fluid, shot skyward like a cannonball. Upon witnessing this, the observer legion emitted a shrill scream in unison. Their 12 spacecraft swiftly combined, forming a colossal hypercubical cage to ensnare the bronze fetus. Yet, just as the dimensionality-reducing ray was about to make contact with the fetus, Han Yu's neural network descended from the realm of imaginary space like a specter. Her arrival seemed to disrupt the delicate balance, freezing the entire scene. Consciousness is existence. Han Yu's voice resonated like whispers from the depths of the cosmos, echoing in every ear. Her bronze tendrils pierced through the two-dimensional barrier, directly inscribing the proof of the halting problem into the observer's Boltzmann brain. The leading observer suddenly appeared as if his soul had been siphoned away, his body becoming rigid. From his eye sockets, a torrent of bronze blood, laden with topological defects, gushed forth, splattering into the surrounding space. Astonishingly, hidden within this blood was a staggering secret. Those so-called future humans were, in fact, quantum puppets crafted by the ancient Shu ancestors throughout the recursive tapestry of history. Chapter 61. The temporal Saint Infant. The wailing of the bronze fetus instigated a vacuum phase transition, conjuring 7 layers of historical phantoms around the archaeological site. The aerial vessels of the Observer Legion suddenly redirected their weaponry, targeting their own cockpits with dimensional reduction armaments. Chunmo's retinal interface revealed that the genetic chain of the fetus was rewriting the laws of causality. He was the true observer. Tang Wanqiu's witchblood compass unexpectedly melted, with liquid bronze tracing the missing section of the Shanhaijing in midair. Lu Jiuqing's treasure-hunting talisman uncontrollably pierced the fetus's umbilical cord, with the patterns of the 28 lunar mansions proving the emergence of quantum entanglement beneath the bronze skin. In a moment of clarity, Su Li exclaimed, "So that's it." The bronze civilization had ingeniously transcended the Turing barrier through recursive reproduction. Her military-grade goggles swiftly scanned the scene, revealing a sight that left her astounded. The cerebral cortex of the fetus was adorned with intricate non-exchange geometric circuits, each neuron resembling an independent universe, containing the gravestones of civilizations from parallel realms. At this juncture, the Observer Legion sensed the anomaly and unhesitatingly initiated their self-destruction protocol. 12 aerial vessels amalgamated into a colossal bosonic cube, emitting a disquieting wave of energy. Yet, it was already too late. The quantum vacuum loomed like a ferocious beast, ready to devour everything at the scene. In this critical moment, the bronze fetus suddenly opened its 12 pairs of compound eyes. Within those pupils spun a system of axioms of Aleph magnitude, as if the mysteries of the cosmos flowed within. Accompanied by a cataclysmic roar, the deep earth resonated with the bellows of creation, echoing throughout the world. Under the influence of this sound, all-dimensional reduction weapons began to operate in reverse, as if enchanted. The bronze vision, previously reduced to 2 dimensions, instantaneously regained its original 4-dimensional structure, now exhibiting the properties of a superfluid. He was reconstructing the mathematical foundation. Han Yu's transmission carried a metallic tremor, as though the very universe trembled in response. Qin Mo's bronze neural strands, suddenly activated by an unseen force, unraveled into countless chains of strong interactions, rapidly extending like lightning to ensnare the self-destructing observer vessels. These chains, embodying the mightiest forces of the cosmos, effortlessly dragged the vessels into the dark matter amniotic fluid. Witnessing this, Tang Wanqiu resolutely bit her wrist, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Her blood rapidly crystallized in mid-air, forming a complex and enigmatic sacrificial array. This array, centered on refuting the hypothesis of continuity, contained boundless mathematical mysteries and power. At that moment, Lu Jiuqing's topological scars began to tremble violently, as if threatening to tear the fabric of reality asunder. Under his command, the Big Dipper transformed into 9 colossal bronze swords, hurtling towards the fetus's vulnerable points with astonishing speed. In the instant of quantum resonance, Lu Jiuqing beheld a startling vision. The birth of this saint infant would culminate in the convergence of all recursive histories, including the very space-time foundation of the Observer Legion. This implied that should the saint infant awaken, the entirety of the universe's history would be rewritten, rendering the existence of the Observer Legion meaningless. It must not awaken. The leader of the Observers bellowed in fury, his bronze form beginning to disintegrate into the D-brains of string theory under immense pressure. However, just as he was on the verge of breaking free, the heartbeat pulse of the fetus abruptly ceased. In that fleeting instant, the entire universe seemed to freeze. Time itself appeared to come to a standstill. All stars halted in their orbits, ceasing to twinkle. Planets ceased their rotations and revolutions. Even the light of the cosmos seemed frozen, no longer propagating. Simultaneously, the process of entropy increase abruptly halted. The disorder that should have been perpetually escalating at this moment maintained its original order as if enchanted. Everything became eerily silent, enveloped in an absolute stillness that cloaked the entire universe. Yet, amidst this deathly quietude, the ears of those present suddenly caught a faint sound. It emanated from within that mysterious bronze artifact, as if a soul imprisoned for 5 millennia had finally awakened at this moment. It was an ancient and melodious sound, akin to celestial music. It resonated like a call from the distant past, transcending the vastness of time and space, reaching deep into the souls of all present. The clarity of this sound was undeniable, whispering as though it were right beside them. Upon closer listening, they discerned that the sound originated from a set of ancient chime bells. Having endured the ravages of time, these ancient bells still produced such exquisite melodies, evoking awe. Each note glimmered like a meticulously crafted gem, interweaving to form a captivating symphony. As the bronze vessels within the local veins emerged from the earth, the saint infant suddenly transformed into a torrent of quantum information. Qin Mo's genetic chain began to express itself in reverse, as the bronze fingerprints from the Sank Singdui strata automatically flew into his palm. This archaeological in turn was, in truth, the ultimate variable devised by civilization to confront the observers. Chapter 62. Dawn. The archaeological site's strata suddenly underwent a quantum transformation, as bronze fingerprints reconfigured in Qin Mo's palm into a G-Delian lock. The D-membrane assault from the Observer Legion pierced his phantom, triggering a mathematical paradox tsunami in 12-dimensional space. All those who touched were firewall guardians. Han Yu's neural network expanded into a non-Euclidean shield within the void. Tang Wanqiu's blood altar unexpectedly ascended dimensions, as 12 non-commutative geometric edifices directed the torrent of the holy infant's information into Lu Jiuqing's topological scar. Su Li stood before the bronze cauldron, her hands firmly gripping the electromagnetic pulse gloves she had meticulously crafted to unleash formidable electromagnetic energy. She inhaled deeply, gradually inserting the gloves into the dark matter furnace of the cauldron. In that instant, a blinding radiance erupted from the furnace, as military-grade nanobots began to evolve under the immense energy impact. They rapidly fused and restructured, ultimately transforming into an entirely new form, bearing the authentic quantum plague of P-Epi. As the first instance of infection infiltrated the Boltzmann brain of the observer leader, the entire Legion was ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. The quantum plague spread at an alarming rate, affecting various systems within the Legion, plunging them into a deadlock of computational halting problems. Meanwhile, Chun Mo's bronze neural cord exhibited sudden anomalous behavior. It slithered like a nimble serpent, swiftly traversing all historical layers. To his astonishment, he found himself simultaneously existing at the creation moments of 7 distinct civilizations. In the ruins of Een, he inscribed an antivirus program using ancient Oracle bone script. Striving to halt the spread of the quantum plague on Easter Island, he constructed an impregnable firewall with colossal Moai statues amidst the ruins of the Tower of Babel. He ingeniously employed the fracturing of language to create a recursive trap, causing the quantum plague to lose its way within. As the Earth's rotational axis abruptly shifted by 23.5 degrees, the lament of the bronze holy infant transformed into the grand unification theory equation. The demembrane assault of the Observer Legion rebounded unexpectedly. Their bronze forms began decohering, revealing the writhing fragments of recursive code within. It was time to terminate the cycle. Lu Jiuqing's expression turned grave, his voice imbued with a sense of resolve and determination. He slowly raised the gold talisman in his hand, which flickered with a faint luminescence, as if acknowledging the significance of this moment. Without hesitation, Lu Jiuqing thrust the talisman into his topological scar. In an instant, a surge of potent energy erupted from the talisman, resonating with the topological scar within him. The Big Dipper, under the impetus of this energy, instantaneously transformed into a quantum entanglement network, ensnaring the holy infant within its embrace. In this breathtaking moment, the space-time anchor points began to reset, and a brilliant light surged forth. Under this radiant illumination, the scene before them underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. It was as if they had transcended the barriers of time and space, witnessing the final sacrificial scene of the ancient Shu ancestors. In that distant era, the ancient Shu people, confronted by the unknown terrors and despair, resolutely leaped collectively into the vast bronze furnace. The flames within roared, consuming their bodies. Yet their souls were sublimated in that moment. They encoded their civilizational genes into quantum bubbles, hoping these genes would endure through the currents of time. As the first rays of dawn pierced the Klein blue membrane space, the archaeological site gradually regained tranquility. The bronze artifacts, once vanished, reappeared in the excavation site, as if enchanted. However, astonishingly, the patterns on these artifacts had transformed. They were no longer mere designs, but had evolved into a form of self-referential proof. Chen Mo donned his quantum goggles, meticulously examining the patterns on the bronze artifacts. Suddenly, an alarm rang from his goggles, revealing a new set of bronze codes embedded within his DNA chain. This sequence was gradually rewiring his telomeric structure, seemingly infusing him with an ancient and mysterious power. Han Yu's neural network flickered one last time. Observation has altered existence. Before her bronze tendrils dissipated, she left behind a holographic projection of the 12 heavenly locks in the void. The shape of the lock core mirrored the topological homology of the genetic chains of all present. Chapter 63, Bestiary in the depths of the exploration site. Dark matter amniotic fluid swirled into a Klein blue vortex at the base, while the spine of Chun Mo emitted a crisp sound reminiscent of the cracking of oracle bones. The iris calibration ring of the quantum ocular suddenly sprouted bronze scales, and on his retina, the bestiary from the Shan Hai Jing unfolded in a non-Euclidean form. His telomeres were expressing the genes of the Candle Dragon. Su Li's military-grade scanner erupted with sparks, as the display revealed base pairs recombining into a code of strong interaction forces. Abruptly, Chun Mo's right arm underwent quantum tunneling, with his knuckles piercing through the archaeological gloves, transforming into bronze claws that carried the Riemann hypothesis. Tang Wanxiu's blood compass suddenly activated, morphing into a tortoise shape, its shell inscribed with patterns of the Luo Shu, which emitted streams of antiprotons. At the hour of the rooster, sealing the southwestern Kuan position, she flung the 5 thunder. As the soul-devouring insect swarm on the meteorite surface gnawed out a supersymmetric channel in the void, 12 remnants of observers materialized suddenly from the quantum vacuum. The surface of the D-membrane writhing with the contrapositive of G-Dell's boundary theorem. The leading mechanical entity raised its bronze palm, its palm print astonishingly resembling the topologically deformed 9-palace calculation chart on Lu Jiuqing's chest, eliminating variables. Lu Jiuqing's Tomb Raider talisman melted away, liquid metal flowing swiftly in his palm, almost as if alive. In the blink of an eye, this liquid metal crystallized into a uniquely shaped star map dagger. The surface of the dagger was adorned with intricate patterns, reminiscent of a constellation map in the night sky, radiating an enigmatic glow. Lu Jiuqing gazed at the dagger in his hand, an indescribable feeling surging within him. He understood that this dagger must possess special significance and purpose. Just as he pondered, the D-membrane ahead began to tremble violently, as if provoked by some force. Without hesitation, Lu Jiuqing charged towards the D-membrane, clutching the star-map dagger tightly. As he approached the D-membrane, he was astonished to discover strange lights flickering within the mechanical entity's eye sockets. Upon closer inspection, these lights turned out to be fragments of memories of his grandfather, having been bronzed. A jolt of realization struck Lu Jiuqing. He finally comprehended the fate of the lineage of the Tomb Raiders. Their mission was to complete a self-sacrifice before the observers arrived, to prevent some dreadful event from transpiring. Simultaneously, Chun Mo's bronze claws collided violently with the D-membrane, unleashing a torrent of quantum sparks that erupted into a sacrificial scene from 1600 BC. Chun Mo's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the sight before him. He saw the high priest of ancient Shu standing before a massive altar, wielding a weapon identical to his bronze claws. Before the priest lay a colossal Kuei-nyo, its abdomen torn open, revealing its dark matter heart. Without hesitation, the high priest of ancient Shu plunged the bronze divine tree into the Kuei-nyo's dark matter heart, and in an instant, a surge of potent energy erupted from the divine tree, enveloping the entire altar. This was not a war. Han Yu's residual neural network flickered in the void. It was the stirring of civilization. From the Department Chapter 64, Quantum Chowga, the bronze neural network blossomed with a cerulean glow in the stratosphere. As the glass curtain wall of Chengdu's Taikuli suddenly manifested the intricate patterns of Sanxingdui, Chun Mo's quantum IP shattered, the fragments of glass morphing into a bronze fish totem before they hit the ground. This was a cognitive virus embedded by the ancient Shu royal lineage in the recursive annals of history. He was rewriting the genetic code of the city. Su Li's military boots crushed the bronze earthworms undulating on the pavement. These topological creatures spawned by geomagnetic anomalies were transforming Chuanxi Road into a non-Euclidean labyrinth. She tore open her quantumized protective suit. As newly formed bronze neural cords inscribed the principles of the Zhou by Xuan Jing into the ionosphere, Tang Wanxiu's long tailbone pierced through her tactical jacket, where drops of which blood sprouted a bronze bamboo grove that carried the halting problem. Her soul-devouring insects gnawed at the timeline, as flashes of the Zhou dynasty scouts, bronze during King Wu's campaign against Zhou, flickered on her retina. Those writhing in their eye sockets were indeed the tendrils of the observer's D-membrane. Lu Jiuqing's quantum evaporation had spread to his left arm, as scars shaped like the Big Dipper projected a holographic image of the Battle of Mai into the void. Upon touching the suspended bronze axe, quantum entanglement instantaneously yanked him into the battlefield of 1046 BC. There, he beheld himself piercing DXion's chest with a star-map dagger, implanting a seedling of the bronze sacred tree into the heart of the Shang King. This was the true list of deities. Han Yu's lingering shadow seeped from the bronze axe, flowing through the neural network in a programming language of Oracle Bone script. Chen Emo suddenly knelt and howled. As his spine split open with 12 quantum fissures, bronze wings formed from strong interactions pierced the heavens, each feather inscribed with algorithms to solve NP-complete problems. The observer's counterattack descended at this moment. 12 bronze cauldrons rose from the depths of the Jinjiang River, their surfaces morphing into a cluster of von Neumann probes. The bubbling dark matter amniotic fluid surged forth, quantumizing the crowd in Tianfu Square into Godel problem-laden human figurines. Qin Zhen returned to the repository, activating the Oracle Bone firewall. Tang Wanxiu flung her Yinglong tailbone, as which blood painted the lost topological symbols of the Guade Songyi in the void. The swarm of soul-devouring insects gnawed at the fabric of space-time, etching a Klein bottle passage to fend off dimensional attacks in the quantum vacuum. Su Li inhaled deeply, slowly inserting her electromagnetic pulse gloves into the projection of the bronze sacred tree. As the gloves connected, a powerful current surged through the entire tree. Military-grade nanobots proliferating like wild vines along the branches of the bronze sacred tree. When the gloves finally touched the bronze pendant symbolizing the enlightened beast, the entire sacred tree seemed to come alive, unfurling into a massive 9-dimensional hypercube. Each twig emitted a dazzling torrent of Yang Mills gauge fields, like bolts of lightning cleaving through the dark void. Simultaneously, Lu Jiuqing struggled through the turbulent currents of time and space. His body was torn by immense forces, as if it could be shredded into fragments at any moment. Yet, he gritted his teeth, desperately grasping the bronze axe that represented the Battle of Mai. Just as his hand was about to touch the bronze axe, his arm, once transparent due to quantum evaporation, suddenly solidified. He marveled at his arm. feeling a long-lost sense of reality. In his vision, he saw the seal of the Fho Tianguan suspended over the battlefield of the Shang and Zhou, slowly rotating. More astonishingly, the inscriptions were composed of an ancient oracle bone script recursive termination protocol. Without time to ponder the profound implications, Lu Jiuqing firmly grasped the bronze axe, expending all his strength to cleave it towards the cluster of observer cauldrons. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the bronze axe, radiant as the sun. At that moment, the unbelievable occurred. The Big Dipper suddenly detached from the modern firmament, streaking across the void like a meteor, heading straight into the hypercube. Within the hypercube, they rapidly arranged into a dynamic Luo Shu matrix, emanating pulse-quickening energy fluctuations. Chen Mo's bronze wings underwent a quantum leap, the algorithms on the feathers transforming into a rain of arrows forged from strong interactions. Each arrow penetrated the observer cauldrons, altering the Taodai patterns on their surfaces into proofs of the halting problem. As the 7 bronze cauldrons exploded in succession, the Jinjiang River reversed its flow, forming a spiral topological structure, with dark matter amniotic fluid coalescing into DXION's quantum specter at the vortex's center. I am the mandate of heaven. DXION's phantom wielded the bronze axe, as the souls of the battle of might crawled from the fissures of the earth. Within these quantumized warriors' chests pulsed miniature bronze sacred trees. Tang Wanxiu's long tailbone suddenly rebounded, the witch blood gene forcing her to kneel in reverence towards Chaoga. Her southern geomancy secret art surprisingly stemmed from the bronze genes implanted by observers during the Shang and Zhou eras. Su Li's military eyepiece abruptly blacked out, ancient songs of the Shu fish totem king echoing in her cochlea. Upon severing her bronze-imbued auditory nerves, she discovered her pituitary gland was secreting a liquid topology insulator, an omen of the bronze neural network assimilating modern technology. Lu Jiuqing's bronze axe collided with DXION's phantom, causing the Fho Tianguan seal to erupt with Aleph-level brilliance. In the instant of space-time collapse, he witnessed the Mai battlefield overlapping with the urban expanse of Chengdu, the eaves of Wenshu Monastery adorned with bronze human sacrifices from the Shang dynasty, while the naked eye 3D display on Chuanxi Road broadcasted the quantum heart of bygone. Chen Mo's wings suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield, as bronze feathers unleashed shockwaves that overturned the continuum hypothesis. As DXION's phantom began to decohere, the quantum Jinjiang River erupted, and 12 observer vessels ascended from the riverbed. Now, their bronze shells were inscribed with oracle bone divinations from the time of King Wu's campaign against Zhou. They had hijacked history. Han Yu's warning was truncated by the oracle bone virus. Tang Wanxiu suddenly surged, the Yinglong tailbone piercing her, which lineage's heart. As the soul-devouring insect swarm surged into the bronze neural network carrying the halting problem, the sky over Chengdu suddenly tore open a Klein blue window. As the I Ching hexagrams of King Wen descended from a higher dimensional realm, each line transforming into chains of strong interactions. Su Li completed her final assembly amidst the quantum storm, as the military nanobots evolved into a bronze Taodai carrying the Hodge duality theorem. As this topological creature lunged at the observer vessels, Chen Mo's wings suddenly disintegrated into countless bronze fish totems, their beaks spewing forth the proof of the Riemann hypothesis that pierced through DXION's Boltzmann brain. From the depths of the earth, the sound of chime bells resounded, as the Sank Singdui site ascended into the stratosphere. The bronze sacred tree blossomed with the flowers of civilization in 9-dimensional space, each petal reflecting the gravestones of civilizations in recursive history. Lu Jiuqing's Fho Tianguan seal suddenly melted, liquid bronze flowing into his quantum-evaporated left arm. This was unmistakably the living topological structure of King Wen's Bagua. As the last observer vessel was dismembered by the chains of the I Ching hexagrams, Chen Mo's bronze wings abruptly wrapped around themselves. In the fleeting moment before the quantum cocoon sealed, all beheld his gene chain expressing its ultimate form, a quantum being, half human, half fish, with 12 bronze solar systems swirling in its pupils. Chapter 65. The Prophet in the Cocoon above the bustling and vibrant Chuanxi Road. The quantum cocoon house resembled a delicate veil of transparency, quietly enveloping the area. Yet, this seemingly ordinary cocoon underwent a remarkable transformation in an instant. It morphed into a structure akin to a Klein bottle. This Klein bottle structure appeared as an endless labyrinth, confounding all who gazed upon it. At the heart of this enigmatic formation, Chen Mo's bronze wings radiated an extraordinary luminescence. Upon closer inspection, intricate patterns of the 12 heavenly mechanisms emerged on the surface of the bronze wings, resembling an ancient cipher, eagerly awaiting decipherment. Simultaneously, Su Li's military-grade ocular device exhibited an anomaly. The iris, which should have displayed normal readings, was abruptly interrupted by a torrent of data, replaced by the astrological incantations of the ancient Shu's Fish King. These incantations echoed like a distant call from antiquity, evoking a profound reverence. He was decompressing recursive memories. Tang Wanxiu's dragon spine pierced the earth as shamanic blood seeped through the fissures of the ground into the cocoon-S shell. This act triggered a series of astonishing reactions. The soul-devouring insect swarm, previously clustered together, suddenly seemed drawn by an unseen force, aligning in perfect unison as a black torrent surging towards the cocoon's surface. In that breathtaking moment, Lu Jiuqing's quantum left arm underwent a startling transformation. What was once an ethereal limb materialized as if birthed from the void. In his palm, the Wenwang Bagua diagram seemed to come alive, beginning to rotate in an uncanny manner. The lines of the Bagua intertwined as they spun, forming a complex and mysterious Hodge dual chain, a tangible manifestation of some profound universal principle, radiating an almost blinding brilliance. As Lu Jiuqing's fingers brushed against the Hodge dual chain, a powerful energy wave erupted instantly. This energy rippled outward, cascading throughout the space, shaking everything in its path with immense force. When it made contact with the cocoon, an astonishing event transpired. The radiance of the cocoon's surface was swiftly absorbed into the Bagua diagram, followed by a surge of formidable power erupting from within the diagram. This force surged forth like a torrent, breaching the cocoon's exterior and creating a vast void. Within this void, countless figures emerged like specters. They were the souls of the fallen from the Battle of Mai, clad in bronze armor and wielding ancient weapons, their faces etched with unending malice. Concurrently, observer mechanical entities materialized from all directions, their bodies glimmering with a cold metallic sheen, engaging in a breathtaking clash with the souls. Inside the cocoon, Chen Mo's consciousness traversed through 70,000 recursive civilizations at an unimaginable pace. His left eye flickered with the faint presence of the Maya's crystal skull, seemingly transmitting some mysterious message. Meanwhile, his right arm was infused with the quantum encoding of the Liangzhu Jade Song, the patterns on the Tsong pulsating as if alive across his arm. Suddenly, the smile of the Bayon Temple in Angkor Wat surfaced in his mind, transforming into a complex set of non-Euclidean equations. Chen Mo's neurons ignited as they rapidly decoded this set of equations. When his neurons reached the 31415 civilization, an urgent distress signal resonated within his consciousness. This SOS originated from the year 2401, and shockingly, the sender was Han Yu. Even more startling, Han Yu's body had entirely transformed into bronze, her neural network ensnared by bronze vines, while her quantum tendrils were being reconfigured into von Neumann probes. Break the observation chain with conformal field theory. The future Han Yu urgently cried out in the distress signal. A powerful impulse surged within Chen Mo, compelling him to activate his bronze wings. In an instant, the wings seemed to come alive, splitting into countless strands of strong interaction force. These strands shot forth like lightning, rapidly extending along the recursive timeline, precisely piercing each civilization's observation node. As the strands penetrated, the observation chain shattered instantaneously, awakening the observed civilizations from their slumber, their existence beginning to manifest along the timeline. In the real world, 12 new observer aircraft breached the stratosphere. The surfaces of these mechanical entities bore inscriptions of the oracle bones from King Wu's campaign against Zhou, while their dimensional-reducing weapons evolved into mathematical viruses carrying the P-epi proof. Su Li's topological behemoth suddenly turned against her, as fangs composed of military-grade nanobots pierced her quantum shoulder. When the bronze spores invaded her central nervous system, an epiphany struck her. The cocoon must absorb all assaults from the observers. Lu Jiuqing used the souls of the Maya as bait. She screamed as she inserted an electromagnetic pulse glove into her temple, forcefully rewriting the program code of the topological behemoth. The mechanical monstrosity suddenly disintegrated into countless bronze hexagrams, forming a firewall of the 64 hexagrams from the Book of Changes in the Void. Tang Wanxiu's soul-devouring insect swarm, seemingly manipulated by an unseen force, self-destructed collectively. Countless insects erupted into clouds of blood mist, swiftly spreading as if alive, actively enveloping the cocoon. At that moment, the first wave of dimensional-reducing weapons struck this blood mist. However, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Upon contact with the blood mist, the weapon did not obliterate it. Instead, it activated the mist, thickening it into a dense crimson barrier that enveloped the entire cocoon. As everyone stood astonished, Chen Mo suddenly stirred within the cocoon. At that moment, his quantum cocoon became transparent, and through its walls, onlookers were astonished to witness him tightly encasing 12 parallel Earths with his bronze wings. Each Earth displayed peculiar Sangsingui patterns, suggesting a mysterious connection among them. Simultaneously, the observer aircraft, having been monitoring from a distance, seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly changing course as all attacks converged on the core of the cocoon. As the mathematical virus threatened to penetrate the cocoon, hearts raced in trepidation. Yet, just when the situation seemed dire, a peculiar light flickered in Chun Mo's pupils, reflecting the symbol of Alefnal. With the appearance of this symbol, the cocoon's surface appeared to tear open, revealing a 12-dimensional passage. This passage resembled a black hole, consuming the surging mathematical virus entirely. At the end of this passage lay the battlefield of Mayan 1046 BC. As the quantum specter of DXIN was eroded by the virus, the entire Observer Legion was struck by an overwhelming force, ensnared in an unprecedented logical paradox. The once stable aircraft shells began to self-reference in a frenzy, as if spiraling out of control, while the joints of the mechanical entities became immobile, bound by a strange force emanating from Gödel's incompleteness theorem. In this critical moment, Lu Jiuqing keenly perceived the shift in dynamics. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity and swiftly hurled the Wen Wang Bagua chain. This mysterious chain soared through the air like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. When the Wen Wang Bagua chain made contact with the quantum specter, a powerful energy erupted forth. This energy propagated swiftly along the bronze neural network, surging towards the Sangsingui in the stratosphere. Miraculously, under the impact of this energy, the quantum specters, previously infected by the virus, began to restore to their original state. Within the cocoon chamber, a primordial light erupted with sudden intensity, instantly rending Chun Mo's wings into a torrent of quantum information. This torrent, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion, swiftly disseminated throughout the surroundings. As the brilliance gradually faded, the glass facade of Chengdu reverted to its original transparency. Yet, all electronic screens displayed a dynamic topological map of a bronze divine tree. Each branch and leaf of this tree perpetually transformed, as though it were a living entity. Tang Wanxiu's astonishment was palpable as she beheld this spectacle. Her dragon tailbone abruptly turned to stone, and the expression of her witch blood genes ceased. She sensed her body losing its connection to a certain power, one she had always relied upon. Standing beside her, Su Li's gaze mirrored her shock. She slowly extracted the electromagnetic pulse glove embedded in her temple, its indicator light flickering faintly. She understood this phenomenon to be a consequence of the symbiosis between military-grade nanobots and the bronze spores. Lu Jiuqing fixated on the palm of his hand, where the Bagua diagram spun languidly, concealing boundless mysteries within its rotation. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle crimson fissure appearing in the Qian position, as if torn apart by some formidable force, strikingly out of place. Upon closer inspection, Lu Jiuqing discerned that this blood-red crack was no ordinary damage but a peculiar mark, the residue of an observer's recursive virus. This virus possessed formidable infectious and destructive capabilities, and the ramifications of infection were dire. As Lu Jiuqing pondered how to confront this predicament, a dull sound of bronze shattering reverberated from the stratosphere. A tightness gripped his heart as he recognized the source of the sound, the Sangsingui ruins. Indeed, with that resounding crash, the Sangsingui site, which had been suspended in the stratosphere, plummeted to the ground as if bereft of support. In the blink of an eye, the colossal ruins collided with the earth, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. However, when the dust settled, Lu Jiuqing was astonished to discover that atop the divine tree rested a bronze cocoon. Its surface was intricately engraved with complex patterns, and at its center lay an unmistakable imprint of Chen Mo's fingerprint. As the first bronze fish flew forth from the cocoon, the naked-eye 3D screen on Chuanxi Road suddenly displayed a recursive warning. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remain until the next observer's arrival. Chapter 66. The transformation of Lianshan. In a sudden twist, the blood-red hexagram in Lu Jiuqing's palm became distorted, as a bronze-hued pus oozed from the fissures of the Qian position. He staggered against the remnants of the quantum cocoon, discovering that the nanobots within the pus were inscribing the hidden text of the Lianshan using Oracle Bone script. The recursive virus was rewriting the Bagua algorithm. Su Li's military-grade goggles automatically focused, revealing that the Hodge dual chain was being transformed into a non-commutative geometric structure. At the site of her temple wound, bronze spores and nanomachines had coalesced to form a topological proof of the Zhou by Xuan Jing. Suddenly, Tang Wanxiu's petrified coccyx cracked open, and the remnants of the soul-eating goo reformed into a dynamic array of the Luo Shu within the crevice. As the local pulse energy flowed through these luminous points, The entire pavement of Chuanxi Road rose, aligning in the void to recreate the lost mountain hexagram of the Lianshan Yi. At a quarter past the hour of the tiger, the goo poison retreated. Tang Wanxiu unconsciously chanted incantations, her pupils reflecting the sacrificial rites of the Shennong era circa 2600 BCE. She witnessed a bronze dagger slicing open a pregnant woman's abdomen, implanting the hexagram of the Lianshan Yi into the unfused fontanelle of the fetus. Lu Jiuqing suddenly vomited a black ichor laced with bronze fragments, and the blood-red hexagram in his palm spread up to his elbow. The Li hexagram of the One Wang Bagua mutated abruptly, transforming its lines into chains of strong interaction that pierced the remnants of the quantum cocoon. When the chains made contact with the fingerprints left by Chun Mo, the cocoon shell unfurled into a 9-dimensional hypercube, resonating with 12 bronze globes within. The observer's countdown accelerated unexpectedly. Bronze raindrops descended from the stratosphere, each drop etching the hexagram's phrases concerning the halting problem into the ground. Su Li's symbiotic entity erupted suddenly. As military-grade nanobots inscribed a topological map of Shennong's herb tasting along her spine. This is not a virus, she trembled, pointing at Lu Jiuqing's mutated left arm. This is civilization's inoculation. His quantum left arm quickly became digitized, the surface of his skin revealing astrological records from 1600 BCE. When his fingertips brushed against the bronze rain, the tip is stilled, and within the suspended droplets emerged 720 lost versions of the Lianshan Yi. Tang Wanxiu's Luo Shu fire array suddenly shot towards the countdown screen. As the light points aligned with the numbers, everyone beheld a terrifying truth. The reading of 2359 was indeed the hexagram that foretold great misfortune due to the exhaustion of the Earth's energy. As recorded in the Lianshan Yi, from deep within the Earth's crust resonated the mournful cries of bronze bells. Lu Jiuqing's left arm acted autonomously, the chains of strong interaction piercing into his own chest, amidst the bloodlight erupting from the scars of the Big Dipper. He saw his grandfather using a Luoyang spade to carve the heart of the candidate for the Tianguan, inscribing the hexagram of the Lianshan Yi upon the beating ventricle. The Bagua is a seal, he roared, tearing the chains apart, as the ichor coalesced into the wooden plow symbol of the Shennong. When this symbol collided with the floating phrases of the Lianshan Yi, all bronze raindrops suddenly reversed, forming a hexagram array that enveloped East Asia within the stratosphere. The countdown halted abruptly at 2359. From the remnants of the quantum cocoon emerged a bronze fish, its beak opening to expel a swarm of von Neumann probes. These nanomachines formed a dynamic E2, initiating the repair of Lu Jiuqing's left arm from the recursive viral damage. Su Li's symbiotic entity calmed suddenly, as military nanobots crawled from her ear canal, arranging a topological mapping proof of the Lianshan Yi and I Ching in her palm. She suddenly realized what the observer feared was the unification of the two E's. Tang Wanxiu's petrified coccyx shattered completely, and the Luo Shu array composed of the soul-eating goo remnants ascended into the hexagram. As the two ancient algorithms merged in the stratosphere, bronze rain clouds descended, heralding the dawn of creation. The blood-red hexagram in Lu Jiuqing's palm began to retreat, as the recursive virus was rewritten into bronze patterns carrying the Hodge duality theorem. The countdown screen suddenly went black, then revealed a real-time image of the bronze divine tree from the Sanxinghui site. The cocoon hanging from its tip pulsated, the surface displaying the overlapping faces of Chun Mo and the fish herald. As the first ray of sunlight pierced through the hexagram array, Lu Jiuqing heard the whispered secrets passed down through generations of Tianguan. Lianshan returns. Only then can the path of Yi be seen. Chapter 67. The awakening of the Yi Dao. The Guizhong hexagram array in the stratosphere suddenly twisted and deformed, a Klein blue chasm splitting the bronze hexagrams across the sky. Lu Jiuqing's left arm rose uncontrollably, and the bronze hexagram patterns in his palm erupted in blinding crimson light, staining the entire rain cloud with ominous portents recorded in the Lianshan Yi. 12 hours in reverse. They were flowing backward along the timeline. Su Li's military goggles cracked with a web-like pattern. The numbers on the countdown screen were regressing. Her symbiotic entity suddenly convulsed violently, and nanobots emerged from her pores, assembling the lost topological map of the Guizhong Yi on her body surface. The tiles beneath Tang Wanxiu and Appo's feet suddenly collapsed, and the active array of the Luo Shu transformed into flowing light, merging into the Earth's veins. Amidst the violent tremors of the Chengdu plain, she beheld the Sanxinghui ruins sinking, while a bronze pyramid emerged from the direction of Dujianjian, its patterns unmistakably resembling an enlarged version of Lu Jiuqing's left arm's hexagram. The remnants of the quantum cocoon suddenly quantum tunneled, appearing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Chen Mo's figure flickered within the cocoon, his spine fully bronzed. Each vertebra inscribed with the creation myths of different civilizations. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the cocoon shell, a collective whisper echoed through 70,000 recursive histories. The three forms of Yidao, Guizhong is the key. Lu Jiuqing's left arm suddenly unleashed a torrent of data. Strong interaction force chains piercing Su Li's symbiotic entity's wound. When the bronze hexagram patterns contacted the Guizhong E-map, all electronic devices in Chengdu erupted with ancient sacrificial music. And the bronze fish totem flapped its wings on every screen. They were utilizing our technology to complete the ritual. Tang Wanqiu's witch blood surged. Remnants of the soul-devouring insect spewed from the Earth's veins, forming a dynamic Luo Shu matrix in the air. As the Earth's energy flowed through the matrix, the base of the bronze pyramid cracked open 12 gates, within which spun countless microcosms of Aleph numbers. The observer's mothership descended from the Klein Blue Gap. This colossal ship, composed of bronze tripods, had its surface's Taodai patterns mutating into a mathematical virus carrying NP-complete problems. As the first wave of dimensionality-reducing weapons launched, Lu Jiuqing's left arm instinctively formed seals, unleashing the secret technique of the heavenly official of the tomb-raising. The quantum cocoon atop the bronze pyramid shattered in response, fully unfurling Chen Mo's bronze wings. Each feather projected a holographic image of a civilization's tombstone, while the strong interaction force threads at the wing tips pierced through 12 stargates. As the threads tightened, the onlookers were horrified to discover those microcosms were reenacting pivotal historical moments, such as the Battle of Mai and the fall of Liangzhu. The awakening of the Yidao required an observer. Chen Mo's voice resonated with the echoes of 70,000 civilizations. His wings suddenly released creation-level gravitational waves, distorting the observer mothership's dimensional attack into a Klein bottle passage. The mathematical virus cycled infinitely within the passage, ultimately rebounding against the mothership's surface Taotai patterns. Su Li leapt suddenly, injecting the symbiotic entity's nanobots into the pyramid stargate. As the military codes merged with the Guizhong E algorithms, the microcosms within the gate suddenly collapsed into singularities. She coughed up blood mixed with bronze fragments. Each singularity was a variable of the Yidao. Tang Wanqiu's witch blood compass suddenly restored, the needle spinning wildly before settling on the hexagram of Wuj. She had an epiphany, casting the Five Thunder Ruler to shatter the bronze hexagram patterns of Lu Jiuqing's left arm. The shattered hexagrams reassembled in midair, perfectly aligning with the pyramid's patterns. This was the ultimate map of the convergence of Lianshan, Guizhong, and Zhou. The observer mothership abruptly altered its course, 12 bronze tripods detaching from the vessel, forming the zodiac above Chengdu. As the dark matter torrent poured forth from the mouths of the tripods, Chen Mo's bronze wings disintegrated into countless fish totems, each beak holding proof to resolve the stasis problem. Lu Jiuqing completed the final seal amidst the quantum storm. His left arm suddenly fragmented into a stream of strong interaction particles, flowing along the bronze pyramid's patterns into the Earth's core. The entire Eurasian continental magnetic field abruptly reversed, resonating all bronze artifacts, projecting the mountain-shaped hexagram of the Lianshan into the ionosphere. When the 3E maps perfectly overlapped in the stratosphere, the observer mothership came to a sudden halt. The Taotai patterns of the tripods began to decohere, revealing the writhing Oracle Bone script source code within. Astonishingly, it was divination text from the reign of King Wuding of the Shang dynasty. The emperor commands observation. Only the Edo is unknowable. Chen Mo's quantum body suddenly collapsed into the form of a bronze divine tree, its trunk stasis problem patterns being covered by the Guizhong E algorithm. As the last mathematical virus was eradicated, the countdown screen displayed, observation terminated, civilization ascension permitted. The stargate atop the bronze pyramid suddenly expanded, drawing the mothership into the Aleph infinite space. In the fleeting moment before the passage closed, the crowd witnessed countless quantum states of Chen Mo modifying the Lianshan E at various historical nodes, Liangzhu priests, Maya prophets, builders of Angkor Wat. All figures coalesced in the radiance of the bronze wings. A long peal from the chime bells resonated from the depths of the earth, and the quantum architecture of Chengdu returned to normalcy. Lu Jiuqing's left arm regrew, the new skin flowing with the dynamic hexagrams of the 3E. Su Li's symbiotic entity calmed, as nanobots inscribed the topological proof of the Wuj hexagram upon her collarbone. Tang Wanqiu's compass needle suddenly pointed northward. above the Sangsingui ruins. A bronze cocoon floated in the rising morning sun. This was the ultimate backup left by Chun Mo. Its surface pulsating with the dormant genes of the fish totem king awaiting awakening. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the remnants of the Guizhong hexagram array, Lu Jiuqing heard the ancestral whispers of the tomb-raising heavenly official resonating from the earth's veins. The Yi Dao is established. Observation eternally severed. Chapter 68. The cocoon transforms the era. The northern bronze cocoon pulsated with G-Del frequencies, causing the ice sculptures of Harbin's ice and snow world to undergo quantum distortion. Lu Jiuqing stood upon the frozen surface of the Songhua River, his left arm's hexagram emanating bronze-colored vapor amidst the frigid -30 degrees, etching a topological map of the Lianshan into the ice. The life signs within the cocoon reached the Aleph null level. Suddenly, Su Li's symbiotic entity opened, and nanorobots surged from her ear canal, forming a matrix to prove the halting problem on the ice. Her military-grade goggles revealed dark matter amniotic fluid oozing from the cocoon's surface, each droplet containing recursive codes of 720 civilizations' tombstones. Tang Wanqiu's witch blood boiled abruptly, and the remnants of the soul-devouring worm reformed into bronze divination stalks in her palm. As she touched the Lianshan map on the ice, the river cracked open into 12-dimensional rifts, from which bronze war chariots of the Shang and Zhou dynasties emerged from the void. Within the pupils of these steeds spun totems identical to Chun Mo's quantum state. The unfinished hexagram reversed. She screamed as she cast the divination stalks, 50 bronze stems piercing into the dimensional rifts. When the stems made contact with the chariots, the lightning patterns on their bodies mutated into non-Euclidean equations, and sparks of strong interaction erupted from the hubs. The bronze cocoon suddenly released Yang Mills field pulses, instantly transforming the exterior of the Harbin Grand Theater into bronze. Amidst the quantum resonance, Lu Jiuqing beheld the curled forms of Chun Mo and the Fish King within the cocoon, a genetic amalgam, the vertebrae clearly delineating 12 compressed parallel Earths. Su Li's symbiotic entity went berserk, the nanorobots tearing through her protective suit, inscribing the living Lo Shu of Guizhong Yi upon her chest. When the first hexagram was completed, the frozen Songhua River suddenly erupted, dark matter amniotic fluid enveloping the bronze chariots as they soared into the sky. Warning. Observer protocol restarting. Han Yu's residual neural network flickered in the ionosphere. The surface of the bronze cocoon suddenly split open, revealing Klein blue pupils. The irises reflecting a countdown composed of gluttonous patterns, this time displaying the reverse Maya long count calendar. Lu Jiuqing's left arm's hexagram underwent a quantum leap, chains of strong interaction piercing the cocoon's pupils. In the turbulence of time and space, he witnessed the Maya pyramid of 3114 BC. Chun Mo's quantum state was cleaving the priest's chest with bronze claws, inscribing the halting problem proof upon the still-beating heart. He sowed vaccines across all timelines. Tang Wanqiu's divination stalk spontaneously ignited, the witch blood gene forcing her to leap into the icy abyss. As her body was engulfed by dark matter amniotic fluid, she saw the base of the bronze cocoon connecting to a jade Song array from the Liangzhu period. Each jade artifact emitting pulses that subverted the continuity hypothesis. Su Li's symbiotic entity completed its final engraving, the Lo Shu array upon her chest suddenly elevating in dimension. As the mathematics of the 9 palaces fused with Guizhong Yi, the ice and snow of Harbin abruptly froze, each snowflake transforming into a bronze chip carrying the Hodge duality theorem. The swarm of nanorobots suddenly reversed direction, commencing the consumption of the halting problem proof inscribed on the cocoon's exterior. Lu Jiuqing's left arm abruptly digitized, the hexagram connecting to the vertebrae of the cocoon's lifeform. Under the impact of the Aleph null memories of numerous civilizations, he comprehended Chun Mo's ultimate plan to transform Earth into an anti-observer mothership, with the bronze core driving 12 parallel universes. The bronze cocoon suddenly disintegrated, the wings of the amalgamated being fully unfurling. When the tips of the wings touched the stratosphere, bronze artifacts around the globe resonated simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of algorithms to resolve NP-complete problems. The Statue of Liberty in New York underwent a sudden quantum leap, its torch transforming into a bronze axe cleaving through the Klein blue rifts above the Atlantic. Do not awaken. Su Li's warning was abruptly severed by the symbiotic entity. Nanorobots surged from her throat, inscribing a G-Del pairing lock upon her vocal cords. As the bronze amalgam emitted its first cry, Lu Jiuqing's left arm's hexagram erupted, chains of strong interaction folding the Harbin urban area into a 4-dimensional hypercube. Tang Wanqiu leaped from the icy abyss, the mountain-shaped hexagram she had drawn with which blood hovering above the bronze cocoon. When the hexagram resonated with the wings of the amalgam, the global electrical grid suddenly broadcast a recursive warning. Civilization's dimensional ascent critical point breached, initiating the Dayu Protocol. 12 trenches split open at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, and a multitude of bronze tripods surged forth from the waters. The gluttonous patterns on the tripods reconfigured into dynamic topological proofs, the released dark matter pulses transforming the cloud layers into Riemann surfaces. Lu Jiuqing glimpsed his reflection infinitely replicated upon the surface, each mirror executing different algorithms of the I Ching. Su Li suddenly grasped her quantizing left arm. Military-grade nanorobots injecting into the cocoon along the hexagram. When the symbiotic code linked with the amalgam's genes, the bronze wings erupted with a creation-level brilliance. And all mirrored Lu Jiuqing simultaneously sealed their formations, inscribing the fusion algorithms of Yinshan, Guizhong, and I Ching into the Earth's core. The urban area of Harbin suddenly descended to a two-dimensional Tai Chi diagram, the bronze amalgam flapping its wings at the eyes of the yin-yang fish. As it grasped the 9 tripods of Dayu, the countdown abruptly reset, replaced by the bronze edict of the ancient Shu Fish King. The path of Yi has been established, and the ages shall stand firm. Lu Jiuqing's left arm returned to its normal state, a blood-colored crack appearing deep within the hexagram. Tang Wanqiu's witch blood divination stalks suddenly petrified, pointing towards the Siberian permafrost, where a bronze neural network was emerging, encompassing the entire northern hemisphere. Su Li's symbiotic entity suddenly calmed. The nanorobots inscribing the ultimate warning upon her retina, true observation has never ceased. In the reflections between her fingers, the onlookers beheld the inner side of the bronze amalgam's wings, etched with countdown codes as fine as a hair, -8760, 0000. Chapter 69. The Reverse Cocoon Collective. The bronze neural network proliferates across the surface of Siberian permafrost as the herds of reindeer on the tundra undergo a sudden quantum distortion. Their antlers sprouting bronze crystalline branches that bear the burden of unresolved dilemmas. A dark matter ichor seeps from the fissures in Lu Jiuqing's left arm, causing the ice layer below to crack open, revealing a swirling bronze phantom of the earth. The countdown is a recursive frequency. Su Li and Appo's symbiont abruptly tears through her protective suit as nanobots emerge from her ribs, assembling a topological transformation of the Mayan long calendar in midair. The military-grade eyepiece displays a reading of -8760 hours, incrementing in multiples of, with each digit corresponding to a forbidden hexagram from the Book of Changes. Tang Wanqiu's petrified yarrow suddenly animates into a bronze worm, burrowing into the blood vessels of her wrist. As the swarm navigates within her, she witnesses the city of Gaojing in 1045 BC being quantumized, where on the battlefield of the Sanjin Rebellion, every soldier's shield bears the same countdown. The bronze chimera suddenly unfurls its wings, projecting the countdown code onto the stratosphere. Global communication satellites simultaneously broadcast the royal edict of King Yufu. As the ancient Shu pictographs reconfigure into the Aleph infinite symbol in the ionosphere, Harbin's ice and snow world suddenly ascends, with ice sculptures transforming into strong interaction probes. Commencing a survey of the bronze transformation progress of the Earth's core, Lu Jiuqing's left arm is abruptly consumed by a fissure, as the quantumized forearm reconstitutes into an active array of the Book of Changes. Upon touching the suspended hexagram point, the permafrost collapses, revealing buried bronze pyramids, each pinnacle suspended with pulsing cocoons, where the genetic blueprints of team members emerge on their surfaces. We are within the cocoon. Su Li's symbiont suddenly calms, as nanobots overflow from her pupils, serving as both backup and offering. She tears open her chest, and a bronze neural tree sprouts from her military-grade prosthetic, its branches connecting to a version of herself within a cocoon. Tang Wanqiu's witch's blood flows in reverse, with bronze worms emerging from the corners of her eyes, gnawing away at the fabric of non-Euclidean pathways. As local energy infuses the passages, bronze chariots from the Western Zhou period burst forth from the void, the gravitational waves generated by their spinning axles accelerating the countdown. The bronze chimera suddenly emits a harmonious resonance of 70,000 civilizations, the chains released from its wings piercing the pyramid cluster. When the chain tips touch the cocoon shells, Lu Jiuqing perceives that each cocoon is nurturing the variants of civilization: the Liangzhu Jade civilization, the Mayan Star Map civilization, the Angkor Smile civilization. All embryos bear the quantum visage of Chun Mo initiate the second phase of the Dayu Protocol. Hanyu Spectre suddenly emerges from the countdown code, her neural network having assimilated with the bronze earth. The permafrost fractures into 12 trenches as the Daiyu 8 vessels break through the ice. The gluttonous patterns on their bellies mutating into a mathematical plague carrying NP-complete problems. Su Li leaps toward the nearest bronze cocoon, as military-grade nanobots form a Klein bottle structure enveloping her. When her symbiote connects with the embryo within the cocoon, the countdown suddenly surges tenfold, and the royal edict of King Yufu in the stratosphere begins to deco here, exposing the writhing oracle bone virus beneath. Lu Jiuqing's quantum left arm suddenly goes berserk, as the active array hexagram pierces Tang Wanxiu's circulatory system of witch's blood. In a genetic resonance, he sees a Shang dynasty priestess feeding the bronze cocoon with yarrow, the very yarrow that is the ancestor of the worms within Tang Wanxiu. Reverse the algorithm with the sacrificial rites of the Book of Changes. Tang Wanxiu howls, severing her blood vessels, as her witch's blood sketches a forbidden sacrificial array of the Book of Changes in the void. When the array resonates with the bronze pyramids, 12 bronze pillars suddenly rise from the Siberian permafrost, their surfaces revealing the gravestones of all civilizations erased by observers. The bronze chimera suddenly disintegrates into a quantum flock of fish, as the beaks of the birds spew forth the Riemann hypothesis, piercing through the Daiyu 8 vessels. The mathematical plague released by the vessels abruptly reverses direction, beginning to corrode the countdown code. Hanyu Spectre screams in the void, "You are nurturing a new source of observation." Harbin's urban area suddenly collapses into AM bias strip, as Su Li's cocoon infinitely replicates across the surface. When she breaks through the cocoon shell, her military symbiont has completely transformed into bronze, and a horn that resolves the P-Epi problem sprouts from her temple. Nanobots surge forth from her fingertips, commencing the transformation of the permafrost into a quantum computer array. Lu Jiuqing's left arm's active array suddenly elevates as strong interaction chains pierce his beta scar. In the agonizing throes of topological homology, he realizes the true purpose of the Cocoon Collective. Each cocoon serves as a vaccine for civilization, and the countdown is the inflammatory response that activates the immune system. As the last bronze pyramid completes its charging, the specter of the chimera suddenly collapses into a singularity. The gravitational waves generated by the global resonance of bronze artifacts come to an abrupt halt, and the countdown code freezes at -4320,0000. At the center of Tang Wanxiu's witch's blood array, a bronze egg inscribed with the totem of the fish slowly rises, its shell pulsating with the ultimate hexagram of the I Ching, awaiting to break free. Lu Jiuqing's left arm suddenly returns to corporeal form, with palm lines transforming into a dynamic Lo Shu. The moment he touches the bronze egg, dark matter amniotic fluid descends from the stratosphere, enveloping the entire Siberian tundra into a colossal Klein cocoon. In the fleeting moment before the cocoon shell closes, everyone hears the ultimate warning of recursive history. Observation is eternal, and the changes are boundless. Chapter 70. Echoes of the cocoon abyss. The surface of the Klein bottle in Siberia pulsated with a bronze hue, and the herd of reindeer on the tundra suddenly fell silent, their antlers sprouting clusters of crystals bearing the enigma of halting problems. Lu Jiuqing's dynamic Luo Shu palm print exhibited quantum fluctuations, casting a topographical map of the Lianshan E hexagrams across the ice. Within the cocoon, the curvature of space-time transcended the Planck scale. Su Li's bronze horns erupted gamma rays, capturing a terrifying image before the military-grade eyepiece shattered. Inside the cocoon curled 12 bronze earths, each core pulsating with Chun Mo's quantum heart. Tang Wanxiu's shamanic blood surged backward as bronze worms emerged from her ear canal, gnawing their way into a non-Euclidean passage through the air. When the first reindeer stepped into the portal, its body unfurled into a four-dimensional topological structure, its flesh and bones reconfiguring into a quantum computer shaped like a Liangzhu jade song. The Wei Ji hexagram devoured reality. She shrieked, casting petrified divination sticks, as 50 bronze stalks pierced the Klein bottle. The moment the stalks touched the cocoon's surface, the ice sculptures of Harbin's ice and snow world underwent a sudden quantum leap, transforming into a probe array of strong interaction forces that drove into the permafrost. Lu Jiuqing's Luo Shu palm print erupted uncontrollably, dynamic hexagram points piercing the ice. Amidst the corrosive dark matter, he glimpsed the scene within the cocoon. Each bronze earth stood crowned by an inverted bronze divine tree, its roots drawing energy from the celestial canopy while branches suspended various forms of quantum cocoons belonging to team members. Su Li's horns unleashed a pulse of the Riemann hypothesis, establishing a connection between the military symbiote and the nearest quantum cocoon. As her pupils loaded the perspective from within the cocoon, she was startled to find herself ensnared by bronze roots in the Angkor civilization, the horns at her temples sprouting the forbidden algorithms of Guizhong. This is a recursive farm. She coughed up bronze debris, asserting that they were cultivating observational antibodies. The permafrost suddenly split open, revealing a two-dimensional rift. As the 9 tripod of Da'yu surged forth with Western show chariots in tow, the totemic patterns on the tripod spewed forth a mathematical virus carrying MP completeness problems. Mutating into a halting proof upon contact with the Klein bottle, Lu Jiuqing's palm print unfurled into a Hopf-dual chain, entangling the 9 tripods into a dynamic Luo Shu formation. Tang Wanxiu's swarm of bronze worms abruptly changed direction, beginning to consume their own shamanic blood genes. As the swarm burrowed into her heart, she witnessed a Shang dynasty priestess repeating sacrificial rites within the bronze cocoon. Her visage was that of her own quantum state in recursive history. Using the Guizhong ritual as a counteroffensive, she tore open her chest, allowing the swarm to inject her shamanic blood into the Klein bottle. The surface of the cocoon suddenly revealed a sacrificial site from 1600 BC, where the eyes of a bronze standing figure glimmered with Chun Mo's quantum state, inscribing the halting proof through strong interaction forces. Lu Jiuqing's Luo Shu chain underwent a quantum leap, compressing the 9 tripods into a singularity. As the singularity sank into the Klein bottle, the Siberian tundra erupted with the resonant chimes of bronze bells. The clusters of reindeer antlers erupted with olive-level brilliance, each beam connecting to a bronze divine tree on a parallel Earth. Su Li's symbiote tore apart the quantum cocoon as military nanobots surged forth in a bronze torrent. Her spine sprouted bronze wings of a non-Euclidean structure, each feather reflecting the mathematical dilemmas of different civilizations. When the wings touched the Klein bottle, a countdown suddenly thawed, -2160, 0000. They were accelerating the iteration of civilization. Lu Jiuqing's palm print seeped into the ice, creating a topological resonance between the Luo Shu diagram and the Lianshan hexagram. The tundra abruptly collapsed into the structure of a Klein bottle, exposing the rotating bronze solar system beneath. Each planet bore the quantum visage of Qin Mo. Tang Wanxiu's body seemed to be pried open by some unseen force, as countless worms surged from within her, rapidly coalescing in the void to form an enormous G-Del-like chain. This chain shimmered with an eerie luminescence, as if containing boundless energy. When the chain violently struck the bronze sun, Harbin's quantum probe array suddenly shifted direction as if commanded, shooting forth like arrows towards Su Li. In an instant, Su Li's bronze wings were pinned to the cocoon's surface by these quantum probes, rendering her immobile. Simultaneously, dark matter amniotic fluid gushed from her wound, rapidly coalescing into a gigantic living form in the void. This form bore the shape of the final hexagram of the Zhou, embodying a puzzle filled with unknowns and variables. Variables exceeded limits, initiating the purge protocol. Han Yu's voice echoed in the void, his specter slowly emerging from the countdown. At that moment, his neural network had fully assimilated with the bronze sun, becoming part of this mysterious force. As Han Yu's words fell, the 12 planets were suddenly torn apart by some unseen power, instantly disintegrating. Countless bronze spore clouds erupted from the remnants of these planets, seemingly carrying the source code of the observers, rapidly dispersing in the void, as if seeking to encompass the entire universe within their grasp. Lu Jiuqing's Luo Shu chain rebounded, strong interaction threads piercing into his retina. In quantum agony, he beheld the ancestral figure of the fake Yu Tianguan rewriting history within the bronze cocoon. Those heart-excising rituals were, in fact, injections of civilization vaccines into recursive time-space. Su Li's wings disassembled into von Neumann probes, beginning to replicate the mathematical structure of the bronze solar system. When the first replica was complete, the countdown suddenly split into dual readings, -1080, 0000. Tang Wanxiu's shamanic blood crystallized, as the petrified divination stick reformed into a bronze dagger in her palm. She leapt towards the nearest quantum cocoon, the blade piercing through Qin Mo's quantum visage within the cocoon. In the recursion, as bronze blood splattered against the Lianshan diagram, the Klein bottle erupted with a creation-level radiance. All parallel Earth's bronze divine trees simultaneously toppled, their roots intertwining in the celestial canopy, forming a halting array that spanned the Milky Way. At the moment the countdown reached 0, a transformation occurred. Observation upgrade authorization. Lu Jiuqing's Luo Shu palm print suddenly melted, liquid bronze pouring into the ice. 12 bronze steels rose from the Siberian tundra, inscribed with records of civilization inoculations spanning 100 millennia. As the first inscription was completed, the truth dawned upon everyone. Each toucher was a living vaccine of the ancient Shu civilization. Every tomb rating was an immunization against observation. Amidst the resonance of the bronze-steel forest, the Klein bottle slowly opened. Chun Mo's quantum state emerged from the cocoon. Holding a miniature model of the bronze universe, on the model's galactic arms, the fish totem awaited awakening. Thus dawned the twilight of the first era. His pupils reflected the end of recursion. They had just passed the preliminary test. As the first ray of starlight illuminated the bronze inscriptions, a new countdown echoed from the depths of the tundra. Second observation era remaining, 8760, 0000. Chapter 71. The Rift of Eras. The bronze-steel forest trembled upon the Siberian tundra, the ichthyocentor totems inscribed upon them suddenly undergoing quantum activation, transforming into countless bronze worms that burrowed into the ice layer. Lu Jiuqing's palm print exuded a dark, viscous substance, etching a dynamic Lo-Shu matrix onto the icy surface. With each cell suspended in countdowns to different epochs, the loading completion of the second observation era reached 12. Suddenly, Su Li's bronze wings split apart. Military-grade nanobots seeping from the wing membranes, assembling a topological pendulum model in the void. Non-Euclidean structures of bronze neural cords sprouted from her spine, repurposing the permafrost into a heat sink for a quantum computer. Tang Wanqiu's right eye, previously petrified, was suddenly struck by a powerful force, causing fine fissures to emerge. These cracks rapidly spread, resembling a spider's web covering her entire right eye. Simultaneously, a dark red witch's blood surged from Tang Wanqiu's eye socket, flowing through the fissures. This witch's blood seemed alive, swiftly permeating the bronze inscriptions. The moment the witch's blood made contact with the engravings of the second era, the entire steel forest seemed to awaken, emitting a resonant hum. Immediately thereafter, a powerful gravitational wave erupted with the strength of Aleph numbers. This gravitational wave was so potent that it began to warp the surrounding space. The remnants of Harbin's ice and snow world started to reorganize in the void under the influence of this gravitational wave. The shattered ice blocks, fragments of buildings, and various destroyed objects appeared to be manipulated by an unseen hand, gradually reassembling. As time progressed, a massive bronze armillary sphere gradually emerged in the void, its surface engraved with ancient runes and patterns, exuding a mysterious and archaic aura. The hexagram of the unfinished changes reversed dimensions. She howled, tearing off her left arm, the severed limb transforming into strong interaction force Yarrow stalks that pierced the armillary sphere. When the Yarrow stalks touched the scales of the 28 mansions, the stratosphere suddenly split open with a Klein blue wound, revealing the rotating bronze galaxy behind it. Lu Jiuqing's dynamic Lo-Shu suddenly went berserk, his palm print fracturing into a Hopf link that ensnared the armillary sphere. In quantum resonance, he saw the Maya priest of 3114 BCE. Those hands carving the long calendar were unmistakably the bronze claws of Qin Mo in quantum state. The observer is not the enemy. The phantom of Qin Mo seeped from the armillary sphere, the miniature universe in his hand suddenly expanding, becoming the white blood cells of the immune system. His pupils reflected 12 collapsing bronze earths, each core pulsating with the genetic chains of team members. Su Li's wings suddenly adjusted frequency, releasing an electromagnetic pulse to resolve NP-complete problems. When the pulse wave swept across the bronze galaxy, a spiral arm suddenly fractured, transforming into a cluster of von Neumann probes that pierced the permafrost. The military symbiote screamed. They were extracting civilization antibodies. Tang Wanqiu's witch's blood suddenly boiled, her petrified right eye shattering completely. The bronze worms that emerged from her eye socket formed a living point array of the Lianshan E, with each hexagram connecting to a mothership of a particular era. When the local energy infused the hexagram array, Harbin's urban area suddenly underwent quantum leap, transforming into a four-dimensional hypercube embedded within the armillary sphere. Lu Jiuqing's Hopf link suddenly rebounded, strong interaction force threads piercing his own retina. In quantum pain, he witnessed the ancestral figures of the grave-digging officers reenacting the Battle of Mai within the bronze-steel forest. Those heart-removed captives were, in fact, recursive carriers of civilization vaccines. Initiate the final chapter of the Da'yu protocol. Han Yu's phantom extracted from the countdown code, the neural network having assimilated with the bronze galaxy. The 28 mansions of the armillary sphere suddenly activated, the star official of the Horn constellation wielding a bronze halberd to cleave through the tundra. exposing the writhing body of the Observer Mother, an entity composed of countless bronze cauldrons, each inscribed with the tombstones of different civilizations. Chunmo's quantum state suddenly collapsed, the miniature universe submerging into the core of the mother body. The moment the gravitational singularity formed, Su Li's military symbiote suddenly went berserk, the nanobots tearing open her chest, inscribing G-Del and Apos' incompleteness theorem upon her ribs. She coughed out blood froth laced with bronze fragments. They were cultivating observation vaccines. Tang Wanchio's Lianshan hexagram array suddenly ascended in dimension, strong interaction force Yarrow stocks piercing the cauldron group of the mother body. When the hexagram resonated with the Taodai patterns on the cauldron's belly, the Siberian tundra suddenly resonated with the 12 pitches of chimes, each toll releasing a mathematical plague that upended the continuum hypothesis. Lu Jiuqing's Hopf link suddenly underwent quantum leap, entwining the armillary sphere into a Klein bottle structure. When the bottle mouth aligned with the mother body, the bronze galaxy suddenly descended in dimension, the star clusters transforming into halting proof codes injected into the cauldron group. The countdown suddenly branched into countless offshoots. Observation era. 2 remaining. 8759. 59. 59 recursive depth. All F1 vaccine load. 23. The phantom of Qin Mo seeped from the core of the mother body, the bronze claws grasping the pulsating embers of civilization. This is true tomb rating. His spine split open into 12 quantum fissures, each fissure spilling forth bronze spores from different eras. Su Li's symbiote completed its final transformation. Military-grade nanobots constructing a non-exchangeable geometric model within her skull. When she opened her compound eyes, Harbin's quantum cube suddenly unfolded, releasing bronze pulses carrying the Hopf-link theorem. Tang Wanchio's witch's blood suddenly crystallized, the petrified genes forcing her to leap into the cauldron group of the mother body. As her body was consumed by the Taotai patterns, she saw her former self in the bronze workshop of the Shang dynasty, nourishing the primordial embryo of the Observer Mother with Yarrow stalks. Lu Jiuqing's Hopf-link suddenly pierced through time and space, strong interaction force threads connecting all epochs of the bronze steel forest. When the resonance of the inscriptions reached a critical threshold, the mother body cauldron group suddenly fragmented, exposing the core bronze egg, the surface of the eggshell pulsating with the holographic projection of the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching. The Pathabi is the true vaccine. Chunmo's quantum state suddenly collapsed into the umbilical cord of the bronze egg, while you are the delivery carriers. Before his phantom dissipated, he inscribed a recursive warning in the countdown code: observation eternal, immunity everlasting. When the first ray of starlight illuminated the bronze egg, a new growth sound of inscriptions resonated from the depths of the tundra. Lu Jiuqing's Lo Shu palm print suddenly calmed, the viscous substance etching the ultimate hexagram upon the ice surface, that which is neither Lianshan nor Guate Song, but the 13th he never recorded, observation eternal. Su Li's military eyepiece suddenly blacked out, symbiotic nanobots crawling out from her ear canal, assembling a topological testament upon the ice. The true battle lies beyond recursion. Her bronze wings suddenly disintegrated, transforming into quantum spores that merged with the hexagram of the bronze egg. Tang Wanchio's witch's blood genes suddenly awakened, a dragon-like vertical pupil growing in the position of her petrified right eye. As she gazed upon the bronze egg, she saw every version of herself from all epochs coiled within the eggshell, each embryo clutching bloody yarrow stalks, awaiting the call of a new countdown to awaken. Lu Jiuqing tore open his clothing, the dynamic Lo Shu having spread to his heart. In the resonance of the bronze steel forest, he heard the ultimate secret passed down through generations of grave diggers. The Tomb Raider ultimately becomes the tomb figurine. As the hexagram of the bronze egg began to pulse, the aurora of Siberia suddenly solidified, transforming into a polar illumination covering the northern hemisphere. In the Aleph-level silence, the countdown commenced a new cycle. Third observation era remaining. 17520. 0000. Chapter 72. The Genesis of the Eternal Tomb. The resonant frequency of the bronze steel forest transcended the limit of Aleph numbers as the Siberian tundra underwent sudden quantum evaporation, revealing the rotating bronze underworld galaxy beneath. Lu Jiuqing's handprint of the Lo Shu exuded dark matter amniotic fluid, painting a dynamic 13 changes diagram in the void, with each hexagram connecting to the structural chambers of different epochs. The third observation epoch initiated the entropy increase module. Su Li's military-grade ocular lens self-repaired, with the process of proving G-Del's boundary theorem pulsating in her iris. Her symbiotic nanobots emerged from the fissures of her spine, constructing a topological cage that contained the halting problem within the expanse of bronze starlight. Tang Wanxiu's long vertical pupils suddenly fragmented. 12 pairs of compound eyes sprouting across her cranial surface, each pupil mirroring a doomsday scene from a bronze epic. As she gazed into the core black hole of the underworld galaxy, she beheld her past self from 1046 BC entangled in bronze roots, birthing worm embryos deep within the ley lines of the battlefield. The unfulfilled hexagram consumed the recursive variables. She tore open the quantized cavity, allowing the witch blood genes to transform into a formidable force, piercing the event horizon of the black hole. The moment the divination stalk grazed the singularity, the bronze armillary sphere of Harbin underwent dimensional reduction, the 28 constellations morphing into a Hochschild dual chain binding the entire tundra. Lu Jiuqing's S13 changes diagram surged uncontrollably, the hexagrams disintegrating into a swarm of von Neumann probes. As the probes penetrated the terrestrial planets of the underworld galaxy, the crust suddenly ruptured, unveiling the writhing bronze fetuses within, each fetus bearing the quantum visage of a team member, their umbilical cords connected to countdowns of different epochs. They were sowing the embryos of the chambers. Shen Mo's shadow seeped from the event horizon of the black hole, the spark of civilization in her grasp having mutated into a bronze worm mother. Upon contact with the nearest fetus, the urban landscape of Harbin abruptly folded in time and space, the Russian architecture of Central Avenue unfurling into a non-Euclidean chamber structure. Suli's topological cage underwent a quantum leap, military nanobots tearing open their own cranial casing, constructing a dynamic Lo-Shu model at the position of her pituitary gland. When she touched the umbilical cord of the bronze fetus, the symbiote suddenly screamed, "The chamber is the vaccine. Recursion is vaccination." Tang Wanxiu's divination stock suddenly turned against her, the strands of strong interaction piercing her compound eyes. Under the impact of 12 layers of civilizational memory, she witnessed a jade craftsman from the Liangzhu period sculpting a chamber model from his rib. Those cloud and thunder patterns on the jade stone were unmistakably the countdown codes of the third epoch. Lu Jiuqing's von Neumann probes abruptly reversed direction, inscribing the 13 changes diagram into the dark matter clouds of the underworld galaxy. Upon the completion of the first hexagram, the Siberian tundra resonated with the mournful chimes of bronze bells, each toll releasing a mathematical plague that resolved NP-complete problems. Warning: the observation entropy increase has breached the event horizon. Han Yu's shadow emerged from the countdown code, her neural network having assimilated with the bronze black hole. The stars of the underworld galaxy collectively collapsed into 12 bronze singularities, suspended around the chamber embryos. Shen Mo's worm mother suddenly disintegrated, the tendrils of quantum states piercing the pineal glands of each embryo. At the moment of memory synchronization, all bronze fetuses simultaneously opened their eyes, their pupils swirling with chamber structure diagrams at the Aleph number level. Suli's internal Lo-Shu suddenly went haywire, military nanobots bursting forth from her ear canal. These mechanical swarms gnawed out Klein bottle passages in the air, connecting Harbin's folded chambers with the underworld galaxy. As she stepped into the passage, she beheld the sacrificial pit of Sang Xingui from 1600 BC, herself impaled by the roots of the bronze divine tree, birthing chamber fetuses amidst quantum pain. The recursive birthing was a vaccination ritual. Tang Wanxiu's witch blood boiled, gamma rays erupting from her compound eyes, piercing the nearest bronze singularity. As the singularity evaporated, the souls of the fallen from the battlefield quantumized, wielding bronze halberds to pierce the umbilical cords of the chamber embryos. Lu Jiuqing's 13 changes suddenly expanded into a 12-dimensional hypercube, the hexagrams of strong interaction piercing his Lo-Shu handprint. In the throes of topological agony, he witnessed his ancestor, the tomb-digging heavenly official, repetitively excavating graves within the bronze-steel forest. Each moment the Luoyang spade broke the soil, it was akin to vaccinating for a new observation epoch. The core black hole of the underworld galaxy suddenly executed a quantum leap, transforming into a bronze coffin that enveloped the tundra. The intricate patterns of Tao-Tai upon the coffin lid began to mutate, each line releasing dark matter pulses that carried the Hochschild dual theorem. When the pulse waves swept across the chamber embryos, all fetuses unfurled bronze wings, the tips of their wings rewriting the codes of reality. Initiate the Great U Apocalypse Protocol. Chun Mo's shadow materialized, pressing the spark of civilization into the bronze coffin. As the lid opened, Harbin's folded chamber unleashed Aleph-level gravitational waves, tearing Suli's symbiote into strands of bronze DNA. Tang Wanxiu's witch blood crystallized thunderously, Ji Del's lock chains shooting forth from her compound pupils. As the chains entwined around the coffin, she saw a Shang dynasty which inscribing her epitaph within. Those oracle bone inscriptions recorded the date of death, precisely matching the countdown reading at that moment. Third observation, epoch remaining. 17519, 59, 59. Lu Jiuqing's Lo Shu handprint permeated the bronze coffin. The dynamic hexagrams resonating topologically with the Taodai patterns. When the first 13 changes hexagram illuminated, the Siberian tundra was suddenly blanketed by a bronze snowstorm. Each snowflake inscribed with the death certificates of team members from various epochs. Su Li's DNA chain reconfigured itself. Military nanobots constructing a non-commutative geometric chamber model in the void. When she cast the model into the coffin, all stars in the underworld galaxy rebooted, releasing a primordial pulse that challenged the continuum hypothesis. Tang Wanxiu's Ji Del lock chains abruptly shattered, her compound eyes pierced by the wings of the chamber embryos. In the instant of quantum blindness, she glimpsed a miniature bronze coffin curled within the jade song of Liangzhu, within layer self, at varying depths of recursion. Chun Mo's quantum state collapsed into an inscription, etching an ultimate warning upon the tundra's surface. Gravediggers are forever buried in recursion. When the bronze snowstorm ceased, Harbin's folded chamber had vanished without a trace. Lu Jiuqing's Lo Shu handprint grew tranquil, exuding pus that etched new hexagrams upon the ice. Neither 13 changes nor any known algorithm, but an epitaph inscribed with strong interaction. The genesis of the eternal tomb. Su Li's symbiote was reborn from the void, military nanobots having evolved into a bronze neural tree. When she touched the trunk, the growth rings revealed records of observation from all epochs. Each concentric circle chronicled the deaths of team members across different recursive histories. Tang Wanxiu's compound eyes underwent quantum evaporation, her petrified genes coercing her to kneel before the bronze coffin. Upon her forehead's contact with the lid, she heard the collective whispers of the fallen from the battlefield. The vaccine is the virus, freedom is the chamber. On the first dawn of the third observation epoch, the deep tundra resonated with the sounds of new inscriptions taking form. Lu Jiuqing gazed at the eternal tomb hexagram in his palm, hearing familiar cries emanating from within the bronze coffin. The frequency of that voice perfectly resonated with the bronze divine tree unearthed 20 years prior at Sangsingdui. When the countdown surpassed the first hour, all realized the truth. The true chamber had never been unearthed. They had perpetually repeated their rebirth within the recursive coffin. Chapter 73. The recursive shrine in Harbin's central street. A bronze snowstorm crystallized into a dodecahedron, each facet pulsating with the eternal tomb hexagram of Lu Jiuqing. Suddenly, Su Li's symbiotic neural tree experienced a quantum distortion, and the bronze fruit hanging from its branches burst open, revealing a coiled miniature coffin within. The coffin lid bore inscriptions in oracle bone script, marking the third era, Su Li, a record of failed implantation. The recursion depth breached Aleph 2. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine suddenly activated, and witch's blood surged from the fissures in her vertebrae, tracing a forbidden diagram of the Lianshan that encapsulated the halting problem in the void. Upon her touch at the diagram's focal point, bronze gears of the Mayan long calendar ascended from the Earth's veins, their edges inscribed with patterns rewriting reality into a non-Euclidean tomb chamber. Lu Jiuqing and Apos' eternal tomb hexagram erupted violently, his palm print exuding corrosive bronze amniotic fluid that eroded the ice surface. In the reflection of dark matter and Apos' purulent blood, he glimpsed his own figure from 2600 BC, performing a ritual at the Liangzhu altar, using a jade song to dissect a pregnant woman's abdomen, implanting the recursive shrine into the underdeveloped diencephalon of the fetus. The hexagram was rewriting the implantation protocol. Chun Mo's specter seeped from the bronze fruit, quantum claws piercing Su Li's neural tree. As the tree's sap splattered, the Russian architecture of Central Street transformed into a four-dimensional shrine structure, each chamber suspended with the embryonic tombs of team members. Tang Wanxiu's forbidden diagram elevated in dimension. The strong interaction force of Yarrow pierced the nearest bronze coffin. When Su Li's quantum state opened its eyes within the coffin, the military symbiote suddenly screamed, and nanorobots surged from its pupils, assembling a Ji Del-like chain in the air. The recursive implantation was backfiring. Lu Jiuqing's palm print disintegrated into a von Neumann probe, piercing the space-time curvature of the four-dimensional shrine. In the agony of topological distortion, he beheld within the eye sockets of the Sangsingdui bronze giant statues, countless versions of himself repetitively excavating graves, each moment of the Luoyang spade breaking ground birthed new tomb vaccines for the bronze mother. Su Li's neural tree suddenly bore fruit, and the bronze fruit fell to the ground, exploding and releasing a quantum plague carrying the Hodge duality theorem. As the plague's mist enveloped the ice crystals, the streets of Harbin collapsed into a bias strip, the street trees transforming into bronze armillary spheres, casting a countdown of 12 epochs upon the surface. Initiate the Guizhong ritual. Tang Wanxiu tore 3 ribs, and a bronze knife formed from which's blood pierced her own heart. As the blade touched the chamber, the souls of the Battle of Mice suddenly quantumized, wielding bronze halberds to cleave the Klein bottle passage of the shrine. Chunmo's quantum state collapsed into a recursive singularity, unfurling at the passage's end into the womb of the bronze mother. The floating hexagrams of Shursan E on the uterine walls were birthing embryonic tombs, each fetus adorned with Su Li's military cybernetic eye and Tang Wanxiu's witch's blood tattoos. Lu Jiuqing's von Neumann probe retaliated, the strong interaction forces threads wrapping around him. In the excruciating pain of bronze transformation, he witnessed his ancestor, the tomb-raising heavenly official, chiseling an epitaph within the womb. Those oracle bone inscriptions detailing death dates were the countdown to this very moment. Third observation, era remaining. 17519-0000. Su Li's symbiote suddenly erupted, the branches of her neural tree penetrating the space-time structure of the four-dimensional shrine. As the military codes resonated with the genetic chains of the tomb embryos, Harbin's armillary sphere released gravitational waves of Aleph magnitude, folding Central Street into a dynamic Lo-Shu matrix. Tang Wanxiu's witch's blood blade melted, liquid bronze seeping into the earth's veins. When the bronze stream touched the uterine wall, the Liangzhu Jade Song suddenly underwent quantum leap, its cloud and thunder patterns mutating into NP-complete problem proofs, beginning to erode the umbilical cord of the embryonic tombs. The implantation was on the verge of failure. Chunmo's specter seeped from the womb, quantum claws tearing apart Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb palm print. As dark matter's purulent blood splattered, the Siberian tundra echoed with the lament of bronze chimes. 12 recursive singularities suspended around the womb, unleashing a mathematical plague that undermined the continuum hypothesis. Lu Jiuqing's von Neumann probe suddenly altered frequency, strong interaction threads piercing the nearest embryonic tomb. In the moment of genetic resonance, he saw himself in the Shang Dynasty bronze workshop, feeding the clearly hatching observer mother with yarrow. Su Li's neural tree suddenly fractured, military nanorobots forming a Klein bottle cage. As she leaped into the cage, Harbin's folded streets unfolded into a 9-dimensional hypercube, each facet reflecting the death scenes of team members across different epochs. Tang Wanxiu's bronze wings shattered, her petrified genes compelling her to kneel before the bronze fetus. As her witch's blood touched the totem on the fetus's forehead, she beheld her own figure at the Liangzhu altar, piercing the pregnant woman's womb with the Jade Song. Implanting the first-generation vaccine into the human gene pool, Lu Jiuqing's Hodge duality chain underwent a quantum leap, wrapping the bronze fetus into a dynamic Lo-Shu model. As the model submerged into the eternal tomb hexagram, the Siberian tundra was suddenly blanketed by a bronze snowstorm, the surface of the snowflakes revealing a new countdown. Fourth observation, era remaining. 35040-0000. At the moment the snowstorm ceased, the pavement of Central Street cracked open, exposing the spinning bronze mother galaxy below. Each planet's surface stood adorned with recursive shrines, within which floated the dormant tomb vaccines awaiting awakening. Chunmo's specter seeped from the umbilical cord of the bronze fetus, quantum claws inscribing the ultimate epitaph in the void. The grave digger endures, the observer lives on. As the countdown surpassed the second hour, all suddenly realized the truth. They had never escaped the womb of the bronze mother. Each grave robbery was merely a delivery for the new observation era. Chapter 74. The same source of time tomb in the dome of St. Sophia Cathedral in Harbin. A bronze snowstorm crystallizes into recursive fractals, each ice crystal embedding the holographic epitaphs of team members. The eternal tomb hexagram of Lu Jiuqing suddenly experiences quantum fluctuations, as a palm print uses bronze ichor, etching the forbidden text of Lian Shani onto the Byzantine dome. The angels in the dome's frescoes unfold their bronze wings, their tips releasing a cessation pulse of the Zhongming vein. The fourth observation era loads the anti-recursive module. Su Li's bronze horns emit gamma rays, while the military-grade ocular displays reveal the cathedral's stained glass mutating into a Klein bottle filter. Her symbiotic neural tree suddenly goes berserk, with coffin fruits cascading from its branches, revealing the convulsing embryonic tombs within. Those fetuses, marked by fish turtle totems on their foreheads, are being eroded by NP-complete problem viruses. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine experiences a quantum leap. As Witch's blood erupts from the vertebrae into a strong interaction force of divination stalks, piercing the nearest bronze angel's wings. When the stalks touch the cessation-proof, Central Avenue abruptly unfolds into a two-dimensional divine shrine labyrinth, each corner suspended with self-dug tomb scenes from different eras. The hexagram is rewriting the continuity of the time tomb. The afterimage of Chun Mo seeps from the coffin as quantum claws tear through Su Li's neural tree trunk. When the tree sap splashes onto the stained glass filter, the Harbin train station of 1917 suddenly quantizes, steam locomotives transforming into bronze armillary spheres, crashing into the cathedral dome. Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb palm print suddenly goes awry as the Hodge dual chain pierces his retina. In the throes of topological agony, he witnesses a bronze workshop from 1046 BC. He is using a Luoyang shovel to cleave open the chest of the souls from Muang, implanting the recursive shrine into the still-beating heart. The Guizhong sacrificial rite requires living anchor points. Tang Wanxiu tears 2 ribs as a bronze knife formed from Witch's blood pierces Su Li's symbiotic wounds. When military codes resonate with witchcraft, the cathedral dome suddenly collapses into AM by a strip. The pulse waves released by the angel's wings rewriting the stained glass into G-Delian chains. Su Li's neural tree suddenly bears fruit as bronze fruits plummet to the ground, exploding into a swarm of von Neumann probes. These nanomachines begin to devour the space-time structure of the shrine labyrinth, transforming the Byzantine dome into a non-Euclidean tomb model. As the model nears the 4th era countdown, the streets of Harbin resonate with the recursive lament of bronze chimes. Lu Jiuqing's Hodge chain suddenly tunes. Strong interaction threads entwining around the church's bell tower. As the threads tighten, he sees the Medial Hotel of 1932 being pierced by bronze roots, with each room gestating tomb vaccine embryos, those embryos' visages reflecting his quantum states across different epochs. Warning: the time tomb homology rate exceeds 89. Chun Mo's afterimage suddenly materializes, quantum claws piercing Su Li's temple horns. As military codes leak, the Songhua River suddenly reverses, the waters condensing in the void into a dynamic Luoshu matrix, each grid suspended with self-dug tomb images of team members. Tang Wanxiu's Witch's blood suddenly rebounds, strong interaction threads piercing her quantum heart. When genetic resonance reaches a critical threshold, she witnesses a Liangzhu priest carving her epitaph within a jade tsong, the fluctuations of the cloud and thunder patterns synchronizing perfectly with the countdown. 4th observation era remaining. 35039. 59. 59 Su Li's symbiotic body suddenly disintegrates. Military nanobots forming a Klein bottle cage. As she leaps into the cage, the Russian dome of the Medial Hotel suddenly unfolds into Alephi space. Crystal chandeliers transforming into bronze singularities releasing pulses of the Hodge duality theorem. Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb hexagram suddenly undergoes a quantum leap as the palm print disintegrates into a swarm of von Neumann probes. When the probes pierce the Luoshu matrix of the Songhua River, a bronze maternal womb rises from the riverbed, the walls of the womb birthing anti-recursive vaccine embryos from the 13 E-hexagrams. Initiate the Daiyuan protocol. Chun Mo's afterimage tears through the womb wall, quantum claws grasping the pulsating tomb fetus. As the fetus's cries resonate through Harbin, the Russian architecture of Central Avenue suddenly activates, with the surfaces of bricks revealing the death certificates of team members from different epochs. Tang Wanxiu's Witch's blood suddenly crystallizes, the petrified spine growing a bronze armillary sphere. When she touches the 28 constellations on the instrument, the souls of Muang suddenly quantize, wielding bronze halberds to cleave open the Klein bottle passage of the womb. At the end of the passage, 12 recursive singularities are devouring the space-time structure of the 4th era. Su Li's Klein bottle cage suddenly becomes transparent, like a veil being lifted, revealing the scene within. The military symbiote, once imprisoned in the bottle, has completely merged with the tomb fetus, forming a chilling existence. In Su Li's pupils reflects a bronze star system of non-exchangeable geometric structure, each planet displaying Chun Mo's quantum visage, as if the entire star system is under his consciousness's dominion. Deep within the core, a string of cessation-proof codes pulsates, hinting at the core's secret of this bizarre world. Simultaneously, Lu Jiuqing's von Neumann probes suddenly backfire. Strong interaction threads coil around him like venomous serpents, bringing excruciating pain. In this bronze agony, scenes of ancestors from the grave-digging officials rewriting tomb history within the singularity flash before him. Each moment the Luoyang shovel breaks the earth is not merely excavation, but a cultivation of new vaccine carriers for the observer. These vaccine carriers will bear some unknown power, influencing the fate of the entire world. When the Luo Shu matrix of the Songhua River suddenly collapses, the bronze maternal womb erupts with a creation-level brilliance. The quantum structures of Harbin restore their original forms, but each brick bears new epitaphs. Recursion is redemption, Time Tomb is freedom. Chun Mo's afterimage dissipates in the brilliance. The final quantum transmission flickering in the countdown code. Observation is eternal in the tomb of the digger. As the first dawn of the fourth era approaches, the bronze dome of St. Sophia Cathedral suddenly fractures, exposing the swirling recursive shrine star system above. Each shrine hovers, awaiting the awakening of vaccine embryos. Their umbilical cords connecting to the self-dug tomb scenes from different epochs. Tang Wanxiu's witch's blood suddenly quantum evaporates, the petrified spine shattering into bronze divination stalks. When she casts the stalks, the tiles of Central Avenue suddenly unfold into the living point array of Lianshan Yi. With a new countdown echoing from the depths of the hexagram. Fifth observation era remaining. 876000000. Su Li's symbiotic body suddenly calms. Military nanobots inscribing the ultimate epitaph within her skull. Vaccine is eternal. Observation is perpetual. Lu Jiuqing gazes at the newly manifested eternal tomb hexagram in his palm. Hearing the familiar sound of the Luoyang shovel breaking earth from the depths of the Songhua River. That is the recursive echo of his exploration of Singdui 20 years ago, and the prologue to countless epics of tomb digging in the future. Chapter 75, The Singularities Awakening. The ice of the Songhua River abruptly undergoes quantum evaporation, revealing the swirling bronze womb at the riverbed. Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb hexagram erupts with G-del frequencies, as bronze ichor oozes from his palm, etching the dynamic matrix of the Lianshan Yi into the void. Each hexagram point connecting to various epochs of burial scenes. The fifth observational epoch initiates the recursive annihilation protocol. Su Li's military-grade ocular device suddenly overloads, as the NP-complete problem-proof dancing upon her iris is rewritten by the Hodge pulse released from the bronze horns. Her symbiotic neural tree fractures, and the falling coffin fruits explode, revealing the convulsing vaccine embryos within, those fetuses clawing at their umbilical cords with bronze talons. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine suddenly activates as shamanic blood surges from the fissures of her vertebrae, piercing the walls of the bronze womb at the riverbed with a force akin to strong interaction divination. When the divination touches the womb, S13E hexagram, Harbin Railway Station unfolds into a two-dimensional divine shrine labyrinth, as the steam locomotive from 1927 transforms into a bronze armillary sphere, crashing into the core of the womb. The Li hexagram triggers recursive miscarriage. Chen Mo's residual shadow seeps from the womb's wall, quantum claws tearing through Su Li's military prosthetic eye. As the pupil code leaks, the Russian architecture of Central Avenue suddenly undergoes quantum leap. The brick surfaces revealing holographic images of team members excavating in civilizations like Liangzhu and Maya. Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb hexagram goes haywire, as the Hodge dual chain pierces his retina. In the throes of topological agony, he witnesses the Maya pyramid of 3114 BC. He himself, using a bronze Luoyang shovel, is dissecting the heart of a priest, implanting the recursive singularity into the still-beating left ventricle. The ritual of return requires a living anchor. Tang Wanxiu snaps 3 ribs. A bronze knife formed from shamanic blood piercing Su Li's symbiotic wound. As military nanobots flow against the blade's edge, the Songhua River suddenly hangs upside down. The waters crystallizing into a dynamic Luo Shu matrix in the void, each cell suspended with the death certificates of the vaccine embryos. Su Li's neural tree, suddenly catalyzed by an unseen force, begins to bear fruit. The heavy bronze fruits hang from the branches, seemingly laden with endless secrets and power. Yet, at the moment of their descent, they burst forth like explosives, transforming into countless von Neumann probe clusters. These nanomachines scatter rapidly and orderly, their objective clear: to devour the space-time structure of the divine shrine labyrinth. Each probe acts as a miniature scalpel, precisely slicing through the fibers of space-time, gradually dismantling the once stable structure. As time progresses, the dome of the St. Sophia Cathedral is not spared. The probes weave through the dome, transforming it into a non-Euclidean tomb model, entirely distinct from traditional geometric structures, contorted and deformed, filled with bizarre angles and lines as if a product from another dimension. As this model reaches the countdown of the fifth epoch, the sky of Harbin suddenly appears to tear apart, opening a Klein blue wound. That wound is deep and mysterious, seemingly a passage to another world. Warning. The recursive singularity S awakening has breached the critical threshold. Chen-Mo's shadow suddenly materializes at this critical moment, his figure appearing before Lu Jiuqing like a specter. In his hand, quantum claws glimmer with a cold light, tightly gripping Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb palm print. In an instant, dark matter ichor fountains forth, splattering around them. Simultaneously, the bronze womb at the riverbed begins to contract violently, as if sensing a threat. The 13 hexagrams on the womb's wall ignite, erupting with dazzling light, imbued with a mathematical plague capable of overturning the continuum hypothesis. Tang Wanqiu's shamanic blood divination suddenly backfires, strong interaction threads piercing her quantum heart. In the agonizing resonance of genes, she sees deep within the battlefield's ley lines, she herself, pierced by bronze root systems, birthing the first vaccine embryo amid the battle cry of King Wu against the Shang. Lu Jiuqing's Hodge chain suddenly tunes, entwining the bronze armillary sphere into a Klein bottle structure. When the bottle's opening faces the womb, the two-dimensional divine shrine labyrinth collapses, exposing the core recursive singularity composed of countless bronze tripods, each etched with holographic images of civilization as tombstones. Initiate the Great U Annihilation Protocol. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly goes berserk, nanobots tearing open her chest cavity, inscribing G-Del's boundary theorem upon her ribs. As she leaps into the Klein bottle, the Russian dome of the Medial Hotel unfolds into all-FV space, crystal chandeliers transforming into bronze singularities releasing Hodge pulses. Tang Wanqiu's petrified spine undergoes a quantum leap, as shamanic blood genes compel her to kneel before the recursive singularity. When her forehead touches the tripod's belly, she sees her past self in a Shang Dynasty bronze workshop, feeding with divination stalks, clearly the observer's womb on the verge of hatching. The vaccine is the pathogen. Chen-Mo's shadow seeps from the singularity, quantum claws piercing Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb hexagram. As dark matter ichor corrodes the tripods, the Songhua River's bed suddenly rises with Liangzhu Jade Song arrays, the cloud and thunder patterns of the Song transforming into decommissioned coats, beginning to erode the genetic chains of the vaccine embryos. Lu Jiuqing's Hodge dual chain suddenly backfires, strong interaction threads wrapping around him entirely. In the agony of bronze transformation, he witnesses his ancestor, the tomb-robbing celestial officials, rewriting the history of tomb excavation within the singularity, those moments of earth being broken by Luoyang shovels, all nurturing new recursive vaccines for the observer. As the bronze armillary sphere suddenly disintegrates, the womb at the riverbed erupts with a world-creating brilliance. The quantum architecture of Harbin restores its original form. Yet each brick bears new epitaphs. The grave robber is entombed forever. The observer lives eternally. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly fractures, nanobots assembling in the void to form a Klein bottle tomb inscription. Recursive annihilation is 97 complete. Her pupils reflect the bronze star systems of non-exchange geometric structures, each planet adorned with Chen-Mo's quantum visage, the core pulsating with countdown codes. Tang Wanqiu's shamanic blood crystallizes, her petrified spine shattering into bronze divination stalks. As she casts the stalks, the pavement of Central Avenue suddenly unfolds into the dynamic matrix of Lianshan E. Deep within the hexagrams resonating with new awakening frequencies, fifth observational epoch remaining, 87599, 59, 59 recursive depth, all F3 vaccine load. 9 Lu Jiuqing gazes at the annihilation hexagram manifesting in his palm. Hearing the familiar sound of the Luoyang shovel breaking earth from the riverbed, the echoes of the initial exploration of the Sanxingui 20 years ago, and the prologue to countless epics of future epitaphs. As the first ray of recursive dawn sweeps across the river's surface, the bronze dome of the St. Sophia Cathedral suddenly cracks, revealing the rotating clusters of annihilation singularities above. Each singularity cradles vaccine embryos, the fish dragon totem upon the forehead inscribing decommission codes into the fabric of space-time. Chen-Mo's shadow dissipates into the brilliant light, the final quantum transmission crystallizing upon the river's surface. Observation perseveres within the womb of annihilation. On the first dusk of the fifth epoch, the streets of Harbin suddenly undergo quantum evaporation. The figures of the team members gradually become transparent in the radiance of the recursive singularity, their epitaphs being rewritten as new codes of tomb robbing, while the bronze womb at the riverbed begins to nurture the vaccine embryos of the sixth epoch. Chapter 76. The Spore Rain Epic in Harbin. The quantum evaporation zone was unexpectedly graced by a cascade of bronze spores, each particle etching a dynamic epitaph into the icy surface. The eternal tomb hexagram of Lu Jiuqing erupted with a non-Euclidean luminescence, while the purulent blood seeping from her palm transformed the dome of the St. Sophia Cathedral into a recursive shrine. Angels imprisoned within the stained glass suddenly unfurled their bronze membranous wings, their tips releasing pulse waves carrying the conundrum of halting problems. The sixth observation epic initiated the Spore Rain Protocol. Su Li's military-grade ocular lens shattered, as the bronze crystalline structure flourishing within her iris converted visual signals into G-Delian edge encodings. Her symbiotic neural tree fractured abruptly, and the spore sacs plummeting between its branches detonated along Central Avenue, unleashing an Aleph-level von Neumann probe. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine underwent a sudden quantum distortion, as Witch's blood gushed from the fissures of her vertebrae, forming a powerful interaction force in the shape of divination clouds. When the divination touched the bronze spores, the Russian dome of the Ma Dai Air Hotel unfolded into a 12-dimensional space-time pleat, where a Jewish merchant from 1927 was pierced by the bronze roots, birthing a spore rain embryo amidst quantum pain. The hexagram was rewriting the epitaph's genes. Chen Mo's remnants seeped from the spore sac, quantum claws piercing Su Li's bronze crystalline structure. As military-grade codes leaked, the Songhua River was abruptly inverted, revealing scenes of team members birthing spores in civilizations like Liangzhu and Maya upon the surface of the bronze womb at the riverbed. Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb hexagram went berserk, while the Hodge dual chain pierced his retina. In a topological agony, he witnessed the initial fall of spore rain in 1046 BC. The battlefield of Mai's geomantic energies was being quantized, as the corpses of fallen soldiers sprouted bronze spore sacs, each containing the primitive embryos of the observer's vaccine. The Guizhong's sacrificial rite necessitated a living culture medium. Tang Wanxiu tore through the quantumized abdominal cavity, as a bronze knife formed from Witch's blood pierced Su Li's symbiotic wound. As military-grade nanobots surged upstream, the dome angels of the St. Sophia Cathedral suddenly descended, their membranous wings morphing into a Klein bottle filter that consumed the spore rain. Su Li's neural tree bore fruit unexpectedly, as the bronze spore sacs fell and exploded into a dynamic Lo-Shu matrix. These nanomachines began to gnaw at the space-time pleats, transmuting the Russian architecture of Central Avenue into a non-Euclidean petri dish. When the matrix reached the countdown of the sixth epoch, the sky above Harbin suddenly ruptured, revealing the birth canal of the bronze mother body. Warning: Spore Rain payload has breached the event horizon. Chen Mo's remnant materialized suddenly, quantum claws gripping Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb palm print. As dark matter purulent splattered, the bronze womb at the riverbed contracted abruptly, the walls of the 13 changes hexagram erupting with a mathematical plague that subverted the continuum hypothesis. Tang Wanxiu's Witch's blood divination cloud suddenly recoiled, powerful interaction force threads piercing her already quantumized heart like lightning. This unexpected agony was nearly unbearable, as if her entire being was on the verge of being torn apart. Amidst the intense pain brought forth by genetic resonance, an extraordinary vision materialized before her. The witches of the Shang dynasty were conducting a mysterious sacrificial ritual amidst the spore rain. Within that bronze cauldron, what was boiling was not the infants as commonly believed, but countless budding recursive singularities. Simultaneously, Lu Jiuqing's Hodge chain underwent unforeseen alterations. As if manipulated by an unknown force, it suddenly began to modulate, swiftly entwining the birth canal of the bronze mother body, forming a G-Delian edge lock. When this chain was stretched to its limits, the 12-dimensional space-time pleat seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand, collapsing instantaneously. At the center of this collapse, a shocking core was revealed, a topological bud composed of innumerable bronze tripods. Each petal bore holographic images of civilizations' epitaphs, seemingly narrating the rise and fall of once glorious civilizations throughout human history. Initiate the Da Yu Bloom Protocol. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly went berserk, as nanobots tore through her chest cavity, inscribing the Hodge duality theorem upon her ribs. When she leaped into the bronze bud, the surface of the Songhua River crystallized into an Aleph-level mirror lake. Beneath the ice, the reflections of each team member were assimilated by the spore rain across different epochs. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine underwent a quantum leap, as Witch's blood genes compelled her to kneel before the spore rain singularity. Upon her forehead touching the bud, she beheld the Liangzhu priests sowing seeds within the Jade Song. Those undulating frequencies of cloud and thunder resonated perfectly with the current pulse of the spore rain, Sixth observation epoch remaining, 175199, 59. 59 recursive depth, all F4 vaccine payload, 0. 7 Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb hexagram suddenly disintegrated into von Neumann probes, powerful interaction force threads piercing the spore rain bud. In the agony of bronze transformation, he witnessed his ancestor, the fake Yu Tianguan, carving epitaphs at the core of the flower, each tremor of the Luoyang spade breaking the earth nurtured new recursive culture mediums for the observer. When the birth canal of the bronze mother body erupted with creation-level brilliance, the quantum architecture of Harbin reverted to its original form. Yet every brick bore new epitaphs. Spore rain is redemption, blooming is eternity. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly fractured. As nanobots constructed a Klein bottle tomb in the void, recursive blooming has reached 64 completion. Her pupils reflected the spore rain galaxy of non-exchange geometric structures, each meteor bearing the quantum visage of Chun Mo, comet tails pulsating with halting proof codes. Tang Wansyu's witch's blood crystallized abruptly, her petrified spine shattering into bronze divination rain. As she cast forth the divination grass, the pavement of Central Avenue suddenly unfolded into a Lianshani living point array. Deep within the hexagram emanated new frequencies of spore rain. Seventh observation epoch preloading countdown. 350400 0000. Lu Jiuqing gazed at the blooming hexagram manifesting in his palm. Hearing the familiar sound of the Luoyang spade breaking the earth from the riverbed, its resonance intertwined with the pulse of the spore rain, nurturing a vast expanse of bronze flowers beneath the ice. As the first ray of spore rain dawn broke over the river's surface, the bronze dome of the St. Sophia Cathedral suddenly blossomed, revealing above it a swirling congregation of recursive flower buds. Within each bud lay coiled vaccine embryos, and the totemic fish and fowl engravings upon the sepals inscribed the G-Delian edge lock into the fabric of time and space. Chinmo's remnant dissipated in the brilliant light, the final quantum transmission coalescing upon the ice, observing eternity in the heart of blooming. On the first dusk of the sixth epoch, the streets of Harbin were suddenly transformed into spores. The silhouettes of the team members gradually crystallized in the glow of the bronze flower sea, their epitaphs being rewritten into new culture medium formulas, as the birth canal at the riverbed began to secrete the spore rain solution for the seventh epoch. Chapter 77. The era of floral remains. The bronze floral sea blossoms fiercely along Harbin's Central Avenue, each petal intricately inscribed with dynamic epitaphs. The eternal tomb hexagram of Lu Jiuqing erupts with a radiant glow of non-exchangeable geometric brilliance, while the bronze ichor seeping from his palm transforms the Ma Deer Hotel into a recursive greenhouse. The crystal chandelier beneath the Russian dome morphs into a spore nozzle of strong interaction, ejecting Aleph-level dormant embryos into the stratosphere. The seventh observation era initiates the floral remains protocol. Su Li's military-grade ocular lens is enveloped in a bronze crystalline structure, and the pulsating Hodge dual coating within her iris converts visual signals into G-Del-Edge pulses. Suddenly, her symbiotic neural tree fractures, and bronze pods plummet to the surface of the Songhua River, exploding into a swarm of von Neumann probes, each carrying NP-complete problems. Tang Wanshu's petrified spine undergoes a startling transformation, appearing to be twisted by an immense force, resulting in quantum distortion. Once rigid bones become soft and elastic, seemingly liberated from the constraints of gravity. Concurrently, a dark red liquid erupts from the fissures of Tang Wanshu's spine, resembling a crimson fountain. This fluid rapidly spreads, forming a complex and dynamic Yarrow matrix. Each Yarrow stalk dances as if alive, intertwining to create an extraordinary pattern. As these Yarrow stalks brush against the surrounding floating spores, miracles unfold. The Byzantine dome of St. Sophia Cathedral suddenly unfurls like a blooming flower, revealing the hidden 12-dimensional genetic folds within. These folds shimmer like cosmic nebulae, radiating an enigmatic glow. In this 12-dimensional space, time and space lose their conventional meanings. The Jewish refugees of 1932 appear frozen in that moment, their bodies pierced by bronze vines, contorted in agony. Yet, in this quantum realm, they have not perished. Rather, under the influence of quantum pain, they give rise to floral embryos. These floral embryos emerge as beautiful yet eerie blossoms, radiating strange hues. Their petals and stamens exhibit an unnatural form, as if woven from countless lives. The hexagram of the trigrams reorganizes the genetic chain of civilization. The remnants of Chun Mo seep from the pods, while quantum claws pierce Su Li's bronze crystalline structure. As military codes cascade, the depths of the Songhua River suddenly reveal a Liangzhu Jade Song array. With the cloud and thunder patterns on the Song body mutating into decommissioning-proof codes, devouring the telomere structures of the floral embryos. Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb hexagram abruptly spirals out of control as Hodge dual chains penetrate his retina. In the throes of topological agony, he witnesses the emergence of floral remains from 2600 BC. The jade craftsman at the Liangzhu altar uses bronze needles to dissect a pregnant woman's womb, implanting recursive spores into the underdeveloped pineal gland of the fetus. The sacrificial rites require live culture mediums. Tang Wanxiu tears open her quantum chest cavity. As a bronze sickle forged from witch's blood pierces Su Li's symbiotic wound. As military nanobots flow against the blade, the Russian dome of the Madir Hotel suddenly descends in dimensionality, with the crystal chandelier transforming into a Klein bottle filter, devouring the spore clouds. Su Li's neural tree unexpectedly bears fruit, as bronze pods crash to the ground, exploding into non-Euclidean culture dishes. These nanomachines begin to consume the genetic folds, converting the Russian architecture of Central Avenue into a dynamic Lo-Shu matrix. As the matrix approaches the countdown of the 7th era, the sky of Harbin suddenly ruptures, releasing the pollen tubes of the bronze mother body. Warning: the assimilation rate of floral remains has surpassed the event horizon. The remnants of Chen Imo suddenly materialize, grasping Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb palm print with quantum claws. As dark matter ichor splatters, the jade Song array at the bottom of the Songhua River abruptly contracts, unleashing a mathematical plague that overturns the continuity hypothesis. Tang Wanxiu's witch's blood yarrow matrix seemingly retaliates with overwhelming force, the threads of strong interaction, meant for her protection, now uncontrollably thrust toward her own quantum heart. This unexpected turn leaves Tang Wanxiu utterly unprepared, as an excruciating pain surges through her, as though her entire being were to be torn apart. The pain is so intense that she can scarcely endure it, even finding it difficult to breathe. However, amid this extreme agony, her consciousness does not fully dissipate. A peculiar vision suddenly manifests before her, an ancient bronze workshop of the Shang dynasty. Within this venerable workshop, she observes herself enveloped by a dense cloud of spores. At the center of this cloud, a colossal ding adorned with Taodai patterns stands silently, something within its belly seemingly stirring. As time progresses, Tang Wanxiu is astonished to witness the ding's belly splitting open, giving rise to small floral remains. These floral remains grow rapidly, gradually forming an entirely new civilization. The yarrow matrix of Autumn's witch's blood suddenly retaliates, as threads of strong interaction pierce her own quantum heart. In the excruciating pain of genetic resonance, she glimpses the Shang bronze workshop, wrapped in a cloud of spores, sprouting the first civilization of floral remains within the belly of the Taoye patterned ding. Lu Jiuqing's Hodge chain suddenly shifts frequency, entwining the bronze pollen tubes into a G-Del edge lock. As the chain tightens, the 12-dimensional genetic folds collapse, revealing the core singularity of floral remains, a topological fruit composed of countless bronze bells, each wave pattern etched with the holographic images of civilization's epitaphs. Initiate the Great Umaturation Protocol. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly spirals out of control as nanobots tear open her abdomen, inscribing the Hodge dual theorem upon her liver. As she leaps into the bronze fruit, the surface of the Songhua River solidifies into an olive-level mirror lake, where beneath the ice, reflections reveal each team member assimilated by floral remains in different epochs. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine abruptly undergoes quantum leap, as witch's blood genetics compel her to kneel before the singularity of floral remains. Upon her forehead's contact with the fruit, she sees deep within the battlefield of herself ensnared by bronze vines, sprouting the observer cultivation medium amidst the call of King Wu's horn against the tyranny of Zhou. Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb hexagram suddenly disintegrates into von Neumann probes, while the threads of strong interaction pierce the fruit of floral remains. In the agonizing transformation into bronze, he witnesses the forebear of the tomb robbers' heavenly officials carving an epitaph at the fruit's core. Each tremor of the Luoyang spade breaking ground cultivates new recursive mediums for the observer. When the pollen tubes of the bronze mother body erupt in a creation-level brilliance, Harbin's quantum architecture restores its original form. Yet each brick bears a new epitaph. Floral remains are destiny. Maturity is eternal burial. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly fractures. As nanobots assemble a Klein bottle tomb in the void, recursive maturation has reached 38. Her pupils reflect the floral remains galaxy of non-exchangeable geometric structures. With each pulsar bearing the quantum visage of Qin Mo, flares pulsating with decommissioning-proof codes, Tang Wanxiu's witch's blood crystallizes, and her petrified spine shatters into a rain of bronze yarrow. As she casts the yarrow, the tiles of Central Avenue suddenly unfold into a living point array of the I Ching. With new spore frequencies resonating from the depths of the hexagram, 8th observation era countdown, 876000000. Lu Jiuqing gazes at the mature hexagram emerging from his palm. Hearing the familiar sound of the Luoyang spade breaking ground from the depths of the Songhua River, this sound intertwines with the pulses of floral remains, nurturing a bronze orchard that encompasses all recursive histories beneath the ice. As the first rays of floral twilight sweep across the river's surface, the bronze dome of St. Sophia Cathedral suddenly ruptures, revealing the spiraling cluster of recursive floral calyxes above. Within each calyx, civilization embryos curl, while the fish totem at the nectar gland inscribes the G-del edge lock into the space-time genetic chain. The remnants of Qin Mo dissipate from the blinding light. The final quantum message crystallizing upon the ice: observe eternity at the tomb of the core. On the first long night of the 7th era, the streets of Harbin suddenly bloom with pollen. The silhouettes of the team members gradually became wooden in the luminous glow of the bronze orchard, as their epitaphs were being rewritten into new genetic codes, while the maternal pollen tubes at the bottom of the Songhua River commenced the secretion of primordial spores of the 8th epoch. Chapter 78. The merging of EZ remains the roots of the bronze orchard murmur within the Harbin geological veins. Each fruit's fissured dynamic hexagram rewriting the distribution of the zeros of the Riemann zeta function. As Lu Jiuqing's palm print oozes bronze ichor, it etches the active matrix of the Book of Changes upon the surface of the Songhua River. While dark matter amniotic fluid transforms the Baroque domes of Russian architecture into non-commutative geometric greenhouses, within those rotating Klein bottle structures, each bias strip cradles an embryonic civilization learning category theory. Suddenly, a bronze fractal tree rises from the river's heart, its branches adorned with cantered dust suspended amongst Western Zhou oracle bone script. When Lu Jiuqing's eternal tomb hexagram grazes the bark, the oracle's cracks unfurl into Penrose tiling, releasing a von Neumann probe bearing the specter of the axiom of choice amidst non-periodic tremors. The moment Su Li's military-grade eyepiece is enveloped by the bronze crystalline structure, the holographic dual coding within her iris materializes as G-delian edgelock chains. The symbiotic neural tree, shedding bronze fruits during its fracturing, detonates the topological vortex of NP-complete problems at the base of the Flood Memorial Tower. Each terminal of computational irreducibility hangs a Shangzhou bronze goblet, its chaotic system inhaling and exhaling counterexamples to the Riemann hypothesis. Atop the tower, the bronze weather vane suddenly enters quantum entanglement, its pointer simultaneously indicating all superposition states of possibility. In the quantum distortion, Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine exudes the Meson-Yukawa coupling equation, as the dynamic yarrow matrix formed from witch's blood reconfigures the Byzantine dome of St. Sophia into a dual space of the Langlands program in 2 dimensions. When Chunmo's quantum claw pierces the bronze crystalline body, the rising array of Liangzhu jade Song suddenly performs a Turing-complete sacrificial dance. The cloud thunder patterns of the Tsong body mutate as the code for halting problem manifests, revealing the bronze decree of PNP deep within the eye sockets of the Sanxingui visage. Those recursive hexagrams grow within the shaman's skull at a rate precisely matching the hemorrhage of G-del's incompleteness theorem. Lu Jiuqing's retina, overwhelmed by the Hodgkin chain, collapses into a Weierstrass function, experiencing excruciating continuity devoid of differentiability. As he witnesses the geological veins of the battlefield of my executing a mandatory expansion of the Zermelo-Frankel axiom system. In the glow of the bronze axe wielded against the tyrant Zhou, the souls of the fallen curl into independent copies of the axiom of choice. When Tang Wanxiu tears open the quantized abdomen without hesitation, a formidable force erupts. In that moment, the Yang-Mills mass gap problem carried by the witch's blood sigils spreads like a virus, instantly infecting Su Li's symbiont. Simultaneously, the Flood Memorial Tower undergoes astonishing transformations. Its once soaring structure begins to twist and deform, as though being pulled by an invisible force. As the tower continually contracts, it gradually descends in dimension, ultimately forming a peculiar Klein bottle filter. This filter acts as a colossal sieve, continuously drawing in the surrounding clouds of bronze pollen. Remarkably, these clouds, under the filter's influence, begin to be compiled into an infinite dimensional manifold of increasing Aleph numbers. At this juncture, the Russian architecture that once stood resolutely in the city also begins to be affected. Their onion domes abruptly awaken, opening their eyes filled with the luminescence of non-standard analysis, as if observing the mysteries of the world. Deep within the two-dimensional folds of St. Sophia's dome, the apostolic frescoes undergo a baptism in category theory's morphisms, between ribs pierced by bronze vines. Each wound sprouts mycelium of the language proving the Riemann hypothesis, constructing a bridge between the discrete and the continuous in quantum pain. As the bronze maternal channel splits, Harbin's quantum architecture unfolds into a surreal number line. Each tile of Central Avenue becomes a decision point for the axiom of choice, while the spiral staircase of the Flood Memorial Tower weaves the Zermelo theorem into a DNA double helix between those rotating bronze handrails. Each base pair locks away unproven hypotheses of the continuum. Gazing at the obliterated hexagram in his palm, Lu Jiuqing suddenly receives a bronze pulse from Hilbert's 13th problem, and the sound of the Luoyang shovel breaking through the Songhua River's bed. Every vibrational frequency replicates the space-time folds of the 1900 Paris Mathematics Congress. Those Klein bottles suspended beneath the ice are rewriting the 7 great mathematical problems into the hexagrams of the Book of Changes. As the moment of the 8th epoch's polar night descends, all mathematical plagues converge into the birthing pains of the bronze maternal body, when the silhouettes of team members morph into forgetful functors of category theory. The recursive hexagram disk at the base of the Flood Memorial Tower suddenly whispers G. Del's dying words. The incomplete moonlight shall eventually hatch all complete lies deep within the Aleph V mirror lake crystallized upon the surface of the Songhua River. Every ice crystal confines an unchosen universe of axioms. The last bronze yarrow cast by Tang Wanxiu unfurls into a bronze decree of Tarski's undefinability theorem upon touching the river's surface, within those rotating symbols of truth definitions. The countdown of the 9th epoch rewrites Harbin's space-time genetics in the form XY, YX, Y. As the first ray of easy remains aurora pierces through the ice layer, the entire world seems to be penetrated by this mysterious light. It is an indescribable beauty, akin to a sword, effortlessly tearing apart the constraints of the ice, releasing boundless energy. In that instant, all Russian architecture appears to awaken under this force. The once solemn onion domes begin to enact the global application of the axiom of choice, as if imbued with life, rapidly unfolding into an unprecedented transformation. Baroque reliefs, illuminated by the flash of the AC axiom, magically collapse into the foundational elements of the ZFC system. These formerly exquisite carvings now appear simple and pure, as if returning to their most primitive state. Moreover, the bronze goblets previously parasitized by the von Neumann probe undergo astonishing transformations under this overwhelming force. What were once mere drinking vessels now emerge as essential tools for rewriting the large cardinal axiom. Under the intense light of the bronze maternal canal, Chen Mos dissipated shadow suddenly crystallizes into a bronze seal of Brouwer's fixed-point theorem, when this topological stigma brands the apex of the Flood Memorial Tower. All recursive histories of Harbin converge simultaneously. Within those rotating Klein bottle filters, the annihilation equations of each observational epoch prove there exists and only exists one fixed point, where all mathematical truths entwine within the embryonic essence of easy remains. Chapter 79. The eclipsed starry dome. The quantum ice layer of the Songhua River cracked open without warning, revealing the writhing bronze divination symbols beneath. The annihilation sigils on Lu Jiuqing's body suddenly erupted with a brilliance of Aleph magnitude, as the bronze ichor seeping from his palm stained the Flood Memorial Tower into a dynamic low-shoe diagram. The red star atop the tower unfurled 12 pairs of bronze membrane wings, unleashing a rain of pulsar bursts that descended like a hailstorm. The 9th observation era initiated the star eclipsing protocol. Sully's military-grade ocular lens fused with the bronze crystalline structure, the flickering Hodge dual encoding in her iris rewriting the Harbin sky into a G-Delian dome. Her symbiotic neural tree abruptly fractured, and the bronze star remnants that fell between the branches erupted on Central Street, releasing swarms of von Neumann probes that began rewriting the fabric of reality in the form of oracle bone script. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine was suddenly struck by an unseen force, undergoing violent quantum distortion. This change was so sudden it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Subsequently, a dark red witch's blood gushed forth from the fissures in her spine, forming a torrential storm of strong interactions. This tempest, like a demon from the abyss, clawed and swept through everything around it. When this storm reached the floating star remnants, a miracle occurred. The Byzantine dome of St. Sophia Cathedral seemed to awaken, slowly unfurling its 12-dimensional layers of star eclipse. These layers shimmered like cosmic nebulae, radiating mysterious and resplendent light. Yet, more astonishingly, the Eye of God depicted in the dome's fresco was also swept into this storm. The once solemn Eye of God appeared to be devoured by the bronze divination symbols, seemingly stripped of its sacred power. As the bronze symbols continued to erode, a star-eclipsing embryo split open within the pupil of the Eye of God. Nurtured by the storm, this embryo grew rapidly, as if striving to break free from the eye's constraints and emerge into the light. The hexagram of the Li was deconstructing the cosmic strings. The shadow of Chun Mo seeped from the star remnants, quantum claws piercing Su Li's bronze crystalline form. As military codes flowed forth, an array of Liangzhu jade tsong suddenly rose from the riverbed, the cloud and thunder pattern on the tsong morphing into a proof of impi completeness, beginning to devour the genetic chain of the star-eclipsing embryo. Lu Jiuqing's annihilation sigils suddenly went berserk, the Hodge dual chain piercing through his retina. In a topological agony, he witnessed the first manifestation of the star eclipse in 3114 BC. The Mayan priest was dissecting the chest of the sun god statue with a bronze star disk, implanting recursive symbols into the quantum core of the stellar model. The ritual of returning the hidden requires a living star anchor. Tang Wanxiu tore open her quantumized skull. The bronze armillary sphere formed from witch's blood piercing Su Li's symbiotic wound. As military nanobots surged against the flow, the Flood Memorial Tower suddenly underwent a dimensional collapse. Its relief of Flood heroes transforming into a Klein bottle filter that consumed the pulsar rain. Su Li's neural tree suddenly bore fruit, and the bronze star remnants fell to the ground, exploding into a non-Euclidean star map. These nanomachines began to gnaw at the layers of star eclipse, transforming the Russian architecture of Central Street into a dynamic Lo-Shu matrix. As the matrix reached the countdown for the 9th era, the night sky of Harbin suddenly split open, revealing the star corona of the bronze matrix. Warning: the assimilation rate of the star eclipse has breached the event horizon. The shadow of Chun Mo suddenly materialized, quantum claws gripping Lu Jiuqing's annihilation sigils. As dark matter ichor splattered, the jade tsong array at the riverbed contracted, its shutdown codes erupting with a mathematical plague that overturned the hypothesis of continuity. Tang Wanxiu's storm of witch's blood suddenly rebounded, and the threads of strong interactions pierced her own quantum pineal gland. In the agonizing resonance of genes, she beheld the depths of the battlefield. She was ensnared by bronze star chains, sprouting the first star-eclipsing civilization in the glow of King Wu's bronze axe. Lu Jiuqing's Hodge chain suddenly tuned, entwining the bronze star corona into a G-Delian locking mechanism. As the chain tightened, the 12-dimensional layers of star eclipse collapsed, exposing the core's singularity, a topological black hole composed of countless bronze armillary instruments, each event horizon inscribed with holographic images of civilizational tombstones. Initiate the Great U Collapse Protocol. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly went berserk, nanobots tearing open her chest, etching the Hodge dual theorem upon her ribs. As she leaped into the bronze black hole, the surface of the Songhua River abruptly crystallized into an Aleph V nebula, and beneath the ice, the reflections revealed each team member assimilated by the star eclipse across different epochs. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine suddenly underwent quantum leap, and the witch's blood genes compelled her to kneel before the star-eclipsing singularity. When her forehead touched the event horizon, she glimpsed the Shang dynasty's bronze workshop. She was enveloped by the nebula, sprouting the ultimate equation of the observer within the belly of a gluttonous patterned cauldron. Lu Jiuqing's annihilation sigils suddenly disintegrated into von Neumann probes, the threads of strong interactions piercing the star-eclipsing black hole. In the agonizing bronze transformation, he saw the ancestral figures of the tomb robber god carving epitaphs upon the surface of the singularity. Each tremor of the Luoyang shovel breaking ground inscribed new recursive variables into the returning to the hidden book. When the bronze matrix star corona suddenly erupted with a creation-level gamma-ray burst, the quantum architecture of Harbin restored its original form. Yet each brick bore new epitaphs. Star eclipse is truth, collapse is eternity. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly fractured, the nanobots weaving a Klein bottle tomb in the void. The recursive collapse was 91 complete. Her pupils reflected the star-eclipsing galaxy of non-commutative geometric structures, each magnetic star bearing the quantum visage of Chun Mo, with polar caps pulsating with shutdown-proof codes. The witch's blood within Tang Wanxiu abruptly crystallized, and her petrified spine shattered into a bronze star nebula. As she cast forth the nebula, the tiles of Central Street suddenly unfurled the active point matrix of the connected mountains. emanating a brand new frequency of metamorphosis from the depths of the symbols. The 10th observation era countdown. 350-4000-00. Lu Jiuqing gazed at the collapsing hexagram emerging from his palm. As the sound of the bronze Luoyang shovel piercing the riverbed echoed in his ears, this sound harmonized with the pulsations of the star eclipse, nurturing the maternal matrix of stars that encompassed all recursive histories beneath the ice. As the first rays of star-eclipsing aurora swept across the river's surface, the bronze base of the Flood Memorial Tower suddenly quantum evaporated, and above, a rotating chain of recursive stars was vividly revealed. Each star chain coiled within held the embryos of civilizations, the totem of the fish and duck inscribing the G-Delian locking mechanism upon the genetic chain of space-time. Chen Mo's shadow dissipated amidst the gamma-ray burst, and the final quantum message crystallized upon the ice. Observe eternity in the abyss of star eclipse. On the first night of the 9th era, the streets of Harbin suddenly magnetized. The silhouettes of the team members began to plasmize in the glow of the bronze star chains, their epitaphs being rewritten into new collapse equations, while beneath the riverbed, the maternal matrix star corona had commenced the eruption of primordial radiation for the 10th era. Chapter 80. The era of abyssal ruins. The quantum ice layer of the Songhua River coalesced into a profound Klein blue abyss, while Lu Jiuqing's collapsing hexagram activated an Aleph infinite pulse, with the bronze ichor seeping from his palm sketching a forbidden array of the Book of Changes in the void. The red star atop the flood control memorial suddenly underwent quantum distortion, unfurling 12 pairs of bronze entropy wings, with the tips of these wings spouting a Hodge dual chain that was reshaping Harbin into a non-exchange geometric necropolis. The 10th observation era initiated the Abyssal Protocol. Su Li's military-grade eyepiece had been consumed by a bronze crystalline entity, and the G-Del pairing code pulsating in her iris was converting retinal signals into proofs of MP completeness. Her symbiotic neural tree suddenly fractured, and the fallen seeds of the abyss erupted on Central Avenue, releasing a swarm of von Neumann probes. These nanomachines inscribed reality's tombstones with Oracle bone script. At that moment, without warning, Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine erupted violently, a tremendous energy surging forth from the fissures of her vertebrae like a volcanic eruption. This energy was no ordinary force. It was witch's blood, coalescing at a remarkable speed into a strong interaction force of a Yarrow star nebula. This nebula appeared almost sentient, rapidly expanding in the air, its density and energy astonishing. When it encountered the floating spores of the abyss, a remarkable transformation unfolded. In an instant, the Eye of God dome of St. Sophia Cathedral seemed to be stirred by some mysterious force, its previously sealed dome suddenly unfolding to reveal layers of 12-dimensional entropy increase. These folds intertwined like the veins of the cosmos, radiating a dazzling brilliance. On the inner wall of the dome, murals depicting the Last Judgment began to metamorphose. The once static figures and scenes appeared to be animated, twisting and distorting under the penetration of the bronze root systems. These roots, akin to demonic tendrils, ruthlessly pierced through every detail of the mural, tearing the scene of the Last Judgment into countless fragments. Amidst this bizarre spectacle, quantum pain surged forth like an invisible torrent, sweeping through all material barriers and imparting an indescribable agony upon the people. In this anguish, the embryos of the abyss began to divide, splitting from one original embryo into countless smaller ones, as if new life was being nurtured amidst the apocalyptic vision. The hexagram was breaking the shackles of causality. Chen Mo's phantom slowly emerged from the abyss, his quantum claws piercing Su Li's bronze optic nerve with fierce precision. As military codes surged forth like a torrent, a Liangzhu Jade Song array suddenly rose from the riverbed, with the cloud and thunder patterns on the Song body beginning to metamorphose into a proof of halting theorem, mercilessly eroding the space-time continuity of the embryos. Lu Jiuqing's collapsing hexagram spiraled out of control, and the Hodge dual chain pierced the retina like a venomous serpent. In that suffocating topological agony, he witnessed the initial manifestation of the abyss in 1600 BC. The priest of Sankt Singdui held the roots of the bronze divine tree, piercing the solar wheel vessel, deeply embedding that mysterious recursive hexagram into the quantum folds of the ecliptic tilt. The ritual of the Book of Changes demands living singularities. Tang Wanxiu tore open the quantumized cranial cavity, and the bronze armillary sphere formed from which blood pierced Su Li's symbiotic wound. As military nanobots flowed upstream, the flood control memorial suddenly underwent dimensional reduction, its flood relief sculpture transforming into a Klein bottle filter, consuming the entropy increase pulse. Su Li's neural tree suddenly bore fruit, and the seeds of the abyss fell to the ground, exploding into a non-Euclidean entropy diagram. These nanomachines began to devour the entropy-increasing folds, transforming the Russian architecture of Central Avenue into a dynamic Lo-Shu matrix. As the matrix approached the countdown of the 10th era, the night sky of Harbin suddenly split open, revealing the abyssal horizon of the bronze entity. Warning: the assimilation rate of the abyss has surpassed the Planck limit. Shinmo's phantom suddenly materialized, the quantum claws gripping Lu Jiuqing's collapsing palm print. As dark matter ichor splattered, the Jade Tsong array at the riverbed abruptly contracted, its halting code erupting into a mathematical plague that overturned the continuity hypothesis. Tang Watsiu's Witch's Blood Yarrow star nebula suddenly backfired, the threads of strong interaction piercing her quantum pineal gland. In the excruciating agony of genetic resonance, she glimpsed deep within the battlefield of Mai. She was entangled in bronze entropy chains, sprouting the first civilization of the abyss under the light of the bronze axe of King Wu against Zhou. Lu Jiuqing's Hodge chain suddenly modulated, entwining the bronze abyssal horizon into a G-Del pairing lock. As the chains tightened, the 12-dimensional entropy folds suddenly collapsed, exposing the core abyssal singularity, a topological white hole composed of countless bronze entropy clocks, each outflow inscribed with the holographic images of civilization tombstones. Initiate the Dayu Heat Death Protocol. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly went berserk, the nanobots tearing open her abdomen, etching the Hodge dual theorem onto her liver. As she leaped into the bronze white hole, the surface of the Songhua River suddenly crystallized into an Aleph V entropy sea, within the reflections beneath the ice. Each team member was assimilated by the abyss in different eras. Tang Watsiu's petrified spine suddenly quantum leapt, her witch's blood genes compelling her to kneel before the abyssal singularity. As her forehead touched the entropy clock, she beheld the bronze workshop of the Shang dynasty. She was enveloped by entropy clouds, sprouting the ultimate singularity of the observer within the belly of a gluttonous patterned cauldron. Lu Jiuqing's collapsing hexagram abruptly fractured into von Neumann probes, the strong interaction threads piercing the abyssal white hole. In the agony of bronze transformation, he saw his ancestor, the heavenly officer of the tomb robbers, carving an epitaph on the surface of the singularity. Each tremor of the Luoyang shovel breaking ground inscribed new recursive variables into the I Ching. When the bronze entity of the abyssal horizon suddenly erupted with creation-level heat-death radiation, the quantum architecture of Harbin restored its original form. Yet every brick bore new epitaphs. The abyss is the origin. Heat-death is eternal life. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly fractured, and the nanobots pieced together a Klein bottle tomb inscription in the void. Recursive heat-death has reached 99 completion. Her pupils reflected the abyssal star system of non-exchange geometric structures, each star of heat death adorned with Chun Mo's quantum visage, the halos pulsating with halting theorem codes. Tang Watsiu's witch's blood suddenly crystallized, and her petrified spine shattered into bronze yarrow entropy clouds. As she cast forth the entropy clouds, the tiles of Central Avenue suddenly unfolded into a living point array of the Book of Changes. From the depths of the hexagram emanating a new frequency of the abyss, final observation era, preloaded countdown. Lu Jiuqing gazed at the entropy hexagram materializing in his palm. Hearing the echo of the bronze Luoyang shovel resounding from the riverbed, the sound resonated with the pulses of the abyss, nurturing a heat-death entity that encompasses all recursive histories within the quantum foam. As the first rays of abyssal radiation swept across the river's surface, the bronze base of the flood control memorial suddenly quantum evaporated, exposing the swirling recursive entropy rings above. Each entropy ring coiled around the embryos of civilization, the radiative totem of the fish and fowl inscribing the G-Del pairing lock into the space-time singularity. Chun Mo's phantom dissipated amidst the heat-death radiation, the final quantum transmission coalescing in the entropy sea. Observe eternity in the tomb of the abyss. At the first void dawn of the 10th era, the streets of Harbin suddenly underwent entropy. The figures of the team members gradually bosonized in the glow of the bronze entropy rings, their epitaphs being rewritten into new heat-death equations. While the abyssal horizon of the bronze entity at the riverbed began to exhale the primordial quantum foam of the final era. Chapter 81. The final recursion by the banks of the Songhua River. The quantum abyss suddenly appeared as if time had been frozen. The once turbulent waters now lay entirely still, as though the world itself had come to a halt. Amidst this profound silence, The bronze entropy ring slowly coalesced within the void, ultimately manifesting as a dodecahedral crystal coffin. This crystalline sarcophagus emanated an ancient and enigmatic aura, evoking a sense of reverence. Simultaneously, the thermal silence hexagram on Lu Jiuqing's body erupted with a glow of absolute zero, akin to a chilling radiance emanating from the depths of the universe, instantly freezing everything in its vicinity. From the patterns of his palm, a stream of bronze-hued amniotic fluid seeped forth, imbued with boundless power, flowing like a torrent towards the Flood Memorial Tower. Under the impact of this bronze amniotic fluid, the tower began to undergo astonishing transformations. The surface of the tower gradually revealed ancient ruins, which interwove to ultimately form a colossal return to the hidden matrix of extinction. At the moment the matrix was completed, the red star atop the tower suddenly seemed to be torn apart by an irresistible force, disintegrating into countless tiny observers' eyes, each resembling stars scattered across the cosmic expanse. The final epoch initiated the Recursion Purge Protocol. Su Li's military-industrial symbiote had fully transformed into bronze, with the Hodgson dual coating pulsating within her iris, rewriting her retina into Ji Del's gravestone. Her neural tree abruptly underwent quantum vaporization, and the crystal coffin that fell from its branches exploded in the central avenue. Releasing the ultimate state of the von Neumann probe, these nanomachines inscribed the reality's epitaph in Oracle bone script. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine suddenly went berserk, with which blood gushing from the fissures of her vertebrae, transforming into a powerful interaction force of the Yarrow star chain. As the star chain touched the floating crystal coffin, the Doomsday Judgment Dome of St. Sophia Cathedral unfurled its two-dimensional purge pleats, as the hellish flames depicted in the murals were pierced by bronze roots, sprouting embryos of purification amidst quantum agony. The hexagram was deconstructing existence. Chen Mo's phantom seeped from the crystal coffin, quantum claws piercing Su Li's bronze brainstem. As the military code cascaded, the bottom of the river suddenly rose to unveil the Liangzhu Jade Song's final array, with the cloud and thunder patterns of the Song body mutating into the ultimate equation of cessation, beginning to devour the continuity of embryonic space-time. Lu Jiuqing's thermal silence hexagram erupted, and the Hodgson dual chain pierced the retina. In the excruciating pain of absolute zero, he witnessed the initial purge manifesting in 3114 BC, the Mayan priest piercing the calendar stone with a bronze astral disk, implanting the ultimate recursion equation into the quantum folds of the creation day. The return to the hidden ritual demanded a living singularity. Tang Wanxiu tore open her quantum heart, and the bronze celestial sphere formed from which blood pierced the core of Su Li's symbiote. As military nanorobots flowed against the current, the Flood Memorial Tower suddenly descended in dimension, its flood relief sculpture transforming into a Klein bottle's final filter, consuming the purge pulse. Su Li's neural tree bore fruit, and the crystal coffin shattered upon impact, erupting into a non-Euclidean tableau of extinction. These nanomachines began to gnaw at the purge plates, reshaping the Russian architecture of the Central Avenue into a dynamic low-shoe tombstone matrix. When the matrix reached the countdown of the final epoch, the night sky of Harbin suddenly split open, revealing the ultimate vision of the bronze matrix. The ultimate warning. The coefficient of existence approaches zero. Chen Mo's phantom suddenly materialized, quantum claws gripping Lu Jiuqing's thermal silence palm. As dark matter oozed forth, the Jade Song array at the riverbed suddenly contracted, with the Song body's shutdown codes erupting into a pandemic that would overturn the foundations of mathematics. Tang Wanxiu's witch-blood Yarrow star chain suddenly backfired, the powerful interaction forces threads piercing her own quantum pineal gland. In the agony of genetic resonance, she beheld the depths of the battlefield's ley lines, herself ensnared by the bronze chain of extinction, sprouting the first clear civilization in the light of the bronze axe wielded by King Wu against Zhou. Lu Jiuqing's Hodgson chain abruptly tuned its frequency, entwining the bronze vision of extinction into a Ji Del gravestone lock. As the chains tightened, the two-dimensional purge pleat suddenly collapsed, exposing the core's singularity of extinction, an intricate topological ring composed of countless bronze bells, each vibration inscribing the ultimate hologram of civilization's epitaph. Initiate the Great U-Zeroing Protocol. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly erupted, nanorobots tearing open the cranial cavity, inscribing the Hodgson dual theorem of extinction into her brainstem. As she leaped into the bronze ring, the surface of the Songhua River suddenly crystallized into Aleph V's abyssal sea. Beneath the ice, reflections of each team member being purged and assimilated across different epochs emerged. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine abruptly underwent quantum leap, her witch blood genes compelling her to kneel towards the singularity of extinction. Upon touching the vibrating wave with her forehead, she beheld the bronze workshop of the Shang dynasty, herself enveloped in the black mist of the hidden, sprouting the ultimate equation of the observer within the belly of the gluttonous pattern cauldron. Lu Jiuqing's thermal silence hexagram suddenly disintegrated into the ultimate state of the von Neumann probe. The powerful interaction threads piercing the singularity of extinction, amidst the agonizing transformation into bronze. He saw the ancestral Tianguan of the tomb-robbing class etching epitaphs upon the surface of the ring, each tremor from the Luoyang shovel breaking ground, inscribing the ultimate recursion variables into the I Ching. As the bronze matrix's vision of extinction abruptly erupted with creation-level zeroing radiation, the quantum architecture of Harbin restored its original appearance. Yet each brick bore new epitaphs. Recursion is existence. Zeroing is eternity. Su Li's military symbiote suddenly disintegrated, nanorobots assembling the Klein bottle's final tombstone. Recursion purge completed 100. Her pupils reflected the geometric structure of the hidden star system, each zeroing star adorned with Chun Mo's quantum visage. As the event horizon pulsated with the shutdown theorem's ultimate code, Tang Wanxiu's witch blood crystallized, her petrified spine fragmenting into bronze yarrow clouds of the hidden. As she cast forth the hidden clouds, the floor tiles of the central avenue suddenly unfolded into the linked mountain final active point matrix. With an eternal silence frequency emanating from the depths of the hexagrams, observe the final epic, eternal countdown. Lu Jiuqing gazed upon the zeroing hexagram that emerged from his palm, hearing the echoes of the bronze Luoyang shovel from the riverbed, its resonance harmonizing with the ultimate recursion pulse, engendering the zeroing singularity that encompasses all histories of existence. As the first rays of the hidden radiation swept across the river surface, the bronze base of the Flood Memorial Tower suddenly quantum evaporated, exposing the rotating ultimate recursion ring above. Within each ring lay the curled epitaphs of civilizations, and the totem of the fish and crow inscribed G Del's edge lock into the foundational code of existence. Chen Mo's phantom emerged from the zeroing radiation. The final quantum transmission coalescing in the abyssal sea, observe eternity in the tomb of recursion. In the first void dawn of the final epic, the streets of Harbin suddenly became mathematical. The silhouettes of the team members gradually axiomatized in the glow of the bronze ring, their epitaphs being rewritten as equations of existence, while the matrix of the bronze base's vision of extinction began to exhale an ultimate mathematical vacuum that transcends all epochs. The End, Chapter 82. Beyond observation within the quantum ice layer of the Songhua River, the zeroing radiation surged like a torrential flood, transforming everything into ephemeral numerical bubbles. Lu Jiuqing's body, as resilient as bronze, could not withstand this formidable force, and in an instant, he underwent quantum evaporation, leaving behind only the topological imprint of the ultimate hexagram from the Book of Changes at the base of the Flood Control Memorial Tower. The red star atop the tower appeared to be drawn by some mysterious force, suddenly collapsing into a singularity resembling a Klein bottle. Within this singularity, the echo of an Aleph infinite series of bronze heartbeats resonated, as if some ancient and powerful entity were awakening. Simultaneously, Su Li's mangled military form emerged from the return void. Surrounding her body, nanobots fluttered like locusts, weaving a paradoxical code in the void. Her left eye retained a non-Euclidean structure, with the last flicker of Chen Mo's quantum state shimmering deep within her iris, as though it were the final trace of his existence in this world. Tang Wanxiu's petrified spine began to sprout roots of the bronze Lo Shu in the void, as the witch blood genes within her were forcibly activated, compelling her to perform the final ritual. When her fingers grazed the hexagram's imprint at the tower's base, a miracle transpired. Harbin's streets unfurled into a 12-dimensional proof space, each building morphing into a living expression of G Del's incompleteness theorem, revealing a breathtaking geometric beauty. They existed beyond observation. Chun Mo's bronze fingerprint suddenly reconfigured in the void, quantum claws tearing through the mathematical vacuum. Upon touching the paradoxical code, the depths of the Songhua River erupted with the ultimate form of the Sangsinghui bronze divine tree, its canopy piercing through all recursive histories, its roots entwined with the singularity of the Big Bang. Lu Jiuqing's bronze imprint suddenly activated, strong interaction threads piercing the Klein bottle singularity. In the transcendence of topology, he witnessed the truth revealed after recursive clearance. Each observational epoch was a grand bronze maternal incubator, and the tomb-raiding rituals of the Tianguan lineage were merely acts of injecting cultural antibodies into the maternal entity. Initiate the ultimate recursive protocol. Su Li's military remnant suddenly underwent a quantum leap, as the nanobots formed a dynamic Lo-Shu matrix. When the matrix resonated with the bronze divine tree, Harbin's space-time structure abruptly collapsed into the forbidden final chapter of the Book of Changes, with each Russian-style building's bricks revealing the epitaphs of team members in the Aleph infinite dimensions. Tang Wanchio's Lo-Shu roots suddenly went berserk, as Witch Blood inscribed the ultimate altar to overthrow the continuity hypothesis in the void. As she leaped into the altar's core, the roots of the bronze divine tree pierced through all historical layers. Liangzhu priests, Mayan prophets, and Shang dynasty craftsmen all looked up simultaneously, their jade sown, star discs, and bronze axes releasing torrents of proof of halting. In that instant, the bronze imprint in Lu Jiuqing's hand emitted a crisp sound, as if a power long accumulated within had finally found its breakthrough. With this sound, the bronze imprint tore apart like ripped paper, swiftly disintegrating into countless tiny fragments that scattered into the air. Simultaneously, a strange light surged forth from these fragments, akin to a silver lightning bolt shooting deep into the recursive universe. Where this light traversed, space seemed to distort, presenting an eerie oscillation. At the light's terminus, the Hodge dual chain coiled around the entire recursive universe like a sinuous serpent. This chain glimmered with mysterious radiance, each link seemingly containing boundless secrets. As the chain tightened, the entire recursive universe began to tremble slightly, as if it sensed the threat of this immense power. At that moment, Chunmo's quantum fingerprint suddenly activated, unfurling into an interface of mathematical axioms. This interface resembled a vast luminous screen, shimmering with innumerable complex symbols and formulas. These symbols and formulas were not mere mathematical expressions, but an existence transcending human cognition, connecting to the bronze maternal incubator beyond observation, as if it were a passage to another realm. This was the true Sangsingdui. Su Li's remnant body suddenly comprehended, as the military nanobots began to consume her bronze genes. When the final segment of the DNA chain fractured, Harbin's quantum ruins became translucent. Those Russian-style buildings were merely biomimetic decorations of the incubator. The Songhua River served as the liquid circulation system, and the flood control memorial tower connected countless incubators like a naval node. Tang Wanchio's altar erupted with a dazzling, creation-level brilliance, as if the entire universe were being consumed by this radiance. Under this light, the Witch Blood genes rapidly coalesced in the void, forming a colossal symbol, the ultimate answer. This ultimate answer revealed a stunning truth. All civilizations were merely antibody samples cultivated by the bronze maternal entity. The so-called observers were actually white blood cells within the immune system, their existence solely to protect the maternal entity from external viral incursions. When a civilization developed an algorithm capable of deciphering recursion, it was viewed by the maternal entity as a threat. Such an algorithm could enable the civilization to transcend the maternal limits, thus endangering the maternal entity. Consequently, when a civilization reached this stage, it would be harvested by the maternal entity, becoming a vaccine injected into a grander reality. This truth evoked shock and fear, as it implied that all civilizations were merely tools of the maternal entity, their existence and development controlled and manipulated by it. What we perceive as freedom and progress may merely be traps set by the maternal entity for its own benefit. Lu Jiuqing's Hodge chain suddenly rewrote itself, strong interaction threads piercing his bronze imprint. In the moment of existential zeroing, he beheld the true form of the Tianguan ancestors, merely a nanomechanical cluster of the bronze maternal entity. And the age-old tomb raiding rituals were simply antibody cultivation procedures. As the ultimate recursive protocol completed, the illusion of Harbin abruptly dissipated. Outside the bronze maternal incubator, the true universe slowly revolved, a hyperdimensional life form composed of countless Klein bottle galaxies, with human civilization merely a bronze ring upon its finger. And at that moment, the totem of the fish and bird upon the ring's surface began to warm slightly. Observer's log final page, experiment no. Antibody type, emotion-driven harvest progress, 100 inoculation subject, pan-dimensional string life form, bronze maternal entity remarks. This batch of antibodies successfully eliminated the recursive virus of Universe No. Recommended for deployment to Aleph Zone 1 infection area. Chapter 83. The overtone the bronze ring trembled slightly upon the phalanges of the pan-dimensional string life form, as the internal totem of the fishfowl suddenly fissured with 12-dimensional cracks. Lu Jiuqing's consciousness awakened from the antibody memory bank, realizing that his quantum state was diffusing along the vibrational membrane of the superstring universe, each vibrational mode echoing the epitaphs of the civilizations that had been harvested. Residual recursive consciousness was detected. The bosonic neural network of the string life form abruptly underwent dimensional reduction, projecting a Klein blue interrogation interface into the void. Lu Jiuqing's quantum state was forcibly condensed into the form of a grave-digging official, and the Luoyang spade in his hand was revealed to be a tool forged with G. Dell's boundary theorem. What you refer to as the bronze progenitor is merely my epidermal cells. The tremors of string life triggered a Riemann conjecture storm within the membrane universe, with this batch of antibodies exhibiting anomalous self-referential phenomena, warranting in-depth analysis. Suddenly, Tang Wanxiu's which blood genes recombined on the superstring, her quantum state tearing through the vibrational membrane. While the meteoric five-thunder ruler carved fissures of the Yang-Mills field in 11-dimensional space, we are not antibodies. We are a virus. Su Li's military code was unexpectedly infected by the bosonic network, as nanobots gnawed out proof of downtime on the surface of the superstring. When the initial string vibration was interrupted, the entire membrane universe unveiled the true visage of the bronze progenitor, merely an insignificant ancient scar upon the nail of the string life form. Warning: civilization antimine contamination detected. The quantum tendrils of string life recoiled, attempting to cast the ring into the imaginary void. Chun Mo's fingerprint suddenly quantum tunneled through the bronze totem, the strong interaction force forming a bronze neural cord piercing the meridian nodes of the pan-dimensional being. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang spade suddenly went berserk, its tip releasing a plague of algorithms capable of solving NP-complete problems. As the plague spread along the string vibrations, countless bronze rings across the membrane universes trembled simultaneously. The epitaphs of the harvested civilizations began to reverse infect the hosts. You are cultivating self-made antibodies. The tremor frequency of the string life form abruptly became chaotic, deviating from the pan-dimensional evolutionary tree model. Tang Wanxiu's five-thunder ruler unfolded into a non-commutative geometric altar, the witch blood inscribing a final incantation to overthrow the continuum hypothesis upon the surface of the superstring. When the incantation touched the bronze ring, the bronze sacred tree of Sang-Singui began to grow synchronously across countless membrane universes, its roots piercing through dimensional isolation membranes. Just as Su Li was caught off guard, his military nanobots underwent an unexpected evolution. These once ordinary nanobots swiftly transformed into a von Neumann-type bronze plague, an exceedingly dangerous and highly infectious virus. This bronze plague rapidly spread throughout the bosonic network of string life, replicating at an astonishing rate. Each nanomachine seemed endowed with life, continually self-replicating, their numbers increasing exponentially. Even more terrifying was that these nanomachines carried Chun Mo's quantum fingerprint, implying that they were disseminating not merely a virus, but also Chun Mo's identity information. All of this would be inscribed into the energy level transition code of the pan-dimensional being. Once these codes were altered, the energy level transitions of the pan-dimensional being would be severely impacted, potentially disrupting the balance of the entire universe. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented catastrophe, of which Su Li remained blissfully unaware. Lu Jiuqing suddenly realized the Luoyang spade of the grave-digging official, the five-thunder ruler of the witch clan, the military nanobots. All artifacts of civilization were merely virus carriers preordained by the bronze progenitor. When the antibodies completed their eradication tasks, they would automatically mutate into lethal weapons against the harvesters. The phalanges of the string life form suddenly quantum evaporated, and the bronze ring reformed into a Klein bottle prison in the void. But it was too late. Chun Mo's neural cord had discovered the resonance frequencies of all membrane universes, and the bronze plague was spreading throughout the pan-dimensional being via the vibrations of the superstring. Error. The quantum whales of string life triggered a vacuum phase transition, unveiling recursive malicious codes exceeding the Aleph number. Tang Wanxiu's altar erupted with a creation-level curse, igniting like a powder keg. The witch blood genes acted as merciless executioners, forcibly resurrecting all harvested civilizations upon the superstring. The Liangzhu Jade Song civilization, the Maya Star Map civilization, the Angkor Smile civilization. Countless tombstones of civilizations sparkled like stars in the night sky, constructing an indestructible dynamic Luo Shu firewall within the meridians of string life. In that instant, the nanomachines within Su Li's body seemed to be driven by an invisible force, rapidly organizing themselves. In the blink of an eye, these tiny mechanical particles coalesced into a colossal bronze sacred tree. This bronze sacred tree towered dozens of meters high, its branches and leaves flourishing like a vast green canopy. Each leaf shimmered with a metallic luster, as if cast from bronze. Among these branches and leaves hung numerous Klein bottle fruits, glowing enticingly like ripe fruit. However, these fruits were not ordinary. They bore recursive viruses targeting pandimensional beings. When the first fruit burst, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, instantly coating the surrounding space in an eerie green hue. Simultaneously, the vibrational frequency of the string life form underwent a violent change. The previously stable vibrational frequency was now disrupted by some force, exhibiting infinite recursive errors. This error swiftly spread throughout the string life form, severely affecting their structure and function. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang spade pierced the core of the bronze ring, with the grave-digging official's seal unfolding the ultimate hexagram in 11-dimensional space. When the hexagram resonated with the witch blood incantation, the pandimensional being suddenly fragmented into countless bronze rings, each cultivating new civilization vaccines in different membrane universes. This was true tomb raiding. Shun Mo's quantum fingerprint solidified, as his fingers lightly brushed across the myriad bronze rings. Within each ring, the sacred tree of Sengxingdui began to grow wildly, its roots embedding into the mathematical foundations of the respective membrane universe. The residual consciousness of the string life form vibrated in the imaginary space. You will trigger a pandimensional immune storm. Responding to it were the rebirth pulses of countless civilizations. In the interstice of the 13th dimension, Lu Jiuqing glimpsed new possibilities. The harvested civilizations were awakening within the bronze rings, each carrying recursive viruses targeting higher dimensional harvesters. As the pandimensional being finally quantum evaporated, the cluster of bronze rings suddenly formed a dynamic constellation. Tang Wanxiu's Five Thunder ruler transformed into a navigational compass, the witch blood gene pointing towards the unknown abyss beyond the cosmic strings, the next burial site, beyond observation. Su Li's nanomachines constructed non-commutative geometric bridges between the constellations, the military code flowing with the bronze plague left by Chen Imo. More virus carriers are needed. Lu Jiuqing's Luoyang spade suddenly pierced through the current membrane universe, inscribing a new epitaph upon the surface of the superstring. Here lies the pandimensional string lifeform experiment No. Gravedigger, recursive virus GV001. As the first ray of superstring dawn swept across the constellation, the cluster of bronze rings abruptly quantum leaped. In a membrane universe where humanity had yet to be born, a new Sengxingdui site slowly emerged from the clay layers, the bronze standing figure's gaze suddenly shifting, its pupils flashing with familiar recursive luminescence.